Chapter 1. Oh, dear Moyan, you shall not find yourself in such a predicament. You know nothing. I am to be murdered by a book. On the date of X year, X month, X day, the hope of the People's Republic of China, Moyan, perished whilst reading Harry Potter. Woe is me. I assure you, you will not meet such an end. Woe is me. How can you be so certain? Because you are about to perish now. Moyan looked up in shock, only to behold the dark muzzle of a gun. Farewell, sire. Lily, take the child and flee quickly. I will hold him off. Do not harm my child. Please spare my child. Get away, you foolish woman. Move aside now. Please, I beg you, spare my children, take my life. Instead of theirs, kill me. Get out of the way, woman. This is your final warning. Do not touch my child. I implore you. Show mercy. I can do anything for you. Foolish. Avada Kedavra. With a long, piercing scream, Hux's nearly white eyes filled with tears. Another flash of green light illuminated the scene, as Harry, lying beside him, waved his chubby little arms and cried loudly. The chilling evening wind seeped through the cracks in the walls, rendering the two nearly suffocating infants with a pallid hue. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, resembling a wounded dog's howling from above. Oh, James, Lily, Harry, Hux. The mournful, thunderous voice continuously called out the names of the Potter family, accompanied by the dull thud of heavy objects being tossed aside. Oh no, James. Lily. No. Suddenly, Harry emitted a low whimper, sounding more like a hiccup from exhaustion. The curtains blocking the view were drawn back, revealing an unexpectedly furry face, with hair and beard long and tangled, nearly obscuring the entire visage, save for a pair of dark, beetle-like eyes that confirmed it was indeed a face and not merely a ball of yarn or fluff. The furry giant let out a deafening wail. Oh my, Merlin above, what do I see? You are all still alive. Merlin bless. Oh, the poor little fur balls, James and Lily. As the giant lamented, large tears fell upon Harry and Hux's faces, and the cold wind caused Harry to cry once more. He managed to push aside the fallen cabinet that loomed overhead and carefully cradled the two children, wrapping them in a blanket he somehow procured. He mumbled as he glanced around, and then pulled out a pink umbrella from who knows where. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from above, and a gigantic motorcycle slowly descended onto a nearby open space. Hagrid, James, and Lily, a young, handsome man, descended from the motorcycle, his face as pale as paper, filled with anguish. Before he could finish a sentence, he spotted the two bodies laid aside by the giant, seemingly wishing to approach them, but faltered, nearly collapsing. At this time, Harry's sobbing seemed particularly pronounced. The man slowly turned his head, and a glimmer of color finally entered his hollow, despairing gaze. Hagrid, Harry, and Hux. Do not worry, Sirius. Hagrid sniffed loudly. The children are still alive, but Harry bears a wound on his forehead. It appears the Dark Lord attempted to harm Harry, only to meet his own demise. Then, Hagrid, hand the children over to me. I will take good care of them. Sirius approached slowly, gazing at the gasping Harry and the quietly sobbing Hux. I fear that is not possible, Sirius. Hagrid cradled both Harry and Hux with one arm while tightening the blanket around them with the other. I must take them to Dumbledore. I am their godfather, Hagrid. Sirius stepped closer, anger evident in his demeanor. No one is more qualified than I to raise them, but Dumbledore ordered me to bring the children, Sirius. We ought to heed his command. Hagrid gripped the pink umbrella tightly. Silence lingered for a moment, then Sirius softened his tone. Do not be so anxious, Hagrid. Since Dumbledore has spoken, then you may take my motorcycle. However, you must hand Hux over to me. He needs to be treated at St. Mungo's by tomorrow morning. Hagrid pondered for a moment, hesitating before saying, but Dumbledore said, regardless of what Dumbledore has said, we must not delay Hux's treatment, Hagrid. Sirius stated calmly, we both know the consequences of such a delay. If Dumbledore wishes to find Hux, he can go to St. Mungo's. Very well, but if you take the motorcycle, what will you do? Not to worry, I can utilize Muggle tools. Right now, Harry is in greater peril. Hagrid, you must deliver him to Dumbledore post-haste, for my trust in you is not so profound. All right, just be careful. Sweetheart, wait here patiently. I shall return shortly. Sirius kissed Hux's tear-streaked face, gently prying away the little hand clutching his collar, grasping his wand like a knife as he strode toward a short man at the street corner, his eyes brimming with hatred, madness, and vengeance. He paid no heed to Hux's soft cries, reminiscent of a newborn kitten. Do not go. You shall not kill him, but rather be falsely accused, losing the sole opportunity to defend yourself. You will become a notorious traitor and murderer, imprisoned in Azkaban. Gradually, the Dementors will drain you of joy and sanity. Even if you escape Azkaban after 11 years, you shall never walk in the sunlight again. You will endure 11 years of a life worse than death, then hide like a mole for 2 years, only to perish. Do not go. Do not go. As the first star twinkled into existence, over 100 candles illuminated the opulent hall, casting it in a dazzling brilliance. Goblets clinked, fragrant aromas wafted through the air, laughter echoed, and graceful dance steps filled the space. The ball had reached its climax, with billions of transactions concluded during this charitable soiree, and scarcely anyone noticed what the children, brought along to witness the spectacle and forge connections, were engaged in. Moyan tightened his red bow tie, set down his half-finished glass of orange juice, and rose to discreetly slip away from the gathering. "Sir, may I assist you in any way?" The doorman, only slightly shorter than Moyan, inquired with a courteous bow. Moyan glanced around, then smiled. "No need. I have already spotted my father. Thank you for your kindness." The doorman was taken aback, and before he could respond, Moyan hastened a few steps to follow a portly middle-aged man, adopting an expression of mild timidity and submission as he entered the elevator with him. Upon reaching the ground floor, he trailed the man out of the building, finally relaxing as he merged into the crowd. In every place, no matter how prosperous, there inevitably exist hidden corners where the most destitute members of society reside. Smoke Peep Alley is such a place. On either side of the narrow alley stood dark doors, from which faint glimmers of light emanated, occasionally accompanied by distant cries or pleas for help. The walls were blackened, seemingly untouched by renovations for years, covered in layers of crude graffiti and vulgarities. The alley was strewn with garbage and filth. Traversing even 10 meters without soiling one's shoes was a feat more challenging than making Bismarck dance naked. Scattered throughout the alley were individuals of all ages, each gaunt, with hollow eyes, waxen skin, and a fierce, cold glare, akin to beasts poised to pounce. Moyan walked through Smoke Peep Alley. At this moment, he was clad in tattered, dirty jeans and an oversized short-sleeved shirt, his red hair a disheveled mess, caked with dirt and indiscernible substances, topped with a cap. His hands were shoved in his pockets, a toothpick dangling from his lips, and a shabby canvas bag slung over his shoulder. The predatory gazes of the alley's inhabitants were fixated on the inconspicuous canvas bag, their eyes brimming with palpable greed. Yet, Moyan continued his leisurely pace until he pushed open an iron door and stepped inside, and not a soul in the alley made a move against him. Moyan released a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders loosening slightly. Crack! The dark whip sliced through the air, landing harshly upon the boy's frail body. The youth convulsed momentarily, emitting a hoarse, pained cry. The youth appeared to be no older than 14 or 15, suspended naked in the center of the room, his body marred by a multitude of overlapping whip marks, burns, and cuts, leaving scarcely a patch of unblemished skin. Inflicting the punishment upon him was a lad of roughly 17, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if deriving a perverse satisfaction from such cruel retribution. Neil sat before the brazier, taking a swig from his flask, releasing a contented sigh as he tucked the flask back into his embrace. He prodded the coals with a pair of iron tongs, causing the boy kneeling before him to shudder involuntarily. Neil smiled with satisfaction, the scar that bisected the left side of his face twisting in tandem. Alan, show me what you brought back." The boy trembled once more, producing 2 finely crafted wallets from his bosom. "Sir, they're 23 pounds. Neil raised a brow, prompting the boy to hastily elaborate. "I was discovered while stealing the second wallet and chased for 5 streets. Otherwise, I surely could have pilfered more. I beg for your mercy. Spare me this time, sir." "Mercy?" Neil scoffed, just as a boy with brown hair tumbled into the room, breathless. "He's back. He's back. Sir, Moyan has returned. Moments later, Moyan strode in with an easy confidence, surveying the room filled with mixed gazes of greed, anticipation, envy, and resentment. With a light chuckle, he unzipped his bag and with a flourish spilled its contents onto the table, instantly transforming it into a dazzling display of jewels and shimmering treasures. Moyan rubbed his eyes, languidly rising to his feet, slowly organizing his wandering thoughts. He spent a good half-hour dressing before descending from the small loft to wash his face and brush his teeth at the yard's water tap. Thanks to the collection of jewels, Moyan enjoyed an unprecedented privilege, a full 7 days of vacation, allowing him to sleep until he naturally awoke, only to find that most of the yard had emptied by then. Previously, Neil would often remain cooped up in his filthy, dark lair, training new pickpockets or plotting how to deal with those who consistently failed to steal much. However, in recent days, Neil had been eager to dispose of the stolen goods, returning only after nightfall. Otherwise, even with a holiday, Moyan would have had to assist in teaching those clumsy youngsters the art of thievery. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans. Moyan raised an eyebrow. The thieves should have been out on their tasks by now. Yet he turned towards the voice of a blond boy peering in from the doorway. Alan? Yes, Mr. Evans. Alan cautiously peeked in, and upon seeing that Neil was absent, he tiptoed inside, appearing ready to flee at any moment. Moyan couldn't help but notice the obsequious expression on his face and the hands clasped behind his back. Mr. Evans, I found this early this morning at the door. I kept it hidden in my clothing, so Neil wouldn't know. Alan furtively extended his hand, revealing the object he clutched, his face wearing a conspiratorial expression. Moyan smirked inwardly, suspecting the lad thought he was engaging in some clandestine affair behind Neil's back. He casually glanced at what Alan held, his heart racing, though his demeanor remained unchanged, merely raising an eyebrow. It was a letter ensconced in thick parchment, lacking a stamp, inscribed with an unusual shade of emerald ink. This time, Moyan genuinely laughed, extending 2 fingers to pinch the letter, scrutinizing the address. Mr. Moyan Evans, Loft 23, Pipe Lane, London. What date is it today? Moyan asked, not rushing to open the envelope, but weighing it instead. Ah, indeed, it was quite heavy, roughly 5 times the weight of a standard letter. How antiquated. Alan hesitated for a moment before respectfully bowing and answering, July 25th, 1991, Mr. Evans. July 25th? This meant Harry must have received his letter around this time as well. Moyan regarded the blond youth, who, though taller, dared not meet his gaze, and mockingly chuckled. So you claim Neil is unaware, huh? Of course, the moment I spotted this letter, I hid it away from him. No one else has seen it. Alan lifted his head, his features contorting into a comical, lecherous visage. After leaving this morning, I concealed myself behind the trash can at the alley's turn, watching until everyone had departed before sneakily returning, Mr. Evans. This matter is known to no third party. Then Moyan inquired, what is it that you desire? I desire nothing. Alan bowed deeply. As long as I may follow in your footsteps, sir. Very well, be gone. Do not let anyone know of your actions today. Moyan tossed Alan 20 pounds, issuing his command. Yes. Alan, overjoyed, took Moyan's words as approval and retreated, oblivious to Moyan's nonchalant demeanor as he spoke. Moyan carefully opened the envelope and beheld a purple wax seal emblazoned with a crest, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent forming a grand letter H. The letter read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Evans, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The school term will commence on September 1 SD. We await your owl by July 31st to receive your response. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Moyan glanced around and spotted a gray owl with round amber eyes perched on the edge of the wall in the corner of the yard. With a smile, he returned indoors and took up his quill, writing, Dear Professor McGonagall, I am thrilled at the prospect of attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, I fear that my guardian, Mr. Neil Auric, will not approve. Additionally, I have never encountered the books listed at any shop. Could you kindly inform me where I might procure these items? Yours faithfully, Moyan Evans. Though Moyan was aware that Diagon Alley lay behind the leaky cauldron, he had to admit that despite spending 10 years in London, he had never stumbled upon the legendary tavern. Acknowledging the city's vastness. Furthermore, as a child raised among thieves and con artists, perhaps it was better to maintain his faade of ignorance. After drying the ink on his letter, he carefully folded it and waved over the lethargic owl. Entrusting it with the message, he then rummaged through the kitchen for some bread, devouring it ravenously with cold water. Having satiated his hunger, he slowly calmed his racing heart, only then realizing how peculiar his earlier conversation with Alan had been. If not for his inherent identity, it could easily have been another tale of a young Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Moyan stroked his chin and sighed in regret. Dear Moyan Evans, we are delighted that you will be joining us at Hogwarts. There is no need to worry about your guardian or the procurement of your study materials. A professor from the school will arrive at your residence tomorrow afternoon at 5 to address these matters. Please be patient. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. From the moment he received the letter, Moyan had been anticipating the arrival of the professor who would come to fetch him, considering the letter may have been penned the day before. He began his vigil on the 26th. Thankfully, he had a full 7 days of leave to spend idly at home. However, no one came on the 26th. He had to admit he felt somewhat anxious. Suppressing his impatience until the following evening, yet still no one arrived, he then speculated that perhaps the professor, given the external demeanor and internal disposition of Hogwarts faculty, it was almost certainly the meticulous Professor McGonagall, was delayed by the multitude of Muggle students she had to collect. He assumed someone would surely come on the third day, but disappointment awaited him again. Unable to sit still any longer, Moyan found himself at a loss, pacing around the house, finding fault with everything in sight, and nearly scolding everyone except Neil. Neil, thinking Moyan had been cooped up for too long, granted him permission to venture outside, meaning he could manage his earnings as he pleased. Yet, amidst the envious gazes of others, Moyan continued to roam, albeit expanding his territory to the yard by the morning of the 30th. Moyan had nearly succumbed to despair, resigned to accept Neil's suggestion, when suddenly, a loud rap echoed at the door. Sharply violating the usual tranquility of Smoke Pipe Alley, Moyan was startled into a fit of coughing, sudden realization dawning upon him as to who his professor would be. Who else could knock with such audacity after a 4-day delay but the half-giant? Rubeus Hagrid. Moyan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Sending such a character to handle a yard full of thieves and con artists was indeed a case of the devil employing the devil. Dumbledore certainly knew how to utilize his resources. With a resounding crash, the rickety iron door swung open like a leaf in the wind, colliding with the wall before creaking back slightly. The half-giant stooped to enter, and Moyan noted that his face remained as scruffy as ever, with long, unkempt hair and a beard in disarray, beetle-like eyes still gleaming black, though his patchwork clothing appeared even more disheveled than that of a genuine beggar. Hagrid turned to close the door, surveying the scene as if taken aback by the number of children present. He fixed his gaze on the astonished group in the yard for a moment before asking in a gruff voice, "Children, who among you is Moyan Evans?" All eyes turned toward Moyan, assuming he had caused some trouble outside, and no wonder he was reluctant to step out. Whispers of hushed murmurs filled the air. Neil glared at Moyan with a fierce expression that conveyed both fear and a false bravado, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring him whole, while his legs trembled like brittle twigs in the autumn breeze. Moyan surmised that Neil had likely never faced someone of such towering stature and formidable presence, and thus decided to forgive Hagrid for his tardiness in light of Neil's expressive reaction. With a light chuckle, he stood confidently before Hagrid, extending his hand amidst a collective intake of breath. "Hello, I am Moyan Evans, and you are the professor from Hogwarts. I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Hagrid appeared to exhale in relief upon Moyan's approach, grasping his forearm in a hearty shake. "Just call me Hagrid. I apologize for my lateness. I misremembered the date." Moyan shook his head. "No worries, Neil." Observing Hagrid's boisterous demeanor as he plopped himself down at the circular stone table in the yard, seemed finally to regain his composure, his tone smoothing out. "Sir, may I inquire what business you have with this little rascal?" He shot a fierce glare at Moyan. "Has he stolen something of yours?" "Stolen? No, certainly not," Hagrid replied, Somewhat taken aback, yet maintaining his patience, I have been sent by Professor Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, to escort this child to Diagon Alley for shopping. Excuse me, what school? And what is Diagon Alley? I have no money to squander on strangers and children, Neil shouted. Diagon Alley is not a thing. It is where we procure our supplies. As for the financial concerns, you need not worry. Hogwarts provides financial assistance for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Oh, thank you, child. Hagrid accepted the tea that Alan offered him, downing it in one gulp without a care for the steam still rising from the cup. You are aware that Moyan Evans is set to attend Hogwarts, correct? I am not. Neil appeared ready to explode with rage. What school is he going to? I have never permitted him to attend school. What kind of institution would accept someone like him? This is impossible. I will never allow him to go to that wretched school. Moyan had anticipated Neil's reaction. After all, he was merely a cash cow in Neil's eyes, and it would be strange for him to relinquish such a source of income. Initially, he thought Neil's insults toward Hogwarts would provoke Hagrid's fury, but the half-giant merely frowned and turned to him. What is this? Moyan Evans, have you not informed your guardian about your acceptance to Hogwarts? Moyan shrugged. Due to the foreseeable anger and rejection, I decided it best to wait until the school's professor arrived to discuss it in person. Oh, in that case, Hagrid shifted his attention back to Neil. Auric, is it? Our school, Hogwarts, is specifically designed for children with special abilities. Moyan Evans is eligible to attend our institution, and I have come to collect him on Headmaster Dumbledore's orders. Special abilities? Neil's murky eyes darted about. Sir, Moyan Evans is merely a bit mischievous at times. What special abilities does he possess? Oh, I'm not certain I have the authority to divulge that. Hagrid stuffed the empty teacup into his coat pocket, patting the exterior casually at that moment. Moyan suddenly noticed that his tattered coat was almost entirely covered with pockets, all bulging with contents. He couldn't help but wonder if this half-giant had turned his coat into a mobile repository. He stuffed the cup into one of the pockets, an exquisitely ornate teapot, ancient beyond measure. Peeked out, and Moyan instinctively took note of that venerable object, quickly estimating its value in his mind. Then he observed Neil's eyes nearly glued to the cup. The seasoned thief licked his lips, his breath quickening. Neil's eyes darted around, and in disbelief, he shouted, What? You can't tell me. You break into my home to claim the child I've raised since infancy and refuse to disclose anything? Listen here, big guy. I warn you. He was cut short as Hagrid abruptly stood up, brandishing his signature pink umbrella at Neil's throat. It was difficult to say whether the seasoned, greedy thief was silenced by the sudden awareness of their stark size difference or by having his throat threatened. But Moyan suspected it was the sight of such a formidable and fierce figure wielding a girl's umbrella that truly stunned him. Listen here, shorty, Hagrid growled, his eyes glinting with menace. I've been 4 days late to pick up this child, and today I must also collect Harry. I haven't seen that boy in a decade. Nothing can delay this. I don't have Dumbledore's permission to disclose anything about the school. So don't expect me to tell you anything. As long as Moyan Evans agrees, a muggle like you cannot possibly obstruct him. How much you understand is utterly irrelevant. Suddenly, Neil shrieked, his voice overpowering Hagrid's furious roar. If Moyan knows nothing, he won't go with you. It seemed Neil was about to curse, but wisely swallowed the words just in time. Hagrid appeared troubled by this revelation. He withdrew his umbrella, raked a hand through his hair, and hesitantly glanced at Moyan, asking, You will go? Won't you? I mean, you've agreed, right? Moyan sighed inwardly, regretting that the argument had shifted so quickly onto him. It seemed the spectacle was drawing to a close, and he wished he could witness Hagrid unleash his wrath upon old Neil. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, Of course, as long as I can go up and fetch a couple of things, we can leave. Wait, Moyan. Neil suddenly pulled Moyan aside, speaking urgently. How can you agree so easily? Maybe this big oaf is from some agency, or perhaps he's a human trafficker. Where's your cunning and vigilance? Neil, I know his background, Moyan retorted mockingly, casting a derisive glance at the anxious Neil. This big fellow is neither from a government agency nor a trafficker. He is part of the Italian mafia? Shaking off Neil's grip, Moyan waved goodbye to Hagrid and ascended to the attic. Moments later, he descended with the tattered canvas bag slung over his shoulder, leaning in to whisper to Neil. The godfather of the mafia appreciates me. He is going to send me for special training, and then I'll be in the upper echelons of the Mafia. I'm about to soar to greatness. Neil, farewell. I shall never think of you again, nor of your filthy, dilapidated yard. What is the Mafia? Hagrid suddenly inquired after they had exited the alleyway for quite some time. Moyan was taken aback, surprised at how sharp the half-giant's hearing was, especially since he hadn't asked that question in front of Neil. He pondered for a moment before responding. The Mafia is a powerful and notorious organization from Italy. Widely recognized. This way, it should be easier for him to grasp. What? You've never heard of it? Oh, Hagrid mumbled. I'm not well versed in the Muggle world, Muggle. Moyan feigned ignorance. Hagrid explained, those who cannot perform magic. That's what we call them, but he tugged at his beard a few times, and Moyan noticed some bloodstains on it. Yet the half-giant seemed oblivious to any pain, repeatedly reaching into and withdrawing from his pockets. His pace varying from quick to slow, forcing Moyan to jog just to keep up with this towering figure who seemed to disregard the boy entirely. Moyan shifted the canvas bag to his shoulder, silently berating himself for being so greedy as to take so much of his private stash, while also speculating on what could be causing Hagrid's evident agitation that as far as he knew. This big guy had a nerve as thick as steel. After all, what could one expect from someone who could keep a fire-breathing dragon in his modest cabin? Finally, just as Moyan felt his shoulders might be worn raw from the bag straps, Hagrid decisively came to a halt. With his legs stiff from running, Moyan collided into Hagrid's legs, his nose striking a hard object within Hagrid's pocket, causing tears to spring to his eyes. Sorry. Hagrid appeared startled by the tears welling in Moyan's eyes. To express his regret, he bent down and produced a grimy handkerchief to offer him. Moyan stared at the rag, which was indiscernible in color, then glanced back at the half-giant, who was awkwardly bending to accommodate his height. Up close, he could see the round, dark eyes filled with anxiety and trepidation. Truthfully, he did not wish to hurt the feelings of this innocent half-giant, but he preferred to avoid wiping his eyes with such a handkerchief. He'd rather face death than use it. So, Moyan resolutely shook his head and took a couple of steps back to emphasize his refusal. As expected, Hagrid appeared increasingly uneasy, his hands, which were as large as garbage can lids, opening and closing nervously, yet he summoned the courage to say, Evans, there's something I, really need to tell you, something very important. And I can't delay. To go collect Harry? Moyan interjected, finding it rather unseemly for such a massive figure to look at him with the eyes of a timid rabbit. Goosebumps prickled on his arms at the sight. Moreover, this half-giant, towering over two adults, was bending over to speak with him, not squatting, but bending. Did he not realize how much pressure this imposed on the child standing before him? Especially one who was only 11 years old. Well, at least in appearance, Moyan felt a twinge of shame for using age as an excuse. Hagrid seemed startled by his direct question. How do you know? You mentioned it during your argument with Neil, Moyan pointed out. You said you had to pick up Harry today, and that you hadn't seen him in 10 years. Hagrid fidgeted with his hands. Oh, I see. Well, knowing this doesn't change much. You'll meet him at school anyway. I mean. Yes, I must go pick up Harry tonight. But you've been 4 days late to collect me. Moyan struggled to suppress his displeasure, thinking that if Harry could be delayed even a little, why was he considered expendable? He managed to squeeze out a tear from the corner of his eye. No, of course not. Hagrid appeared alarmed by the tears, flustered as he tried to offer the dirty handkerchief again. Fortunately, Moyan was quick enough to dodge it, but the tear was also frightened back, a formidable deterrent for someone like Moyan, who had a slight aversion to germs. Hagrid was oblivious to how effective his unoffered handkerchief had been. He merely perceived the boy as panicked evasion as a sign that he had deeply offended him, and thus awkwardly confessed, Actually, tomorrow is little Harry's birthday, and I wanted to pick him up on his birthday. It would be a grand surprise that, of course, I'm not saying I'm anything special, but something like going to Hogwarts would surely be an unforgettable birthday gift. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing the eager expectation in Hagrid's eyes, Moyan forced a smile. Yes, it will certainly be unforgettable. He had been tormented with joy and anxiety over attending Hogwarts these past few days, forgetting that his own birthday was also tomorrow. How could this happen? He had only intended to tease this big guy, yet it had led him to feel sentimental. Hagrid, however, failed to notice Moyan's sudden despondency and broke into a wide grin. Then he finally crouched down, his eagerness palpable as he said, Since you agree, why don't we use a little trick to get to Diagon Alley sooner? You see, I'm not very familiar with the winding paths of muggles. Moyan became curious. A trick? What kind of trick? Hagrid smiled mysteriously, pulling out a small pouch of shimmering silver powder from his coat pocket, whispering in a tone that could only be achieved by shouting in the muggle world. This is Floo powder. With this, we can traverse from one fireplace to another, provided both are connected to the Floo network. Wizards typically utilize Floo powder to travel, yet during the welcoming of new students, they must adhere to muggle methods. However, under such circumstances, I shall undoubtedly fail to reach Harry before midnight. This is quite an intriguing experience, is it not? Indeed. Moyan reluctantly acknowledged that he was not particularly eager to partake in such an amusing adventure. He distinctly remembered how uncomfortable Harry had been during his inaugural use of the fireplace, even shattering his glasses in the process. But since this is for that reason, if you use Floo powder, I swear I won't tell anyone, he said. Splendid. Hagrid beamed with a cheerful smile, eagerly taking Moyan's backpack and stowing it in one of his pockets. Now, let us proceed. That I recall that Professor Flitwick resides nearby. It should only take a couple of steps to get there. However, you likely cannot greet him, for we must not allow Professor Flitwick to see me escorting a new student through the Floo network. Can you conceal yourself beneath my coat? The coat? That same filthy rag stuffed with unknown items? Absolutely not. Very well. He heard his voice respond entirely against his will, feeling a pang of frustration that nearly drove him to bang his head against a wall. The wind whistled past him with a piercing, deafening sound, while green flames licked at his clothing and face, offering no warmth but a rather chilling sensation. Whenever he attempted to glimpse something, the flickering flames dazzled his eyes to the point of nausea. Hagrid clasped him tightly in his embrace as they spun and rolled, thrust into the air, and then pulled down by an invisible force. Hagrid's massive form repeatedly collided with objects. And on 2 occasions, Moyan feared he would become trapped, given that Hagrid occupied most of the space. Even while Moyan curled up as much as possible, he often bumped into things. Then, he felt a sudden emptiness but managed to remain steady under Hagrid's enormous strength. Where are we? Once Moyan regained his balance, he discovered that he and Hagrid stood in a dim and dilapidated pub, the lack of light rendering the place eerily ghostly. The Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid replied. A rather famous establishment, though. Where else could it be? Moyan muttered silently, feeling as though the Floo network had significantly diminished his intellect. Wait, I must first take you to familiarize yourself with the place. As Hagrid spoke, he pulled Moyan out of the pub. Then, Moyan stood in astonishment, his mouth agape. Dream Cinema, Old Batty's Grocery, Blue Dove Bookstore, and the sound shop with its name in golden letters, much of which had peeled away and rendered the original name unrecognizable. This was a bustling street lined with numerous shops. That it was a street Moyan knew all too well, vibrant and lively, frequented by many yet seldom patrolled by the police, making it a beloved haunt for all thieves. Thus, despite being 7 or 8 blocks from where he lived, he often spent half a day wandering here. He had tirelessly searched for the legendary Leaky Cauldron, walking past this street 2 or 3 times each week. He had even once commuted 6 hours daily just to seek out the pub on the other side of the city. Since childhood, he had measured this chaotic street with his own feet, treading every inch of land. Yet, he had never realized that the Leaky Cauldron he had sought so fervently was, in fact, right beside him, to tread the iron shoes and find nothing, yet obtain it without effort. Previously, Moyan found this saying amusing, but now he truly appreciated its meaning. That I wonder if Feng Menglong felt something similar when he penned those words. Was he more joyous, more fatigued, or more resentful at that time? Regardless, Moyan was nearly ready to explode with frustration, though he did not even know whom to be angry with. When he turned to glance back at the Leaky Cauldron, he realized that if he did not concentrate on observing the place, it was easy to overlook it even at such proximity, as if the entrance to the pub were merely a stain on the wall unworthy of attention. Suddenly, Hagrid clapped him on the shoulder, catching Moyan off guard, nearly causing him to stumble. How is it? Have you memorized this place? Here, this is a map of the route from your home to here. Next time, you shall come alone. The oblivious half-giant bellowed, handing Moyan a crumpled parchment. Moyan felt bitterness rise in his throat. Unable to utter a word, he stiffly nodded, accepting the parchment, and then, when Hagrid was not looking, he crumpled it into a ball and tossed it to the ground, stamping on it with force. Now come inside. You also need to know how to get to Diagon Alley. Hagrid pulled Moyan back into the pub, walked through the backyard, shifted 3 bricks to the left, and knocked on the wall 3 times with his umbrella tip. Then, the bricks began to move, and Diagon Alley appeared before Moyan in an instant, yet he no longer possessed the energy to feign astonishment. "All right," Hagrid said, "everything on the list can be purchased here. You should manage on your own, right? Of course, I will bring Harry along tomorrow. If you have questions, you can ask me then, and perhaps you might even become friends with Harry." When he spoke the last sentence, Hagrid's tone unwittingly bore an air of pride, as if befriending Harry were a matter of great honor. Indeed, the truth was as such, if his interlocutor were not the twin brother of the Golden Boy. Moyan retorted indignantly, "No, thank you." Upon hearing his precious Harry being rejected, Hagrid's mood soured. He handed Moyan the canvas bag filled with gold galleons provided by the school, bid him farewell, and turned to leave. The weight of the bag on his shoulders seemed to activate the pain receptors in Moyan's body, and he suddenly felt a sharp ache throughout. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered his elbow had been scraped, with fine blood oozing out, and then he noticed several bruises on his legs. Yet, all these pains combined were but a fraction of the agony in his shoulders, which, although unscathed during the journey through the Floo network, had been firmly grasped by Hagrid to prevent him from being flung out. The pent-up frustration of the day finally erupted. Moyan kicked the wall with a powerful blow, and a sharper pain shot from his toes. Shit. Furious, Moyan flung the bag over his shoulder, disregarding the sudden sharp pain in his back, and strode briskly back to the leaky cauldron. Although it was still morning, and the windows were not obscured by curtains or anything, sunlight seemed to be stubbornly repelled from this place, failing to penetrate at all. A few candles flickered in the pub for illumination, the scent of burning wax wafting throughout. The floor and tables were of a hue that immediately conveyed a sense of filth. The pub was sparsely populated, with only a balding old bartender polishing long-necked glasses at the bar and an elderly woman in a thick green robe having breakfast. "What do you need, child?" the old bartender inquired of Moyan, while switching to another glass to clean. "I would like to book a room," Moyan replied, placing the galleons Hagrid had given him on the bar, from today until the morning of September 1st. The bartender glanced at the coins in his hand and chuckled. "You should know, child, that amount is only sufficient for 2 days' stay here." "I know it's not enough," Moyan replied calmly. "I'll pay the remainder this afternoon when I visit Gringotts." "In that case, very well." The bartender retrieved a long, jangling set of keys from beneath the bar, and Moyan noted his severe hunchback. "Follow me, child. By the way, what is your name?" "Evans, Moyan Evans." Moyan followed the bartender up a solid, wide staircase, astonished to find that the staircase was much cleaner than the tables outside. They arrived at room 306, and the bartender opened the door for Moyan. Inside, there was a large, comfortable bed and some polished oak furniture. The fireplace ignited the moment the door was opened, quickly resembling a long-burning household hearth. Moyan was pleased to see that the room was spotlessly clean, warm, and the air was pleasant, with a window that, when opened, revealed the Muggle street outside. Yet the cacophony of noise did not penetrate in the slightest. "Very good." Moyan nodded in satisfaction, his earlier worries about the pub's environment dissipating, and then he curiously asked, "Tom, what about the surroundings?" Tom chuckled with a hint of mischief. "It merely appears that way, Mr. Evans. You know, there are always some muggles who might unintentionally stumble in." "Not me," Moyan thought gloomily. "If you require anything, Mr. Evans, please do not hesitate to ask. All 3 meals are complimentary, but drinks incur an additional charge." Tom chuckled lightly, saying, "Of course, it's a tad premature for you to ponder such matters." Wishing him well, he prepared to take his leave. "Wait," Moyan called out to the departing Tom. "Could you provide me with some paper and ink? I wish to jot down a few thoughts." "There is some in the desk drawer, Mr. Evans." Tom lingered for a moment, and seeing that Moyan had no further requests, he gave a slight bow and exited. Moyan tossed his canvas bag onto the bed and retrieved his only respectable outfit, which he typically reserved for blending into formal settings or gatherings. After indulging in a luxuriously warm bath, he changed into the fresh attire, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. "Dear Sir," Moyan began to write, but paused abruptly. He bit the end of his quill, contemplating whether to use the term dear, as he had never experienced a genuine childhood and could not fathom the thought processes of the raucous children who seemed to thrive on mischief. It was not until the quill began to twist uncomfortably in his mouth that he reluctantly conceded, reassuring himself, perhaps teenage boys are still oblivious to grammatical structures. What harm is there in a minor error in a letter? Hello, my name is Alan, and I reside in a small courtyard at 23 Pipe Alley. Mr. Neil O'Rourke, who has adopted me and 13 other children, is a thief that he not only steals for himself, but also coerces us into stealing on his behalf. I have no desire to engage in theft. My mother once said that only the most wretched individuals resort to such a life. Yet, I find myself with no choice. If we do not procure a certain amount of money, we face beatings and starvation. I earnestly implore you, dear sir, to assist us. Please save me. Yours faithfully, Alan. P.S. that a few days ago, Mr. O'Rourke pilfered a plethora of exquisite jewels from a place known as a charity ball. He often boasts about a large green ring he stole, adorned with a rose emblem, which I suspect is also taken, despite his claims that it symbolizes his family. Moyan shook the parchment, scrutinizing the awkward script he had produced with his left hand. Displeased, he frowned but diligently blew on the ink to dry it, revealing a cunning smile. While the London police may lack the inclination to investigate a petty den of thieves, the stolen jewels from that charity ball and the ring belonging to the White family would surely warrant their attention, not to mention the 2 incriminating financial statements he had concealed beneath Neil's bed. Capable of toppling the current mayor as for any ensuing investigation into Moyan, it was highly improbable that he would engage with the Muggle world for the next 7 years, even if the floodgates opened. Moyan unzipped the canvas bag on the bed, retrieving a black crocodile skin handbag, into which he carefully placed the letter. He casually discarded the worn canvas bag, which had served him for 4 years, into the trash and exited the room. On July 31, 1991, at 11 a.m., Moyan lounged outside the ice cream parlor, clad in a freshly tailored black robe, clutching a brand-new Hogwarts history book, with a large cup of chocolate ice cream set before him. A sleek, all-black kitten with graceful curves perched on his shoulder, half-closed eyes in a state of drowsiness, its slender tail swishing gently behind him. She was Moyan's new companion, Leia. Unbeknownst to many, Moyan was quite wealthy. The old canvas bag contained the spoils of nearly 8 years of thievery. Although he was obliged to surrender most of his earnings to Neil, Moyan discreetly retained a modest portion. Neil, suspecting Moyan's actions, turned a blind eye, for the boy consistently brought home more pounds than all the other children combined, multiplied by 2. However, what Neil remained unaware of was that Moyan's personal stash consisted of truly valuable items. The amount surrendered was substantial, yet it paled in comparison to the treasures he had kept for himself. Near the Broken Cauldron pub stood a well-established pawnshop, reputedly commendable among its peers. Moyan had been eyeing the place for quite some time, but it was only yesterday that he had the opportunity to step inside, bringing with him all his possessions. An hour later, a vault was created in Gringotts under the name of Moyan Evans. Moyan anticipated a considerable sum, yet he was astonished to discover that his accumulated items were worth far more than he had ever imagined. In his previous assessments, he had always measured value against the standards of his past life, forgetting that artificial jewels had nearly reached an oversaturation point. Therefore, his estimates had consistently fallen short of actual worth by at least 5-fold. As a result, Moyan initially believed that his 7 years of study would afford him a modest living, only to realize he could indulge in a remarkably lavish academic experience. Consequently, he purchased the latest books, instruments, robes, and even acquired the astrological globe that Harry had coveted but hesitated to buy, along with other seemingly useful and extravagant items. The amount of galleons provided by Hogwarts would scarcely suffice to buy the tip of Leia's tail. Yet now, as Moyan sat in this long-anticipated place, clutching the magical tomes he had longed for, he found himself unable to read a single word. He struggled to focus on the text, only to despairingly discover that the letters appeared to dissolve into mere ink before his eyes, merging into a hazy blur. Each time he attempted to fix his gaze on the words, his vision would involuntarily adjust to an infinite distance. He then endeavored to recall other thoughts. Gringotts was far larger than he had imagined, standing out prominently among the surrounding shops. In Diagon Alley, no matter where one stood, it was effortlessly visible. Indeed, the goblins were quite unsightly, a disgrace to their name. Their faces were marked by indifference and a faint undertone of resentment. With long, thin fingers resembling withered tree branches, their petite stature rendered their gait somewhat unsteady, yet they had nearly eradicated the practice of robbery in the magical world. The term nearly was warranted. Of course, given that Voldemort and Harry had once successfully infiltrated and escaped. Coincidentally, The goblin who attended to him was also named Grip Hook, seemingly the same goblin who had later assisted Harry. Stop. There was no place more exhilarating than the underground passage of Gringotts. Roller coasters and Ferris wheels paled in comparison. Moyan harbored serious doubts about whether any wizard had ever been flung to their demise by that infernal little cart, as he himself had to cling firmly to the handrail to resist the centrifugal force during the cart's sharp turns, which occurred almost every few seconds. Harry had even contemplated navigating in such conditions. How foolish! Stop! The so-called Madame Malkin, renowned for crafting robes for various occasions and ages, was not particularly skilled. Her garments bore nearly identical styles, utterly incomparable to the ever-changing attire of Muggles. That clothing store still thrived, undoubtedly monopolizing the market, as all students attending Hogwarts procured their uniforms there. Even the young scion of a noble family like Malfoy had to obediently stand on a stool for measurements, much to his chagrin. Stop. Moyan had initially considered acquiring an owl, but upon reflection, he realized he had no one to send letters to. Furthermore, those creatures constantly flapping their wings and shedding feathers everywhere could be quite bothersome. Moyan took the time to search and discovered several white owls. Aside from their distinctive color, they bore no differences from other owls, making it impossible for him to discern which one would become Hedwig in the future. Stop. The pet shop was indeed amusing. Although somewhat odorous, the peculiar little creatures more than compensated for this flaw. Some animals were incessantly restless and vocal, chattering and screeching loudly. Others exhibited bizarre colors, such as purple rats, orange venomous snakes, blue rabbits, and pink dogs, while others appeared quite menacing, like a tail-wagging dog that bared its teeth and growled at a Muggle couple with children seeking a pet. Yet among all the animals, Leia was the finest, elegant, serene, beautiful, noble, reserved, and proud. Moyan recalled every adjective he could muster to describe Leia. Ultimately finding himself more enamored with the black cat, he reached out to stroke her head, seemingly sensing her owner's affection. The drowsy Leia opened her eyes to glance at Moyan, gently nuzzling his cheek. She possessed a pair of emerald eyes, reminiscent of leaves glistening after rain. Did Harry possess eyes like these as well? Oh, Moyan cried, burying his face in his hands. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the savior of the magical world. Yet from the very beginning, even after Moyan realized he had entered the realm of Harry Potter and had become the brother of the boy who lived, he never associated those words with Harry. In that moment, when he believed he was dead, his consciousness floated like a severed kite, engulfed in darkness, his thoughts gradually fading, when suddenly, he felt a sharp kick to his stomach. Anger surged within Moyan. Even in death, he was to be kicked. His wandering thoughts instantly coalesced. The furious Moyan prepared to retaliate. He panically discovered that his entire body was limp and powerless. His eyes and mouth rendered immobile, as if they did not exist at all. He attempted to take a deep breath, only to realize he could not even inhale. In that instant, Moyan was terrified beyond measure, forgetting even the fact that he was already dead. However, the next moment, he felt warmth. The tiny life nestled closely against him. Although he could neither see nor hear, he instinctively knew that someone was beside him, sharing his presence. Their bloodlines intertwined. In that fleeting moment, Moyan felt an inexplicable sense of belonging to this alien environment. This little being was rather restless, often kicking him or giving him a little punch, which, though not painful, was far from pleasant. Yet, Moyan never considered retaliating. Whenever he moved, it was merely to reach out and feel that life, a gentle touch, instantly withdrawn, and no matter how lost he felt, his heart would settle immediately. After a considerable period of observation, a calm Moyan finally concluded that he had been reborn as an infant. Moreover, he was one of a pair of twins. No matter how absurd the notion seemed, Moyan accepted it with tranquility, even joy that he had never dared to touch his twin for long, despite his desire to embrace him, fearing that they might become conjoined at birth. Like the legendary Siamese twins, he could only hope for the future, the time when they would both be born. Then, he would be able to hold him, stroke his hair, speak to him, and comfort him when he cried. Just wait. They curled up within their mother's womb, with one heart's rhythm resonating with the other, their heartbeats synchronizing. When Moyan could finally utilize his ears, despite the discomfort of amniotic fluid flooding them, he completely disregarded this unease and listened with near-greedy attentiveness. immersing himself in a profound sensation. Thump, thump, thump. The entire world was filled with this sound in that moment. Moyan was overwhelmed with happiness, as an infant. Their strength was wholly inadequate for commendation. Moyan felt as though he spent over 90% of his day in slumber. Each time he awoke, it was only for a brief moment before he slipped back into an unconscious state. Yet, every time he stirred, he was aware that his twin was nearby, until one day, he sensed a chilling wave emanating from their mother. Cold, malevolent, and ghostly. Moyan's mind remained somewhat foggy. His body instinctively began to absorb this icy current. Upon regaining full consciousness, he exerted every effort to draw this coldness into himself, his body responding obediently. When Moyan finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, he wore a proud smile that left nothing to chance. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying in a small bed at St. Mungo's, occasionally catching sight of his father's grave expression and his mother's tearful sobs, but his twin brother was nowhere to be seen. Although he continued to live in a state of perpetual slumber, he felt an undeniable void within his heart, an emptiness that was unbearable. Each time he fell asleep, he harbored deep hopes. Each time he awoke, he was engulfed by a profound disappointment. Day by day, his existence was consumed by waiting and longing, trapped in a repetitive cycle, until the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. After spending a considerable amount of time at St. Mungo's, having celebrated his first birthday, he finally managed to escape that grand, opulent prison and return home. It was then that he beheld a healthy, joyful Harry Potter, babbling and cooing, his twin. Laughter, embraces, flowers, fireworks, and joy, despair, screams, tears, sorrow, and death. And then, separation. The human body is truly peculiar. During his time at St. Mungo's, he received the most attentive care, even surpassing what his own parents could offer. He underwent the finest treatments and therapies daily, utilizing the most expensive potions, yet life continued to seep away from him, day by day, growing weaker. However, once he was sent to the orphanage, he had never once had a full meal, daily enduring the torment of unruly children who pinched and hit him. Freezing in winter, only to be plagued by mosquitoes and cockroaches in summer, yet he somehow survived. It is worth noting that during that time, his parents had not dared to let him leave St. Mungo's for even a day, fearing he might suddenly stop breathing at any moment. Moreover, the near-transparent hair and skin of his infancy gradually regained their normal hue. His hair inherited his mother Lily's red, albeit lighter, brighter, and straighter. Only his eyes, the most fragile of human organs, remained largely unchanged, with pupils shifting from white to silvery, preventing his eyes from appearing as a horrifying expanse of sclera. Throughout these 10 years, he had never once encountered Harry, despite countless thoughts of doing so. For Ashdown Road, Little Whinging, Surrey. This place name had danced on his tongue innumerable times. A few times, he had mindlessly boarded a bus, even uttering the name, yet would always tumble out before the vehicle could depart. He dared not meet him, but he feared he might recklessly divulge the truth to Harry, pummeling the Dursleys into oblivion. Burning down the school Harry attended, hanging Mrs. Fig by her hair, and shoving Dumbledore's head into a toilet. If he possessed enough strength, he was certain he would do just that at the very least. He would tell Harry the truth and take him away. And then what? Moyan dared not contemplate that then. Now he finally had the opportunity to meet Harry openly. Harry, his brother, though that boy was psychologically much younger than him, and his biological age was merely a few minutes senior, it did not diminish the inexplicable sense of dependence that arose within him when he softly called out to him in his heart. Yet he felt increasingly nervous, even panicked. A feeling named guilt gripped his heart tightly. Though he understood that his absence from Harry's life for so many years had its reasons and was the correct and wise choice. According to reason, he should have been devoid of any memories. Nevertheless, Moyan always felt that he was one of the primary culprits behind Harry's mistreatment and bullying, second only to the Dursleys. Perhaps even surpassing Dumbledore, for he knew everything yet merely waited for it to unfold. Now he was about to meet Harry. They would become classmates, sharing 7 long years together. What should he do upon their first encounter? "Hi, how are you?" Of course, not well. He had just emerged from the abusive and confining Dursley household. "You are Harry Potter? Do you know? I am your twin brother." The question remained. How could one who had been separated at infancy even know? There was no reasonable explanation. Wow, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. How foolish. Hadn't he just been the center of attention among those wizards? As the surrounding crowd observed the red-haired boy, his expressions fluctuated from dreamy happiness to a pale, tight-lipped scowl, from dazed confusion to deep contemplation, and finally to despair as he clutched his head in anguish. Suddenly, the cobblestones at the mouth of Diagon Alley began to tremble, a small opening gradually widening. Moyan instantly froze just one glance, and his heart twisted painfully. Standing there timidly was a very thin, small boy, appearing to be only 7 or 8 years old. The inky blackness of his short hair radiated in all directions. A chaotic spectacle that seemed to suggest that each strand possessed a fervent desire for self-expression and an unwavering adherence to its own. Will to make matters worse, the unfortunate soul responsible for his haircut appeared to be an inexplicable genius, having crafted a thoroughly bizarre and asymmetrical shape. Perched upon his nose was a pair of exceedingly shabby, excessively rustic black-rimmed round glasses, seemingly shattered multiple times, with layers of transparent tape wound around them, enhancing their dilapidated appearance. Through the lenses, Moyan discerned a pair of emerald green eyes. His small face, no larger than a palm, tapered sharply from the cheeks to a pointed chin. His complexion was slightly pallid, the kind of hue that suggested a lack of sunlight, instantly evoking in Moyan the notion of a life confined within a cramped cupboard. The boy was clad in an oversized shirt and baggy trousers, the hem of his shirt trailing well below his knees, while the cuffs of his trousers were carelessly rolled up, and on his feet were a pair of old white sneakers, the synthetic leather peeling back to reveal dark, worn-out stuffing. The boy gaped in astonishment, surveying this unfamiliar world. Hagrid flashed him a toothy grin, and together they stepped through the archway. Hagrid strode ahead, and the boy hurriedly reached out to grasp the corner of his garment, panting as he trotted behind, his eyes darting to the shops lining the street, the wares both inside and out, as well as the bustling shoppers. His small head bobbed about, and a delighted, astonished smile adorned his grimy little face. Moyan shielded his eyes with his hand, fearful that he might inadvertently burst into tears in the midst of the crowd. Upon another glance, his heart nearly ceased to beat as Harry's head began to turn in his direction. "Merlin, what should I do?" "Huh, you need to buy a cauldron, but first we must get your money," Hagrid chuckled, as Harry stared intently at the various cauldrons displayed outside the shop. Harry wished fervently that he had 8 eyes, so he could take in the entirety of his surroundings. Everything was so wondrous. Even the owls, which he had often seen before, now exuded an air of mystery. Right? I also need 8 ears, so I can hear every word that people are saying, even though much of it is utterly incomprehensible. A plump woman was bellowing, "Lizard livers, 17 galleons an ounce." A girl in a black robe was pleading with a tall woman beside her, "Please, Mom, I really want to buy a Swift. Owls are just too ordinary." A group of boys pressed their noses against the glass, one exclaiming, "Look, the latest Nimbus 2000, the fastest broomstick in the world." A short male wizard was loudly haggling, 7 galleons. "Only 7 galleons, no more." "Up ahead is Gringotts, Harry," Hagrid announced. But Harry was oblivious, captivated by a red-haired boy standing outside an ice cream shop. This boy was of similar age but taller than Harry, beginning to exhibit the slender form of a youth. His long red hair was tied back with a silver ribbon, with just 2 wisps cascading down from his temples, though his hair was red. It was not vibrant or ostentatious, but rather a soft, warm hue, pure enough to stir one's heart, reminiscent of the morning sun's crystallization or the gentle flicker of flame against the backdrop of his dark attire. His skin appeared almost translucent, glowing faintly in the morning light. As if he were an angel, he was engrossed in a thick book, and a graceful black cat perched elegantly on his shoulder. While a cup of ice cream on the table had nearly melted away, he sat there casually, effortlessly drawing the gaze of passers-by, almost rendering them breathless. Around him, even the dust seemed to settle into an uncharacteristic stillness, and the restless air transformed into a serene calm. The entire environment seemed to have been muted. Suddenly, Harry felt an intense wave of jealousy towards the book the boy was so diligently reading. "Why aren't you looking at me?" he thought to himself, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. The red-haired boy seemed to hear his unspoken words. He slowly lifted his head, arched an eyebrow, and met Harry's gaze directly. His bright silver eyes, transparent, clear, deep, and ethereal, were reminiscent of untainted ice atop a mountain and the moonlight flowing over a wintry brook. Sunlight danced in those eyes, creating ripples akin to stars shimmering in the pitch-black night sky. Profound, tranquil, beautiful, he gazed at Harry with eyes as clear as water, and within that calm elegance flowed an infinite tenderness that was utterly intoxicating. Everything, the bustling street, the cacophony of the crowd, the myriad of curious wares, faded into the background, leaving only those remarkable, enchanting eyes. Harry suddenly felt breathless, until Hagrid pulled him into Gringotts. Harry twisted his neck to keep his eyes on the boy, terrified that a mere blink would cause him to lose that focused gaze. When the walls of Gringotts finally obscured his view, Harry was overwhelmed by an intense urge to bolt back outside. Had Hagrid not been firmly gripping his hand, he was certain he would have done so. Moyan could hardly believe his own timidity. He had actually fled just before Harry caught sight of him. He swiftly redirected his gaze towards Hogwarts, a chapter in the school's history. His heart racing, the sound echoing loudly in his ears. What if someone hears me? He thought, casting a furtive glance around, only to find his ice cream had melted into the cup, the chocolate and cream swirling into abstract gray lines. Oh no, Moyan lamented inwardly. Is it not enough that I feel embarrassed? Suddenly, he sensed a quiver in his heart, a strange feeling, devoid of logic, compelling him to look up, before his mind could analyze or reason with this impulse. His body instinctively obeyed. Silver eyes met green. Breathing became effortless, as all tension, panic, embarrassment, worry, and anxiety receded like a tide, leaving only a profound sense of relaxation and peace. That it was as if he were reliving countless moments spent in his mother's womb. Moyan continued to watch as Harry was ushered into Gringotts by Hagrid, releasing a soft breath and smiling. Leah, did you see that? That is my brother. He's even a bit thinner than I imagined. But that's all right. The house elves at Hogwarts will surely fatten him up. It was evident that he had not fared well over the years, just as Moyan had not. But all would pass. Wouldn't it? In truth, he had no need to be troubled by the hardships of the past. Their focus should be on the present. Well, in the future, what does it matter whether we recognize each other? I know who he is, and I know he is right there. What more is needed? If a relationship is merely built upon blood ties, then it is far too fragile. Leah, shall we visit the Peter Pan toy store? Then we can go buy wands. I wonder what kind of wand I will have. Awakened from her nap by the commotion, Leah emitted a discontented murmur from her throat, but nonetheless leaped into Moyan's embrace, stifling a tiny yawn before closing her eyes once more. Excuse me. Moyan heard Harry's voice at the door. What is it that you find marvelous? Ah, so Harry has already acquired his wand. He had delayed making the purchase, fearing he might inadvertently select the wand that rightfully belonged to Harry. A calamity for Harry indeed. It should be noted that this wand would go on to rescue Harry numerous times from the hands of its brother's master in the days to come. I remember every wand I sell, Mr. Potter. Each wand is etched in my memory. You see, they are both made from the feathers of the same phoenix. One crafted this wand, while the other made its sibling. You are destined to wield this wand, and its brother. Well, it was that very brother who left you that scar. So, you are Harry Potter? Moyan, hands tucked into his pockets, with Leah resting on his shoulder, contemplated the legendary boy who lived. Harry's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Moyan, quickly followed by confusion. I am Harry Potter. What is your name? And what do you mean by the boy who lived? Weren't you told? Moyan glanced at the scar on Harry's forehead. You are the only person that Voldemort attempted to kill and failed, which is why people refer to you as the boy who lived. By the way, I am Moyan Evans, pleased to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing Moyan utter the name Voldemort, both Hagrid and Ollivander trembled slightly, with Ollivander even gasping. Oh, how dare you? How dare you utter Voldemort's name? He maliciously repeated it, delighting in the visibly paler faces of the two adults, before turning to Harry. You see, even now, people dare not speak his name. They tremble at the mere sound of it. Yet he was vanquished before you, and has since vanished from existence. Countless individuals revere you for this, Potter. People believe you to be the savior of the wizarding world, your name etched in the annals of the 20th century's pivotal magical events and modern magical history. Is that so? Harry appeared incredulous. Of course, you are a celebrated figure. However, he frowned, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Everyone does regard me as special. Every patron at the Leaky Cauldron clamored to shake my hand, as did the goblins at Gringotts. But prior to today, I had no inkling that I was a wizard. I know nothing of magic, and no one has ever spoken to me about these matters. I cannot comprehend why I am famous, I mean. I remember nothing of the night my parents died. I have no idea what transpired. It all feels as though it were stolen from me. He found himself naturally lamenting to Moyan, and after a lengthy outpouring, he realized the weight of his words. His voice dwindled, and his head nearly fell to his chest. Hagrid exclaimed, "Harry, how can you think this way? Listen, you are merely unaccustomed to your new reality, but soon enough, you will be renowned at Hogwarts. At that point, such thoughts will be far from your mind. Indeed, Mr. Potter, that fellow has accomplished countless extraordinary feats. Though terrifying, they are undeniably magnificent." Ollivander's large, pale eyes fixated intently on the uncomfortable Harry. "Remember, it is the wand that chooses its wizard. Since this wand has selected you, you too shall surely achieve something of great significance." Harry pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his gaze fixed defiantly on Moyan. "You need only be yourself." Moyan smiled. "No one has the right to demand anything of you for memories that you do not even recall. Your life should belong to you. Do not let irrelevant matters trouble you." Harry beamed a broad smile. Leia let out a soft meow, her discontent evident in the dim surroundings. Midday should be a time to bask in sunlight. "Just a little longer, Leia. I will purchase my wand shortly," Moyan reassured her, then turned to Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivander." Hagrid motioned for Harry to leave, yet Harry implored him to let Moyan choose her wand. Let me see," Ollivander replied coldly, seemingly still harboring resentment from Moyan's earlier provocation. Yet his professionalism quickly transformed the frail old man into a serious figure. "Which hand do you favor?" "Both hands are equal." "Perhaps my right hand slightly more," Moyan responded. "Extend your arm." Like this. A dark, curling tape measure sprang forth, measuring from Moyan's shoulder to her fingertips, from her wrist to her elbow, from her shoulder to the ground, from her knee to her armpit, and the entirety of her head. Moyan frowned at the dirt on the tape, feeling quite disgusted. Ollivander then retrieved a rectangular box, covered in dust, from a shelf brimming with countless small boxes. "Try this one, made of peach wood, with unicorn hair, 9.5 inches. Give it a wave." Moyan waved it casually, causing a dozen boxes to explode. "No, not this one. Willow, dragon heartstring, 12 inches." A torrent of flames surged toward Ollivander, singeing his hair and eyebrows before he extinguished it, rendering him even less appealing. Yet Ollivander appeared thrilled. "Quite the discerning choice, aren't we? Look at this, maple wood with phoenix feather, 8.5 inches. Very springy." Harry noticed this was the one he had previously tried. With a loud bang, a wind chime hanging from the ceiling crashed to the floor. "Cedar wood, unicorn hair, 8 inches." A table sank into the swamp. Harry felt a twinge of envy. During his attempts, most wands responded little, while Moyan seemed to incite some reaction each time. Although Ollivander consistently deemed them unsuitable, he grew increasingly exhilarated, his gaze on Moyan akin to a miser eyeing a pile of galleons. Moyan felt as though his arm might snap from all the waving. Several times, he sensed a warm current surging from his fingertips throughout his body, believing he had found the wand he needed, only for Ollivander to declare it unsuitable. Gradually, he understood. He could compel those wands, yet they were not the best fit for him. It had become a matter of mutual selection. Leia had ceased her agitation. In fact, she now perched eagerly on Moyan's shoulder, watching as he wreaked havoc in Ollivander's wand shop. "A rather troublesome customer, isn't she? But fret not. There is surely one that is perfect for you." Ollivander cheerfully spun among the shelves, nearly 100 wands strewn across the floor, with more being pulled aside by him. "Try this one. Oak, dragon heartstring, 11 inches." This. Moyan grasped the wand. A peculiar, comforting sensation enveloped him, compelling him to involuntarily close his eyes. What was that saying? 36,000 pores, every one of them at ease. He felt as though he were submerged in a hot spring, warmth radiating throughout his being, inducing a profound relaxation. Upon reopening his eyes, prepared to wave it in the usual manner, he noticed the astonished expressions of those around him. "What happened?" Harry stammered, having just been waving his arms aimlessly. Ollivander suddenly exclaimed, "Wonderful! Absolutely marvelous! How extraordinary! Such a thing has never occurred before. Pray tell, what exactly transpired?" Moyan raised an eyebrow, quite irritated by the current situation that had spiraled beyond his control that moment. Harry finally caught his breath. "Just now, when you grasped the wand, Red flames erupted from your entire being, enveloping us all. Yet it felt pleasant. The flames appeared real but burned nothing. It seems this is the one. Moyan inquired. How much? After parting with 13 galleons, Ollivander bowed as they exited the wand shop. Come along, Harry. I must take you back to the Dursleys, Hagrid grumbled. Harry reluctantly scuffed his foot against the ground. Asking Moyan, where do you intend to go? I shall remain here. I do not wish to return to Diagon Alley. Just why did I in truth? I never plan to return, but I must be diplomatic before Hagrid. Lest he insists on taking me back under the pretense of my being a minor incapable of independent living, that I have booked a room at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid, may I stay here too? Harry pleaded that I do not wish to return to the Dursleys. You know how they treat me, do not fret. Harry, that if you encounter any issues at the Dursleys, simply send me a letter via your owl. It knows where to find me. You are still a minor and cannot live out here alone. Hagrid suddenly fixed a piercing gaze on him. By the way, lad, where did you acquire such wealth? The funds from Hogwarts hardly seem sufficient to cover your purchases. That I once assisted someone. Moyan replied without hesitation, presenting a pre-prepared excuse. He left me a sum upon his passing, though it was but a trifling amount compared to his estate. It was substantial for an ordinary person, sufficient to cover my living expenses at Hogwarts. Very well, then. Hagrid blinked, seemingly unconvinced, yet he added, I still advise you not to linger here too long. Children should be under the guardianship of adults. Now, off we go, Harry. Harry cast a forlorn glance at Moyan. Moyan's lips moved slightly, yet he remained silent. Convincing a half-giant to contravene principles to allow Harry to stay was nearly an impossible task. Moreover, Harry's return wouldn't entail any abuse. While neglect was indeed disheartening, it was not unbearable. Yet now, he suddenly felt the pressing need for an owl. Dear Harry, how are you? During our last meeting, I sensed that your living conditions might not be ideal. And thus I am somewhat concerned. Please respond as soon as you receive this letter. Please inform me of your current situation. Your devoted, Moyan Evans. Dear Moyan, I was genuinely delighted to receive your letter. Can we consider ourselves friends? Oh, I believe we already are. I must admit, I posed a rather foolish question. Life at the Dursleys is not particularly entertaining. However, fret not, for they no longer dare to confine me to the cupboard. Nor do they bellow for me to perform chores. They are now quite fearful of me, and their disdain has only intensified. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon hardly acknowledge my presence, treating me as if I were invisible. Yet, Dudley's reaction is rather amusing. Upon seeing me, he is frightened to the core, as though I might suddenly conjure a pig's tail or a snout upon him that if I attempt to speak to him. He shrieks and flees. Truthfully, it is quite entertaining to provoke him, though I fear it might incite Uncle Vernon's wrath, so I refrain from such antics. There was one occasion when I truly believed Uncle Vernon might leap up to strike me. But he merely shot me a fierce glare. That I have named my owl Hedwig. It is a lovely name, is it not? I came across it in my studies of magical history. She enjoys swooping in and out of the open window, and occasionally brings in dead mice. That I dread the thought of Aunt Petunia discovering this. But fortunately, she has ceased entering my room. To be candid, life at the Dursleys has become quite dull, yet reading those books remains captivating. I hope to uncover a spell or two to curse Dudley. However, Hagrid mentioned that I am forbidden from using magic in the Muggle world except under very special circumstances. Could that be true? Harry P.S. If I fail to respond, will you truly come? If so, I hope this letter does not reach you. Dear Harry, I am pleased to hear that you are well. My previous encounter was, in fact, an attempt to intimidate your aunt and uncle. I thought perhaps they might scrutinize your correspondence or confine your owl to prevent it from delivering your letters. If they understood that such actions would invite a wizard to their doorstep, they might reconsider their treatment of you. But yes, if your letters do not arrive, I will certainly come. Hedwig is a splendid name. I imagine she is a beautiful young lady, is she not? My Leah is as well. The owl delivering your letters is named Raphael, a robust young fellow. That I have heard that Hogwarts permits only one pet per student. I hope Raphael can fly to Hogwarts on his own. Are you reading? Pre-studying the texts is beneficial, though not absolutely necessary. Unless you can memorize them, you are likely to forget what you have read. You were raised in a Muggle household, were you not? Therefore, I believe your current task should be to familiarize yourself with the magical world and acquire some fundamental knowledge of it. That I recommend you read Hogwarts, a history, magical history, the very book you are currently perusing. A Directory of Contemporary Notable Wizards, and the Wonderful Wizarding World, a book aimed at wizards from Muggle backgrounds. Raphael will deliver the latter 3 books to you, excluding magical history.as for spells. Believe me, Harry, there are not many useful incantations in the first-year texts. Even if there were, you cannot use them to curse your cousin. Hagrid is correct on this matter. Underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. And should you do so, the Ministry of Magic will be promptly informed that in severe cases, expulsion from Hogwarts and imprisonment in Azkaban could ensue. Please refer to page 235 of The Wonderful Wizarding World for specifics. I eagerly anticipate our meeting at Hogwarts. Moyan, dear Moyan. Thank you for the books you sent. They are truly fascinating. I find myself utterly enchanted by the magical world and can hardly wait to arrive at school. It is frustrating not to be able to use magic outside of school. That I hope Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia never discover this. Otherwise, they would surely bully me as they did before. Hogwarts is more wondrous than I had imagined, and I am almost impatient to begin my studies. However, I worry about which house I will be sorted into. That I hope I do not end up in Slytherin. Hagrid mentioned that Hufflepuff is preferable, considering all dark wizards hail from Slytherin. Yet, I once encountered a boy who was also heading to school, and he claimed that those in Hufflepuff are all fools. I fear I might end up in Hufflepuff, as I know nothing at all. What concerns me even more is the possibility of being sent back home if I do not measure up at Hogwarts. Perhaps the teachers will suddenly realize that I am unqualified to learn magic? I mean, I can only conjure magic when I am extremely angry, but I cannot be angry all the time at school. Can I? Harry P.S. the D. Oh, you know the criteria for sorting? I think it might be wise to prepare in advance. Dear Harry, do not worry about being sent home from Hogwarts. No child who has received an acceptance letter has ever been turned away at the gates. Only students who have seriously violated school rules may be expelled, but I believe such a fate will never befall you. Raphael will bring you a copy of Modern Magical History. After reading it, you will understand your reputation within the magical community if Hogwarts were to deny you entry or expel you. Then Headmaster Dumbledore would be inundated with furious letters from wizards. If anyone could be an exception to the rules, it would be you, Harry. As for the criteria for sorting, each year, the students and teachers keep it a closely guarded secret, seemingly relishing in the anxious speculation of the newcomers. However, I suspect the sorting is based on 2 factors, potential and character. Have you noted the requirements set forth by the founders of Hogwarts? Slytherin values pure blood and ambition. Gryffindor prizes courage. Hufflepuff values loyalty, and Ravenclaw seeks wisdom. Reflect carefully upon the kind of person you are, Harry, and you will discern where you belong. Moreover, as far as I know, family members typically belong to the same house, and the Potter family has always been in Gryffindor. You carry the blood of Gryffindor within you. Yesterday, I procured a book on curses and counter-curses, and I found 2 delightful little spells which I have transcribed for you. If the inability to use spells is disheartening, then do try them out. It would be a fine way to teach Dudley a lesson. Until you arrive at Hogwarts, the prohibition against underage magic does not apply to us, so take advantage of the remaining time to have some fun. Moyan, dear Moyan. Yesterday, I attempted one of the spells you taught me, though I am uncertain whether it was successful. Dudley exhibited no peculiarities yesterday, yet today he has been plagued with diarrhea. Perhaps he merely ate something that disagreed with him. He has been gluttonous, and even Aunt Petunia is at a loss as to which food to investigate. Fortunately, this has diverted suspicion away from me entirely. Additionally, Dudley's tale has caused him considerable distress. Aunt Petunia mentioned she would take him to have that charming little appendage removed in a couple of days, and he adamantly insists he cannot bring it to Smeltings. To which I can only express my sympathy that I have finally completed all the books. Over the past few days, I have attempted several spells. Only the Lumos and Reductio worked successfully. That I managed to shrink Dudley's favorite toy to the size of a fingernail. But I cannot seem to restore it to its original size. Thus, I have been practicing in Gorgio today. Thankfully, Dudley can never remember where he places his toys. That I reread Hogwarts, a history, and I believe I will be sorted into Gryffindor. Furthermore, I discovered a member of the Potter family in the Directory of Contemporary Notable Wizards. His name is Bruce Potter, and I truly wish to learn more about our connection. Harry P.S. I plan to attempt the 2nd curse tonight. Wish me luck. Dear Harry, tomorrow marks your departure for Hogwarts. Be sure to retire early tonight to avoid oversleeping in the morning. Enclosed, you will find a set of robes and a vial of potion. Discard the tattered attire from the Dursleys. Additionally, I suspect your scar might attract attention, so to avoid drawing too much notice, you might consider tying a headband or similar item around your forehead. I imagine you would not wish to be gawked at as though you were a rare specimen, would you? The bottle contained a vision-enhancing potion. Upon consumption, he removed his spectacles. If that hideous object were to obstruct the view of the most exquisite emerald in this world, even Merlin would condemn me. Moyan placed the book he had just finished reading back on the shelf, rubbed his eyes, and glanced outside, only to realize that night had fallen. For the past month, he had immersed himself entirely in the Lehen bookstore, memorizing texts at an average pace of 15 minutes per book. In his previous life, Moyan's memory had been quite remarkable, and in this incarnation, he had honed it since childhood, achieving a photographic memory. Yet, even with such prowess, 30 consecutive days of intensive memorization had taken a toll, leaving him with a throbbing headache these past few days. Thus, while the pursuit of knowledge brought him joy, Moyan was equally delighted at the prospect of traveling to Hogwarts the following day, freeing him from the burden of study. With a sigh of relief, he massaged his sore neck and approached the counter with 2 selected books in hand. A brief treatise on spatial magic, potent potions. The shopkeeper adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and regarded Moyan with gravity. Moyan, I am pleased to see your diligence in study. Yet remember that Gringotts was not built in a day. That if I were you, I would focus on mastering the fundamentals, at the very least. Finish the 52 books you have already purchased, rest assured. Moyan shrugged nonchalantly. I know my limits. The shopkeeper shook his head but proceeded to wrap the books. 2 galleons and 12 sickles. Thank you. By the way, I will be attending Hogwarts tomorrow, Moyan said cheerfully as he retrieved his wallet. Considering our daily companionship, could you let me slide on those 12 sickles? How rare it is for you not to suggest saving 2 galleons instead. The shopkeeper retorted ironically. Really? Moyan feigned surprise, stuffing his wallet back. You are truly a generous soul. The shopkeeper widened his eyes, exhaling in irritation. Moyan laughed heartily, placing 3 galleons on the table, and embraced the old shopkeeper. Thank you for your care during this time. What nonsense are you spouting? The shopkeeper's face flushed crimson, unsure where to place his hands. That I must take my leave. Farewell, Moyan said, releasing him with a smile. Wait a moment. The shopkeeper suddenly called out to Moyan, who had reached the door. Take this. Moyan merely saw a flick of the shopkeeper's hand, as if something was tossed his way. But he saw nothing but air. Yet, knowing this bald old man would not jest with such antics at parting, he reached out to grasp the slightly quivering air before him. An invisible object landed heavily in his palm. What? Moyan exclaimed, feeling an object that resembled a book in his hand, watching as his hand seemed to mimic the act of caressing the air. Hastily retracting an invisibility cloak, the shopkeeper grinned. Perhaps this will pique your interest. Moyan's eyes widened in delight as he stared, then bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before dramatically exclaiming, to tempt me into perdition. This old ghost dares to trade his treasure for my heart, intent on transforming me from saint to devil. The fervor of love disregards the pallor of white hair. The shopkeeper, flustered and enraged, seized a book and hurled it at Moyan. Get lost. Moyan glumly watched the red steam engine vanish into the distance, tightly shutting his mouth, fearing that opening it would unleash a torrent of curses as relentless as the river. He had departed from the leaky cauldron at 10 in the morning, and logically, he should have been among the first students to board the train and select a compartment, especially since these British wizards seemingly lacked the habit of arriving an hour and a half early as he had witnessed in his previous life. Yet, to his dismay, he encountered a traffic jam. Nothing could be more vexing to a traveler in haste than being trapped in a long queue of vehicles, unable to move. Consequently, he arrived 3 minutes late. As he rushed through the barrier at platform 9 3/4 with his trolley, he only caught sight of the Hogwarts Express disappearing in the distance. Are there still trains that run so punctually? He pondered glumly, resting his head on the trolley as he began to compose a letter to Professor McGonagall. Oh dear, poor child, did you miss the train? A woman's voice gasped beside him. Moyan looked up to see a girl slightly younger than himself, petite with a pointed chin, somewhat slender yet not unattractive. A rather plump middle-aged woman held her hand, looking at Moyan with concern. Suddenly, he recognized them. That he straightened himself, polite yet slightly dejected. Yes, I encountered a traffic jam and consequently missed the train. If his memory served him correctly, Mrs. Weasley had been quite impressed with Harry's politeness upon their first meeting. Where are your family, dear? The plump woman inquired warmly. I am an orphan, ma'am. Moyan blinked. I have no parents. I came alone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Poor child. Sympathy and pity filled the woman's eyes. Do not worry. Dear, I believe you can come to our home. My husband Arthur can take you to Hogwarts. I am Molly Weasley, and this is my daughter Ginny Weasley. Hello, Ginny said shyly. Good day, Mrs. Weasley. Hello, Miss Weasley. Moyan bowed slightly. I am Moyan Evans. I hope I am not too much of an imposition. Of course not. Dear child, Mrs. Weasley replied with a smile. Perhaps you could come over for some cream buns. Arthur is working late today and will not return until evening. The Burrow was an intriguing place, not to mention its architectural style, which was not easily replicated. The lower 2 floors were constructed of stone, while the upper levels were a hodgepodge of wooden rooms stacked precariously, making it impossible to discern how many stories there were at a glance. The entire structure leaned precariously, with one room dangerously jutting out into space. Several chimneys jutted from the red-tiled roof, and a lopsided sign hung by the door, proclaiming the Burrow. Beside the Burrow stood a ramshackle garage, adorned with various Muggle items, ranging from large tire rims to small yo-yos on the ground. Several tiny chicks with golden fluff pecked at the earth. Moyan recalled that the Burrow in the films had a considerable pigsty, but after a thorough look around, he saw none. Moyan noticed a clock hanging on the wall in the living room, with 9 hands bearing the names of the Weasley family members, and the dial inscribed with phrases such as at school, on the way, Ministry of Magic, and in mortal peril, at present. Mr. Weasley's hand pointed towards the ministry, while Ginny S. and Mrs. Weasley S. pointed homeward. Bill's indicated Gringotts in Africa, and Charlie S. showed injured, with the others indicating on the way. Seeing Moyan marveling at the Burrow, Ginny blushed and dashed upstairs. Mrs. Weasley, appearing relaxed and even somewhat amused, remarked, not too shabby, is it? But it is home nonetheless, and no, it is splendid, Moyan exclaimed earnestly, feeling it exuded a warmth reminiscent of a fairy tale. Oh, Mr. Evans, Mrs. Weasley chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight. When you arrive at Hogwarts, you will find that this is nothing. Though she said this, it was evident that Moyan's praise brought her great joy. She waved her wand, causing the broomsticks, cloths, and knitting needles to come to life. She inquired what he would like for lunch. Mrs. Weasley, that clock is truly marvelous. Could you enlighten me on how it works? When Mrs. Weasley had laughed heartily for the 3rd time, addressing him as Dear Moyan, he seemingly casually posed his question. You see, Muggles' clocks can only tell time and will only ring at a designated time if set. However, this clock appears quite different. It seems to change according to the person's location. How is that accomplished? Oh, that is a type of magic. While it may not seem extraordinary, not many are familiar with it. Mrs. Weasley began to explain further. But suddenly a call from the kitchen interrupted her, proclaiming, Time to cook! Time to cook! Look, our kitchen clock is ringing too. Mrs. Weasley stood up, saying, I think you might find the answer in books. You do not dislike reading. Do you? Not at all. In fact, reading is my greatest pleasure, as long as the books I read can bring me what I desire. Moyan added silently in her heart. That is well. Mrs. Weasley turned and ascended the stairs with a hurried pace. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a yellowed parchment notebook, which she handed to Moyan. These are my notes from my time at Hogwarts. If I hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten about them. Tracking and counter-tracking reading notes? Moyan softly read the title on the cover and inquired. This must be a book meant for the restricted section, right? I recall from a history of the school that students are generally not permitted to enter the restricted section. Did your professor sign off for you to borrow this book? Oh, Moyan. Mrs. Weasley winked. I was once a Gryffindor myself. Moyan smiled knowingly. The notebook was not particularly thick. She managed to peruse it entirely in just 7 minutes, committing its content to memory. Afterwards, she revisited it for a more thorough examination. From the notes, Moyan discerned that the golden-haired girl who had pilfered books from the restricted section was indeed quite clever and held significant potential. Many passages contained her own speculations and inferences, which appeared highly feasible. However, the girl seemed rather restless, as most of her reasoning merely skimmed the surface without delving into deeper research. Perhaps this was why Hogwarts had only discovered one copy of the Marauder's map. As she gazed through the elegant handwriting, she envisioned that spirited girl sneaking into the library in the dead of night and contrasted her with the stern, plump, middle-aged woman before her. who was now waving a wand while cooking. Moyan let out a gentle sigh, uncertain if it was warranted. Hi, Evans, what are you doing? Reading a notebook from your mother's school days, Moyan replied with a smile. Observing the red-haired girl bent over her knees, attempting to read the title. Comparing their hair colors, he noticed that his was more akin to a vibrant red, resembling Chinese red, while Ginny's was a softer shade. Easing his mind as he certainly did not wish to be mistaken for a Weasley. Huh? Ginny's expression turned slightly puzzled. She clearly could not fathom that her mother had once been a student like herself. Tracking and counter-tracking. Moyan offered the notebook for her to see. I suppose the clock on the wall must have been made by Mrs. Weasley, right? I wouldn't know, Ginny shrugged, flipping through the notes with a hint of disappointment. I thought it would be about dragons or defense against the dark arts. Believe me, this is quite fascinating as well. Perhaps, Ginny replied, but Fred and George absolutely loathe that clock. With it around, they can't sneak off to Nocturne Alley. As Mum would know immediately, Charlie dislikes it too. He studies dragons in Romania and often finds himself in peril. His pointer frequently indicates danger to life or injured, prompting Mum to send him a howler. Once, he attempted to cast a Confundus charm on the clock, and Mum caught him, making him scrub floors all day without magic. They really draw it out, Ginny said, her voice tinged with sadness. I have 6 brothers, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, and Ron. They've all attended Hogwarts already. And Ron is a first year this year. I'll be going to Hogwarts next year too, but I'll only have second-hand cauldrons, old books, and used quills. Everything will be old. I don't expect to have an owl, but I hope Mum will consider making me a new robe since I'm a girl. Ron's robe was worn by Bill before. If I'm like him, I'll surely be the subject of ridicule from my classmates. Moyan tilted his head, observing the unhappy little girl before him, feeling an unexpected pang of envy. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, Mr. Weasley finally returned home after a long day of work. Mr. Weasley differed significantly from the Arthur Weasley depicted in the films Moyan had seen. That he was slimmer, his face etched with deep lines of fatigue and joy, with pronounced bags under his eyes, as though he had not enjoyed proper rest for quite some time. He wore silver-rimmed glasses, and his hair was somewhat thinning, a condition that seemed to plague older men in the wizarding world. Could they not use magic or potions to remedy this? Even Muggles had countless methods to treat baldness, albeit with questionable results. Darling, how was your day? Mrs. Weasley rushed to greet him as he emerged from the fireplace, embracing him despite the soot on his clothes, and they exchanged kisses on the cheeks. Very well, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, removing his coat with enthusiasm. Today, we finally recovered all the items lost by the Flitch family, and all the follow-up work is complete. Starting tomorrow, I can enjoy a 3-day holiday. Oh, that's splendid, Mrs. Weasley replied excitedly, kissing him again. What a pity the holiday couldn't come a day sooner. Otherwise, you could have seen the children off to the train. We'll see each other at Christmas. One we. Did you make onion soup? Mr. Weasley sniffed, glancing hopefully towards the table, only to spot Moyan, who was smiling politely. Who are you, boy? Hello, Mr. Weasley. Moyan stood, introducing himself. I am Moyan Evans. Dear, this child arrived at the train station alone but missed the Hogwarts Express due to traffic, Mrs. Weasley said, affectionately ruffling Moyan's hair, to which he responded with a shy smile. I believe you can take him to school, can't you? Of course, Molly, Mr. Weasley replied, retrieving his coat from the chair. You should have told me sooner. I could have returned early. Why now? Ron has probably already boarded the boat. This child must not miss the sorting ceremony. Take a moment to rest, Arthur, Mrs. Weasley suggested. You can go directly through the fireplace in St. Mungo's office, can't you? That should give us enough time. Molly, St. Mungo has taken a leave of absence due to illness. Mr. Weasley replied helplessly. Have you forgotten that he teaches defense against the dark arts? No one has ever stayed in that cursed position for more than a year. The new defense against the dark arts teacher must have reconnected his fireplace. We cannot go directly to Hogwarts from here. Mrs. Weasley grew flustered, snatching the notebook Moyan was still studying. Dear, this material is too advanced for you. Come, take your things. We must hurry. She thrust Moyan's suitcase into his hands and half pushed him towards the fireplace, as the journey from Grimmauld Place to Hogwarts was no short distance. Arthur, what are you doing? Hurry, Mrs. Weasley called out loudly. She retrieved a flower pot from the mantelpiece, peering inside before handing it to Moyan. Moyan paled at the sight of the shimmering flue powder, akin to gazing at a fire-breathing dragon. But oh, I apologize. I didn't realize you wouldn't know how to use it. Mrs. Weasley misinterpreted his expression, passing it back to the hurriedly dressed Mr. Weasley. You must demonstrate first, Arthur. Watching Mr. Weasley vanish into the fireplace, Moyan swallowed hard. Under Mrs. Weasley's watchful gaze, he grabbed a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the flames. With a loud bang, the fire transformed to emerald green, leaping high to fill the entire fireplace. With a look of determination, Moyan stepped into the flames, calling out, Hogsmeade, quickly, child. This way, Mrs. Weasley urged as Moyan emerged from the fireplace, barely taking in his surroundings before Mr. Weasley grasped his arm and led him forward, his suitcase floating beside them. The evening chill of Hogsmeade seeped into Moyan's bones as he shivered. Having suddenly transitioned from the warmth of Grimmauld Place to this new environment, the shadows cast by the night seemed ominous, creating an eerie atmosphere. Only the welcoming glow from the doors on either side of the street provided a sense of warmth. All right, you go in there, walk straight ahead, and enter through the main doors, Mr. Weasley instructed as they arrived at the entrance of Hogwarts. For some inexplicable reason, the doors stood ajar. Thank you so very much, Mr. Weasley, Moyan said sincerely, and Mrs. Weasley as well. Please convey my deep gratitude for her kindness and hospitality that I thoroughly enjoyed my day at Grimmauld Place. Not at all, child, Mr. Weasley gently nudged him. Now, quickly go inside. It was only when Moyan stepped through the grand doors of Hogwarts that he felt the gaze upon him fade into the background. He turned around to see Mr. Weasley, whose weary figure appeared slightly hunched. And he began to understand why Harry might be fond of this impoverished family that often seemed rather mercenary. Moyan stood in the vast entrance hall, engulfed in a tempest of resentment. Why did I not add waterproofing? Why did I not add waterproofing? Why did I not add waterproofing? He could hardly believe his misfortune. Just a few steps from the hall, a torrential downpour descended without warning, drenching him to the skin in an instant. Now, with every step he took, he left a puddle trailing behind him, winding towards the grand oak doors. Moyan raised his hand to push the door, but found it trembling. And then he realized his heart was racing uncontrollably. Breathe deeply, Moyan. Breathe deeply. That it's nothing to fret over. Breathe deeply, he murmured to himself, attempting a smile, feeling his lips were steady. Very well, stay calm. It's merely a school. Don't act like a child. He then shook his coat, tugged at the wet fabric clinging to him, and tidied his hair slightly to appear less disheveled. Fine. He had already lost all dignity. It couldn't possibly get any worse. What was there to fear? After another deep breath, Moyan extended his hand to push open the grand doors, gilded splendor. Only this phrase could encapsulate the magnificence of the Hogwarts Great Hall. The black ceiling, as beautiful as velvet, was adorned with countless stars, and one could not help but marvel at the brilliance of the enchantment. Thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall with a radiant glow. 4 long tables were laden with gleaming plates and goblets, all crafted from gold. Yet, compared to the grandeur of the hall, the multitude of faces that turned in unison and the sudden hush of voices were undeniably more striking. Every student at the 4 house tables, all the professors at the staff table, Professor McGonagall, brandishing the sorting hat and a scroll of parchment, and the silver-haired headmaster with arms outstretched, all were quietly observing Moyan, who stood at the entrance after abruptly pushing open the door. Under the immense pressure, Moyan found himself genuinely calm. He slightly raised his chin, lowered his eyelids, and wore a smile that radiated determination and confidence. His gaze was poised and indifferent. His left hand adjusted his coat while his right grasped the suitcase, and he approached the platform with an elegant, composed, unhurried gait. If someone had been present with a ruler, they would have noticed that each of his steps was perfectly measured. Throughout this, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Even Harry, in awe, was rendered speechless. The sound of the suitcase wheels rolling across the floor and Moyan's footsteps were the only 2 sounds resonating in the hall. Moyan came to a halt, heels together, toes slightly apart, his back straight, forming a perfect line, his gaze fixed upon the sharp blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses, bending at a 30-degree angle from his waist. Slowly straightening up, he smiled and looked directly at Dumbledore. This series of actions unfolded like a slow-motion scene before everyone, exuding an elegance that reached its zenith. Professor, I am Moyan Evans. I missed the Hogwarts Express due to traffic on my way to King's Cross. Fortunately, a kind wizard offered to transport me to Hogsmeade via his fireplace, allowing me to arrive here. Regrettably, I am still late. Did I sincerely apologize? There's no need to apologize, my child. Dumbledore replied warmly. I believe this was not your fault. Welcome to Hogwarts. His final words triggered a surge of whispers among the students from all directions. Did you hear? He missed the train. What is traffic? He arrived at Hogsmeade without even entering the school gates. How cool is that? I wish I had done the same. He traveled alone from Hogsmeade to the school. Such beautiful red hair. He is quite handsome that I hope he joins Ravenclaw. Is he from the Weasley family? Evans, you say? As the students murmured about Moyan, he remained subtly observant of his surroundings. With just a few discreet glances, he committed everything within his sight to memory. This was a skill he had honed during his previous life, while undertaking missions, to form long-term memories of things seen in an instant. Within half an hour, he could effortlessly recount all the prominent features he had observed, though he would typically forget most of it within a day or two. Dumbledore was tall and slender. His hair and beard is silver white, the latter reaching down to his waist. Behind half-moon spectacles were a pair of bright, piercing blue eyes. He indeed had the eccentric habit of tying bows in his beard. Professor McGonagall was also tall and thin, her expression stern, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise her voice. However, her taste in colors was rather lacking, clad in a robe of emerald green. Professor Snape possessed a notably large hooked nose and sallow skin. It was a mystery how he managed to keep his complexion resembling that of an oppressed class after spending all his time in the dungeons. His greasy hair hung in strands. If those fanfiction writers had traversed into this world, would they truly fall for such an old man? While Moyan admired him, he could not discern any remarkable attributes in his appearance. The diminutive Professor Flitwick was simply adorable. Although not particularly handsome, his height disparity more than compensated for any other shortcomings. Watching him awkwardly rest his small hands and arms on the table resembled a doll. Albeit a blinking, talking, eating, and teaching version as for Professor Quirrell. Aside from his distinctive, oversized purple turban, there was little else to comment on, and his timid demeanor left Moyan feeling somewhat nauseated. Now, Dumbledore's voice boomed, and the hall fell silent. Put on the sorting hat, Evans. It will tell us to which house you belong. The house elf will take your luggage to the dormitory. Moyan ascended the platform and stood before the four-legged stool as Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. The moment the hat touched his hair, it audibly declared the house to which he would belong. Slytherin. Moyan removed the hat and handed it back to Professor McGonagall, straightening his attire, which had become slightly disheveled from sitting, and turned towards the table that erupted in the loudest cheers. Hello, welcome to Slytherin. A voice greeted him as he took his seat. Moyan turned to see a sharply featured boy extending his hand from across the table, forcing a stout boy sitting between them to lean back awkwardly. This boy had striking platinum blonde hair and rare gray-blue eyes. Even as he reached out to Moyan, his demeanor was haughty, as though he were bestowing a favor. Moyan immediately thought of a character who had played the fool and coward for 7 years in the books. I am Draco Malfoy. Indeed, though he looked down upon this person, it was not in Moyan's nature to make enemies casually. Hello, he extended his hand, lightly touching Draco's before withdrawing, noticing the boy's arrogant demeanor, and could not resist adding slowly, welcome to Slytherin, seeing Malfoy's eyes widen in surprise. Moyan feigned indifference and turned back, a smile inadvertently creeping onto his lips. Draco Malfoy tapped the stout boy on the shoulder, signaling him to switch places, and then settled beside Moyan. Are your parents of our kind? He inquired, seemingly casual. Moyan was perplexed as to why the supposedly proud Draco would be so persistent, approaching him even after he had shown disinterest. He soon noticed that nearly everyone around them, appearing indifferent, was actually straining to hear his answer. Oh, how could he forget? Pure blood is the ticket to Slytherin. They are all wizards, or so it is said. Or so it is said. I am an orphan. Moyan shot Draco a cold glance, irritated by his probing inquiry. I apologize, Malfoy languidly remarked, his tone unmistakably indicative of mere pleasantries. Moyan had entirely lost interest in his words. As their conversation unfolded, Professor McGonagall had already collected the sorting hat and the four-legged stool, and even the trunk that Moyan had left behind had mysteriously vanished. Professor Albus Dumbledore rose, his face beaming with a smile as he spread his arms wide, reminding Moyan of the very same gesture he had made upon his abrupt entrance. as if to convey that nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing the gathering of students. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Welcome to the new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words. Fools, crybabies, rubbish, twist. Thank you all." Having concluded his remarks, he took his seat, and the hall erupted in cheers and applause, though only a handful at the Slytherin table joined in, the majority displaying a look of disdain. "My father says he is a mad old fool," Malfoy scoffed, "and I must say, he is entirely correct." Moyan tilted his head in confusion, unable to fathom why Dumbledore would engage in such eccentric antics. Surely, it served no purpose other than to cast doubt upon his sanity, did it? However, Moyan did not dwell on this question for long, for suddenly the plates before them were overflowing with food: roast beef, roasted chicken, pork, lamb, sausages, steak, boiled tomatoes, baked potatoes, French fries, Yorkshire pudding, snow pears, rich carrot soup, ketchup, and an abundance of mint-flavored hard candies. He sampled a bit of everything, discovering that the culinary skills of the house elves were indeed commendable. In the past, he would have been unable to stomach boiled tomatoes or a medium-rare steak, yet this time he managed to consume them without feeling particularly unwell. Ultimately, he settled for only a small portion of sausage and roasted potatoes. His palate had been spoiled by the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine in his previous life, and the greatest challenge he faced in this reincarnation was, in fact, the matter of food. He never lacked the funds to dine. Yet his severe pickiness had left his stomach in a state of distress. He would rather endure hunger than consume unprocessed vegetables or minimally prepared meats. His prior meals had mostly consisted of dry bread, buttered rolls, stuffed bread, and croissants. If only he could occasionally improve his culinary experiences, life would undoubtedly become more delightful. But as he pondered this, he resolved to seek out the kitchen at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, Moyan felt a pair of irate eyes fixed upon him. Glancing up, he saw Harry glaring at him from across the Ravenclaw table. Upon noticing Moyan's gaze, Harry abruptly turned to speak with a red-haired boy beside him. "Ah, it seems this lad is upset," Moyan thought, shrugging his shoulders, believing that children should not be indulged. How could he consider himself an older brother when he sulks over such trivial matters? At this moment, Moyan completely overlooked the fact that Harry was, in reality, unaware of their relationship, feeling instead that after merely a month apart and a day without communication, Harry had become rather unreasonable, under the influence of the potion. Harry had removed his glasses, revealing a pair of emerald eyes that were even larger than Moyan had imagined, with long eyelashes that fluttered adorably. Moyan surveyed the red-haired boy beside him, none other than Ron Weasley, the well-known member of Gryffindor's famed trio, who had twice turned his back on Harry in his time of need. Although Ron eventually came to his senses, Moyan, viewing matters entirely from Harry's perspective, found himself increasingly disdainful of him. Red hair, freckles, shabby robes, devouring his food like a ravenous beast, utterly lacking in manners, though Harry was also eating in a similar manner, a small detail that Moyan naturally overlooked. Moyan glanced around, and soon spotted a mass of thick brown curls not far from Harry. Yes, the ever-knowledgeable Hermione Granger, the final member of the trio, and the only female among them, who was undoubtedly the brightest of the bunch. Who would have thought that this little girl, with her untamed hair and prominent front teeth, would grow into a great beauty? One could tell just how proud she was by the way she habitually tilted her chin upward, striving to look down upon others. In this regard, she bore a striking resemblance to Malfoy. However, her pride stemmed from her own confidence, while his was a product of lineage and environment. "What are you looking at?" Malfoy suddenly inquired, following Moyan's gaze. "So it's the boy who lived. You know him?" Moyan replied coldly, detesting the tone Malfoy adopted when referring to Harry, as if he were an ignorant fool. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him intently, and spoke with deliberate clarity. "Evans, if I were you, I would be more cautious and not so ungrateful." "Thank you for the advice," Moyan replied with a feigned smile. "I'll return your words." Malfoy, the squat, stout boy who had switched seats with Malfoy, chimed in. "Draco, should I give him a beating?" "Shut up, Goyle," Malfoy snapped. He curled one side of his mouth into a sneer, casting a cold gaze at Moyan. "Moyan Evans, you will pay for that remark." Mutually so, Draco Malfoy. The two regarded each other with identical expressions of hostility, an almost tangible current of electricity crackling between them. The first-year students seated nearby shrank back, scarcely daring to breathe. "Enough?" Don't act like a foolish Gryffindor. A senior boy suddenly spoke up, positioned one seat away from Moyan, adorned with a shiny silver badge emblazoned with the letter P. I am Prefect Edmund Purvell. Welcome to Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. Moyan Evans. He extended his hand to shake with both Malfoy and Moyan. Indeed, welcome to you both. That it appears Slytherin has gained two exceptional new members. That a girl seated opposite Purvell also reached out to shake their hands. Introducing herself as I am Prefect Wendy Panrell. A pleasure to meet you. Moyan and Malfoy replied in unison, then simultaneously huffed and turned away. As Prefect, I feel it necessary to remind you, Purvell stated seriously. As a member of Slytherin, I hope you will firmly remember one thing. Though his words were primarily directed at Moyan and Malfoy, every first-year student immediately straightened in their seats, and even the older students temporarily set down their utensils. The Slytherin table enveloped in silence. When the Sorting Hat announced your induction into Slytherin, you became one of us, whether through achieving excellent grades, winning competitions, or facing penalties for poor conduct. It reflects our house's collective glory or shame. We are a unified entity. In this institution, our fates are intertwined. For too long, the other three houses, led by Gryffindor, have mocked, ridiculed, and doubted our accomplishments, eagerly anticipating our downfall and seizing every opportunity to undermine us. Therefore, we shall spare no effort, endure any hardship, support any friend, and oppose any enemy to ensure the realization of victory, trampling those who await our embarrassment underfoot. Our goal is victory. Victory at all costs. Regardless of the difficulties, even if it requires bloodshed in a Quidditch match, we must seize victory. Without victory, there is no pride for Slytherin. Thus, despite the long-standing hostility and oppression, Slytherin remains steadfast as a rock. Furthermore, we have triumphed in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Moyan Evans, Draco Malfoy. As the standout first years among you, I urge you to set aside your trivial animosities and grievances and guarantee goodwill towards your peers. United, we Slytherins shall thrive. Should we be divided, pursuing our own paths with differing opinions, we shall accomplish nothing. Amidst the silence at the long table, Moyan and Malfoy reluctantly extended their hands to shake. Pleasure to meet you, Moyan, Malfoy said. Likewise, Draco. Very well. An exceedingly gaunt ghost drifted over to sit beside Moyan, and he suddenly understood why 2 seats had been conspicuously vacant when he arrived. The ghost donned a silver robe stained with blood. His gaze hollow and devoid of life. The chilling aura emanating from him required no racial attributes, for it was merely those eyes that could send shivers down one's spine. Moyan abruptly realized how closely his gaze resembled that of Professor Snape. After the meal, the remnants vanished from the table, leaving the plates impeccably clean. Then, desserts appeared as if conjured from thin air. Generous scoops of ice cream, apple pie, honey cakes, chocolate bars, jam-filled pastries, strawberries, and an array of puddings. Moyan's spirits were somewhat elevated. After savoring 2 strawberries and a small piece of apple-flavored ice cream, he felt satiated and took a cup of fresh orange juice to sip slowly while observing the people around him. Most of the Slytherins were notably quiet. Even when engaging in conversation, they prudently lowered their voices. Their table manners were impeccable, yet the atmosphere at the Longhouse table felt unbearably somber. In contrast, the other 3 long tables were filled with lively chatter, with Gryffindor's table being the loudest. Moyan was pleased to see Harry among those laughing heartily. Edmund and Wendy were attentively monitoring the situation at the dining table. 2 stout first-year students, who were seated beside Draco, were likely Crabbe and Goyle, though Moyan couldn't tell them apart. In the books, they merely served as comic relief, mere shadows in the background. They had already received several glares from Edmund and Wendy, yet remained blissfully unaware. Draco, with his head bowed in contemplation, neglected to caution them in time. Moyan noticed Edmund and Wendy exchanging glances, predicting that these 2 fools were in for trouble, and he chuckled inwardly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pang in his heart, and looked up to see Harry clutching his forehead, looking quite distressed. Moyan's icy gaze fixated on Professor Quirrell, who had inadvertently turned to speak with Professor Snape. And he let out a cold huff. That is our headmaster, Draco abruptly remarked. Do you harbor any discontent towards him? Of course not. Swallowing the almost outburst regarding his eye affliction, Moyan quickly remembered that the 2 prefects were seated beside them. He smirked sarcastically at the fellow beside him. A professor. He truly is a disgrace. Indeed, I heard he was terrified by a Romanian vampire and is constantly worried it might return to haunt him. Hence, he carries a considerable amount of garlic with him. Moreover, he is our defense against the dark arts professor this year. One can foresee that future classes in defense against the dark arts will be rather challenging. I hope to learn a few spells that alter one's sense of smell. I learned one at home. I'll teach you when we return to the dormitory. All right. Thank you. No need for thanks. Edmund and Wendy exchanged knowing smiles. They were not oblivious to the icy glares of the two first-year students as they spoke through clenched teeth, but nearly every exemplary Slytherin had endured similar trials, learning and growing through competition. Which was the secret to Slytherin's dominance over other houses for 6 consecutive years. Once dessert had vanished from the table, Headmaster Dumbledore stood up, and the entire hall fell silent. Since everyone has now dined well, I have a few words to share with you all. The commencement of this term, I wish to bring a few important matters to your attention. The first-year students should be aware that the woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. This is a reminder for the upperclassmen as well. He paused momentarily, and Moyan followed the glimmer in his eyes to spot a pair of identical rosy heads, doing their utmost to appear serious, lively, and endearing. Furthermore, Dumbledore continued, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind everyone that magic is not to be performed in the corridors during breaks. The Quidditch tryouts will take place in the second week of this term. Those wishing to participate should sign up with Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution you that anyone wishing to avoid misfortune and a tragic demise should steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor this year. A few students chuckled, Harry being among them. Fool, Draco muttered under his breath. Moyan was too drained to even roll his eyes in annoyance. Why was it, having grown up in similarly harsh conditions, that Harry could remain so naive and innocent? Before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore announced loudly, and Moyan noticed the smiles of the other teachers had frozen. With a light flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and curling above the high dining table, forming lines of text. Everyone may choose their preferred tune, Dumbledore said. Ready, sing. Thus, the entire school, teachers and students alike, burst into song, or rather, a loud shout. Hogwarts, 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 please grant us knowledge. Whether we are bald old men or children with scraped knees, our minds can embrace some delightful things. For now our minds are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart to us some valuable knowledge. Return to us what we have forgotten. Do your utmost. The rest we shall handle ourselves. We shall strive to learn until we turn to dust. Moyan had eagerly anticipated hearing what tune the proud Slytherins would choose, only to discover that nearly all opted to silently mouth the lyrics. The reason he said nearly was that Crabbe and Goyle were still bellowing loudly. They had initially been accompanied by a second-year student, but that student had promptly lowered his head after receiving a cold glare from Edmund. Crabbe and Goyle, however, lacked such wit. Draco kicked the leg of the boy next to him, resulting in the boy both shouting and looking aggrieved as he repeatedly cast glances at Draco, utterly oblivious to the latter's meaning until the end of the song. Edmund snickered softly to himself. Draco closed his eyes in despair, feeling pity for his two dim-witted companions. Moyan nearly burst out laughing. This version of Draco was rather endearing, certainly better than his usual haughty demeanor that he recalled how, when Crabbe and Goyle had belittled Draco due to the Malfoy family's decline, he had still attempted to save their lives. The boy was not inherently bad. His temper and attitude, however, were utterly atrocious. Without the influence of his lineage and wealth, who would be willing to associate with someone bearing such a demeanor? Moyan chuckled to himself. Yet, Edmund's next words wiped the smile from his face. You too, he said, as the Weasley twins sang the school song to the slow, somber tune of a funeral march, frowning at Moyan, who was struggling to suppress his laughter, and the listless Draco. Teach these two fools the most basic table manners before breakfast tomorrow. I do not wish to witness such foolishness in the hall again in a week's time. Also, no tardiness tomorrow. Moyan and Draco gazed desperately at Edmund, who was wearing a mocking smile, both feeling as if a storm cloud had descended upon them. In comparison, Draco felt a twinge of schadenfreude at the thought of Moyan being dragged into this predicament. Cheer up, Wendy said with a cheerful smile. People grow through adversity. A dark line appeared on both their foreheads. Music, Dumbledore said after everyone had finished singing the school song, wiping his eyes, is far more enchanting than anything we have here. Now, it is time for bed. Everyone should return to their dormitories. Edmund and Wendy stood up simultaneously and announced, "Upperclassmen, the new password is glory. First-year students, follow me." They exited the hall, turned 2 corners, passed through a concealed passage behind a suit of armor, descended a staircase, and finally stopped before a bare, damp stone wall. Edmund turned around and said, "The path I just took you on was the quickest from the Great Hall to the common room." "Did you all remember it?" "Yes," came the uniform reply, though it was marred by a discordant note. One of the stout boys, munching on an apple pie, asked foolishly what. It seemed he was so stuffed that he lacked even the basic capacity for thought. Edmund ignored him, instead fixing his sharp gaze on Moyan and Draco, who could only nod helplessly, sharing a sense of mutual sympathy. "Glory," Edmund said, turning towards the stone wall, and a hidden door within the stone wall swung open. The group entered in turn, unwittingly leaving the foremost position to Moyan and Draco. They exchanged glances, weighed their options, and entered side by side. Fortunately, both of them were relatively small in stature. Had it been someone like Crabbe or Goyle, they would have had no choice but to either brawl at the entrance or become stuck in the corridor. The Slytherin common room was a long and somewhat low basement. The walls and ceiling were constructed from sturdy stone. Green, circular lamps hung from the ceiling by iron chains, clearly meant for decoration rather than illumination. The common room was aglow with hundreds of candles, and a semicircular fireplace added to the warmth of the space. From the fireplace, Slytherin's seating arranged in a diverging pattern. The walls, floors, and seats were adorned with deep green satin, embellished with silver stripes that bore the emblem of Slytherin House. "Boys, follow me," Edmund instructed, guiding the boys into the corridor on the left. "Girls, this way," Wendy said, leading the girls into the corridor on the right. At the end of the corridor lay the rooms of Draco and Moyan, each furnished with 5 4-poster beds draped in emerald green velvet curtains, beside which sat their respective trunks. Their dormitory companions included Crabbe, Goyle, and Blaise Zabby. Moyan retrieved his pajamas from the trunk, and after showering and changing, he discovered that Draco had nearly completed the same task simultaneously. The two exchanged a look of disdain before each delivering a swift kick to the 2 short, plump boys who had collapsed onto the bed, sound asleep. "What's going on?" one of the boys groggily inquired. Rubbing his eyes, the other struggled between opening and closing his eyes, appearing quite tormented. "What's going on?" Draco retorted, exasperatedly amused by these two, who still seemed oblivious to the situation. "You've robbed me of my first sleep since arriving at school." "What do you think I want to do?" Moyan suggested quietly. "Perhaps we should find a way to wake them up." The 2 boys trembled at the sound of the cold laughter above them, wishing they could simply faint on the spot. The following morning, the students of Slytherin were astonished to find Crabbe and Goyle quietly seated at the long table, consuming breakfast without any raucousness or gluttony. While their table manners remained less than commendable, the difference compared to the previous day was nothing short of remarkable. In stark contrast, the evident dark circles under Moyan and Draco's eyes, coupled with their barely contained ire, caused the first-year students passing by to instinctively choose to steer clear of them. Edmund, curious, inquired of their dormitory mate, Blaise Zabby. Blaise shivered and quickly shook his head. I fell asleep last night. Look at those dark circles. Only a fool would believe you." Moyan and Draco simultaneously rolled their eyes. Edmund chuckled, choosing not to press further. After all, observing the unintentional camaraderie between Moyan and Draco had already fulfilled his purpose. Had it not? "Look, here he comes," a tall boy with red hair was pointed out. "Did you see his scar?" "No, he has a bandage on his head, so it's not visible." Suddenly, a flurry of hushed whispers erupted from both sides of the long table in Slytherin, with some students abandoning their utensils to rush toward the entrance, others rising on their toes to get a better view, and a few clustering around the Gryffindor table. "Look, the boy who survived has arrived," Draco said, his signature tone dripping with sarcasm. "Truly a figure of great renown. If you were to run around the hall naked right now, you would achieve the same level of fame, so there's no need to express envy in such a sour grapes manner." Draco abruptly turned, narrowing his eyes and lowering his voice. "Moyan Evans, my patience is not boundless. I have tolerated you repeatedly to avoid making fools of ourselves in front of the upperclassmen. Don't push your luck. Rest assured, I couldn't care less about you," Moyan replied. "If you hadn't provoked me first." "When did I provoke you first? It's always you who instigates me for no reason." Draco hissed and angered. Moyan scoffed. Draco meticulously recalled their limited exchanges, realizing that their banter always commenced when, "You like Harry Potter?" Draco's eyes widened, leaning slightly forward as he mockingly remarked, "Could it be that Moyan Evans is also a devotee of the Golden Boy? Just imagine if Edmund and the others were to learn of this. Would they still consider you the rising star of Slytherin? A Slytherin who idolizes Potter? Has your mind been infected by the pus of a bubotuber?" "First, I became friends with Harry in Diagon Alley," Moyan replied calmly. "Second, even if you dislike Harry, you should at least pretend not to loathe him, especially when many regard him as a little hero. Otherwise, you are merely adding to your father's Death Eater reputation and your family's foolishness." Moyan pushed aside his empty plate, finally meeting Draco's gaze. "Third, believe me, no one is more suited to that description than your two foolish lackeys. Of course, I now think you fit quite well too." With that, Moyan stood and exited the hall, the morning sun pouring down onto his face, somewhat blinding him, prompting him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Suddenly, the light dimmed as a shadow obscured the sun. Moyan looked up and laughed. A brown owl was circling above him, boasting strong wings, a beak like an iron hook, and claws that glistened in the sunlight. "Raphael." Moyan extended his arm, and Raphael settled gracefully on his forearm, tilting his head and emitting a soft coo, then began to preen his ruffled feathers. Raphael had a penchant for cleanliness, which was one of the reasons Moyan cherished him. "You re far superior to Leia." Moyan thought of Leia, who had slept through the night and was still indulging in slumber, feeling a tinge of exasperation at his pet's laziness. Initially, he had only seen Leia's elegance in her tranquility. Failing to notice her inherent sluggishness, "Raphael, I must attend class now. Could you deliver a letter to Harry, and then see if he can spare you a morsel to eat?" Moyan gazed into Raphael's lively black eyes. "You may choose to stay at either the Ollery or my dormitory. Can you find your way?" Raphael gently pecked his hand, and Moyan took out paper and quill, leaning against the wall to write. "Dear Harry, if you are free at 2 o'clock this afternoon, let us meet by the lake." Moyan rolled up the letter and handed it to Raphael. "Off you go, if Harry forgets to feed you. Be sure to peck that red-haired boy beside him." Raphael spread his wings and flew into the hall, and just as Moyan reached the entrance to the greenhouse, Raphael returned with Harry's reply. "All right, see you then." Moyan began to anticipate their afternoon meeting, even finding Professor Sprout, the plump herbology teacher, quite endearing. With a yawn, Moyan packed away his history of magic book and ambled toward the door. He could not comprehend how Professor Binns managed to transform such a tumultuous and thrilling history of magic into a completely hypnotic lecture, amidst his bee-like, buzzing voice. Moyan found it impossible to even glance at other books. As his eyelids stubbornly drooped and his nerves involuntarily relaxed, bang! Moyan rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes, having accidentally collided with the doorframe. Laughter erupted from behind him. "After your intelligence has regressed, has your ability to act also diminished to that of an infant, Evans?" Draco remarked from behind. "As long as I'm not at your level, I'm perfectly content," Moyan replied nonchalantly. The more adaptable Slytherins were fine, but the first-year Ravenclaws could not help but stifle their laughter. Draco immediately turned, glaring fiercely at them. "What's so funny about a Malfoy, huh? Seeing a bunch of little eagles quaking in fear at the sight of Malfoy is truly extraordinary," Moyan said leisurely. "It appears the illustrious reputation of the Malfoy family is built upon intimidating the weak. Indeed, quite remarkable." Evans, Draco, infuriated, drew his wand and pointed it at Moyan. "Go ahead. Curse me." Malfoy. Moyan yawned again. "Leisurely saying that might just earn you a bit of my respect." Draco watched helplessly as Moyan descended the staircase, ultimately retreating, shoving his wand back into his pocket. Goyle timidly called out, "Today's events. No one is to speak of them." Draco glared at the surrounding Slytherin and Ravenclaw students, his eyes ablaze. Otherwise, the multitude of students nodded eagerly, as if they could not bear to see Moyan confront Draco head-on. They simply could not. After Draco's intimidation, he cast a resentful glance in the direction of Moyan's departure, biting his lower lip with such ferocity that he could taste the metallic tang of blood. He was at a loss as to whether he felt more anger or sadness. He believed he would never be able to forget the moment that boy stepped through the door. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering as if infused with liquid light, while his silver eyes sparkled with a clarity colder than ice and a gentleness softer than moonlight. He appeared almost ethereal. And for a fleeting moment, Draco thought he was gazing upon yet another specter. Then, with a clearer mind, He imagined that he was in the presence of a legendary moon sprite. Never had he considered that a human could possess such beauty and grace. His hair and the hem of his clothing dripped with water, droplets clinging to his face, while mud and coal dust adorned his garments, as he dragged a box soaked in mire behind him. Despite his disheveled appearance, he resembled a diamond that had been polished to brilliance, strikingly captivating, composed, poised, elegant, noble, proud, aloof, confident, and serene. He embodied the perfect Slytherin demeanor, a born aristocrat. His smile bore a complexity of emotions, 3 parts depth, 3 parts lightness, 3 parts pride, and a hint of nonchalance, all beautifully enchanting. Slytherin. Thank Merlin. Thank you to A.T. That moment. Draco even contemplated kissing the filthy Sorting Hat. However, after a period of contemplation, when he reached out, he was met with the unmistakable aloofness of those silver eyes. In his nervousness, he could not restrain his tongue, resorting to threats and intimidation, invoking his lineage and illustrious father. Each time he spoke, he wished he could bite his own tongue off, the last time. He had lost the potential friendship of Harry Potter. This time, he saw nothing but disdain and contempt reflected in those eyes. From a young age, his father had taught him that as a Malfoy, he could neglect history, disregard literature, and forego practicing magic, but he must always be aware of the latest happenings in the Ministry of Magic, the newest fashion trends, and the most effective means of subjugation. He had always taken this to heart, until now. Draco had never loathed his own inadequacy as he did in this moment. It was not until they turned the corner that Moyan finally lowered his hand from his wand. Although he understood clearly that Draco's timid nature would prevent him from truly casting a spell, especially since Malfoy had already grasped his strength after the incident with Goyle and Crabbe the previous night. While Draco had a slight edge in depth and breadth of magical knowledge due to his early exposure to it, in terms of spell casting precision and speed, as well as mastery and proficiency with incantations, Moyan far surpassed him. For Draco, magic was a mere instinct and academic pursuit, whereas Moyan had trained himself with the discipline of a warrior ever since he discovered his abilities. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Yet, Moyan could hardly believe that Draco could endure such humiliation that he himself would rather face defeat than lose his dignity. Thus, he remained a warrior and not a leader, ultimately falling prey to his own allies. Draco, however, possessed the very quality he lacked, the ability to endure, to withdraw decisively when the situation turned against him, and to remain indifferent to the scorn and mockery that might ensue. Moyan was unaware that Draco had once again intimidated his classmates. It was truly alarming. Were it not for personal shortcomings and character flaws, along with Harry's sudden emergence, their family would have inevitably found themselves on the wrong side of history, and Draco could have become another Han exile. Yet even with such a Draco, Moyan could not turn a blind eye. He had always disregarded the sword that came at him head-on, but the arrows that flew from behind could easily fell the bravest of souls. Especially when the archer was always lurking in the shadows, unyielding, uncompromising, and relentless. It was no wonder that during his countless struggles with Harry, he had often played the fool, sustaining numerous setbacks yet remaining ever eager to spring forth and seek trouble. Those failures only fueled his resolve, and every time Moyan thought of the troubles and humiliation Draco Malfoy would bring upon Harry, he could not help but jab at him. Now he realized that his actions had been both childish and reckless. With a sigh, Moyan felt a genuine sense of regret. Harry's perspective when Harry finally managed to extricate himself from the throng of students eager to gaze upon him, and the corridor filled with those constantly wanting to glimpse the scar on his forehead. He hurried, almost furtively, to the lakeside, where it was already 3:25 that after searching all around, he eventually spotted Moyan sitting beneath a fig tree, only to find that he had fallen asleep while waiting. With his arms wrapped around his bent right leg and his head resting on his knee, his red hair cascaded like the finest satin, spilling over his back and arms. His long eyelashes occasionally fluttered, casting delicate shadows. Harry settled beside him, mimicking his posture, resting his head on his knee as he waited for him to awaken. He had never before experienced such a profound sense of tranquil happiness. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how he had searched high and low for Moyan on the Hogwarts Express, only to discover upon returning to his compartment that the train had already departed, and panic had set in. How could he have forgotten? Moyan, like him, had come from the Muggle world. Even if he had spent all his time in Diagon Alley, even if he always appeared all-knowing, He was still an 11-year-old first-year student who had grown up among muggles. Perhaps he had completely forgotten to inquire about how to reach Platform 9. Not everyone was as fortunate as he had been to encounter a kind-hearted soul like Mrs. Weasley. What would he do alone on the platform? Or perhaps he had no means of reaching the platform at all? Maybe a wicked witch had captured him in Diagon Alley, a remnant of the childhood tales he had heard, where witches were always malevolent? Perhaps he had fallen ill. The mere thought of something dreadful happening to Moyan sent Harry into a panic, rendering even Ron's enthusiastic chatter about Quidditch utterly uninteresting. No one had ever cared for his life, understood his needs, or grasped his emotional fluctuations like Moyan did. After enduring a series of days filled with scrutiny and questioning, Harry had come to a deeper understanding of this truth. Everyone approached him for the notoriety of being the boy who lived, incessantly asking about the fateful night that had robbed him of his parents, repeatedly demanding to see the scar on his forehead. As if he were some magical creature. Even his friends Ron and Hermione, who also hailed from the Muggle world, were not exempt from this behavior. Only Moyan, in Harry's eyes, had always seen him simply as Harry Potter, not the boy who had vanquished Voldemort. Not the boy who had survived, merely Harry. And when Moyan sent him books, clothes, and the incredibly precious eye-opener potion, which Harry later learned from Ron was extraordinarily rare and expensive, it felt natural for both parties. Harry could hardly imagine how he would react if someone else were to do the same after only a brief exchange. Perhaps he would feel humiliated or suspicious of their motives upon learning of his background. Yet with Moyan, he felt assured that it stemmed from genuine concern. He knew that had the roles been reversed, he would have done the same. From their very first meeting, Harry had sensed something peculiar. It was as if they had known each other for an eternity. As if they were destined to be together. Thus, what belonged to Moyan was inherently his, and vice versa. There was no distinction done on the Hogwarts Express, while eagerly anticipating Moyan's sudden appearance at the door. Harry listened as Ron spoke of Quidditch, then his bedroom, and finally his family, lamenting about his 5 brothers. Eventually, he could no longer sit still and excused himself to help Hermione find Neville's toad, secretly hoping to find Moyan. However, this time, not only was his search in vain, but his scar was also spotted by others, drawing a crowd and attracting Draco Malfoy's attention after Draco mocked Ron. Harry unleashed all his pent-up frustration on the haughty blonde boy, leading to a brawl between him, Ron, and Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe, with even Scabbers joining the fray. Hermione, helplessly anxious, watched from the sidelines as a crowd gathered around them, cheering. Ultimately, it was Ron's brother Percy who intervened just in time to prevent the situation from escalating further. When Professor McGonagall had called for Moyan Evans twice without receiving a response, Dumbledore signaled for her to continue reading. And the last glimmer of hope in Harry's heart was extinguished. Harry was so anxious that he even considered rushing out of Hogwarts to find him, regardless of the consequences of expulsion. However, just as the last student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin and Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment to leave the podium, the doors swung open unexpectedly, upon seeing the red-haired boy with silver eyes standing at the entrance. Harry nearly collapsed in his chair. Thank Merlin. This phrase echoed repeatedly in his mind. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself cursing Merlin. How could it be possible? How could Moyan be a Slytherin? He was so wonderful. So kind. How could he belong to Slytherin? Harry's anger intensified as he watched Moyan stride directly towards Slytherin without sparing him a glance, even shaking hands with Draco. This was utterly outrageous. When Moyan finally looked his way, Harry deliberately turned his head to speak with Ron, ignoring the person he had been staring at for quite some time. Suddenly, Moyan fluttered his eyelashes and opened his eyes that high. Harry. Humph. Harry turned his head away, still upset that Moyan had entered Slytherin. Although he knew it wasn't Moyan's fault, the swiftness with which he had been embraced by Slytherin, despite Harry's own negotiation to join Gryffindor, left him feeling deeply disappointed. Moyan rubbed his sore neck, unwilling to engage with Harry, and took out the potion and potion ingredients he had been studying, meticulously analyzing the principles of their combinations. They were both worried sick about each other potentially being in perilous situations. Yet when together, they would bicker over trivial matters. Arguments were inconsequential. It was enough that the other was nearby. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, Moyan felt that Hogwarts remained shrouded in mystery. The school housed 142 staircases, some spacious and clean, while others were not only narrow but also prone to wobbling. Some would lead to different locations on certain Fridays, while others concealed staircases that had mysteriously vanished, forcing one to leap just to ascend. The doors here would only open if you politely requested them or scratched them in just the right spot. Otherwise, they remained steadfastly shut. Some doors were not doors at all, but cleverly disguised solid walls. Exploring the secrets of this castle was Moyan's greatest passion, especially the fact that the entrance to the Slytherin common room was hidden within the stone walls. Fueling his desire to tap every inch of Hogwarts, he scrutinized every decoration on the statues, as well as each corridor and classroom. If anyone knew Hogwarts best, it would undoubtedly be the ghosts wandering the castle. In the original text, over 20 ghosts made their first appearance, but aside from the 4 house ghosts, only Moaning Myrtle and Professor Binns, who taught history of magic. Peeves was neither a living person nor a ghost, but an indestructible poltergeist, were mentioned. After conversing with each ghost he encountered, Moyan realized the reason for their selective depiction. The time ghosts could linger in the world was not limitless. Their souls gradually weakened and even faded with the passage of time. The cowardice of hesitating on the path of death ultimately led to the dissolution of their very souls. The 4 house ghosts were powerful spirits, such as Moaning Myrtle, whose soul remained relatively intact due to her short time of death. However, apart from Peeves, who delighted in mischief for amusement, the other ghosts were either proud or kind and would not engage in such antics. Furthermore, with the absence of most time-consuming pleasures in life, food, entertainment, and even sleep, their existence was rendered exceedingly dull and monotonous. All the ghosts were genuinely willing to assist students, regardless of their house, even the blood-curdling Barrow, though few dared to approach him for help. When discussing Professor Binns, the ghosts expressed disdain, considering him an affront to the sacred subject. They enumerated countless errors and failures in his teaching, claiming that having a professor like Binns was a misfortune for all Hogwarts students. Although Moyan completely agreed, he could also see that the ghosts were envious of Binns for having the opportunity to teach, grade assignments, and create exams that tormented students. The ghosts' lives were indeed exceedingly dreary. Most of the ghosts in the castle had gradually faded to mere shadows of their former selves, with some even losing their cognitive faculties. One ghost, named Kenro, repeatedly introduced himself every 5 minutes, asking, "Hi, my name is Kenro. What is your name?" It seemed that apart from his name, he was muddled about everything else. Another ghost named Charles, the castle's first caretaker, possessed slightly more magic than a dud. He had witnessed the castle rise from the ground and even participated in its construction. That he loved the castle more than anyone else, and, before his death, begged Godric Gryffindor to help him become a ghost, as his magic was too weak to achieve this on his own. Gryffindor granted his request, allowing him to continue watching over the land he cherished. "I will never regret it." He smiled peacefully in the sunset. "That I do not know what the afterlife is like, but I know there will be no Hogwarts or these lovely children." "Perhaps there will be," Moyan proposed. "Maybe those little wizards who pass too soon, or those who love Hogwarts like you do. We'll build a similar Hogwarts in the spirit world." "Not the same. It will be different." Charles replied that he was more fragile than any ghost Moyan had encountered. In fact, he had become completely transparent, due to Godric's powerful magic and Charles's unwavering presence at Hogwarts. He retained a clear consciousness. Moyan only discovered him one morning while whimsically leaning over the astronomy tower to watch the sunrise. Noticing a subtle distortion in the air, Charles spoke in a voice akin to a whisper. Moyan had to cast an enhancement charm on his ears to barely hear him. "I have been like this for over 200 years. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, I will vanish forever. That I do not fear extinction. I only fear never seeing Hogwarts again. That if possible, I hope you can hold on for another 10 years, Moyan said. "Though Godric is powerful, I am not weak. That I will find a way to help you. Just give me a little more time." Charles was not entirely convinced by his words, yet he felt a surge of happiness. With Charles's assistance, Moyan's exploration of Hogwarts accelerated like a rocket. However, Hogwarts often shifted on its own, and Charles did not know all the hidden passages and secret rooms, so Moyan still needed to discover them himself. Charles even guided him to the bedrooms of the 4 founders at Hogwarts. Although not much useful could be found there since those places were meant for sleeping and resting rather than storage. Nevertheless, Moyan felt he had gained a wealth of knowledge. Among the treasures were spell books, filled with complex and obscure spells, most of which had been replaced by simpler modern incantations, along with outdated magical theories. Yet, Moyan discovered a few ancient and rare spells and some bizarrely paired potion recipes. The greatest delight was finding a diary belonging to Ravenclaw, in which she recorded her musings and research on the soul. Moyan hoped to uncover a method to resolve the fragment of soul within Harry. Carefully transcribing her notes. Although Charles had brought him here, he did not permit Moyan to take anything with him. Moyan had to persuade him to allow the use of Slytherin's invisibility cloak within the confines of Hogwarts. Each of the founders' bedrooms contained an invisibility cloak, suggesting they had once banded together to hunt invisible beasts. Harry possessed 3 golden items: the invisibility cloak, the firebolt, and the marauder's map. Moyan had been coveting these treasures since he first laid eyes on them. He initially planned to find the house elf named Winky during the Quidditch World Cup and acquire Bartemius Crouch's invisibility cloak. However, even after acquiring the invisibility cloak, Moyan did not cease his studies on the invisibility charm and the disillusionment charm. After all, a garment is less convenient than the spells one can cast oneself. He could not possibly wear the cloak at all times as a precaution in every endeavor on the very night he obtained the cloak. Moyan ventured into the library's restricted section and discovered a tome on tracking and counter-tracking. Upon encountering a doodle signed by a pointy fork, he felt even more fortunate. Another ubiquitous feature within the castle was the portraits. Moyan had often pondered why the individuals depicted could converse, think, and even meander into other portraits like living beings, while those captured in photographs were restricted to mere rudimentary movements and lacked independent thought. A portrait of a young man who claimed to be the greatest painter of all time, named me Feet, provided him with an explanation. During the painting process, the artist's magic becomes imbued within the portrait. Typically, once a portrait is completed, the subject casts a simple spell to enable the figure within to share its memories and wisdom. However, this sharing is entirely harmless to the wizard. He further noted that this spell later evolved into a malevolent dark magic that splits the soul in pursuit of immortality, which Moyan suspected referred to Horcruxes. Moreover, the closer the relationship between the artist and the subject, the greater the memories and wisdom the portrait can possess. Some wizards even use their own blood to reinforce this connection. In contrast, photography merely captures an image and animates it through magic. Despite the logic in his words, Moyan chose to remain skeptical, for the young man was extravagantly dressed and, within moments, began to boast loudly about his past glories and achievements, often casting disdainful glances at Moyan, as if Moyan's standard Hogwarts uniform was akin to rags scavenged from a rubbish heap. He reminded Moyan of Gilderoy Lockhart, the arrogant and inept fool who would teach them defense against the dark arts in their second year. Moyan greatly enjoyed conversing with the figures in the portraits hanging in the classroom, as they were renowned experts in their fields or teachers who had made significant contributions to Hogwarts. He could seek their guidance on lessons, and they would eagerly respond with ample elaboration, though some would occasionally extend their discussions a tad excessively. There were indeed numerous portraits at Hogwarts, and Moyan resolved to take 3 years to familiarize himself with them, especially since he had many personal matters to attend to. Every afternoon, he and Harry would dedicate an hour in the library to completing their assignments, as Moyan could finish all his work in that time. Harry envied him greatly, as it took him at least 2 hours to complete his tasks, often cobbled together haphazardly, which compelled Moyan to spend an additional hour summarizing the key points of the lessons for him. Eventually, they established a routine where Moyan would tutor Harry first, followed by them both completing their assignments together. "How do you manage it?" Harry asked, flipping through Moyan's beautifully crafted essay with envy. "By memorizing all the necessary texts," Moyan replied, "and then the words flow effortlessly when you write your paper." Harry stuck out his tongue, visibly taken aback, after Edmund and Wendy learned of Moyan's friendship with Harry and attempted to dissuade him. They surprisingly gave up easily. "Regardless of your current friendship, you will surely part ways in the future." Upon seeing Moyan's puzzled expression, Edmund added meaningfully, "Since the days of Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. No friendship between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin has ever endured. We simply do not wish for you to be hurt." Moyan. Wendy leaned slightly closer, her gaze sincere. "You care for that golden boy far more than he does for you. So it is you who will inevitably be hurt in the end." Moyan smiled gently, dismissing their concerns. How could he and Harry be compared to those individuals? They had shared an unbreakable bond since the moment they entered this world. Harry, too, was considerably troubled by the situation. Ron had been pairing up with Seamus these days that he scratched his head, transitioning from a bird's nest to one on the brink of collapse. Only Neville and I are sitting together. As no one else wishes to partner with him, no one speaks to me much. I overheard someone call me a traitor to Gryffindor. Those Gryffindors? Moyan scoffed internally that in their first year, they had mocked Ron for losing points due to Harry. In their second year, they believed him to be the heir of Slytherin who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. In their fourth year, apart from Hermione, no one believed he had entered his name into the Goblet of Fire. And in their fifth year, they followed the Daily Prophet, convinced that their classmate was a liar, only to beam at him when they needed Harry to win Quidditch or fight for them. Besides Hermione Granger, Missouri Yin held disdain for those Gryffindors. Since the conflict after their history of magic class, Draco had not sought trouble with Moyan again, although he continued to brazenly speak ill of Harry in public. Moyan consistently walked past him, choosing to ignore it. This was partly due to his wariness of Draco, and partly because he understood that preventing Draco from speaking was futile. It was unrealistic to stop others from voicing their opinions simply because he found them disagreeable. Fortunately, everyone was aware of his relationship with Harry, and few dared to side with Draco when Moyan was present. Yet, he knew that every Slytherin was silently waiting for the day he and Harry would sever ties. What was truly peculiar was that Moyan did not perceive any hatred in Draco's eyes. He didn't cast a malicious curse upon him, nor did he secretly place a poisonous spider or scorpion in his bed. This only heightened Moyan's vigilance, prompting him to request a house elf from the kitchen to specifically tend to Leia and Raphael's dietary needs. Indeed, house elves are creatures of unwavering servitude. Upon hearing they could serve him, one was so ecstatic that it could hardly contain itself, nearly weeping with joy after Moyan expressed his gratitude. Moyan wished that Friday would not arrive too swiftly, for he knew that the potions class that day would ignite the animosity between Harry and Snape. Yet, he was fully aware of the sacrifices Snape made to protect Harry and the burdens he would bear that he admired Snape, but did not believe Harry was in the wrong. Watching the impending conflict between the two unfold left Moyan feeling torn and distressed. The potions classroom was situated in a large cellar within the castle, imbued with an eerie chill and lined with wooden shelves containing jars of preserved creatures, some of which wriggled unsettlingly. Cold water gushed from the mouth of a grotesque stone gargoyle into a basin. Moyan arrived early for potions class, only to find that Snape had already been there for some time, preparing the potion ingredients for the lesson that a piece of chalk was writing on the board about a remedy for scabbers. "Professor, may I assist you with that?" Moyan inquired as he approached Snape, who was slicing porcupine quills. Snape glanced at him, replying, "Handling potion ingredients is a serious endeavor. It is not as simple as it appears." His voice was deep and smooth. Even when uttering such placid words, it felt almost mocking that I would like to give it a try. Professor Moyan was surprised by Snape's gentle demeanor. He recalled that this was a rather acerbic individual. Was it because he was a Slytherin? Nevertheless, he quickly responded, asserting with some pride, "Please do not make hasty judgments before witnessing my skills." Snape regarded him intently before handing him the knife. Although Moyan had never handled a knife or studied potion preparation, he was precise and steady, thus cutting the porcupine quills to a perfect 2 inches. Aside from an initial clumsiness, he handled the task remarkably well, even surpassing Snape's own standard. After observing him for a while with his arms crossed, Snape instructed Moyan to finish the remaining quills while he began dividing the crushed snake fangs into dozens of small portions that in truth, Moyan was only enthusiastic during the initial practice. Soon, he grew bored. The porcupine quills had to be cut one by one, and he could not use magic for fear of compromising the potion's efficacy. Fortunately, the materials for that lesson were not extensive. Otherwise, Moyan would surely regret his momentary enthusiasm while nursing his swollen arm. Professor Snape commenced their first lesson by taking attendance. Upon reaching Harry, he paused to mock him. Moyan began to understand why Harry harbored such animosity towards Snape. The look in his eyes was unmasked derision, disdain, scorn, and unabashed loathing. Moyan furrowed his brow. His thoughts had been rather straightforward. Snape was a spy. Snape despised Harry due to their father's history. Snape often unjustly deducted points from Gryffindor, particularly from Harry, and though he relished making Harry's life difficult, he was, in truth, silently safeguarding him. However, he now realized he was mistaken, that Snape's hatred was not merely a case of transference. It was so glaringly intense and palpable that it made anyone uncomfortable. The harm inflicted by such a gaze far surpassed that of verbal assaults. Had Moyan not been well versed in the plot, he would have promptly eliminated such a person upon encountering that look. Fearing an unexpected Avada Kedavra might be unleashed upon him, Moyan sighed softly, feeling a slight headache. You are here to learn the art of potion making. Snape's low voice was almost a whisper, yet every word resonated clearly. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here, many of you do not believe this is magic, that I do not expect you to truly grasp the wonders of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors, nor do I anticipate you to comprehend the enchanting, intoxicating power of a liquid coursing through the human bloodstream, that I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honor, and even stave off death. Provided you are not among the foolish imbeciles I frequently encounter. Potter, he suddenly called out, what effect would result from adding powdered daffodil bulbs to wormwood juice? Moyan sighed, and still posed the question. The previous afternoon, he had compiled 36 questions for Harry to memorize. Harry was baffled. Why must I memorize? I haven't even attended a potion class yet. Professor Snape always questions during the first lesson. And he specifically targets you Gryffindors, Moyan asserted, as these were undeniable facts. Given your reputation, you will undoubtedly be the first target. Why must I memorize such content? There are countless wondrous herbs and fungi. Harry sought to evade the effort. Because these are frequently asked by Snape, Moyan explained that I inquired of the portrait in the potion classroom. He had indeed consulted the portrait, but afterward added 3 more questions himself. Fine, Harry sighed in resignation. Additionally, we shall practice brewing the potion we will study tomorrow. Moyan interrupted as Harry was about to speak. No negotiation. Unless you wish to suffer a terrible fate tomorrow. Harry was startled by Snape's sudden inquiry and jumped up. Momentarily astonished by the question, that he glanced at Moyan before replying. It would produce a sleeping potion, Professor, commonly known as the Draught of Living Death. Moyan sensed that Snape's words were laced with venom. If I were to ask you for a dungstone, where would you go to find one? In the stomach of a sheep. Dungstones are the bane of many pests. That I did not ask for its efficacy. Potter, for your presumption, Gryffindor loses a point. That's unfair. Ron shouted. Final question, Snape said slowly. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? There is no difference, Professor. They are the same plant, also known as. Harry suddenly recalled Snape's earlier deduction of points and shifted his answer. Perhaps it's the spelling? The Gryffindors erupted in laughter. Sit down, Potter, Snape commanded. Due to your rudeness, Gryffindor loses another point. Why do you not record all of this? You too, Potter. Do you think that once you memorize it, you need not study further? Fuming, Harry sat down, angrily producing a quill and parchment. Subsequently, Snape instructed the students to pair up and brew a potion for treating scabies, while he himself roamed the classroom with a thunderous expression, chastising everyone for their mistakes. All were reprimanded, except for Draco, Moyan, and Harry, as Harry's potion turned out exceptionally well, with no faults to be found. Moyan had rigorously made him practice thrice the previous day. Snape continued to circle around Harry, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, yet failed to find a reason to deduct points. Finally, Neville Longbottom, dubbed the Cauldron Killer, burned through Seamus Finnegan's cauldron, scalding his own arm and leg in the process. Fool, Snape bellowed, waving his wand to clear the spilled potion. Did you throw in the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the fire? He scolded, as Neville began to sob, after instructing Seamus to take Neville to the infirmary. Snape fixed his gaze on Harry. You, Potter, Professor. Snape abruptly turned, regarding the one who dared interrupt him. It was Moyan. What is it? Snape's expression softened slightly, though still retaining an air of menace. Professor, I do not understand why pine needles are added when brewing this potion. Moyan inquired. If you had read the textbook carefully. Snape stared at Moyan for a lengthy moment before finally responding. His tone remained harsh, yet he refrained from cursing. You would know that it is used to mitigate the reactions of the herbal components. However, if the aim is to alleviate reactions, might not the leaves of the Sarracenia purpurea yield a better effect? Moyan asked earnestly. In this potion, the primary active ingredients are stinging nettle, porcupine quills, and snake fangs. Among these 3, nettle thrives in shade, snakes prefer dark and damp environments, and porcupines are nocturnal, indicating they all favor cooler conditions. Yet pine trees are sun-loving plants, inclined towards warmth. Would not using pine needles risk diminishing the efficacy of the primary ingredients? This, in essence, reflects the traditional Chinese concept of yin and yang. Although Moyan was not entirely versed in it, he had read numerous martial arts novels and could articulate his thoughts reasonably well. lamenting that he could not discuss yin and yang and the five elements with these foreigners, thus resorting to a more rudimentary explanation. Snape regarded him with a penetrating gaze, and Moyan responded with a calm smile. Eventually, Snape nodded. You have a point. This afternoon you may practice your brewing here, provided that the potion produced in this lesson is flawless. Yes, Professor, Moyan replied cheerfully, knowing that Snape could no longer target Harry for point deductions. Much to his delight, Harry expressed gratitude with a glance towards Moyan, accompanied by a pitiful look. Moyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. In the latter half of the lesson, Snape's fury escalated as he paced the classroom. His reprimands becoming increasingly severe. Moyan consistently raised questions whenever Snape unjustly redirected the conversation towards Harry, and Harry successfully crafted his potion. Thus, by the end of the class, Snape had not deducted any further points from Harry. It became evident to all that Snape harbored a particular disdain for Harry, seeking every opportunity to belittle him, while Moyan endeavored to thwart such occurrences, due to Snape's failure to deduct points from Harry. Others bore the brunt of his ire. Even Malfoy lost a point. Strangely, Snape tolerated Moyan's interruptions each time that as the class concluded. Harry remained dejected, clearly disheartened. Harry, Moyan approached him. I truly do not understand why Snape dislikes me so much. He deducted 2 points from me during class. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think how many more I might have lost. Perhaps Merlin deemed that with so many people fond of you, a counterbalance was necessary. Moyan jested. Harry, you are quite popular already. I find myself feeling envious. Harry chuckled. You are not. Besides, you know I do not desire that at that moment. Ron approached Harry, addressing Moyan. You're not bad. I mean, you're nothing like those Slytherins. Moyan ignored him, but he noticed Harry's uplifted spirits at Ron's presence, and waved, saying, I must take my leave now. See you in the library, Harry. During breakfast, over 100 owls flew in through the hall's entrance. And Moyan observed that today's delivery of owls was double the usual amount. Draco received an entire large bag of sweets, triumphantly dumping them onto the long table, where Crabbe and Goyle immediately glued their eyes to the pile. Help yourselves if you wish to eat, he declared. With his head held high, Draco proclaimed, but before he could finish, Crabbe and Goyle lunged forward. Ahem. Moyan cleared his throat, and the two immediately froze as if petrified. Then plopped down onto their chairs, delicately extending their fingers to each take a piece of candy, eagerly stuffing it into their mouths while covering their lips with their palms, casting nervous glances at Moyan, as if he might suddenly leap over to snatch the candy from them. Moyan paid them no mind. His attention was drawn to Neville at the Gryffindor table, who had just received a memory orb, radiating a vivid red glow in his hands. Draco swiftly snatched it away. Reflexively, Moyan glanced at Draco's previously occupied seat, which was, naturally, empty. The table was strewn with sweets, and Goyle and Crabbe seized the opportunity to stuff their pockets before darting off to chase after Draco. When had he moved over there? Moyan pointed at Draco, who was making a comical face, and curiously asked his companion, Blood Trader Barrow. Since the Sorting Hat ceremony, Blood Trader Barrow had often occupied the seat beside him, much to the relief of the other Slytherins. Just now, Barrow replied succinctly, a hint of mockery flickering in his vacant gaze. Moyan fell silent. He suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed there was more to the story on the day Neville received the memory orb. Had he forgotten something? He mused aloud, only to be met with a response. You forgot to check the announcement in the common room. Edmund informed him that this afternoon, first-year Slytherins would be attending flying lessons alongside Gryffindors. Just moments before, Draco had been boasting about how he had escaped from a Muggle helicopter using a broomstick, which now struck him as familiar, yet he had overlooked this detail. But he glanced over at Harry, who appeared both anxious and excited, and smiled, feeling quite pleased. Recently, Harry had been wearing a long face due to his discord with Ron, and it had taken considerable persuasion for Moyan to agree to let Ron join them for their homework in the library, only for Ron to stubbornly refuse. Surely, after this flying lesson, Harry would be overjoyed. Speaking of which, he too eagerly anticipated soaring through the skies. In his past life, during moments of discontent, he would occasionally indulge in skydiving or bungee jumping. Yet nothing compared to the exhilaration of controlling his own flight. Put it back, Malfoy! Harry shouted in anger. The room fell silent as everyone turned to observe the unfolding situation, with half of them casting glances at Moyan. However, Moyan merely stood idly by, showing no inclination to intervene. exuding a relaxed demeanor. Malfoy, with malice intent, mounted his broomstick while clutching the memory orb and took to the air, prompting Harry to disregard Hermione's admonitions and pursue him. "Why aren't you stopping them?" Hermione shouted furiously at Moyan. "Why should I stop them? Look how beautifully Harry flies," Moyan exclaimed in admiration. In truth, Harry's posture on the broom was not particularly refined, yet he appeared to merge with the rickety broom, soaring as if he were a bird destined for the sky. "Why stop them?" Hermione was trembling with anger. Both Harry and Malfoy could be expelled. If they didn't break their necks, that is, Madame Hooch explicitly stated to stay put. "Hermione," Moyan interrupted her, "you are 11 years old. Stop treating a teacher's words as gospel like a 3-year-old. Occasionally bending the rules feels rather delightful." Hermione stared at him, speechless, unsure whether she was more startled by him using her name or by his suggestion. Though Moyan claimed this, Hermione's worries oddly provided him with a sense of comfort. At least it was preferable to the shrieking girls and the boisterous boys praising Harry, none of whom seemed concerned about Harry, who had never ridden a broom, but merely cheered for him as he taught Malfoy a lesson. St. Potter is going to be expelled. Draco gloated as he watched Harry, dejected and being escorted away by Professor McGonagall. While Goyle and Crabbe laughed heartily in agreement, all the Gryffindors glared at them. "Not likely, Draco," Moyan replied lazily. "Why not?" Draco exclaimed loudly. "Madame Hooch clearly instructed us to stay here or risk expulsion." "Indeed," Moyan followed his words, feeling frustrated to discover that Draco echoed Hermione's sentiments. While Madame Hooch said so, everyone knew it was merely a threat. The most that could happen for unauthorized flying was a detention or point deduction. And you overlooked one point. Harry's catch of the memory orb was quite impressive, and Professor McGonagall witnessed so what? Since Charlie Weasley left, Gryffindor hasn't won the Quidditch Cup. If they had a decent seeker, everything would change. Harry would become the seeker, Ron exclaimed in surprise, momentarily forgetting that he was addressing Moyan. "That's impossible," Draco shouted in anger. "Why is it impossible?" Moyan countered. "First-year students cannot participate in Quidditch matches. It has been a century since a first-year student played, though there were instances in the past," Moyan stated. "If Professor McGonagall wishes to win the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup, she will find a way to persuade Professor Dumbledore, and Professor Dumbledore would almost certainly be convinced to make an exception." That he observed Draco's ashen face, reluctant to continue undermining him, and added, "Actually, there is some good news." "What?" Compared to the prospect of helping his arch-nemesis become a seeker, Draco found nothing could truly be deemed good news. If Gryffindor can make an exception, Slytherin naturally can as well. Moyan smiled. "Now you have a chance to participate in the Quidditch match." "Moyan," Harry whispered conspiratorially as he sidled up to Moyan, snatching the book from his hands. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Reluctantly, Moyan stowed away his notes, borrowed a book from the fat lady, and followed Harry to the lakeside, his leisurely pace causing Harry to fidget impatiently. "Speak," Moyan said as he sat by the lake, smiling. "What is your excuse for slacking off this time?" "I'm not slacking off," Harry retorted angrily, his green eyes wide with indignation. "I have serious business this time." "So, you mean to say you were indeed trying to slack off before?" Harry fell silent, then threatened. "If you keep this up, I won't tell you." "Very well, I am all ears," Moyan said, stifling a chuckle. Harry shot him a glare, but the urge to share his secret prevailed over everything else. It turned out that an unwilling Draco had gone to provoke Harry and ultimately set up a midnight duel, then naturally invited Filch to join. The frantic trio from Gryffindor and Neville eventually encountered the three-headed dog. 3 heads, each as large as this. Harry gestured with his arms to illustrate. Such large eyes, he shook his fists. Such long, yellow teeth, he measured 2 feet with his hands, and finally emphasized, particularly foul-smelling, after a moment's thought. He added, "Quite terrifying." Despite his words, the gleam in his eyes revealed a keen desire for another encounter. He then recounted how Hermione had seen the 3-headed dog guarding a trapdoor, and on his birthday, Hagrid had taken him to retrieve something from a vault, which led to the subsequent robbery of Vault 713, completely emptied that day, ultimately concluding that whatever the thieves sought had been withdrawn from Gringotts and brought to Hogwarts. "So large, probably 2 inches long. Hagrid hid it very well. I didn't see it clearly." Harry excitedly gestured. "Ron and I believe it's either very valuable or highly dangerous, or perhaps both. In any case, someone wants to steal it." "And then?" Moyan inquired. "That's it." Harry deflated. We can't figure out what it is, and we have no more clues to so what if we did, Harry? Moyan asked. Do you plan to sneak in and steal it once you guess what it is? How could I? Harry's eyes widened. Then what are you thinking all this for? The professors don't tell us what's inside and have a three-headed dog guarding it for a reason. Your current task should be to study. Instead of speculating about what the three-headed dog is guarding, you should revise your potions. You lost 5 points in class this morning, points that shouldn't have been deducted, as your potion was flawless during the preview. What good is that? Harry pouted. No matter how well I do, Snape will never give me points. He hates me. But you shouldn't just walk into his office to get scolded. Moyan encouraged, you should study hard, if only to see the sour face of Professor Snape when he can't deduct points. Well, Harry said weakly, Moyan, you sometimes really resemble Hermione. Harry, Hermione is a good girl. Just a bit too self-absorbed at times, Moyan advised. She has been diligently striving to earn points for Gryffindor, taking it upon herself to uphold the honor of the house, and she is always proactively assisting you all. It's merely her tone that comes off poorly, often misconstrued as boasting. She is indeed boasting, Moyan, Harry countered. She is particularly arrogant and pretentious. You are undoubtedly far more capable than she is, and yet you don't flaunt it like she does. That's because I can't be bothered to answer questions, Moyan replied. Harry, do you know that the only person who worried about you when you flew up into the sky was Hermione? Did you not worry about me? Harry had completely overlooked the crux of the conversation. Of course, Moyan observed Harry's suddenly dimmed eyes and continued, because if you had truly fallen, I would have caught you. So if you wish to fly, I will not stand in your way. How would you catch me? With a broom? Harry again missed the point. No, with the levitation charm that it won't be taught for over a month. But if you wish to learn, I can teach you. No, Harry sighed despondently. I have no time to play around now. I am overwhelmed with essays and Quidditch practice. While Harry's face still bore a frown at the mention of the latter. His eyes sparkled with joy. Moyan chuckled and shook his head. Harry was just like all boys his age, utterly detesting studies, even if they involved wondrous spells that in any case, try to get along with Hermione. Moyan resolutely redirected the conversation. You'll discover that she is actually quite a good friend. All right, Harry replied gloomily, if only you could get along with Professor Snape as well. Harry shuddered. Moyan, don't scare me. Laughter echoed by the lakeside. A pair of blue eyes peered at the two behind crescent-shaped glasses. Keep an eye on him, Severus. See what his intentions are in getting close to Harry. Halloween had finally arrived. Early in the morning. The corridors were filled with the aroma of pumpkins in the afternoon. As students made their way to the Great Hall, they buzzed with excitement about the upcoming Halloween feast. Even Draco had momentarily set aside discussions about Quidditch training. Being the only one in Slytherin to succeed in the increased Quidditch tryouts for first years, Moyan had not participated, becoming a reserve seeker. Since then, his conversations had been confined to Quidditch and the Golden Snitch. Moyan, are you all right? Blaise inquired as he approached Moyan, having partnered with him in class and grown quite familiar that you've been zoning out all day. Oh, I'm fine, Moyan forced a smile. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. Yeah, I also had trouble falling asleep last night. This is our first Halloween at Hogwarts. Blaise exclaimed that I've heard that Hogwarts Halloween decorations are quite spectacular. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Moyan forced a smile. He would have been excited for this Western holiday, but knowing the plot, he could not share in the same innocent enthusiasm as others. It seemed that Harry always found himself in perilous situations during Halloween. Something thrilling occurred each time. How could he not worry when 3 first-year Gryffindors were about to face a troll that even adults would struggle against? He had been debating whether he should intervene in this matter. According to the original story, the trio not only emerged unscathed but also forged a deep friendship through this event. Should he still meddle? Especially since Professor Snape had recently been appearing near him, seemingly with intent, and he could often sense the probing gaze from those blue eyes. Undoubtedly, his recent actions had drawn Dumbledore's attention. He was uncertain why, but he had indeed been engaging in excessive research on the Marauder's map and the disillusionment charm. Frequently interacting with the ghosts and portraits within the castle, sneaking into the restricted section countless times to borrow several books, which he returned after reading, and even magically copying the catalog of books borrowed by the infamous quartet years ago for his research on the Marauder's map, alongside countless potions practices with Harry. Thus, he had no idea how to conceal his activities, having put all other progress on hold except for his usual studies with Harry. Moyan sprinted towards the girls' bathroom. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He had hesitated for so long about whether to intervene, and when he saw Harry and Ron sneaking out of the Gryffindor group, his mind had yet to catch up when his body instinctively moved. A terrified scream from a girl echoed from afar, and Moyan quickened his pace. "Stop him," Harry's voice called. "Hey, you brainless oaf," Ron shouted loudly. "Hermione, run, run," Harry urged frantically. "Faster, go faster." Moyan forced his magic, but suddenly stumbled, a metallic taste filling his throat, and his chest felt painfully tight. A long, anguished howl pierced the air as something clattered loudly. "Disarm, Wingardium Leviosa." Everything unfolded in slow motion. The large wooden club flew from the troll's hand, then suddenly floated back, slowly rising upright, and came crashing down onto its owner's head with a thud. The troll swayed unsteadily, turning in place before staggering a couple of steps. Harry precariously clung to its neck, accidentally jabbing his wand forward, causing the troll to shake its head as if regaining some awareness. "Wingardium Leviosa." Moyan levitated the large club once more, striking it forcefully against the troll's head. The troll fell face first with a loud crash, shaking the entire room. Harry quickly jumped down from its neck, trembling all over yet maintaining his composure. "Moyan, thank goodness you came," he exclaimed, but then he faltered as he noticed Moyan's expression could hardly be described as anything but terror. If given the choice, he would rather face a furious Snape right now. "How dare you? How dare you?" Moyan shouted, gripping Harry's shoulders tightly, causing Harry to wince in pain but not daring to cry out. "Do you realize that if I had arrived a moment later, you would have been dead? Do you know that troll is twice your height and 500 times your weight? Do you know a single blow from it could crush an elephant? You rush in without knowing anything. Who do you think you are?" When Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst in upon hearing the commotion, they were greeted by a scene. Hermione sat on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Ron sat pale and defeated. An enraged Moyan was berating Harry, while the troll lay on the ground with a wand lodged in its nose. Quirrell whimpered, collapsing onto a toilet seat, clutching his chest tightly. Snape's contemplative gaze swept over the group as McGonagall attempted to ascertain the situation. "Mr. Evans, be quiet," Moyan shouted without turning around, shoving Harry against the wall, causing him pain, but facing the fury in Moyan's silver eyes silenced him. "You dared to jump on its back? You dared to do that? Do you not wish for a quick death? Do you not realize that if it had slammed its head against the wall, you would have become a pancake?" "Hermione," Harry stammered, trying to explain why he had to be there, but Moyan showed no sign of wanting to listen. "If Granger is missing, wouldn't you seek help from a professor? Or do you think your abilities surpass that of a professor, which is why you acted on your own? If one troll can enter, then surely a second could as well." Did Quirrell lose his nerve? Or has Dumbledore lost his mind, sending students back to their dorms? Can't you think for yourself? "Calm down, Evans." A pair of large hands gripped his shoulders, and Moyan caught the familiar scent of potions. It seems this is the first time Snape has addressed me as Evans," he thought. Usually he would either be scolded or given direct commands. His thoughts momentarily derailed. Moyan returned to himself, gradually releasing the frightened Harry. "What on earth is going on?" Professor McGonagall, in a fit of rage, spoke with lips pale from anger. "Please, Professor McGonagall." Hermione's delicate voice emerged from a corner. Moyan shut his eyes, ignoring Hermione's futile attempt to weave a tale so implausible that even the dimmest intellect would not believe it. Striving to calm his rapid breaths, when he burst through the door and beheld Harry being tossed about by the troll, his heart nearly ceased to beat. Knowing was one thing, witnessing was another. Seeing Harry, who dared not even breathe, clinging desperately to the troll's neck, while Hermione, his once reliable friend, stood dumbfounded in the corner, mouth agape like a fool, and Ron, the only one still possessing any fighting spirit, nervously trembling his wand, made Moyan's frustration boil. How could he forget that in this incident, it was not Harry who shone, but Ron? What could he possibly expect from that red-haired Weasley? Merely that he could manage to take care of himself was a remarkable achievement. Thankfully, he still managed to arrive. Suddenly, Harry enveloped him in an embrace. "Don't worry, Moyan, I'm fine, truly, I am." The boy's clear voice carried a reassuring strength. "You idiot. Yes, fool. Indeed, stupid Gryffindor. Is that so?" Moyan returned the embrace, closing his eyes and taking 2 deep breaths. When he opened them again, his silver gaze had regained its usual calm composure. "Mr. Evans, how did you come to be here?" After listening to Hermione's account and confirming it with Ron, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Moyan. He and Harry released their hold. Harry cast a sidelong glance at the scowling Snape as he moved aside, extracting his wand from the troll's nose, grimacing at the sticky mucus, and wiping it repeatedly on the troll's trousers. "I saw Harry and Weasley leave the Gryffindor team," Moyan explained, "so I followed them." "Then why did you not seek out a professor?" Snape's low voice inquired. "Or did you think Potter's reckless escapade meant you could handle an adult troll on your own?" The three Gryffindors stared at him in astonishment. Moyan had interrupted him countless times lately and had defended Harry on numerous occasions, yet Snape had never spoken to him in such a tone that signified danger. His inexplicable leniency towards Moyan had become a phenomenon dubbed the greatest miracle of Hogwarts, even prompting the Weasley twins to place bets on the true reason behind Snape's peculiar demeanor. "I was reckless, Professor," Moyan admitted. Taken aback by Moyan's first show of humility, Snape momentarily faltered before continuing. "For your lack of consideration, I must deduct 5 points from my own house." The three Gryffindors were nearly fainting in disbelief. "Is this really Snape? That exceedingly biased Snape? I do not wish for there to be a next time." Moyan's face paled. Snape was actually deducting points from his own house. Even he found it hard to believe. But this tactic was damned effective. He did not wish for this rare moment of pride to be stripped away. Although Harry's prospects for the House Cup were dim, he still wanted to strive for it. Especially when he saw the ground beneath Snape gradually staining with blood, yet the man remained standing tall. "Yes, Professor." Snape hesitated again, unaccustomed to such compliance from Moyan. Besides classes, Moyan often ventured to the dungeons to discuss his hypotheses and improvements to potions. And Snape had grown accustomed to the boy's bargaining and stubbornness. Then, Professor McGonagall deducted 5 points from Hermione, added 5 points each for Harry and Ron, and 10 points for Moyan, balancing the scales and allowing them to return. "Moyan," Ron suddenly called hesitantly. Moyan wished to ignore him, but Harry looked at him pleadingly. "Ron?" Moyan reluctantly nodded. He patted Harry's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry for my earlier attitude. It's all right. I know you meant well." Harry replied, "Moyan, was the levitation charm you mentioned last time the one you just performed?" The three astonished Gryffindors had not fully caught what incantation Moyan had uttered upon entering, only remembering the familiar Wingardium Leviosa, which they relayed to Professor McGonagall. "Yes, indeed," Moyan responded, intending to privately inform Harry of the truth, persuading him to learn some combat spells. "Then could you teach us?" Moyan. Harry gazed at him with eager anticipation. "All right." Moyan, wrapped in a thick silver-green scarf. The only aspect of Slytherin House he was pleased with was that its colors matched the hues of his and Harry's eyes. Stood atop the high tower, leaning over to watch Snape limping towards Harry to confront him. Moyan furrowed his brow in confusion. He had already procured the potion for treating the three-headed dog's bite from Madame Pomfrey and had sent it to Professor Snape over 10 days ago. Why had his leg not healed? Was it ineffective? Moyan suddenly felt as if his goodwill had been squandered. Considering Snape's office, decorated like that of a hermit, he pondered whether the man actually had a penchant for self-punishment. Moyan snorted coldly and turned to descend. Finally, the Quidditch match arrived, the first being Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Moyan had arrived early at the highest vantage point in the stands, sharpening his focus on the teacher's box. Where Leia languidly perched upon his shoulder, in recent days, the house elf had bloated into a cylindrical shape, and Moyan had been compelled to monitor her diet closely, ensuring she consumed healthy, low-calorie foods, including the boiled tomatoes he despised, which he forced her to eat daily, much to her dismay, as she cried out in protest each mealtime as if enduring torture. Today, Quirrell would cast a spell on Harry's broom. Although Moyan was unsure why he would engage in such foolishness while executing his master's resurrection task, it did not prevent him from preemptively neutralizing this threat, since the Halloween incident. He understood that he could not solely rely on memories of Harry's past victories, nor could he expect timely assistance for Harry or that Harry would suddenly become invincible, since he was present. He should do what he could. Relying on others would only plunge him into a dire state of passivity. Initially, he planned to set a trap along Quirrell's likely path, but the wide stairway leading to the teacher's box allowed for too many routes. Thus, he devised traps beneath all the seats in the teacher's box, which he could trigger remotely, now merely waiting for the professors to sit down and ascertain Quirrell's location. You might cause collateral damage. Charles pointed out that it doesn't matter. Moyan replied dismissively. Anyway, it wouldn't result in serious harm. At most, a couple of days in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was quite skilled. He could break his neck. Charles attempted to persuade this cold-hearted individual to reconsider. He had been reiterating this since last night, and even the ghosts were losing patience. Charles condensed his lengthy arguments into succinct points, but Moyan remained resolute and unwavering that as long as their spells have not returned to Merlin. There will be no issue, Moyan declared. Charles could only sigh in resignation. Giving up, he cared for all members of Hogwarts as if they were his own children, although he wished to eliminate the malevolent spirit hiding there. He still did not want to harm anyone, including the possessed Quirrell. Viewing him as a priest would a lost lamb. However, when all the professors were seated, Moyan couldn't help but mutter, "Shit." Snape was seated directly in front of Quirrell, and the traps beneath their seats were numbered quite closely. Now, Moyan could hardly distinguish which was which. Was the trap beneath Quirrell's seat 101 or 110? He should not have been so careless during installation. He could not trigger both, nor could he randomly choose one. The 50 chance of causing a neck injury was no exaggeration on Charles's part. Please, Charles. Moyan, feeling helpless, could only seek assistance from the specter beside him. The ghost chuckled softly and drifted away. Moyan gazed at the competition field. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. Angelina Johnson scored a goal. Harry began to chase the golden snitch, but was obstructed by Marcus Flint. That rascal nearly knocked Harry off his broom. Professor McGonagall issued a warning to Lee Jordan. Harry's broom trembled slightly, starting to lose control. Hurry up, Charles. Moyan's fingers hovered over two small rectangular buttons. The broom began to jerk erratically. With resolute determination, Moyan pressed both buttons simultaneously. Moyan, it's 110. Moyan's index finger pressed down with force. The chaos on the teacher's podium was indescribable. A tremendous noise erupted from beneath Professor Quirrell's seat, followed by the stuttering Death Eater being propelled skyward by his chair. Simultaneously, a large plume of black smoke billowed from beneath the chair, enveloping several nearby individuals. The other professors, however, were too preoccupied to care about the situation. As Professor Quirrell was lifted to a height of 30 feet by his chair, which then slowly flipped, sending him plummeting headfirst, his purple, brimmed hat clinging tightly to his head. Wingardium Leviosa. Professor McGonagall brandished her wand and shouted the incantation. Meanwhile, Snape waved his wand, causing all the chairs to float into the air. Initially, some professors who had fallen to the ground when their chairs were suddenly yanked away were ready to express their anger. But upon glancing at the floating chairs, they fell silent. Each chair was accompanied by a circle of the same color, clearly not part of the original design. This so-called trap was, in fact, a spring devised by Moyan. Combining magic and ingenuity, he had bound the spring with a rubber band, and when the control button was pressed, a small ignition occurred, merely burning the rubber band to release the spring's power. Launching anyone upward, Moyan had enchanted both the spring and the rubber band, while the black smoke was devoid of any technical sophistication, merely serving as a precaution. Even if he had misremembered the seat number, it would obscure Quirrell's view. Moyan, confident in his memory, had never considered the need to verify the seat number. Meanwhile, Hermione, seated in another section of the stands, exclaimed loudly to Ron, "It's Professor Snape. I saw him glaring at Harry and casting a spell." He caused Harry's broom to go out of control. Everything else was inconsequential to Moyan. He merely took pride in watching Harry regain control of his broom, diving effortlessly to seize the golden snitch, raising his arms in triumph for all to see. However, despite his meticulous efforts to erase any traces of his involvement, Dumbledore and Snape might still uncover clues, so caution was prudent. One should never underestimate anyone's intellect, especially when one opponent is a veiled leader in the wizarding world and the other a highly skilled double agent. Moyan pressed all the buttons at once. Consequently, all the floating chairs erupted in a cacophony of explosions, scattering in every direction, while the black smoke enveloped the entire classroom, throwing the professors into a flurry of confusion. A pair of deep, hollow black eyes peered through the smoke, gazing toward the Slytherin stands. December's weather had already turned quite cold, yet the library maintained a relatively comfortable temperature, at least warmer than the Slytherin common room. Moyan now spent nearly all his free time there. His research on the Marauders map had reached an impasse. He had crafted the first version, but only the movements of those he had personally marked appeared on the parchment. He had perused the majority of the books borrowed from his father, yet progress eluded him. Presently, he held an ancient tome on forgotten magic and spells, yet he had not turned a single page in ages. His mood had soured in recent days, and this morning Draco had once again become his punching bag. "I feel quite sorry for you," Draco sneered during potions class. "Ever since Slytherin lost the match before I even got a chance to play, I've been devising ways to make Harry's life miserable. All those students stuck at school for Christmas are merely abandoned by their families." As Harry measured out the powdered lionfish spine, ignoring Draco while Goyle and Crabbe snickered, Moyan suddenly delivered a fierce punch that sent Draco crashing to the ground. Before Snape could react, he flung his bag over his shoulder and dashed out, leaving everyone in shock. At noon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed to the library together. Since Halloween, the trio had become inseparable, often venturing to find Moyan, who, along with Hermione, would tutor the others. They informed him, "Snape is furious, but he hasn't said a word. He merely instructed Draco to gather his things and head to Madame Pomfrey's office. The rest of the lesson was a nightmare." Gryffindor lost 68 points, and Harry and his friends were responsible for more than half of that. Snape had recreated the torment of their first potions class, berating everyone mercilessly, reducing nearly all the girls to tears. Even Hermione's eyes were slightly red. Neville had blown up his cauldron yet again and cautiously inquired if Moyan was all right, assuring him that Harry and Ron would accompany him. Of course, there were issues. However, Moyan did not wish to share them. Thus, he watched as Madame Pants waved her feather duster to eject the increasingly agitated Gryffindors from the library for their noise. Moyan ignored Harry, who was peeking through the door, gesturing for him to come out, and pretended to be engrossed in his book. He was not particularly bothered by Draco's taunts. Rather, he could not help but feel concerned about Harry's recent secrecy. They had been frequently borrowing books, spending long hours in the library, clearly searching for something. Moyan was well aware of their objective, yet he had not expected Harry to conceal it from him. Each time he feigned indifference and casually inquired. The three would stammer and deflect the conversation. Moyan ceased to intentionally make things difficult for them. In truth, he was not overly concerned about the other two, often disregarding them. He simply could not comprehend why Harry would act this way. Had he not done enough for him, yet still failed to earn his trust? What a ridiculous situation. Moyan closed his book, resting his weary head on the table. Think of nothing, to care for nothing, is the way to avoid sorrow. Outside the library, the trio peered anxiously inside, but could not see Moyan. He was obscured by a pile of books. "Where has he gone?" Harry asked. "Worried that I don't know," Ron speculated. "Maybe he's inside reading?" Hermione snorted. "Did you not see how pale he looked just now? He clearly has no interest in reading. It's all Draco's fault." Harry seethed. "It's his words that have upset Moyan so we definitely cannot tell him about Snape," Hermione asserted. "Snape is usually so kind to him. If he knew the truth about Snape, it would be too much for Moyan to bear." "That makes sense." The other two nodded in agreement. That on Christmas morning, Moyan awoke to find a heap of gift-wrapped packages piled beside his bed. Momentarily taken aback, donning his dressing gown, he settled cross-legged on the floor to unwrap the gifts. As he was the only one remaining in the dormitory, to his surprise, not only did his frequent visitors, Edmund, Wendy, Blaise, and the trio of Harry, send him gifts, but nearly all the first-year Slytherins had as well, including Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Ever since he had punched Draco in potions class, the slightly thawed relations between them had reverted to a cold war. Thus, when unwrapping Draco's trio's gifts, Moyan stood at a distance, using a long stick transformed from a quill to poke at them. No traps. Draco had gifted him a beautifully crafted magical music box, within which figurines danced and sang, greeting him with Merry Christmas as he opened the lid. Goyle sent a winking, smiling doll. How embarrassing. While Crabbe presented him with a constantly jumping toy dog, items he had seen at the little pixie toy store in Diagon Alley, all quite expensive. Moreover, he harbored no doubt that the delivery of such a token was entirely at Draco's behest. Increasingly vigilant, Moyan meticulously scrutinized the gifts from everyone except for the silver-green gloves sent by Harry. And after repeated examinations, he had to concede that Draco had indeed gifted him something without ulterior motives. Within Draco's parcel, he discovered a letter. Although the wording was rather obscure, convoluted, and awkward, it was undeniably an apology. An apology? Draco was apologizing. After having struck him, Moyan bit down hard on his lower lip, pondering over these peculiarities. The Christmas feast was exceptionally lavish. 100 roasted chickens, mountains of mashed potatoes, platters of succulent sausages, peas bathed in cream, and boat-shaped dishes brimming with rich meat gravy and cranberry sauce. Not to mention the wondrous magical firecrackers. When those firecrackers were cracked open, they emitted a thunderous bang and released a cloud of blue smoke, followed by an array of delightful surprises. Upon arriving in the great hall, Moyan had eagerly cracked open a couple of firecrackers, one yielding 2 red balloons, and the other several little white mice, which Lyra gleefully pounced upon. This brought forth a hearty laugh from the previously sullen Moyan, prompting Raphael to tilt his head and observe him for a moment before suddenly diving to open several more firecrackers, tossing the contents to Lyra, which only further amused Moyan. That was until he spotted Harry. Harry was clad in a green sweater identical to those worn by the Weasley brothers, bounding in with them. Engaged in playful banter, Moyan's countenance paled in an instant. However, he quickly regained his composure as Harry spotted him and rushed over, exclaiming with excitement, "Moyan, thank you for the broom repair toolkit. It's simply marvelous." "I am glad you like it," Moyan replied, noticing his voice was slightly deeper than usual, and hastily corrected himself. "By the way, where did you get that sweater? It's beautifully knitted." Harry then began to introduce the Weasley family. Moyan listened quietly, nodding and smiling intermittently. Harry, delighted to see Moyan, who had been rather glum of late, finally returning to his usual self, spoke with increased cheerfulness, inadvertently overlooking the faint unease nestled in his heart. In truth, Moyan absorbed none of it. He merely needed Harry's incessant chatter to mask the tumultuous jealousy and fury raging within him. That scoundrel, I am his family. The despicable Weasley clan dared to snatch Harry away. The 7th son of the Weasley family. The mere thought of such a title in the future sent Moyan into a fit of rage. His nails dug deep into his palms, warm blood trickling down. Discreetly wiped onto the fabric of his black robe, Harry and Fred were busy with the firecrackers. Harry and George were playfully tossing the little white mice to each other. Harry laughed heartily at Percy's toothy grin after a bump from a galleon. Harry and Ron made plans to play Wizard-esque chess later. Harry exchanged hats with Dumbledore, and Harry looked astonished at Professor McGonagall, who had just received a kiss from Hagrid. The only Slytherin at the long table sat gracefully slicing his steak, occasionally casting a smile towards the jubilant Harry, or listening to Professor Flitwick's jokes, responding with laughter that seemed perfectly timed. The boisterousness of the Gryffindors appeared to have no effect on him. Even as red fireworks zipped past his vision, he did not so much as flutter an eyelid, observing that quiet, gentle yet undeniably proud boy from Slytherin, who wore a pleasant smile while dining on steak. His hands trembled ever so slightly. Dumbledore, unnoticed, sighed softly before donning a rather comical green hat adorned with polka dots. After observing for so long, he understood well that Moyan never consumed steak. Once, he had inadvertently taken a bite and nearly retched at the table, ultimately covering his mouth to stifle his nausea. In the end, Moyan declined Harry's suggestion to engage in a snowball fight, claiming he was a bit cold, and retreated alone to the Slytherin common room. There, he found himself devoid of the strength to even enter the dormitory, collapsing to the floor and violently retching, his hand clutching the sofa in agony, only to realize that his palms were bloodied and battered. Just moments ago in the Great Hall, he had nearly shouted at Harry, "I am your brother. I am your brother. We are family. Why do you associate with them?" Had it not been for the acute awareness that Dumbledore and Snape's attention remained fixed upon him, preserving the last vestiges of his sanity, he would have surely cried out, "Brother, brother," Moyan murmured in Chinese, tears streaming down his face unbidden. In his previous life, he had been abandoned by his parents at an orphanage as an infant. At that time, he lacked the memories he possessed now, unaware of whether he had any family left, and if so, where they might be. The conditions at the orphanage were deplorable, relying on a scant few donations for sustenance. The matron was deeply caring, yet her stern demeanor, managing over 20 orphaned children, left her emotionally drained, devoid of the strength to maintain a nurturing facade. Consequently, in his youth, Moyan harbored resentment towards the matron who often treated them harshly. All the children at the orphanage adored Brother Ian. Ian was also an orphan, the only one who returned after leaving the institution. However, he was preoccupied with part-time studies for his graduate degree. rendering him unable to provide substantial material support to the orphanage. Yet he would bring his old textbooks to teach the children and often took them out for excursions into nature. He cared for them as a true elder brother, indulging their whims, and when he noticed their boredom from confinement, he would always propose outings, much to the matroness' chagrin, who would chastise him for spoiling the unruly children. Yet she always acquiesced. Eventually, Ayuan pursued his graduate studies, while Moyan was taken under the wing of a master, receiving the name Moyan with the courtesy named Qingyun. Upon his return to the orphanage, it had transformed into a resort. There were few disciples under the master, just the master and his wife along with 4 brothers. Moyan had been raised by his eldest brother, Moyan, who had shared a bed with him during their childhood. Imparting his skills, the eldest brother was gentle, a rarity among men, possessing a remarkably tender heart. Thus, only the eldest brother could manage the impish Moyan, for if Moyan erred, the eldest brother would hesitate to punish him. Instead, kneeling before the ancestral tablet as penance, during moments of distraction in their training, the eldest brother would hold him overnight, imparting his own inner strength to help Moyan navigate his meridians. When Moyan was tempted by culinary delights, the eldest brother would personally cook for him at tea times. When Moyan felt inexplicably melancholy, the eldest brother would sit beside him, silently listening as he turned trivial matters into grand affairs. The second brother was boisterous and careless, often forgetting to wake Moyan for classes, resulting in Moyan frequently being late and acquiring a notorious reputation at school. The second brother also had a penchant for football. After vehemently cursing the national team, he would down a bottle of beer, though he would be tipsy after just 1 glass, while a single bottle would leave him incapacitated. The next day, he would enthusiastically watch, curse, and drink again, despite the hangover. The third brother was merely 4 years older than Moyan. When Moyan entered the master's fold, he was just 11, yet he bore the demeanor of a little old man. Perpetually serious and calculating, initially for academic requirements, but gradually he unwittingly assumed financial control. Henceforth, every time the second brother wished to purchase alcohol, he would endure at least half an hour of the third brother's lecturing, while the matron would be subjected to a similar tirade post-grocery shopping. Moyan found himself with an extra 50 cents in pocket money each day. Initially, he thought the third brother was merely securing snacks for himself while bringing Moyan along as an accomplice, only to later realize that he alone enjoyed such privileges. While the third brother would gnaw on cold buns during lunch, the master never displayed any authority in their presence. He delighted in watching cartoons and soap operas, often moved to tears by the fictional narratives. During training, he was impatient, frequently delegating tasks to the eldest brother while he lounged in his quarters watching television or napping. He relished the matron's cooking and teasing Moyan. There were times when Moyan, frustrated with the master's antics, would sit on the stairs in tears, only to be approached by the eldest brother's silent admonition, the second brother's piercing gaze, the third brother's television threats, and the matron's ear-tugging, all urging him to apologize. The matron was plump, resembling any middle-aged woman one might encounter on the streets, yet her face was perpetually adorned with a serene smile. Except when reprimanding the master, she was exceedingly gentle, her cooking surpassing that of any restaurant, thus spoiling Moyan's palate. Eventually, the matron sold an antique vase passed down through the master's lineage to fund Moyan's education at the capital's university. During his time at university, Moyan encountered a senior who later introduced him to an organization. His remarkable skills in ancient martial arts and his subtle ambitions garnered acclaim and attention from the upper echelons. And within 2 years, he ascended to the esteemed position of number 3 within the organization. Penetrating its core, it was then that he became aware of the pervasive darkness and filth in the world. The bloodshed and brutality lurking beneath a facade of peace and glamour, concealing such sordidness and injustice. At that time, he firmly believed he was acting in the name of righteousness, upholding justice, and eradicating harm for the sake of the people. However, everything changed when an innocent girl became entangled in his conflicts with others, resulting in her blindness. Overcome with guilt, he visited her daily, dutifully reading her favorite novels in the hospital at her request. His prolonged presence and the girl's unusual background eventually attracted the attention of the government, which ultimately uncovered his identity as the infamous gunslinger, CIE. Fearing his prowess, they summoned a master from beyond the ordinary realm. Thus, his beloved senior brother, with eyes full of sorrow, took aim and shot him. He uttered, "Farewell." See, he never harbored resentment towards his brother for taking his life, yet the way his brother addressed him at that moment pierced his heart with anguish. "I am Moyan. Moyan. Moyan, do you know Nicolas?" One day, as the new semester commenced, Harry, engrossed in the library, suddenly inquired. Moyan's heart leaped with joy, his tone infused with elation as he replied, "Indeed, really?" The trio stared at him in astonishment, their expressions somewhat dazed. Do you remember? On the chocolate frog card, the one featuring Dumbledore, it states Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts. Many great wizards today believe that his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, his discovery of 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his contributions to magical research alongside his partner Nick LeMay are the primary reasons for his renown. Moyan, observing the trio's gaping mouths, smugly remarked, "Had you asked me earlier, you wouldn't have needed to search for so long." In a buoyant mood, he even added a complimentary tidbit. Nick LeMay is still the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The mention of the Philosopher's Stone exchanged glances among the three Gryffindors. The Philosopher's Stone is a magical substance of immense power, capable of transforming any metal into pure gold and creating the elixir of life. Nick LeMay celebrated his 665th birthday last year, while his wife is already 658. A smile crept upon Moyan's lips. In no wonder Harry was silenced by Hermione's gaze after uttering a single word. They failed to notice Moyan's book was suddenly crumpled in his grip. Striving to keep his voice steady, he asked, "Harry, why do you inquire about this?" "Oh, nothing," Hermione interjected. "I heard Hagrid mention it a few days ago, and was simply curious." Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Moyan scrutinized Harry, puzzled as to how he would bring up Nick LeMay. That, Hermione said, attempting to sound casual. "Nick LeMay is a friend of Professor Dumbledore." That day, when we mentioned Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid brought it up. Moyan continued to fixate on Harry, whose eyes remained glued to the pages, his tousled black hair nearly adhering to the book. Moyan's gaze turned frosty. "Harry, don't sit so close to the book while reading. Do you wish to become nearsighted again?" Harry quickly lifted his head, exhaling in relief, looking at Moyan with a placating expression, but Moyan had already shifted his focus back to the textbook. Before parting ways, Moyan couldn't help but ask, "Harry, is there anything you wish to say to me?" He failed to notice a hint of pleading in his voice. Harry, having forgotten the prior discussion, was still fretting over the potion notes Moyan had mentioned they would need to prepare for tomorrow. "Yes, there's so much to memorize. I really can't remember it all. Can I just write it on parchment and keep it aside for reference?" The Slytherins couldn't help but notice that Moyan had been in a foul mood lately. His spirits had been low since the end of last semester. He had hoped a lengthy holiday would help him recover. But the situation had worsened. Although Moyan typically refrained from socializing with his housemates, everyone regarded him and Draco as the prominent figures of their year. Draco's lineage and connections were impressive. Yet it was Moyan's undeniable prowess that earned him the respect of all. Just 2 weeks into the school year, all the first years were overwhelmed by the ever-changing staircases and the peculiar requirements of the doors. At that time, Moyan produced a hand-drawn guide to navigating Hogwarts, detailing the routes of most staircases and doors, as well as the locations and layouts of classrooms. Unsurprisingly, not only did the first years benefit, but even older students found it useful. Although soon enough, Gryffindor had their own copies, which quickly spread throughout the school, causing some irritation among others, wondering why their hard-earned discoveries were being shared without effort. However, once it became known that it originated from Moyan, no one complained. In truth, Slytherin was the one truly benefiting. As Moyan's initial intention was merely to aid Harry, he later realized that Harry's nature would likely lead him to share it with Ron and the others, which would complicate matters if discovered by his own housemates. Thus, he decided to make several copies to distribute within Slytherin. In regular classes, everyone knew Moyan consistently learned the fastest and best. Though he disliked being disturbed, he would patiently answer questions if others sought his help. Moyan was far more popular than he realized. Yet now, a palpable gloom hung over him. If anyone dared to ask a question, he would respond in a dry, monotone voice. Page 389 of History of Magic. Pages 78 to 82 of Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Defense. No longer did he regard them with the exasperation or patience of being interrupted. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on his book, exuding an air of disturb me not. Familiar faces, keep your distance. What was wrong with Moyan? The first-year students hesitated to inquire. Once, Blaise was pushed forward by the crowd. And upon asking his question, Moyan smiled faintly. What can I say? I'm doing just fine. Despite the cheerful faade, Blaise felt a chill as he gazed into Moyan's silver eyes, momentarily sensing the presence of the blood-stained barrow, and fled in a panic. Even Draco's 2-hour diatribe against Harry in the common room failed to lift Moyan's spirits, prompting Edmund to intervene. Moyan, he said, attempting to place a hand on Moyan's shoulder to draw his attention. But Moyan shrugged off his touch. Edmund, could you please let me be alone? Very well, Edmund replied after a moment of silence, standing beside Moyan for a brief while before walking away. However, outside the confines of the house, Moyan appeared perfectly normal in potions class. He did his utmost to keep Snape occupied, preventing him from causing trouble for Harry. In the library, he continued to read diligently, alternating with Hermione to tutor Harry and Ron, and even assisted Harry in previewing potions on Thursday afternoons. Although everything seemed unchanged, Harry sensed a difference. Moyan, have I done something to upset you recently? His green eyes brimmed with urgency. The silver eyes met the green ones for an extended moment. No, Harry, it's nothing. If you believe that concealment and mistrust are trivial, then what use is there in my confession? At present, Moyan perceives some utility in Ron, for he possesses an uncanny ability to engage in ceaseless discourse, which greatly alleviates Moyan's propensity for irritation. Ron enthusiastically analyzes everything within his sight, often imposing his self-proclaimed sagacious opinions upon them. When Snape became the referee during the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, it spelled disaster for them. Neville ought to have stood up against the overbearing Malfoy. They had no reason to submit. Within 5 minutes of the match's commencement, Harry seized the golden snitch, and the pallor of Snape's countenance was most telling. At this moment, Hermione shot him a series of pointed glances. Moyan listened in silence. This Wednesday afternoon was splendid, and Moyan had finally made progress in his research on the Marauder's map, spending more time in the library to consult various texts. Presently, he held a book titled The Magic of Names. Moyan recalled how Voldemort had once cast a spell on his own name, allowing Death Eaters to instantly ascertain the whereabouts of anyone daring enough to utter it, who would then be promptly apparat to his location. Little Barty Crouch utilized Polyjuice Potion, while Peter Pettigrew employed his Animagus form, yet their true names were revealed on the Marauder's map. This illustrates that a wizard's name inherently possesses magical properties, transcending mere nomenclature and establishing a profound connection with its bearer, a relationship often overlooked by wizards, or one for which the magic to obscure it is exceedingly rare, if not entirely absent. Now, Moyan pondered whether the truly potent names are those bestowed by parents at birth or those that an individual chooses to acknowledge. Most wizards would not entertain such a dilemma. But Moyan was different, that he willingly acknowledged and consistently used the name Moyan, yet his birth name was Hugh Potter. Thus, on the Marauder's map currently in the possession of the Weasley twins, which name would ultimately be displayed? Voldemort had a similar experience, but he had never been monitored by the Marauder's map, leaving Moyan without a point of reference, unless he were to possess a copy of the map himself to investigate. Moyan tapped the table slowly, contemplating which evening he could carve out time to visit the library's restricted section. Moyan. Moyan. Harry suddenly burst in, calling out loudly. Madame Pants followed closely, brandishing a feather duster and bellowing. No loud noises in the library. No running. Before Madame Pants could reach him with her feather duster, Harry seized Moyan and dashed out of the library, the shrill cries of Madame Pants echoing behind them. You little rascal. You are never to set foot in the library again. Never. Moyan clutched the book The Magic of Names in one hand while being pulled along by Harry with the other. Both racing swiftly. Moyan had to shout. Harry, what's going on? I haven't even packed my bag yet. Hurry up, Moyan, Harry urged, or we'll miss it. Eventually, they arrived at the small hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry knocked on the door while excitedly telling Moyan, Moyan, how many wizards get to witness a real dragon hatching from an egg in their lifetime? Moyan leaned against the wall, panting heavily, and couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. It's just a large lizard. What's so special about that? Compared to the dragons of Chinese mythology, this is nothing more than an unremarkable creature. Since entering the wizarding world, Moyan had subconsciously concealed his martial prowess, striving to navigate daily life through a wizard's perspective that in martial arts novels, masters often find themselves rendered incapable of even running after consuming substances like the dissolving power elixir. As their bodies had become accustomed to a constant flow of internal energy, once it dissipated, they would suffer immense discomfort. Becoming weaker than ordinary individuals, Moyan was no exception, and thus found himself exhausted after merely a few steps. Thankfully, Hogwarts did not have physical education classes. Otherwise, he would invariably finish last, despite possessing greater strength than anyone else. Hagrid peered out, glancing left and right, and paused momentarily upon seeing Moyan. However, he likely had prior knowledge from Hermione and Ron. So he was not particularly surprised as he beckoned them. "Come on in." Hermione and Ron had arrived 5 minutes earlier. "It's about to come out." The egg lay on the table, displaying a deep crack, with something writhing within, producing strange knocking sounds. They all pulled up chairs, sitting at the table, nervously watching as Hagrid anxiously rubbed his hands together. And Moyan found himself curious as well. Suddenly, a cacophony emerged from within the egg, and then the shell cracked open. A small dragon plopped onto the table, resembling a crumpled black umbrella. Its frail wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender body, with large nostrils, knobby horns on its forehead, and bulging orange eyes. "How ugly!" Moyan exclaimed, taken aback. Just then, he heard a faint rustling sound from the window. "Who?" Hagrid shouted, his complexion paling, a feat not easily discernible on his face. Yet before he could leap to the window, Moyan dashed outside first. A figure with platinum blonde hair was swiftly retreating. "Draco!" Moyan called out loudly. The figure paused. Moyan sprinted towards him. "Harry, did you tell Malfoy about this?" Ron asked skeptically. Harry, seeing Hagrid's dubious gaze, immediately jumped up. "Of course not. I hadn't even had the chance to mention it to Moyan before entering." Moyan himself was unaware, so how could he possibly inform Draco? Perhaps he saw you dragging Moyan along and decided to follow. Ron speculated further. "Your approach was rather conspicuous. Why don't you say he was trailing you and Hermione?" Harry retorted angrily. "Weren't you the ones rushing over?" Ron's face flushed as he shouted, "We." "Enough!" Hermione shrieked, cutting off the escalating argument between the two boys, before adding, "Did you forget? Earlier today, during our discussion, Malfoy was standing nearby, eavesdropping on us. I wager he learned about it then." The two boys huffed in unison, falling silent. "What are they discussing?" Hagrid asked, gazing out the window. The three of them squeezed to the door's edge and observed Moyan, arms crossed, coldly regarding Draco, who was equally defiantly staring back. Harry had never seen such an expression on Moyan's face, sending a shiver down his spine. After a long moment, Moyan nodded. Then, the two drew their wands. Harry assumed they were about to duel and rushed out, only to be firmly held back by Ron and Hermione. The tips of their wands met, and a beam of red light swiftly shot from the wands into their bodies. "What are they doing?" Harry asked, regaining his composure. "Casting a spell," Hermione whispered. "It's an oath spell. Those who break the oath will face dire consequences. I read about it in a book." Then, Moyan and Draco walked towards Hagrid's hut together. "Draco won't disclose Hagrid's dragon-raising secret," Moyan asserted. "But in exchange, he demands to help care for the dragon." "This isn't," Ron began, but was interrupted by Hermione's louder voice. "Fine, Hermione, you must be mad," Ron exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "This is the right choice." The brown-haired girl tossed her head, a few strands of hair brushing past Ron's face. "Oh, you want Hagrid to end up in Azkaban, as long as he cares for the dragon with us. He won't spill the beans." Moyan chuckled softly, drawing everyone's attention to him. Moyan stifled his laughter and remarked, "Hermione, did you not notice Draco's name? When linked to your earlier statement, it becomes rather amusing. Draco caring for little Draco?" In Latin, Draco means dragon. Laughter erupted among the group. Though Draco and Ron's expressions remained somewhat sour, the others deliberately overlooked it. Once everyone had entered, Hagrid hurriedly shut the door and returned to the table. The little creature, having been neglected for some time, had already scorched numerous black pits into Hagrid's table. The ensuing time was, in fact, quite enjoyable. Perhaps due to the significance of his name, Draco exhibited considerable knowledge about dragons, engaging in delightful conversation with the experienced Hagrid, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione listened intently. Moyan, however, felt somewhat disheartened. Among the group, he was the least fond of the ugly little creature. Yet this Norwegian ridgeback dragon, whom Hagrid had named Norbert, seemed particularly fond of coiling around him, and Moyan remained vigilant, wary of the creature damaging his clothing, as Hagrid had already paid a price for his exuberance with singed facial hair. As Moyan inquired, he placed a glass of mandrake juice onto the table, prompting Draco to hastily shove his swollen fingers, which had puffed up yet again within mere minutes, into it. Gradually, the expression of endurance on his face relaxed somewhat. Much better. You ought to seek out Madame Pomfrey. She can remedy this in just a minute. And what if she discovers that this is, in fact, a bite from a Norwegian ridgeback? Draco queried him why father has mentioned that Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are as sharp as her discernment. It is unlikely we could deceive her. Madame Pomfrey's ethics are equally commendable. She would never divulge a patient's affliction. Edmund interjected. He gazed at Draco's pitiful hand and, in astonishment, asked, Draco, what on earth bit you? Some creature from the Forbidden Forest, Draco replied. Edmund, is there something you need? I heard you're not attending Quidditch practice this time, so I came to check on you. Edmund stated. Next week, we have a match against Ravenclaw. Would you like to play? Draco leapt up in excitement, nearly spilling the mandrake juice, and clumsily steadied it, asking with surprise, Can I really? Marcus forgot his duties during the match against Gryffindor, and so did Drennis. Both are currently reflecting on their actions. Edmund chuckled. I heard Marcus say you fly quite well. It was unwise to place you on the reserve team solely due to your age if your hand is healed in time. We can assess your readiness this Saturday to determine who will officially participate in the match. Are you willing to join? Absolutely, Draco exclaimed. After Edmund departed, Draco fixated on Moyan that Moyan felt compelled to say. Congratulations. Draco's smile brightened even further. Moyan found himself perplexed by Draco, sensing that their current dynamic was exceedingly strange. They oscillated between Cold War and collaboration, that Draco's resilience was akin to that of a cockroach, as he could swiftly forget past setbacks and bounce back energetically, which was truly admirable. The adage of not striking a smiling face held true, especially since, even amidst their Cold War, they had to maintain a facade of peace and unity before others. A role Draco played remarkably well, gradually dissipating the icy atmosphere between them. What has become of Norbert? Moyan uncomfortably shifted the topic. Ever since the highly destructive little dragon had shown dependence on him, he had been reluctant to confront that ugly creature again, but he has doubled in size. Draco remarked with a hint of worry. Hagrid refuses to release him, fearing he might perish outside. Harry suggested giving him to Charlie Weasley, who studies dragons in Romania. Hagrid agreed to this. That sounds splendid. Moyan inquired, puzzled. What troubles you? Draco sighed deeply. Moyan rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, leaning back in his chair before gloomily stating, I am reluctant to part with him. Moyan was taken aback. I have long wished to raise a dragon, but my father has always disapproved that I cannot, like Hagrid, indiscriminately procure a dragon egg. Now that such an opportunity has arisen, I must relinquish him in less than a month. You could wait until after graduation to study dragons, Moyan suggested. Impossible. Draco immediately shot back, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a Malfoy engage in such endeavors? Moyan rolled his eyes, silently chastising himself for meddling. On Saturday afternoon, Draco dragged Moyan from the Slytherin common room, where Harry and the others awaited them in the entrance hall. Harry, I told you I do not wish to see Norbert. I have no desire to meet him, Moyan weakly protested. But Norbert adores you, Harry replied. Tonight, we are sending Norbert away. Hagrid hopes you can meet him before he departs, so Norbert won't be too heartbroken. I've only seen him once at birth. He has surely forgotten me by now. Moyan attempted to dissuade Harry from his futile endeavor, noting that Norwegian ridgebacks weren't known for their intelligence. If he has truly forgotten you, then you may depart, Hermione assured, as long as we can escort you there. However, Moyan miscalculated. Norbert remembered him. In fact, upon seeing Moyan, Norbert excitedly bounded over, exhaling joyful flames from his nostrils. His mouth agape to reveal sharp, venomous fangs, his tail flailing, causing 3 chair legs to snap and 1 table leg to splinter, alongside a distressed screech. Petrificus totalis. Moyan cast the spell just 3 steps away from Norbert. Thud. Norbert fell pitifully to the ground. Hagrid immediately roared in fury, while Hermione hurriedly lifted the spell. Norbert, come to Mama, Hagrid cried, his eyes brimming with tears. Norbert shot a plume of flame towards him and then, bouncing with glee, rushed to the scowling Moyan, incessantly nudging his leg. Under the scrutiny of the others, Moyan could not cast Norbert away, so he defensively donned a protective charm. The night of Norbert's departure was filled with wonder and peril. Harry produced his invisibility cloak and recounted its origin at Moyan, then revealed Salazar Slytherin's own invisibility cloak, claiming a ghost had assisted him in locating it in a hidden room. Everyone envied his good fortune. Knowing that Moyan enjoyed a close rapport with the ghosts in the castle, even bloody barons sitting beside him daily on their way to deliver Norbert, they encountered Mrs. Norris, patrolling the castle. Moyan suspected she had been lured by the mouse Hagrid had crammed into a wooden box. So he tossed her a dried fish. He always carried one while wandering at night, since the invisibility cloak could not fool Mrs. Norris's keen sense of smell. Then, on their return from the tower, they crossed paths with Filch, but this time, thanks to Moyan's reminder, they did not forget the invisibility cloak and managed to evade him without incident. Finally, while hurriedly avoiding another encounter with Mrs. Norris, the three of them, cloaked in invisibility, collided with Professor Snape, who was on patrol. Harry grumbled, "Why doesn't he use lumos while patrolling?" resulting in their capture. Initially, Moyan and Draco could have avoided this, but Snape merely twitched his large nose, and they were yanked from their hiding spot. Draco's hair gel had given them away. When Professor McGonagall arrived, still in her pajamas, the trio from Gryffindor had already been reduced to pale shadows by Snape's scathing remarks. Moyan had mustered the courage to interject a comment, but a single glance from Snape rendered him speechless. His gaze, as ever, was hollow and profound, yet now it brimmed with disappointment and some unfathomable emotion roiling beneath the surface. Moyan lowered his head, feeling as though each of Snape's words directed at Harry and the others struck his heart like a hammer. In her fury, Professor McGonagall deducted 50 points from each of them. Gryffindor lost a total of 150 points, while Slytherin was docked 100. Moyan dared not look at Professor Snape's expression. "Tomorrow, we shall become the pariahs of the house." "What do we do now?" Draco asked with concern on their way back to the Slytherin common room. "What else can we do?" Moyan shrugged, accepting the consequences of their actions. Early the next morning, Edmund awoke to find two first-year students standing side by side outside his door, their heads hung low, weariness etched on their faces. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you knock?" Edmund quickly ushered them inside. But they declined. "Edmund, we have something to discuss with you," Moyan said. "What is it?" "Yesterday, we were caught while out at night, whom Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, along with Gryffindor's Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley." Draco suddenly interjected. "All right then." Edmund crossed his arms against the doorframe. "Tell me, how many points were deducted from each of you?" 50. Moyan replied in a low voice, filled with shame. 50. "Did Gryffindor lose the same amount?" Edmund continued to inquire. "Yes, that's so. Gryffindor lost 150 points. A brown-haired boy leaned forward, laughing heartily. "After the last Quidditch match, we were trailing them by over 30 points. Now we've taken the lead. And still trailing behind Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, when he chimed in that I saw the score funnels for all four houses in the Great Hall. Slytherin is in second to last place. That I asked this because of you two." With a flush of embarrassment, Moyan repeated his explanation once more. The occupants of the surrounding dormitories emerged upon hearing the commotion, and being surrounded by a group of individuals at least a foot taller than oneself was far from a comfortable experience. As for Moyan, he could endure it, but recently even Draco had been seen associating with those Gryffindors, and I had even spotted him visiting the keeper's hut. "Why is that?" "A boy with pale yellow hair." Sharp in his inquiry, "Was Mark March, a sixth-year Gryffindor?" "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that," Draco replied, shaking his head, his complexion alarmingly pale, appearing on the verge of fainting. That a heavy silence enveloped the group. After a moment of contemplation, Edmund spoke. "Very well. Due to your reckless actions, Slytherin House has suffered disgrace, as a punishment. You are to earn 100 points within 7 days, and within a month, ensure that Slytherin's scores claim the top position. Should you accomplish this, the incident regarding your association with Gryffindor will be overlooked. Do you understand?" 7 days? Draco's lips had drained of color. "No problem." Moyan stood tall, gazing resolutely at Edmund. This had indeed been his plan all along. Edmund nodded, patted him on the shoulder, and proceeded to the Great Hall for dinner. One by one, the others followed suit, giving them encouraging pats on the back. while a boy with short brown hair exclaimed, "You can do it." Moyan and Draco, 100 points in 7 days? Moyan and Draco exchanged fearful glances. 10 points per class. It is quite manageable. Moyan smiled. As long as you know where to direct your efforts. Hermione often achieves it.in Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall had just articulated the requirements when Moyan and Draco simultaneously transformed their wands into cups. Draco's was a tall, transparent crystal goblet, while Moyan's took the form of an oval, shallow, earthenware cup. Professor McGonagall approached to inspect their work. Slytherin earns 10 points. In potions class. Moyan and Draco submitted their concoctions, both a vibrant shade of green. Slytherin earns 20 points. From Snape's gaze, Moyan discerned that he was aware of Edmund's punitive measures. In Charms class, Moyan and Draco nearly simultaneously arranged a pile of sesame seeds on their desks into the shape of a W. 5 points for each, Professor Flitwick declared joyously. During herbology, Professor Sprout inquired, "Who can tell me the name of this plant?" Draco raised his hand, startling a group of Hufflepuff students. Mimosa pudica, Professor. Slytherin earns 2 points. What are its properties? Draco raised his hand again. The petals of Mimosa pudica are used in various love potions, while the leaves can be utilized to concoct remedies for ailments such as colds, gastritis, enteritis, and malaria. They can also be used to create hair loss treatments and certain tonics. Slytherin earns 5 points. Mr. Evans, do you have something to add? Moyan interjected. Mimosa pudica primarily thrives in the tropical regions of South America, preferring warm and humid environments. It is not particularly demanding regarding soil. Enjoys sunlight, yet can tolerate partial shade. Its scattered growth pattern and delicate, slender leaves close upon contact, hence its name, sensitive plant. This sensitivity allows it to predict earthquakes. Hours before a significant tremor, the leaves of this plant, responsive to external stimuli, will suddenly wilt and then wither. Under normal circumstances, the leaves open during the day and close at night. An abnormality, such as the leaves closing during the day and opening at night, is a precursor to an earthquake. Slytherin earns 10 points. In defense against the dark arts. Moyan had already mastered the material prior to his schooling, so he faced no difficulties. Remarkably, even in history of magic, Moyan managed to earn points from the aged Professor Binns. "Professor, may I share my perspective on this?" Moyan raised his hand, interrupting Professor Binns' monotonous lecture on the Goblin rebellions. "Huh? Oh, what is it?" Professor Binns took an extended moment to respond, finally murmuring, "Ah, very well. Go ahead. In the year 1612, during the Goblin Rebellion, they utilized the tavern in Hogsmeade as their headquarters. I wonder, what role did Hogwarts play in this rebellion? Why did the goblins choose to establish their command so close to Hogwarts? Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the then headmaster, Professor Fawcett Wright, remarked in the 16th century about a great wizard, Andrus Yadir. Since the establishment of St. Mungo's Hospital by Mungo Bonham in 1624, we cannot overlook the significant role St. Mungo's played in the conflict. To summarize, this can be articulated through several key points. Moyan expounded for nearly half an hour, finally concluding with a respectful yet self-assured tone. "Professor, do you believe my assertions to be accurate?" Equally taken aback, Professor Binns stammered, "Ah, indeed, quite correct, quite correct." This student has engaged in thorough contemplation. One could hardly blame him for not recognizing Moyan. It was only his second time entering the history of magic classroom in an entire academic year. Yet, Moyan feigned a hurt expression, stating, "Moyan Evans, Professor Doe. Oh, Slytherin earns 30 points. Remarkably, in merely 3 days. You have managed to recover all the points at this rate. We shall secure first place within the week." Moyan. "Draco, you have truly excelled," Blaise said, sitting beside them with his books, admiration evident in his tone. Draco pointed to his pronounced dark circles and asked, "You consider this commendable?" Blaise quickly shook his head. Draco's appearance had never been so disheveled. Even his clothes were wrinkled, and his golden hair hung limply due to the absence of styling products. During these days, anyone who stared at him for more than 10 seconds would provoke Draco's fury, convinced they were mocking him. "Moyan, you've regained the points. Why are you not happy?" Moyan rubbed his forehead, replying, "I am concerned for Harry. He has been having a rough time lately." Blaise and Draco exchanged glances, falling into silence. Regardless of the points Harry and Hermione earned in class or Harry's 2 impressive victories in Quidditch, it did not alleviate the anger of their peers within the house. Foremost among them was Harry, once regarded with pride by the Gryffindors. Harry had suddenly transitioned from the most beloved and admired figure in the school to the most despised. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had joined in the fray against him. Wherever Harry went, people would point and openly humiliate him. Following the recent point-earning endeavor, Moyan's reputation within Slytherin had not only remained intact, but had significantly improved, allowing him to confidently suppress any negative remarks from first-year Slytherins regarding Harry. Even the older students refrained from speaking out of respect for him. Yet, the Gryffindor Lions proved to be a different challenge. In truth, should Moyan intervene in Gryffindor's treatment of Harry, it would only exacerbate Harry's distress within the house. He could only strive to assist Harry with his studies, but since he had pledged to quickly restore the points, Harry's scores in class became less conspicuous. However, it was equally impossible for Moyan to deliberately forego earning points. Even without considering the Slytherin house that stood behind him, the look in Professor Snape's eyes at that moment deterred any thoughts of slacking off. What should I do? Moyan was at a loss. For the past few days, the Slytherins had assumed he was exhausted from preparing for classes, while only Draco understood that the coursework was trivial for Moyan. What truly troubled him was Harry's predicament. Won't let me quit the Quidditch team, he said. If we can't even win the matches, how can we earn back the points? Harry spoke, his eyes brimming with tears. But the others on the team want to even talk to me. When they must, they don't even call me by my name. They just refer to me as the Great Seeker. Tears streamed down his face. Only in front of Moyan could Harry express the hardships and sorrows he had faced during this time. Moyan embraced him, feeling his shoulder gradually dampen, seething with frustration. Even Wood? Harry nodded. The Weasley twins too? Harry nodded again. Initially, when the three of them were engrossed in their reading, Moyan had felt quite fond of them. Wood possessed an unadulterated passion for Quidditch, ready to ignite at any moment for the sport. The Weasley twins were characters that no one could help but like once they had read their work. However, it was utterly unexpected that these individuals would now engage in such behavior. Damn Gryffindor. Moyan tugged at Harry's sleeve. What? I am also a Gryffindor, he replied, taken aback that he had not yet sought out the twins, only to find that they had sought him out first. Unbeknownst to Moyan, many from Gryffindor attributed the actions of Harry and his friends to their interactions with Slytherin, thereby restoring Harry's prior attitude towards this matter before entering Quidditch. Harry did not wish for Moyan to feel guilty about the incident, so he refrained from mentioning it to him. To put it plainly, Moyan had unexpectedly encountered a prank at the Slytherin long table. Slytherin House was governed by strict hierarchies, and this was most evident during meals in the common room and at the long tables. For instance, the seats near the fireplace in the common room were occupied by the leaders of each year, known as the graders, who commanded respect from all students regardless of their year. Typically, younger students would yield their seats to those in higher years, and in hallways, it was customary for lower-year students to give way to the long table. Seating arrangements were generally fixed, beginning near the professor's table with the third years, followed by the second years, first years, the head of house, or the student council president if applicable, then the seventh, sixth, fifth, and fourth years, with the hierarchy radiating from the head of house. Thus, Moyan's position at the long table was well established, with Edmund, who often interjected between them, on one side and Draco on the other, originally meant to sit across, but he had pushed Goyle and Crabbe to that side. Therefore, if anyone wished to tamper with the food of a Slytherin, they merely had to locate his seat in advance, unlike the students from the other three houses, who frequently sat haphazardly, necessitating an on-the-spot investigation at tea lunchtime. Just as Moyan grasped his cup, he sensed that it had suddenly become thicker. Before he could react, his reflexes, honed from prolonged exposure to danger, instinctively caused him to fling the cup away. The cup exploded right above Goyle and Crabbe, enveloping them in a noxious cloud of mist. When the fog dissipated, Goyle and Crabbe were left with their bodies entirely transformed to a shade of deep black, save for their whites of their eyes and teeth, and they emitted a foul stench that was utterly revolting. Laughter erupted at the other three long tables. Moyan brandished his wand toward them. Clear water, like a spring. The two were drenched in water, yet remained unchanged. The laughter escalated. Meanwhile, the Slytherin long table was cloaked in an unsettling silence. The cup had originally belonged to Moyan, and although he had yet to undergo the final voting for his year, he was already subtly recognized as a first-year juror. To provoke the graders of each year was tantamount to challenging the entire Slytherin house. Under such an atmosphere, the timid Ravenclaws and honest Hufflepuffs gradually fell silent. While only Gryffindor continued their raucous laughter, Moyan slowly raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the Weasley twins, who were doubled over with mirth at the Gryffindor table. The twins raised their brows, laughing even more boisterously. "Edmund, I will handle this matter myself, though." Edmund gestured for the others to continue eating. "What will you do?" Moyan smiled faintly, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "I shall retaliate in kind." He covered his nose, glancing at the repugnant Goyle and Crabbe, wrinkling his brow as he rose to leave. Draco disdainfully remarked, "You two, take your food outside. You are not permitted to return until Madame Pomfrey has removed that stench from you." Crabbe shot a timid glance at him before hauling Goyle out with him. "How did those two end up in Slytherin?" Blaise scoffed. "Genetic inheritance, perhaps?" Wendy chuckled, recalling how Goyle and Crabbe had been seated right beside her, nearly suffocating her with their odor. "Edmund, what are you looking at?" "Gryffindor." As Moyan passed the Slytherin long table, he discreetly flicked his fingers from beneath his robe, launching several colorless orbs into the plates of a few Gryffindors. These orbs were initially intended to teach the Weasley twins a lesson, but now they had transformed from a proactive attack to a reactive one, which could be deemed justifiable. While studying and practicing potions, he inevitably produced some byproducts after failures, most of which were highly toxic, corrosive, or explosive. During a particularly challenging phase of his research, he whimsically concocted some prank products, many inspired by the Weasley twins' future creations. This was a true case of employing their own methods against them. Among the Weasley twins' products, the one that left the most profound impression on him, aside from the fireworks used against Umbridge, was the long-tongue toffee. However, today he employed a different one. Just as Moyan stepped out the door, a commotion erupted behind him that a smirk crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins, Oliver Wood and Lee Jordan, stared in horror as their tongues rapidly elongated, soon dragging down to their chests, a grotesque pink that was quite the sight to behold, especially when accompanied by the drool that dripped from their mouths due to their forced gaping. Long-tongue toffee. Fred had once scattered it on the floor to trick Dudley into consuming it, resulting in an elongated tongue. Hilarious. Laughter erupted at the Slytherin long table. The four of them, flustered, rushed toward the infirmary. Clutching their tongues, Moyan exited the door. A flock of owls soared toward him, prompting him to quickly step aside, though one owl swooped down toward him. "Your punishment begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Go to the entrance hall and find Mr. Filch, Professor McGonagall. The Forbidden Forest, unicorns, and Voldemort." Moyan narrowed his eyes, rubbing the few remaining pills in his hand, contemplating what grand gift he should bestow upon that fool Quirrell, who dared to lay hands on Harry. At 11 o'clock that night, they gathered in the entrance hall, where Filch awaited them with a lantern. "It's a pity they've abolished those old punishments. I should have tied you all up and hung you for a few days," Filch muttered as he led the way, his voice dripping with malice. "I still have those chains in my office, well oiled and stored away, just waiting for the right moment to use them. You might have to live as long as nearly headless Nick for that to happen." "Filch," Moyan teased, to everyone's surprise. Filch did not take offense. He merely shot a glance at Moyan before speaking. "I imagine you think this punishment lacks authority and are contemplating breaking the rules further, aren't you? Let me tell you, Moyan, this punishment is far from simple labor service. I dare say you'll find that being hung for a few days is actually quite lenient. At least you'll still have all your limbs intact." "Oh, how so?" Moyan yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. "You will be accompanying that large oaf." Harry and the others guessed it was Hagrid, easing up a bit. "Don't get too smug, little one. You're headed into the Forbidden Forest." Ron's face turned as white as a sheet. Draco, too, stood frozen in place. "The Forbidden Forest?" His voice trembled. "We can't go there at night. There are many strange creatures. I've heard there are werewolves." Filch cackled ominously. "Don't want to go? That may not be up to you." At that moment, Hagrid strode out from the darkness, and after they exchanged greetings, Filch turned to leave. However, before he departed, he handed Moyan a small round ball from his arms. "Take this. Next time you cause trouble, you should think about the werewolves first. Let us go, children." "Ron, Draco, are you two all right?" The faces of the two boys were as pale as ghosts. "Hagrid." Ron trembled. "Filch said we have to enter the Forbidden Forest." "He must be lying, right? He always enjoys scaring students." "No, he is not. Indeed, Filch is correct. You are to venture into the Forbidden Forest to assist me with a certain task, Hagrid stated. This is a consequence of your misdeeds. But students should not be subjected to this. Draco protested sharply that we ought to merely write reflections or engage in community service. This is far too perilous. If my father finds out, unless your father would prefer you to be expelled. You must go, Hagrid retorted. Upon hearing Draco mention Lucius Malfoy, Hagrid's temper flared momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. After all, his rapport with Draco was relatively amicable that he boomed. This task is indeed fraught with danger. Yet I do not wish for any ill to befall you as long as you remain close to me and Fong. Nothing in the Forbidden Forest can harm you. Reluctantly, Draco regarded him, about to voice another objection, but suddenly seemed to recollect something and lowered his gaze. Ron was rendered speechless. The only sound emanating from him was the chattering of his teeth. It was only thanks to Harry's urging that he could continue moving. Harry leaned closer to Ron, inquiring curiously, Ron, what did Filch hand you? Ron glanced at it and replied, it's an object that can conjure a magical barrier in times of danger. It seems Filch keeps it on hand just in case. Wow, Harry exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. How could he be so kind to you? Ron smiled mysteriously, because I gifted him something during Christmas. In truth, Ron had slightly modified his failed Marauder's map so that it would only reveal itself at night. Obscuring the names of the various common rooms, he then presented it to Filch, claiming it was a map that would show the names of those wandering the castle at night, but on one hand. He found it fascinating that this seemingly powerless old squib could roam Hogwarts undetected at all hours. On the other hand, he hoped that with the map, Filch would remain in his office all night, preventing any chance encounters with him. To achieve this, he had marked most of the Gryffindor students and a few from other houses, after Hagrid explained that their objective was to locate an injured unicorn. The group split into two teams. Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Hagrid formed one, while Ron, Draco, and Fong made up the other. They set off in different directions to search. I must tell my father that Hogwarts would dare to make us do such a thing, Draco muttered as he cautiously carried the lantern, flinching at every slightest sound. There is nothing more dangerous than having that old lunatic in charge of Hogwarts. That foolish caretaker. I thought he had some sense. My father will not let this go. Ron was focusing intently on tracking signs left by the unicorn, but Draco's incessant murmuring was making him increasingly agitated. If this continued, he feared he would still be wandering here when Harry encountered Voldemort. So, when Draco mentioned for the 5th time how his father would react, Ron erupted, Enough, Draco. It's always your father. Your father. Don't you possess a shred of pride for yourself? Draco stared blankly for a long moment before muttering, I'm good at Quidditch and potions. Well, there you have it. What kind of pride is it to claim another's glory as your own? But Harry is far superior in those subjects, Draco exclaimed, sounding aggrieved. You always help him, no matter how hard I try. I can't compete. What are you comparing yourself to him for? Ron began, but suddenly halted, squinting at Draco, causing the latter to feel a chill. Ron recalled a time in his past when a girl named Xia would ask him to read some Harry Potter fanfiction. But after reading a couple of pieces, he discovered they were all about romantic pairings. A grown man. How could he read such image-destroying tales? Naturally, he had firmly refused, regardless of how much Xia pleaded. Later, she lamented, What a shame. HP is so cute. The so-called HP referred to Draco and Harry. Had Draco truly harbored feelings for Harry from the moment he first extended a hand, it made sense why he consistently displayed an unusual interest in Harry and repeatedly provoked him. Even when he knew there would be no advantage in doing so, he had merely been attempting to capture Harry's attention. Was it possible that his current desire to surpass Harry was merely a fade for pursuing him? Or worse, a bid for dominance? Absolutely not. Ron was consumed by fury, tossing aside the lantern and grabbing Draco by the collar, pinning him against a tree. Draco, terrified, observed Ron's typically beautiful and gentle face contorted into something nearly grotesque. What are you comparing yourself to Harry for? Ron's voice was unexpectedly soft and deep, reminiscent of their gloomy potions professor, causing Draco to tremble. Do not tell me you are plotting against Harry. Malfoy. I warn you, and you had best remember this firmly. Keep your distance from Harry, or else, even with your father, Dumbledore, and Voldemort standing behind you, I will ensure you regret being born, forever and ever. Do not dare to challenge the truth of my words. Do you understand? His voice was like a whisper, yet combined with his pale visage, it became all the more terrifying. Draco nodded fervently. Stay here. I will investigate. If you wish to avoid death, do not wander off. He turned to retrieve the lantern he had just discarded, ordering Fong to remain in place while he followed the faint traces ahead. Behind him, Draco sat against the tree trunk, bewildered for quite some time as he grasped the true meaning of Ron's words. He felt a mix of wanting to laugh and wanting to cry, ultimately managing to contort his face into a strange expression as he slumped down despondently. Meanwhile, Ron intermittently crouched to inspect the traces on the trunks and leaves, listening intently. Sure enough, shortly after, he heard a muffled gasp and commotion from where he had just passed. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he deftly followed the signs. There lay a unicorn on the ground, lifeless, its silvery blood pooling around it, shimmering like precious pearls. Its slender legs retained the peculiar position it had fallen in, and merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of beauty intertwined with sorrow. Ron crouched on a branch, slowly drawing his bow, the tip of the arrow merging with the darkness. Soon, a masked figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. Approaching the unicorn and bending down to drink its blood, Ron aimed for its head and released the arrow, which sliced silently through the air. He swiftly nocked another arrow, preparing to shoot once more, but did not wait to see the outcome before sliding down the tree and disappearing into the darkness. Professor, Ron gasped in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at a trapped Severus Snape, struggling helplessly within the web. He rushed over to assist, carefully removing the strands that clung to him. The web had been procured from a shop in Nocturne Alley, woven from the silk of a spider native to the Amazon rainforest, rendering it largely impervious to most spells. Ron had crafted this net by intertwining the silk with nettle cords, and had enchanted the nettle to spring up and ensnare anyone who stepped upon it, particularly binding their mouths and hands to prevent them from casting spells that he believed that wizards were exceedingly vulnerable to, relying on magic to the point that without it, they were rendered powerless. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, Ron had felt he was being followed, thus the net had its first opportunity to serve its purpose. However, he never anticipated that this chance would befall Professor Snape. Immediately, he realized that in such a precarious situation, Dumbledore would not risk Harry's safety simply to unveil Voldemort's intentions regarding the Sorcerer's Stone. There were other protective measures in place besides Hagrid, the careless half-giant. Clearly, Snape was trailing them, while Dumbledore was accompanying Harry. What in the world is this? Snape bellowed, glaring at the limp yellow object hanging in his hand as he disentangled himself from the web. Ron feigned curiosity, leaning in to observe, then pointed out solemnly, "It appears to be a net." Snape regarded him coldly, remaining silent. "How peculiar. Professor, how did you become ensnared in it? By the way, what brings you here?" Ron inquired, feigning surprise. "Do you not intend to explain, Mr. Evans?" Snape's voice seemed to carry a chill. "Explain? Explain what?" Ron replied innocently, then suddenly feigned realization, lowering his gaze in shame. "My apologies, Professor. I had once believed that I could locate the injured unicorn. Yet after traversing but a short distance, I lost all traces, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly sinister. Fear gripped my heart, prompting me to retrace my steps. I should not have been so presumptuous." Stealing a furtive glance at Snape's increasingly ghastly countenance, I added in a tone of shame, "It appears my courage too requires fortification." "Enough," Snape bellowed. "Mr. Evans, do you truly believe I would be swayed by such a litany of nonsense? Do you think the professor believes I am deceiving him?" Moyan's expression was one of wounded pride as he defiantly turned his head away. "If the professor chooses not to believe, then there is little left for me to say." Silence engulfed the space. After a considerable pause, Snape abruptly pivoted and strode back, prompting Moyan to hurriedly follow in the graceful swirl of his black robes. He shrugged subtly. What did disbelief matter? They had long been surveilling him, aware of the concealment that was of no consequence as long as the specifics remained undiscovered. If they had been watching and still failed to uncover the truth, that was a reflection of their own inadequacies, not his fault. Harry, however, had learned of Voldemort's presence in the forest. Ever since returning from the Forbidden Forest, he had been in a state of disarray, often clutching his scar with a pained expression, occasionally startled into a jolt by the slightest touch. That on several occasions, he anxiously crept to the third floor, pressing his ear against the door to listen to the growls of the three-headed dog, only to find a fleeting moment of solace thereafter. Moyan felt a pang of sympathy for Harry's disquiet, yet he was at a loss for how to console him. Harry had yet to broach the subject of the Philosopher's Stone, and Moyan had ceased to drop hints. He could not simply approach Harry and say, "It's all right that I in truth. You have been safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone with relative ease. Voldemort cannot harm you, can he?" Hence, he resolved to assist him with his studies instead. Draco, upon returning from the Forbidden Forest, had also fallen into a silence, even causing his cauldron to explode on 2 occasions during potions class. Yet Moyan found satisfaction in this. Individuals who suffer heartbreak, especially those who have yet to experience love, often need time to reconcile their feelings. This was far preferable to his previous attempts to harm Harry. Quirrell continued to appear in class. Much to Moyan's disappointment, he understood that, given Quirrell's ineptitude, evading his inevitable demise was impossible. It must have been Voldemort's doing. Nevertheless, Moyan could discern a faint, reddish mark upon Quirrell's forehead, and when the scent of garlic enveloped him, there lingered a subtle fragrance of violets. Discreet, yet undeniably present, Moyan smiled smugly. Having achieved his objective, he chose not to pursue any additional trifles. During this time, Moyan had several encounters with the Weasley twins, during one of which he transformed their hair into Draco's platinum hue. The twins, disgusted with themselves, promptly shaved their heads, and on another occasion, caused smoke to emanate from their ears for 2 days. The Weasley brothers' pranks, however, fell flat, with Goyle suddenly expressing affection for Blaise in public, and on one occasion, Moyan fell victim to his own spell, causing delicate, pale purple cherry blossoms to erupt from his mouth whenever he spoke. In a fit of anger, Moyan cast a potion that blanketed the Gryffindor table, resulting in over half of Gryffindor transforming into large, plump, clumsy canaries during lunch, including the Weasleys, while others sprouted elongated tongues, had their hair seemingly catch fire, though it only appeared so, and some sported pig noses or donkey ears. Hermione sprouted a pair of rabbit ears, while a dozen others babbled incoherently, unable to convey their true thoughts, Harry included. Although these transformations lasted less than 3 minutes, the hilarity was abundant. The Weasley twins retaliated swiftly. During dinner, Goyle suddenly spewed forth a multitude of warty toads. Those filthy, grotesque creatures hopping across the table and splattering their vile juices without remorse. Although Edmund and Wendy quickly cleared the mess with their wands, all of Slytherin lost their appetites as all of Hogwarts anticipated what delightful antics might unfold next. Both sides fell silent. Moyan, having inadvertently implicated Harry and his friends, faced long admonitions from the trio, leaving him too dispirited to retaliate. To his surprise, the twins ceased their antics as well. Before long, the end of the term arrived. During a sweltering few days, they completed all their examinations, after which they were left with an entire week to await the results. Following the last history of magic exam, all the students erupted in cheers as quills and parchment flew about in joyous abandon. In this time of thorough relaxation, a Quidditch match ensued. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, alongside Harry's confrontation with Voldemort. Moyan, how did you answer question 13? Hermione called out, having spotted him by the lake and rushed over to Do. Please, Hermione, Ron interjected, let's not dwell on it any longer, shall we? We've just completed our exams. I would rather not relive the agony of recalling them. Moyan observed Harry, still rubbing his forehead, and inquired, What's wrong, Harry? Is your head hurting? I wish I knew what it meant. Harry shouted in frustration. My forehead has been aching incessantly. It has hurt before, but never like this. Never so frequently. Before? When? Moyan pressed at I can't recall. Harry mumbled. Moyan felt a surge of irritation, yet Harry's distressed demeanor softened his heart. With a sigh, he pulled Harry closer and began to massage a few pressure points on his forehead. Is it any better? Yes, much more comfortable. Harry, feeling drowsy, laid his head upon Moyan's lap and closed his eyes. Though his brow remained furrowed, and the movement of his eyes beneath his lids indicated he was still troubled by some matter, Ron and Hermione soon reclined on the grass, Ron dozing off, while Hermione murmured, It should be in 1863 when Erlyn organized in Hogsmeade. Suddenly, Harry leapt to his feet with a startled cry, inadvertently colliding his forehead with Moyan's chin. Sorry, Moyan, Harry exclaimed, clutching his forehead and loudly apologizing before beckoning the others. Hermione, Ron, hurry. Where are you going? Ron asked, still bleary-eyed, but Harry had already dashed off, leaving him no choice but to pull Hermione from her reverie to follow. Moyan covered his mouth, revealing a hint of crimson blood seeping through his fingers. And his gaze grew cold. "Are you truly going alone, Moyan?" Charles asked, pacing around him. "Yes," Moyan replied gruffly, yanking the invisibility cloak from the trunk and responding in a muffled tone that it's far too dangerous. "You should seek out a professor. That malevolent spirit is exceedingly powerful. You, a mere first-year student, cannot contend with it. It matters not," Moyan said, licking his blood-stained lips, strapping on his wand, and continuing, "Hani can manage." "I merely need to observe. Do you truly believe you can just observe?" Charles asked, noticing the blood trickling from Moyan's mouth. Concern etched on his face. Moyan remained silent, gathering his resolve, cloaked himself, and exited the dormitory. He had contemplated not intervening, yet ultimately could not resist. He could not allow Harry to confront Voldemort alone. Witnessing him in peril once was enough. Moyan leapt silently through the trapdoor, landing upon the already lifeless devil-esque snare, then followed the path Harry and the others had opened. He stood behind the anxious and helpless Hermione during the chess match, feeling a flicker of admiration for Ron's self-sacrifice. And when in the potions chamber, while they were still examining the room, he discreetly extracted 3 drops from the smallest vial and swallowed them, following Harry into the final chamber. He had presumed he could endure, knowing that Harry had sustained no real harm and had no intention of intervening, especially when Harry lied before the mirror, as he felt the purple flames flicker when an invisible figure entered. However, as Harry cleverly harnessed his mother's protective power to seize Quirrell's face, Moyan's heart ached, as if being mercilessly churned in a blender. If he felt such pain, how excruciating must it be for Harry? Harry had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Quirrell broke free of his grasp, yet the invisible figure remained still. Suddenly, Moyan understood. That individual had discovered him without his knowledge at some point. They are merely awaiting one another to make the first move, positioning themselves in a relatively advantageous stance. Quirrell raised his wand towards Harry, the sharp, sinister voice urging him to eliminate Harry. Damn it. That man could watch coldly. But how could Moyan? He tore off the invisibility cloak, aimed his left arm at Quirrell, and pulled the trigger. A poison dart shot directly into Quirrell's grotesque face. A translucent shadow shrieked as it erupted from Quirrell's body, soaring straight towards the ceiling. Furious, Moyan would not allow it to escape so easily. He waved his wand, a silver dart appearing in his hand. Leaping into the air, its tip swiftly piercing the fleeing shadow. With a flick of his wrist, the dart sliced through the air, producing a clear, piercing sound. Moyan was determined. Even if the incantations he had learned could not subdue Voldemort in his half-death state. A soul was ultimately just a form of energy. If it could not be completely annihilated, could it not be dissipated and weakened? His dart, though it could not achieve the legendary power of shattering the void, could still transform the intangible air into sharp currents of wind, capable of reducing even rock to fragments, as long as the speed was sufficient and the force compelling. With a piercing scream, a shadow, now significantly more translucent, burst through the ceiling. Moyan fell to the ground, his right hand torn, veins in his entire arm seeming to rupture, blood pouring forth. He barely held on until he saw a silver mustache adorned with a bow tie, at which point he succumbed to unconsciousness. That old fox, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a blinding golden light. How annoying, Moyan mumbled, sinking back down, pulling the sheets over his head to continue sleeping. A muffled chuckle echoed in the air. Someone? Moyan sprang from the bed like lightning, his hand already gripping a warm neck before his eyes fully opened. That a powerful pulse throbbed beneath his fingers, sending a sharp pain through his injured hand. Then he beheld an elderly man with a waist-length white beard, smiling at him, as if wholly unaware of the grip he was under. Moyan gazed at the gentle blue behind the crescent-shaped glasses, snorted coldly, withdrew his hand, and burrowed back under the covers. He then noticed he was lying in the infirmary, the bed draped with white sheets, and a table beside him adorned with candies and books. Those are gifts from your friends, Dumbledore remarked, having noticed his gaze on the table. Fred and George intended to send you a jar of sweets, but Poppy believed there might be harmful ingredients, so she took it for inspection. Then they tried to gift Harry a toilet seat, thinking he would find it amusing, but that too was confiscated by Poppy. Subsequently, they were both sent away. Moyan once again covered his head with the blanket, unwilling to engage with this old fox who orchestrated Harry's perilous adventures. especially since this old man had dared to test him with Harry's life. Although he knew that if he did not intervene, Dumbledore would undoubtedly save Harry at the last moment, he felt a surge of anger. Simultaneously, there was a tinge of jealousy. Why must he expose his abilities and fight desperately to save someone while Dumbledore could remain calmly aloof, waiting for others to falter? Oh, how he remembered hiding under the covers as a child, where it seemed many intriguing things awaited his discovery in the darkness. Moyan sensed Dumbledore drawing closer. Though it felt a bit stifling. "Do you feel all right?" Moyan suddenly yanked down the blanket. What the hell? He had intended to sound more forceful, but the pain from his bitten tongue ruthlessly thwarted his aspirations. Furthermore, perhaps due to speaking too forcefully, the pain in his tongue was now far more intense. His mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. "Though, has your tongue been injured as well?" Dumbledore's tone grew serious. Yet, Moyan couldn't shake the feeling that he was relishing the situation. What did he mean by injured tongue? Did he think he had been so tense during the scuffle that he had bitten himself? How humiliating! Dumbledore summoned Madame Pomfrey, who gasped sharply upon inspecting his tongue. "What's wrong? Is it serious?" Dumbledore inquired. "Serious? It's practically bitten in half." Madame Pomfrey replied furiously, though it was unclear who she was angry with. Fortunately, it was just the tip. Had it been deeper, he could have bled to death. Madame Pomfrey swiftly exited, returning shortly with a cup of thick, deep green liquid. "Drink this, child, that don't swallow or spit it out. Just hold it in your mouth," she commanded as Moyan grimaced at the prospect of vomiting. Moyan's face contorted in agony. Madame Pomfrey's concoction was far worse than he had anticipated. It felt as though he were holding water steeped with stinking shoes in his mouth. "No, I can't think like that. I'm going to be sick." Moyan realized he had to endure the revolting taste to regain his ability to speak. So he covered his mouth with his hand, forcing himself to withstand the churning in his stomach. He then noticed his hand was wrapped in bandages. "Albus, it seems this child is unable to speak for now. Let him rest," Madame Pomfrey stated. "Do not worry. Poppy I will only speak with this child for a short while before departing." Dumbledore replied, "I believe one side of our conversation should suffice." "Very well, but remember, he must not speak." Madame Pomfrey conceded. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't." Moyan thought gloomily, wondering why his tongue could not have been healed while he was unconscious. How much easier that would have made things. Now, fully aware, it felt as though 1,000 ants were crawling on his tongue, itching and painful, utterly intolerable. Although the viscous liquid quickly diminished to a thin layer on his tongue, the nauseating sensation lingered. Moyan was convinced that the moment he opened his mouth, the meals from the past few days would come rushing back. "All right, no talking today. That you'll take the potion again tonight, and by tomorrow morning you should be fine," Madame Pomfrey instructed. "Take it again." Moyan's heart sank as he looked at her, desperately hoping she was merely attempting to frighten him. However, Madame Pomfrey soon bid farewell to the two. Moyan collapsed back onto the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. "So, I suppose you're quite eager to know about Harry's condition, aren't you?" Dumbledore pulled up a chair beside his bed. Moyan huffed. He already knew Harry was fine. Was there any need for Dumbledore to say it? Of course. Your clever mind has surely deduced that they are all fine now, correct?" Dumbledore continued. "However, Harry will need to remain in the infirmary for another 2 days. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley returned to the dormitory healthy this morning." Dumbledore paused, noticing that Moyan had no intention of continuing the conversation, and proceeded, "I imagine there may be something you wish to share with me?" Moyan raised an eyebrow, questioning. "For instance, the rampaging chair during the Quidditch match, or your remarkable abilities that can harm souls? Perhaps those prank products you used against the Weasley twins, the ropes that bound Professor Snape, and the arrows that struck Professor Quirrell, along with the potions on them?" Moyan touched his arm, confirming that his darts were still intact, though he was down to 1 out of 3, having used one on Voldemort, and the other had naturally been taken by Dumbledore. He scoffed. "You're already investigating it yourself. Why ask me?" "I think perhaps we should schedule a time to discuss this," Dumbledore suggested. "How about tomorrow at 2 o'clock? Though phrased as a question, his tone dictated the arrangement of their meeting. Moyan loathed such authoritarian behavior, sneering at him and shaking his head. "Not convenient tomorrow. How about the day after?" Dumbledore proposed. "But then you'll have to attend the banquet and pack your things." There might not be much time. Moyan retrieved his wand and wrote in the air, "I don't believe there's anything worth discussing." Dumbledore stared at the words for a long time before turning back to him. Very well, he conceded. Since you are unwilling, we shall leave it at that. Perhaps I can wait until a time when you are willing to speak. An my door is always open for you. Child Moyan rolled his eyes and closed them again, lying back down. The next morning, as Moyan returned to the Slytherin common room, the lingering scent of alcohol still hung in the air. Edmund was seated on a sofa, awaiting his companion. The previous night had been a night of revelry for all, yet his absence had indeed dulled the festivities. Edmund poured a glass of a vibrant orange liquid. Its rich aroma wafting through the AI, Dio try it. Madame Rosmerta's butterbeer. I suspect you have never tasted it before. Thank you, Edmund, but I must decline, replied Moyan, who sat beside him on the sofa. My tongue is injured, and I fear I cannot indulge in alcohol. Oh, what a pity, Edmund remarked, raising an eyebrow before inquiring, is it true what they say outside? Did you truly engage in those deeds? What deeds? Moyan responded, perplexed. Hermione and Ron ought to be unaware of his actions. Surely Dumbledore had not become a gossip monger. Edmund then recounted the rumors, which claimed that he had followed Harry and the others, concerned for their safety, and had fortuitously intervened when Harry fell, seizing the opportunity to vanquish Voldemort. Aside from slight discrepancies in timing, the details were largely accurate. It was evident that these tales had been orchestrated by Dumbledore. Though his martial prowess was not mentioned, it was stated that they had endured a fierce battle. That is essentially the crux of it, Moyan concluded. Moyan, I have serious doubts about whether you possess a Gryffindor factor within you, Edmund remarked. How reckless of you, setting aside the disparity in strength, merely because you are a Slytherin. You should not involve yourself in these matters. Many parents of students within Slytherin remain loyal followers of the Dark Lord. Your actions could place you in jeopardy within the house. Will you simply stand by and watch Harry perish? With all due respect, Moyan, you regard Harry Potter as your closest confidant. Does he feel the same about you? Why do you describe your actions as trailing behind him rather than standing shoulder to shoulder as companions alongside the great savior? Moyan's expression darkened immediately. Edmund sighed and patted his shoulder. Be cautious in the coming days at the school. Let us attend the end-of-term feast together tomorrow. To be honest, the celebrations seem a bit premature. Moyan mused as he entered the great hall, taking in the green and silver decorations and the banners emblazoned with the image of a great serpent. We are in the lead, Moyan, Edmund declared. The House Cup will surely be ours. Do not forget the exploits Harry has undertaken these past few days. The entire school is buzzing about them, Moyan reminded him. Dumbledore will undoubtedly award them additional points. Edmund's countenance shifted abruptly as Harry entered the great hall. Moyan immediately sensed it. The room fell silent for a brief 2 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of noise. He knew Harry was looking at him. Yet he gazed at the ceiling, the floor, and at Edmund, Barrett, and Draco, deliberately avoiding Harry's gaze. When the danger had passed, the concealed pain consumed his thoughts entirely. Another year has gone by, exclaimed Dumbledore with enthusiasm. But I must first interrupt your indulgence in this splendid feast with the musings of an old man. What a delightful year it has been. I hope you will find that your minds have been enriched beyond what they once were. You still have an entire summer to nurture them into something beautiful and profound. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup is to be awarded here, he continued. The specific points are as follows. Gryffindor, 312 points, in 4th place. Hufflepuff, 352 points, in 3rd place. Ravenclaw, for 26 points, in 2nd place. And Slytherin, for 72 points, in 1st place. Upon Dumbledore's conclusion, the other 3 houses were astonished to find that the Slytherin long table remained eerily silent. All eyes fixed on Dumbledore, awaiting his next proclamation. Indeed, Dumbledore proceeded to grant Moyan, Hermione, and Ron each an additional 50 points. Harry received 100, and Neville got 20 amidst the jubilation of the other 3 houses. The Slytherin long table remained shrouded in quietude. However, this time, the looks of suspicion and anticipation had been replaced by anger. Moyan, this scene will forever remain a source of shame for me, Edmund spoke. His complexion pale, his gaze transfixed upon the banner that had transformed into a Gryffindor lion. Moyan remained silent, the same sense of disgrace and profound regret roiling within him, preventing him from meeting the gaze of any Slytherin. He knew that had he truly endeavored to uphold the honor of their house, Slytherin could have surpassed Gryffindor by far more than 160 points. Moyan, Harry called out loudly, catching up to Moyan. who was about to leave the Great Hall. "What is it?" Moyan inquired coolly. "Moyan," Harry said, anxiety evident in his expression. "I'm sorry." Moyan tilted his head. "What do you have to apologize for?" I know I should not have kept it from you." Harry stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Just what? Do you believe I am unworthy of your trust?" Moyan's anger simmered beneath the surface as he inquired, attempting to maintain an unnaturally calm demeanor. "No, of course not. It's just that Ron and Hermione said that." Harry didn't know what to say. Ron and Hermione. Moyan's eyes reddened. "Those who stole my only family, the Weasleys, the red-haired pauper, and the mudblood dare to claim I am untrustworthy?" "Moyan, do not speak of my friends in such a manner," Harry shouted. "They are your friends. Does that mean I am not?" Moyan retorted, abandoning his restraint and raising his voice even higher. They even deserve your loyalty?" "But you are a Slytherin," Harry blurted out. "But you are a Slytherin. But you are a Slytherin. But you are a Slytherin." Moyan felt those words echoing painfully in his ears, almost provoking him to burst into laughter. "Slytherin, simply because I belong to a less favored house. You brand me with the label of untrustworthiness. What of the deeds I have performed for you? Each moment we have shared, I would lay down my life for you. Yet you exclude me solely due to my house." Moyan had been tirelessly devising a way for them to reconcile reasonably and coexist, even if that meant enduring the Dursleys. But now that wish evaporated like morning dew, leaving no trace behind. If Harry were to exclude him from his circle simply because of his house, if Harry could only trust him upon learning that they were twin brothers, then what of his soul? "Brother." Moyan stared blankly for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. "Enough," he said softly in Chinese, before turning to leave. That in truth, Harry had regretted uttering that statement as soon as it left his lips. What he had intended to convey was that Moyan was a Slytherin, that Snape was their head of house and had treated him well, that he had initially suspected Snape of being the one who had stolen the Philosopher's Stone, though that was a misunderstanding. He had merely wished to spare him the pain of disappointing a respected elder, yet in his clumsiness, he had said only that single phrase, and he watched helplessly as Moyan's face drained of color, becoming so transparent it seemed as though it might be swept away by the wind at any moment. The once gentle, serene eyes that sparkled with kindness lost all their luster, resembling glass devoid of warmth. He uttered two words that Harry could not comprehend, and his retreating figure remained upright, yet appeared as if it might shatter into fragments at any moment. Harry's heart suddenly ached fiercely, an overwhelming urge to chase after him, to explain and retract every hurtful word he had spoken, yet his body felt as though it were petrified, unable to move. Moyan sat upon a stone that could barely be deemed clean, toying with a ring in his hands that was a large ring fashioned from gold, and Moyan estimated he could easily fit 3 fingers within it, the center adorned with a deep black stone. It was a Slytherin family ring, the very same that had baffled even Dumbledore. The Resurrection Stone, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Behind Moyan stood a dilapidated house, its roof nearly bereft of tiles, with beams exposed in several places, the walls covered in moss, and the small windows encrusted with thick layers of dust. The ground surrounding was overgrown with nettles towering to waist height, suggesting years of neglect. Trees encircled the house, casting shadows that obscured the light and the view of the nearby valley. Yet Moyan knew that stepping out from this thicket would lead to a quaint village named Little Hangleton. Nestled between 2 steep hills, Little Hangleton boasted a modest church and a cemetery. On the slope of one of the hills stood a grand estate, once the largest and most magnificent structure for miles around, now reduced to crumbling ruins and damp gloom due to prolonged neglect. Some windows were boarded up, while others had fallen into disrepair. The roof tiles lay in a state of disrepair, while creeping ivy enveloped the front of the house, rendering it desolate, much like the fabled haunted manor. This was none other than the Riddle Manor. When Moyan had scoured the ruins of the Gunter residence for 2 consecutive days without success in locating the ring, he had brazenly ventured into Riddle Manor, incapacitated the gardener named Frank Bryce, locked him in a shed, and turned the manor upside down in his search. Although he was acutely aware that the ring was hidden within the ruins, an unexpected wave of irritation had sapped his interest in rummaging through the debris of stones and mud. In contrast, the prospect of searching a grand estate, reminiscent of a ghostly abode, seemed far more engaging. In his explorations, Moyan unearthed numerous antiques, jewels, portraits, bygone diaries, outdated toys, and lavish garments. all while the moth-eaten tomes piqued his curiosity further, leading him to linger for an entire week. Frank Bryce, now in his 70s, was profoundly deaf and could hear nothing, his leg rendered nearly immobile. Yet he exhibited remarkable energy in plotting his escape each day, presenting Moyan with considerable annoyance. Moreover, the old man possessed a sharp intellect, offering persuasive arguments and reassurances regarding the various motives of the intruder. Had Moyan truly come for something of value, he might have been swayed by Frank's counsel. Regrettably, Moyan merely regarded his search of Riddle Manor as a pastime and a means of venting frustrations, a diversion from his otherwise fruitless pursuits elsewhere. On the dawn of the 8th day, having maintained a relatively pleasant disposition throughout the protracted treasure hunt, Moyan reluctantly decided to cease his endeavors. Leaning against the shed door, he knocked lightly, hearing the rustle of movement within, indicating that the old gardener had awakened. "Hey, I'm leaving now. You won't be able to open the door for another half hour. And no calling the authorities. Also, it would be prudent for you to vacate this place as soon as possible. If you linger here any longer, your life will inevitably be at risk." With those words, Moyan felt that his survival now hinged entirely on fate. He then strode down the slope with renewed vigor, resuming his work akin to a groundhog. Finally, on the 15th day, Moyan discovered the ring and successfully circumvented the surrounding protective enchantments using a hook made from spider silk imbued with immunity magic, thus acquiring the Horcrux. Presently, Moyan's appearance was quite disheveled. His once meticulously groomed hair, even when untidy, had an elegant disorder, now lay tangled and matted with dirt and leaves. His face bore a mottled complexion, and his attire was far from pristine, soiled and wrinkled, exuding an unpleasant odor. After spending such an extended period sifting through the ruins, he had scarcely had time to tend to his own appearance, let alone wash his clothes. Nevertheless, Moyan remained oblivious to his disheveled state, as he was wholly absorbed in elation and exhilaration. He had secured his first Horcrux, and the acquisition of another could be achieved effortlessly. The Ravenclaw diadem lay upon a wizard's statue marked with freckles. The reason he had refrained from extracting that Horcrux the previous year was his belief that he could not find a location more concealed than the one Voldemort had deemed secure. After all, that Horcrux had remained hidden until the very moment before the final battle, only to be discovered by Harry. Had Moyan acted recklessly and retrieved it without an effective means to destroy it, the consequences would have been catastrophic. However, the circumstances had shifted. Moyan had recently crafted his first spatial ring. From the moment he entered Diagon Alley, he had been diligently working towards the creation of this spatial ring. The wizarding world had already undertaken extensive research into spatial magic, and its applications had become widespread, whether in the Room of Requirement, the secret passageways of the castle, or the wondrous magical tents, such as Mr. Weasley's expanded car trunk and Alastor Moody's suitcase. Yet, it appeared that wizards had never contemplated transforming their rings or bracelets into spatial magical items, having long been inspired by the various spatial rings capable of containing mountains and rivers found in cultivation novels. Moyan had been eager to create such an item for himself at the outset of summer vacation. He had rummaged through the alley, unearthing several rare potion ingredients, and had invested a significant sum in a tent for his research. Not long ago, he had also discovered a piece of naturally magic-rich obsidian amid the Gunter ruins. With everything in place, just 2 days prior, he had successfully fashioned this obsidian into a spatial item. Albeit its interior space was modest, estimated at just over 5 cubic meters. However, it was ample enough to house the Horcrux, and unless one were Moyan himself, even if others knew it was a storage ring, they would be unable to ascertain its contents, let alone retrieve anything from within. Calculating the time, tomorrow would mark Harry's birthday. It was also his own birthday. Harry Moyan's smile abruptly faltered, gradually morphing into a blank expression. "But you are a Slytherin." Each time this thought crossed his mind, he felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Grasping his chest, Moyan inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the pangs of anguish stirred by his turbulent emotions. His encounter with Voldemort seemed to have awakened the warrior within him, the suppressed energy surging through his being. However, the intense emotional upheaval triggered by his altercation with Harry had set this energy in chaos, careening through his meridians and causing considerable damage. Despite his meticulous efforts to regulate it over the past month, over 70% of his meridians remained obstructed, and he could wield only a fraction, less than 20%, of his former power. Moyan estimated that it would take him at least another 6 months to fully recover from his injuries. Consequently, many of his meticulously devised plans had to be postponed in light of this. He resolved to visit that place, Moyan silently affirmed to himself, a faint yet persistent melancholy settling within him. The square was bustling with passers-by, who cast curious glances at the boy standing in the center. Gazing at the war memorial, the boy's hair and eyes were strikingly rare. His hair, a unique shade of red, pure and warm, and his eyes, a silvery hue, appeared less like a part of a human body and more like a pair of pure silver orbs. Yet, the profound sadness and longing emanating from those eyes were unmistakable. "Mom, what's wrong with that boy?" A little girl clad in a red lace-trimmed dress tugged at the hem of the young woman beside her. "Oh, sweetheart, he is remembering the heroes who perished in the war," her mother replied affectionately, stroking her daughter's head. "Why is he so sad?" the daughter inquired. The mother sighed. "Perhaps he lost family in that war." Moyan paid no heed to the murmurs of others. He was transfixed, gazing intently at the 4 figures carved in place of what had once been an obelisk inscribed with names, a man with tousled hair and glasses, a long-haired woman, friendly and graceful, and 2 infant boys nestled in their arms, one chubby and healthy, devoid of scars, and the other with a delicate, pointed face, appearing fragile. Moyan stepped closer, scrutinizing the 2 faces that were both familiar and foreign. During their lifetimes, they had evaded Voldemort's pursuit, and thus he had encountered them only on a limited number of occasions, each visit fleeting. His godfather, Sirius Black, had been the more frequent visitor in his somewhat hazy memories. His mother had appeared to cry each time she saw him, her beautiful green eyes brimming with tears, while his father frowned, sighing repeatedly, his eyes filled with pain and resentment. He had never witnessed them in such a light, joyful, smiling, and serene. Together, they formed a small world, a realm of warmth and happiness. There was no pain, no sorrow, no bloodshed or responsibility, nor deceit or harm. They were simply a family. If only I could grow up like that. He could not help but reach out, gently touching the carved image of his mother cradling the laughing boy he once was. But all he felt was the cold hardness beneath his fingers. In an instant, resentment toward fate surged within him. Why had the heavens granted him a second life only to cruelly strip away his family? Was this mercy or cruelty? A sharp pain pierced his heart, and he instinctively covered his mouth, bending over as a violent cough erupted. Crimson blossoms blooming upon the ground beneath him, strikingly vivid and sorrowful. As dusk fell, the stained glass windows of the church cast radiant, jewel-like hues across the entire squared. At last, Moyan began to depart, his legs stiff from prolonged standing, making it difficult to take a step. After a few paces, he turned to glance back, seeing only the war memorial, inscribed with names unknown to him, chronicling tales forever disconnected from his OWNAT. This moment, Moyan gazed upon the deceptive stone tower, feeling an inexplicable sense of intimacy as he approached the church. He heard the somber voice of the priest reciting within, "I weep for these things. My eyes are filled with tears, for the one who should comfort me, who should save my life, is far from me. My children are desolate, for the enemy has triumphed. Zion stretches out her hands, yet there is no one to comfort her. The Lord has commanded concerning Jacob, that those round about him become his enemies. Jerusalem is regarded among them as an unclean thing. The Lord is righteous. He has dealt with me according to my transgressions. O people, hear my plea, and observe my suffering. My maidens and young men have been taken captive. I called to my beloved, but they mocked me. My priests and elders seek food to revive their spirits, yet they languish in the city. O Lord, behold my affliction, for I am in distress. My heart is troubled. It turns within me because of my great rebellion. Outside, the sword bereaves children. Inside, it is as if death reigns." The priest's low voice was laden with sorrow, and Moyan let out a cold laugh. If the adversities and desolation faced by Jerusalem were indeed a consequence of the sins of the Israelites, a result of their defiance against God's commandments that provoked his wrath, then where is God when those who believe in him struggle amidst suffering? Where is God when pure souls are sullied? Where is he when heinous acts of slaughter and pillage are unfolding? If God solely metes out punishment and condemnation, then what distinguishes him from a demon? God embodies mercy, compassion, justice, righteousness, and hope, not to allow the people to suffer and then extend a hand to those in anguish, urging them to worship, rely upon, and praise him. Moyan pushed open the half-closed wooden door, stepping into the graveyard with a creak. This village, known as the Vale of Godric's Hollow in the southwest of England, is renowned as a half-magical dwelling, with many magical families residing here for generations. Occasionally extending a tolerant hand to nearby muggles. It is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, where the magical craftsman, Braun Wright, forged the first golden snitch. Within this seemingly modest graveyard lie the names of many ancient magical families. Behind the gravestones of Dumbledore's father and sister, Kendra Dumbledore and Ariana Dumbledore, Moyan found his target, a white marble tombstone inscribed with the names. James Potter, born on March 27, 1960, died on October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born on January 30, 1960, died on October 31, 1981. That the final enemy to be defeated is death. Moyan sat on the ground, hugging his knees, repeatedly reading the last line. The final enemy to be defeated is death. He could not help but think of how his parents lay beneath this cold gravestone and the chilling earth, slowly decaying. Perhaps only bones remained. Perhaps they had already turned to dust. Moyan did not know how long it took for a human body to return to the earth. But regardless of the answer, he did not wish to know that. He only knew that they had been resting here for 11 years, forever unaware that their son sat so close by, gazing at the last traces they left in this world. They would never know that he wept silently here, longing for those who had passed, and those who were still alive yet distant. Death is never solely the misfortune of the deceased. It is more so the torment and anguish of the living. When the moon was high in the sky, Moyan left the graveyard, passed through the narrow gate, walked by the bustling tavern, exited the village, and followed the street that appeared somewhat bluish under the moonlight, ultimately arriving at a vast expanse of ruins. This had once been his home, the home he had visited only once. The wild grass had grown tall, and the long-neglected fence was overrun with branches and leaves. Most of the house remained intact, though it was heavily covered with ivy. The right side of the upper floor had been destroyed, and the debris and broken walls looked much as they had when he left 11 years ago. Yet the ravages of wind, rain, and sunlight had left their marks of time. As Moyan approached the front door, a wooden sign emerged from the tangled wild grass, inscribed with golden letters. Here, on the evening of October 31, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. One of their sons, Harry, became a sacrifice to the Dark Lord, while the other, also named Harry, became the only wizard to escape the killing curse. This house, invisible to muggles, remains in ruins as a monument to the Potters and their son, a stark reminder of the violence that shattered their family. Surrounding these neat words, wizards, bearing witness to the miraculous survival of the boy, hastily wrote their messages. Some had simply inscribed their names with ink that would not fade, others carved initials into the wood, and some penned brief notes. Whether the inscriptions appeared as if written mere days ago or faded from 11 years past, all conveyed the same sentiment. Good luck, Harry, wherever you may be, when you read this. Harry, we are all behind you. Long live Harry Potter. Moyan opened the door, and the interior remained unchanged. The cupboard that had nearly toppled on a Harry, later tossed aside by Hagrid, the table and tiny cradle shattered by the spell that had blown the house apart. The fallen baby bottle, and the cradle reduced to 3 legs, gently swaying in the wind, its curtains turned a dusty gray. That he vividly recalled every detail of that day, as it was the first time he could leave St. Mungo's, and also the first time he saw Harry. It was meant to be the happiest day of his life since his birth. He remembered how, in anticipation of his return home, his parents had enchanted the entire room, with countless colorful stars winking and conversing from the ceiling, fluffy, fragrant, multicolored clouds floating about, and 2 large pumpkins fashioned into the sun and the moon. The room was filled with sweets and toys, while Harry, riding a toy broom, darted about, already adept at evading clouds and pumpkins despite his unsteady gait. His father cheered loudly, while his mother anxiously held her wand, ready to intervene at any moment. Moyan climbed onto a cloud, licking it, and found it to be sweet, but his mother rushed over, alarmed, fearing such food might harm him. His father had stuck silly notes and shiny stickers on his face, pulling various funny faces to entertain him. The sight of a grown man making such expressions was undeniably hilarious, and Moyan laughed heartily until he nearly lost his breath, prompting his mother to scold his playful father away to guard Harry. As Moyan reminisced, he laughed and cried. the sorrow and longing within him gushing forth like a spring. Until Voldemort burst in, he had been so blissful, so happy that he overlooked the decorative details of the room. Forgetting that it was, in fact, Halloween, the happiest and yet the saddest day of his life, the first time the entire family had gathered together to celebrate a joyous occasion, only for his parents to perish. His godfather wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban, and Harry sent by Dumbledore to the abusive Dursleys, while Moyan was left to wander in an orphanage. Everything shattered, the world crumbled, and that was how it was. Moyan knew he could not leave too many traces behind, yet he could not resist picking up remnants of the past, his father's once adorning stickers, now ordinary due to their lost magical essence. A pair of small white wings he once wore, though most feathers had long since fallen. His mother's comb, thick with dust, which Moyan vowed never to wash. A tattered book, its pages loose, containing notes that appeared to be his father's hasty scrawl. Harry's broken toy broom, now severed in two, a silver spoon, and a toy wand adorned with a small bear-shaped cotton cover. After surveying the entire house, Moyan reluctantly discovered that his space ring could no longer accommodate anything. He looked at the worn feather quill and the little porcelain cup painted with a golden-haired doll and felt he could not part with either. Thus, he took out each item previously placed inside, agonizingly weighing which could be relinquished. In that moment, Moyan suddenly realized a troubling question. Why was there not a single truly valuable item left in this house? He recalled that when Harry arrived at Gringotts, he seemed to have found only piles of galleons, a heap of sickles, and a few nuts in his parents' vault. Moyan could not comprehend why his parents would have stored even the copper nuts. Most importantly, what lies beyond mere monetary wealth? The ancestors of the Potter family, notably Ignatius Peverell, one of the legendary three brothers, belonged to one of the oldest pure-blood wizarding families. How could such an ancient lineage not possess precious magical artifacts and tomes to be passed down through the generations? Were they all seized by Dumbledore? No, that seems implausible. Moyan pondered further. If his parents could deposit even a trifling sum of copper nuts into Gringotts, it stands to reason they would not have left more valuable possessions unguarded at home for anyone to take. Moreover, even if those items had been pilfered by avaricious thieves, what about the seemingly worthless yet invaluable treasures to Moyan? For instance, family photographs, his parents' journals, novels they had read, and old textbooks. These items may lack collectible worth, yet it would be unreasonable not to entrust them to Harry. Yet, in truth, they were absent. The album Hagrid had given to Harry was gathered at Dumbledore's behest from their parents' former acquaintances. So, was it Professor Snape? No, that too seems incorrect. If Professor Snape had taken his mother's belongings, there would be no reason for his father's possessions to be missing as well. In fact, if he had them, he wouldn't have needed to tear away a photo of his mother. So where, indeed, had those items vanished to? Moyan contemplated deeply, when suddenly, a vivid scene from the past struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. James Potter had set up the camera and, seeing Harry soaring about on his little broom, shouted, "Harry, Harry, go to your mother." Harry gurgled happily, circling around his mother. James nodded in satisfaction, approaching Lily Potter and making a funny face at little Harry, who immediately responded with infectious laughter. Then, James stood beside Lily, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Harry, come here." James snapped his fingers, and with a pop, a puff of white smoke emerged. James held a photo extracted from the camera, mumbling, "I hope what Sirius told me is true, that this thing can show the picture right after it's taken. Otherwise, I'll turn him into a photograph to hang on the wall." Lily gently placed Harry upon a cloud, carefully ensuring he wouldn't fall. Upon hearing this, she chuckled lightly. If the photo really did turn out poorly, we could just take another. Why blame Sirius? Take another? James' eyes widened in disbelief, as if Lily had uttered something utterly preposterous. How could we? This is our very first family portrait. Taking another would mean it's no longer the first. It would be a substitute for the first. He then muttered softly, "Moreover, my expression just now was exceptional. I doubt I could replicate it." Lily laughed until she could hardly stand. All right. You certainly have a point. Is the photo ready yet? Wait, how does this thing work? Over here. James' excited voice rang out. Look at this. Lily, am I not handsome? In my eyes, you shall always be the most handsome. Lily's voice was filled with playful mirth. That of course, I shall treasure it forever, and when Harry and Hugo have grown, we can show it to them, lest our wrinkled faces tarnish my heroic image in their eyes. Moyan observed as James gleefully carried the photograph to another corner of the room. After a moment, he softly called out, "Lily, come see what this is." However, Moyan tapped his head, carefully recalling the scene he had witnessed that day. Confident in his instantaneous memory, he was certain that the corner of the room held no decorations or furniture. Moyan glanced toward that corner, and indeed, there was nothing. No cabinets, no paintings, no sconces, no artifacts, only a few faint scratches left by pebbles. Regrettably, Moyan had been placed upon a cloud by his mother, and from that angle, he had been unable to see how James had concealed the photograph. Moyan first employed several detection spells, finding no traces of magic, then approached the wall, feeling his way from the lowest point James might have touched. Inch by inch, concentrating all his attention on the tips of his fingers, suddenly, he felt a slight warmth at his fingertips, a mere subtle shift in temperature, but with his heightened sense, Moyan immediately noticed it. He marked this spot, then continued searching elsewhere, returning once more to that location. Judging by the temperature change, it seemed to be a circular object, seamlessly embedded in the wall, appearing no different from stone except for a slightly slower heat dissipation. In the center of that circle was a shallow oval indentation. Moyan pressed and rubbed at it, but nothing changed. After a moment's thought, he bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall, and pressed again. The circular object trembled gently, gradually sliding out and landing in Moyan's palm. That it was a slender cylinder, barely 3 inches long, adorned with wooden patterns. Moyan watched, astonished, as his blood seemed to take on a life of its own. Crawling along the grooves until it formed a vivid red rose, the cylinder then unfurled in segments, blooming into a 3-dimensional rose, with petals layered and arranged in a harmonious fashion, totaling 7 layers. Experimentally, as he rotated the first layer of petals, the cylinder leapt from his hand, transforming in an instant into a towering bookshelf laden with hundreds of tomes, the edge inscribed with the words, "Books are humanity's greatest treasure." On the far edge of the shelf, Moyan spotted his mother's name, Lily Evans Potter. Pulling the book from the shelf, he discovered her gentle smile on the title page, accompanied by her name and the subjects, spatial magic, charms, and the study of magical history. Among the scant pages, only the titles were inscribed. Yet, when Moyan's finger touched a particular title, the book instantly morphed into one his mother had once read. Complete with her annotations and notes, he then sought out his father's book, which covered Transfiguration, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quidditch, and 108 Ways to Woo a Girl. Moyan chuckled softly. Surely, these 108 methods could not all be his father's tales of wooing his mother. After rotating the second layer of petals, Moyan discovered shelves stocked with ancient, yet useful magical items. Each meticulously labeled, some containing multiple items, while others held but one. Among them, one shelf labeled Invisibility Cloak was empty. The third layer housed the personal collections of generations of the Potter family, ranging from clothing and jewelry to potion recipes, stones and metals to antique ornaments, wands and seeds of various plants. Strangely, one individual had even collected an assortment of bizarre animal eyes. The fourth layer contained the family's personal belongings, some accessible while others were not. Presumably the latter being items their ancestors did not wish to be possessed or seen by others, yet did not want to bury entirely. Moyan discovered the long-sought album within the cabinet marked with James Potter's name. The fifth layer was labeled, "Time and space are now frozen within. Do not take without necessity." The cabinets contained items prone to deterioration, mostly potions or potion ingredients. The sixth layer's cabinet bore the inscription, "What is your most precious possession? Place it inside." Upon opening the cabinet, Moyan found only an empty space, devoid of any item. The inner wall bore another inscription, "Is what you place inside truly your most cherished?" The seventh cabinet, however, remained locked, adorned with the phrase, "Only when you comprehend the distinctions between life and death, love and hate, right and wrong, black and white shall this cabinet be unlocked by you." Moyan reverted the cabinet back into a rose, then watched as it transformed into a cylinder once more. However, to open it again, he would only need to channel his magic. No further bloodletting was required. He was delighted to find that this rose cylinder did not reject another spatial item, and he easily stored it within his storage ring. Truly, his ancestors were remarkably intelligent and formidable individuals. Moyan thought proudly. With a wand in hand, he felt perhaps he could attempt to use magic outside of school. How does the Ministry of Magic monitor underage wizards for the use of magic? First, they record the locations of every young wizard. Should any unusual magical fluctuations arise in that vicinity, they are promptly alerted. For instance, when Dobby used magic but was wrongfully accused of it being Harry's doing, it was merely a matter of location. Yet, this does not elucidate why some wizarding families' children do not use magic. After all, they have their parents as shields, do they not? Thus, Moyan speculated that there might be a second method of monitoring, which is that every wizard's wand is unique. Unless absolutely necessary, wizards seldom use another's wand. For wielding an incompatible wand significantly diminishes a wizard's capabilities. When Harry first used the U-wand, he struggled even with the simplest spell of Shrinking Charm, so no one would desire to use another S-wand when they possess their own. Moyan conjectured that Ollivander would likely not sell wands to the same individual twice, unless the latter's wand had been damaged or they had previously purchased an ill-fitting second-hand wand to save money. Thus, when a wizard acquires a wand, it simultaneously marks them as well. Currently, Moyan possessed several wands collected by his ancestors, and he was naturally compatible with many of them. The repulsion and diminishment he felt when casting spells were not particularly severe. He thought he might try a simple spell. If the Ministry of Magic's monitoring truly relied on residents and wands, then his actions would go unnoticed. If not, he would likely receive merely a warning. Without facing immediate expulsion, Moyan then cast a Lumos. 10 minutes elapsed. Half an hour passed, an hour went by. Moyan brushed the dust from his clothes, stretched his limbs, and a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Since he could use magic, he could finally undertake something he had contemplated for a long time. On August 13th, at 2 o'clock in the morning, in Little Hangleton, at the Riddle Manor's graveyard, the gravestone bore the name Tom Riddle. The boy waved his wand, and the earth seemed to be lifted by a colossal hand, floating in midair. The coffin lid was subsequently raised as well. Inside the black coffin, there was only a fine layer of dust. A small whirlwind then stirred within the coffin, meticulously sweeping out every speck of dust, which then swirled into the air, dispersing into the fields, the gardens, and onto rooftops, scattering in all directions, never to be restored. Not even a tiny fragment. Next, a larger grave, once the resting place of the elder Riddle couple, underwent the same treatment, except that the dust was swept into the previous coffin, blending evenly with some earthen-colored powder. Soon, the entire graveyard returned to its original state, as though no one had ever disturbed it. The boy carefully erased all traces of his visit and departed into the night. When the last glimmer of his red hair vanished into the darkness, all returned to the tranquil silence it once held. "Hey, Ben, do you not have any good books?" Moyan inquired, bored as he flipped through the volumes on the bookshelf. After spending a year immersed in the library at Hogwarts and later acquiring the collections and notes of the Potter family through the ages, most of the books in the Leaky Cauldron had lost their allure in his eyes. The few titles he had not encountered were mostly the likes of Holidays with the Howlers by Gilderoy Lockhart, which he deemed drivel. Ben, infuriated, snatched the book titled Holidays with the Howlers from Moyan's hands, exclaiming, "Away with you! Do not sully your discerning fingers with such rubbish dough. Why are you so angry?" Moyan chuckled. "Yet your statement holds some truth. Lockhart's books are indeed trite, but I shall still purchase them. Speaking of which, it seems that this year's reading list at Hogwarts predominantly consists of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. Could it be that you have a Lockhart aficionado among the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers? Who knows? Perhaps even Lockhart himself." Ben scoffed. "Puffed. Lockhart is far too busy, writing books and embarking on adventures, to have any time to teach you lot." He dismissed. "Just wait and see, Ben," Moyan remarked, eyeing the exaggeratedly grinning Lockhart on the title page. "I believe only he would dare engage in such ostentatious self-promotion. Humph. Tomorrow you will realize how utterly absurd that notion is." "Gilderoy Lockhart is coming here tomorrow for a book signing." "When?" Moyan smirked. "That is even sooner than I anticipated by 2 days." The second floor of the Leaky Cauldron was ingeniously designed. The architect had seemingly haphazardly arranged several bookshelves and railings to obscure the view of those below, such that from the lower level, one could only glimpse a pile of books, while those above could observe the activities below with ease. Moyan had speculated that the original builder of the Leaky Cauldron might have been a voyeur or a sociologist. When Harry and the Weasleys struggled to squeeze in, Moyan immediately noticed a cascade of red hair. from which he painstakingly identified the sole black-haired figure. Harry had grown considerably over his year at Hogwarts, now only slightly shorter than Moyan, but Ron had evidently grown even faster. His robes purchased the previous year left half of his calves exposed. Hermione had become somewhat more fashion-conscious, adorning her cascading brown hair with a charming little foot-shaped hairpin, though it was impossible to expect Harry and Ron, who often overlooked a girl's varied gender, to notice that in just a month, and after spending a week at the Weasley household, Harry's evident weight loss was immediately noticeable. The baby fat he had painstakingly gained at Hogwarts had vanished, and his hair remained as unruly as ever, with a light gray headband still tied around his forehead, albeit now smeared with soot. Harry's face and clothes were somewhat soiled, as though he had just tumbled on the ground. Struggling to maintain his balance amidst the crowd of plump middle-aged women, Harry finally squeezed into the spot occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who appeared nervous, frequently fussing with their hair. Ginny, whom he hadn't seen in a year, was adjusting her clothes and stumbled upon seeing Harry, but quickly steadied herself with the support of the surrounding crowd. Hermione incessantly removed and reapplied her hairpin, seemingly dissatisfied with any placement that a short wizard was incessantly snapping photos. Purple smoke billowing forth after each flash, oblivious to the angry glares directed at him from the crowd. Suddenly, Gilderoy Lockhart lifted his head, first glancing at Ron, who was shouting after being stepped on by the photographer. Before his gaze fell upon Harry, after staring for a moment, he suddenly sprang up, joyfully exclaiming, "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd immediately parted, buzzing with excitement. Lockhart pushed through the throng towards Harry at that moment. An enormous dung bomb, seemingly from nowhere, struck him squarely in the face, the foul-smelling dark green substance adhering to his features, while black ink splattered across his blue wizarding robes. Moyan leaned against a bookshelf, toying with the white willow wand in his hand, mockingly observing Lockhart's performance below as a celebrity beset by envy. He thought Lockhart appeared quite jubilant in his act. Perhaps he had long been preparing for such a day, yet lacked the opportunity. Moyan, a familiar voice called from behind him. Moyan turned. "Draco? Was it you?" Draco observed the tearful Gilderoy Lockhart below, particularly the unmistakable foul substance on his face. "What do you think?" Moyan retorted. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Aren't students prohibited from using magic outside school? How did you evade the ministry's monitoring?" "By not using my own wand, and not being in my own territory," Moyan replied. Draco nodded. The two stood side by side in silence. The chill between them, which had begun in the Forbidden Forest and persisted until the end of the term, lingered on the final day, during the greater elections in the Slytherin Common Room. Moyan had announced his withdrawal just before his speech, resulting in Draco naturally becoming the second-year grader. However, he felt it was not entirely fair and expressed his refusal, yet Edmund would not allow it. Since the speech has been delivered, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. One cannot lose confidence simply because of another's withdrawal. Even on the Hogwarts Express, despite locking the door to his compartment, Moyan was aware that Draco had once sought him out, only to be barred at the door at times. Moyan wondered why so many in Slytherin tolerated him. Professor Snape tolerated his countless interruptions and unabashed favoritism towards Harry, yet he refrained from uttering his surname. It was rather peculiar that only after gazing upon a photograph of his mother did he realize how strikingly alike they appeared as twins. He and Harry bore no resemblance to one another. Harry took after his father. Inheriting only his mother's eyes, he resembled his mother, but whether he had inherited his father's eye color remained uncertain, given that the original hue had been altered whilst he was still in his mother's womb. Edmund consistently overlooked his lack of regard for their house, despite being the one who placed the honor of the house above all else, aware of his capability to secure more points for the house. He frequently observed him languidly dozing off in class or brazenly skipping all of Professor Bin's lectures, yet he never reproached him for it. Most of Slytherin exhibited such behavior when he lost 50 points. No one cast him a disdainful glance or uttered a harsh word. His protection of Harry did not alienate him either, and Slytherin students seldom instigated conflicts with Harry. He understood that he held a modicum of respect among the first-year students. But it was far from sufficient to compel older students to yield to a Gryffindor. Even in the end, when he assisted Harry in vanquishing Voldemort, many students from families of Death Eaters, who typically adhered to the pureblood ideology, remained silent. Edmund had cautioned him to tread carefully, yet no one sought to harm him. perhaps due to his estrangement from Harry, but that was certainly not the entirety of the matter. Even Draco, that proud and vindictive boy, had repeatedly tolerated his provocations and insults, never resorting to harsh words or instigating a fight between Harry and himself. Why was this so? I did not harbor any fondness for Harry Potter. Nor did I possess the slightest interest in the illustrious golden boy. Draco suddenly declared, "If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath no need." Moyan responded, revealing a genuine smile for the first time. "I believe you. This chapter should take place at the end of the Philosopher's Stone. If anyone knows how to amend it, please let me know." Alas, in a moment of carelessness, it has ended up here. In the headmaster's office, "Please take a seat, Severus," Dumbledore said to Snape as he entered. "Would you care for a glass of pumpkin juice?" "No, thank you." Snape sat down, his demeanor cold. "What do you require of me?" "Headmaster," Dumbledore replied, "I thought you might have lingered in the dungeons for so long that you may have forgotten the time, so I thought it best to remind you. Tomorrow, Harry will be arriving at Hogwarts." Snape slowly blinked, seemingly unable to comprehend why Dumbledore mentioned a stranger's name. Before the realization struck him, his expression contorting Potter's son, the child Lily sacrificed her life to protect. Dumbledore stated calmly. Snape's face twitched slightly, a flash of anguish crossing his eyes. After a lengthy silence, he softly inquired, enunciating each word, "Dumbledore, is there any possibility of another child?" "Rue? I do not know." Dumbledore sighed. "No one knows. We can only pray that I in the headmaster's office." "I do not understand, Professor Dumbledore, why you would entrust Harry to those muggles." Hagrid shifted uncomfortably in his chair, unaccustomed to questioning Dumbledore's decisions. "They treated him atrociously. Harry is as thin as a malnourished little monkey. They are his only relatives. Moreover, this way, Harry will not be spoiled by a fame he cannot yet comprehend." Dumbledore replied, "Yes, everything proceeding smoothly." "Hagrid?" "Yes." Hagrid smiled, then hesitated. "However, there is one matter, Professor." "What is it?" "In addition to Harry, I went to fetch another child." "Yes?" His guardians seem rather unfriendly. "That old fellow is raising quite a brood of children, and it seems he does not engage in particularly honorable work." Hagrid nervously gulped down a large mouthful of pumpkin juice. "I was a few days late in picking up that child. I misremembered the date. It is not a significant issue," Dumbledore said reassuringly. "No, Professor," Hagrid began hesitantly. "I mean, that child is rather strange. When I first encountered him, he was merely a bright and composed boy, and I rather liked him. The second time I saw him, he had changed into new robes and was accompanied by a black cat. I felt a shiver run through my massive frame. He gave me the same impression as when I first saw that individual. A glimmer passed through Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles. "What is his name?" "Hagrid." "Moyan Evans." In the great hall, the oak doors suddenly swung open, revealing a small boy standing at the entrance. His hair resembled flowing flames, and his eyes sparkled like the ice and snow atop a mountain. Rain and mud rendered his appearance quite disheveled. Yet no one paid heed to that. All were captivated by his charisma and poised the moment they laid eyes on him. Calm, graceful, and aloof, though looking up at everyone, he nonetheless conveyed a sense of being looked down upon. He bowed, his gaze revealing unmasked defiance and pride. "Professor, I am Moyan Evans. I missed the Hogwarts Express due to traffic on the way to King's Cross. Fortunately, a kind wizard offered to send me to Hogsmeade via his fireplace, allowing me to arrive here. Alas, I am still late. I sincerely apologized." "No need to apologize, child," Dumbledore said warmly. "I trust this is not your fault. Welcome to Hogwarts." He sighed inwardly. "Hagrid, even the former Tom Riddle pales in comparison to this child." In the headmaster's office, he engaged with all the ghosts. Nearly headless Nick straightened his head, and even Barrow began to take a liking to him. I saw Barrow seek Peeves on his behalf. The red-haired boy was depicted in a portrait within the castle. Phineas Nigellus yawned widely while stretching, his attention waning. "Sir Cadogan claims he will pledge his loyalty to him. Miffet has revealed his research findings, though he seems somewhat distrustful of Miffet." "Did Miffet mention Horcruxes?" Dumbledore inquired, frowning. "No, he merely alluded to a few things." Phineas squinted, his tone betraying admiration. "However, this young Slytherin is exceptionally clever. He seems to have deduced something." Furthermore, it was as if Phineas suddenly recalled something. "Barney claims he has discovered the Room of Requirement." "Yes, Mr. Evans has been here before." The house elf bowed deeply to show his respect for the most powerful wizard among humans. "He is remarkably kind, noble, good-hearted, fair, approachable, and an excellent cook that we all hold him in high esteem. Lala has earned the honor of caring for his pets. Well, that boy does indeed wander around the castle at night. Filch reluctantly admitted, but what does it matter? Every single Gryffindor is prone to that habit. Just a few days ago, several intruded upon the restricted area on the 4th floor. That red-haired Slytherin? Moyan Evans. Madame Pants declined the pile of cockroaches Dumbledore offered. She was unsure how he had acquired an invisibility cloak, yet the library's enchantment still revealed its presence. Now, he had nearly perused every book in the restricted section. Such a method of studying was undoubtedly rather hasty. Snape paced back and forth before Dumbledore. He is a genius among geniuses, exceedingly intelligent. It seems nothing can perplex him. And he can operate everything within the classroom's strict norms after just one glance. All the portraits have guided him in profound thinking, and he frequently innovates, resulting in consistent success. Yet, he is extremely protective of Potter, seemingly indifferent to opposing his own head of house for it. The red-haired boy sat by the lakeside, reading, while the dark-haired boy lay beside him. They appeared to be discussing something amusing, erupting into joyous laughter. Dumbledore picked up a newspaper and turned the pages. Keep an eye on him, will you, Severus? Observe his intentions in approaching Harry. Unbelievable, Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall clutched her chest, as if struggling to breathe. The first-year child resolved a full-grown troll, using merely the levitation charm. Had he not arrived in time, Harry might have perished. Every seemingly simple thing indeed possesses a formidable power that remains beyond our comprehension, provided it is utilized at the right moment and in the appropriate context. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers and inquired, "How is that child faring? He must be terrified." Indeed, but it was not the troll that frightened him. It was Harry. Witnessing Harry nearly meet his demise at the hands of the troll had nearly driven him to madness. Minerva McGonagall, recalling something, revealed a faint smile. Thus, your insistence that all students follow the prefects back to the dormitory has rendered you a fool in his eyes. London prison. I raised him with great care, only to have him sell himself away. Even under the influence of a truth serum, Neil gritted his teeth as he spoke. Prior to my taking him in, he seemed to have been residing in an orphanage from which he fled. Known as the McKinnon Orphanage. Oh, Moyan Evans? Let me see. Mrs. McKinnon, peering through her reading glasses, eagerly sifted through old records for £100 incentive. Here it is. On February 5, 1983, Moyan Evans was admitted to the orphanage. His guardians, Parham Evans and Elizabeth Evans, perished in a car accident. In Dumbledore's office. A chair was positioned before his desk. Very clever, indeed, and exquisite craftsmanship, Dumbledore remarked with admiration. What do you discern from it? Snape asked. His countenance grave. No, nothing at all, Dumbledore replied, reclining in his chair. That is precisely what makes it so clever, don't you think? He did it, Snape murmured. Only he could accomplish such a feat within this school. I never doubted that, Dumbledore sighed appreciatively. It appears our young boy has uncovered Quirrell's intentions. He even deduced what he aims to achieve. Dumbledore, do I need to? No. Severus, do not alert him. Dumbledore interjected. To act recklessly without understanding the other's motives is folly. Dumbledore, do you think he might? Snape suddenly turned, questioning. Rest? No, that's impossible. He dismissed his own conjecture. Without medication for 2 hours, he would suffocate. How could he possibly survive? Indeed, his appearance may merely be coincidental. I asked for the surname. His adoptive parents were indeed named Evans. Despite Dumbledore's affirmation, Snape's pallor deepened in despair. In the Great Hall, the red-haired boy exhibited a rare moment of childish delight, frolicking with his 2 pets. Although the notice explicitly allowed only 1 pet, he blatantly disregarded it, and those in the know adopted a lenient stance. Harry and the Weasley brothers burst in, laughing and shouting. In that instant, the red-haired boy's face turned as white as marble. A brief silence enveloping him before he regained composure. The boy, seemingly gentle yet profoundly proud, wore a pleasant smile as he consumed his steak, though his hand trembled slightly, a droplet of crimson blood falling unnoticed onto his plate. Dumbledore sighed softly. Having observed for so long, he recognized that the boy was a picky eater, and steak was among his most detested dishes. Perhaps his intentions were not as intricate as they had speculated. After all, if an 11-year-old could master such profound acting while maintaining it consistently, that would be truly terrifying. In the headmaster's office, a pale yellow net lay on the table. I do not know what he did afterward. Dumbledore, Snape's face darkened. He discovered me. He set a trap along the way and ensnared me with this. We all know this child seems exceptionally gifted in invention, Dumbledore observed, examining the net, which was ingeniously crafted. No one had ever considered that the web of the Amazonian blackback spider could serve such a purpose. How long was he out of your sight? No more than 20 minutes, given the speed. Encountering that individual would be rather difficult. Quite difficult, Dumbledore mused, but not impossible. That I in the hall. Harry has already left, has he not? Dumbledore remarked as he observed the Weasley and Granger siblings clumsily soaring on broomsticks, hastening to the 3rd floor. However, as he passed through the flames of hellfire, he discovered an invisible presence. Apart from Harry, only one other possessed an invisibility cloak. Thus, Dumbledore opted to wait, confident in his ability to intervene at the last moment should Harry face mortal danger. Just as he anticipated, the red-haired boy would helplessly watch Harry meet his demise. Preparing to cast a spell, the boy suddenly tore off the invisibility cloak, and a ghostly blue arrow silently struck Quirrell's swollen, contorted face. A purplish-black hue rapidly spreading, but a translucent shadow shrieked as it emerged from Quirrell's body, soaring straight toward the ceiling. The red-haired boy waved his wand, a silver weapon appearing in his hand. He leaped from his position, his wrist flicking with precision, the weapon slicing through the air with a bright, piercing whistle. It was a skill Dumbledore had never witnessed before. In that moment, the very fabric of space appeared to warp. Dumbledore's pupils constricted. With a piercing wail, Voldemort's lingering soul surged through the ceiling. The expression in the boy's eyes before he collapsed revealed to Dumbledore that he had always been aware of his presence. In the infirmary, Snape cautiously extracted a short arrow from the unconscious red-haired boy's arm, sniffing it with a grimace, absolutely lethal and terrifying. Meanwhile, Dumbledore noted that the boy's left hand spasmed unconsciously, despite the injury being on his right. "How do you feel?" Madame Pomfrey inquired of the recently awakened Harry. "My entire body feels as though trampled by an elephant, and my right hand hurts." Bewildered, Harry gestured. "I recall my right hand was partially atop my left. Shouldn't it be my left that hurts more? Also, my tongue feels sore." He licked his lips, grimacing. "Could it be that I bit it?" The red-haired boy abruptly yanked down the covers, exclaiming angrily, "What a fool!" He winced, covering his mouth in pain, as Dumbledore detected a faint metallic scent of blood. "You nearly bit it in half," Madame Pomfrey scolded. "Fortunately, it was just the tip. Had it been deeper, you could have bled to death." Dumbledore felt a chill, a troubling thought emerging that refused to dissipate. Could it be? They all presumed it mere coincidence, daring not to verify. Yet it was indeed the truth. The blue eyes flickered with a mix of brightness and darkness. "Your father?" Moyan queried, glancing at the pale, platinum-haired man below. "Yes, indeed," Draco replied cheerfully. "I shall introduce you to him shortly. My father has long wished to meet you, and he holds a significant position at the ministry." He abruptly halted, leaving the thought unspoken. "No need," Moyan observed as Harry and the others stealthily slipped past Lockhart, purchasing books and struggling to exit, coincidentally heading toward Lucius Malfoy. "Ah!" Draco exclaimed, peering down in surprise. "It appears Potter has found himself a girlfriend, and from the Weasley clan, no less. Just a romantic idealist enamored with a hero," Moyan remarked coldly, watching Ginny steal glances at Harry, her clumsiness starkly contrasting with the clever girl he had seen at the Burrow. Had it been anyone else in the position of the boy who lived, she likely would have worn the same expression. Arthur Weasley and the twins squeezed through the crowd to find Harry, soon confronting Lucius Malfoy, who wore a mocking expression, while the former's face flushed with color akin to his hair. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. Moyan observed Mr. Weasley, whose temper was about to boil over. "Particularly Ron's father, seemingly poised to strike your father. Aren't you going to take a look? We meet at the ministry daily. Fights are commonplace. We are accustomed to it," Draco replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, that miserly Weasley has recently been conducting surprise inspections, compelling us to sell several cherished collectibles at a pittance to that insatiable fellow. Boking. Father is quite furious. Surprise inspections? Can the Malfoy family not evade such scrutiny?" Draco remained silent for a moment before stating, "In truth, ever since the Dark Lord's disappearance, the Malfoy family's prominence has waned significantly. Much of the current situation is merely superficial. If we were to be discovered with dark artifacts, while it might not result in a sentence to Azkaban, it would undoubtedly incur a hefty financial burden." That Ginny's cauldron suddenly flew through the air, accompanied by a resounding metallic crash as Mr. Weasley lunged at Lucius Malfoy, shoving him against a bookshelf. Dozens of hefty spellbooks tumbled down upon their heads. Fred and George excitedly shouted from the sidelines, "Dad, give him a good thrashing." Mrs. Weasley shrieked, "Arthur, no. Don't hit him." The crowd scattered in panic, knocking over numerous shelves. "Gentlemen, please cease your fighting," an assistant shouted, followed by a high-pitched cry. "Smash it. Right there, gentlemen. Indeed, smash it. Your father is rather peculiar," Moyan remarked, observing the chaos below. Draco replied, somewhat perplexed and on guard. Could Moyan be preparing to attack him? Isn't it much more advantageous to use both hands rather than just one? Moyan pointed at old Malfoy, who was still clutching Ginny's textbook, making it inconvenient for him to fight. Why not simply let it go? Indeed, Draco mused. Perhaps he merely forgot? I should go down and check. There are quite a few Weasleys present. Moyan, Draco called as he approached the door, glancing back at him. You'll still be here, right? Yes, indeed, Moyan replied casually. He noticed Hagrid making his way towards the two engaged in a fervent scuffle. With ease, he separated them, and Lucius Malfoy tossed a black notebook and Ginny's beginner's transfiguration guide back into her cauldron. It appeared to be Tom Riddle's diary. Moyan furrowed his brow, feeling uncertain about his decision. He needed Harry to discover his parcel tongue ability to unlock the Chamber of Secrets, for nothing could serve better to destroy a Horcrux than a serpent's fang. Although the fiend fire was immensely powerful, it was challenging to control, and he had no means of learning such dark magic. Even if he did, using it openly was out of the question. Yet, while in the original text, no one perished when the chamber was opened. Would it remain unchanged with his involvement? Perhaps a certain girl took 2 seconds longer to retrieve her mirror, or some boy unexpectedly ventured into the path of a serpent, or simply having one more person present could lead to countless variations in behavior. Especially since Harry had a propensity to follow sounds he heard, the likelihood of being seen by the serpent was far greater than for the average person. What should he do? Father, this is Moyan. Moyan turned to see Draco leading Mr. Malfoy to the staircase. Good day, Mr. Malfoy, Moyan said with a slight bow. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Moyan Evans. I hear you are an orphan? Mr. Malfoy raised his chin, looking down at Moyan with a condescending gaze. How did you come by your surname? Moyan raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, Mr. Malfoy, you do not seem to be an officer of the Wizarding Population Bureau? Therefore, this matter is of little concern to you, is it not? Mr. Malfoy's eyes narrowed, ignoring his son tugging insistently at his sleeve, his tone icy. Very well. I hope your pride can sustain itself at Hogwarts this year. You should begin praying that you are of pure blood descent. Otherwise what? Moyan scoffed. Unless Hogwarts transforms into the Malfoy family's private garden, it appears you lack the authority to make such threats. He feigned disdain, casting a glance at Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy's expression darkened further, while Draco looked desperately at the two, their sharp glares akin to daggers. Let us depart. Draco, Mr. Malfoy insisted, dragging the reluctant Draco away. Such an ungrateful person is not worthy of your friendship. Moyan, initially irked by Lucius Malfoy's haughty demeanor, found himself bemused by the latter's final words. How did this fellow determine that he was ungrateful? If such an attitude could be deemed commendable, there would scarcely be anyone in the world who could be labeled as truly ungrateful. Was Mr. Malfoy's usual demeanor of a similarly insufferable nature? It was no wonder he managed to befriend Professor Snape. Their modes of thought and linguistic articulation were equally bizarre and harsh. During his final moments in Diagon Alley, Moyan experienced a profound sense of leisure in terms of magical research. Being born into a wizarding family made an immeasurable difference. Prior to receiving his inheritance, merely to create a storage ring required him to sift through countless tomes and even personally procure a tent for experimentation, culminating in a rather unsatisfactory outcome. However, with the abundant research of his predecessors at his disposal, revisiting his work now felt akin to examining a poorly crafted trinket. Now, regardless of which aspect of magic he wished to explore, he could glean some guidance from the works of a forebear. Thus, Moyan found himself unhurried in his studies, often setting aside time to wander through Diagon Alley, occasionally assisting in his shop. During these moments of respite, he frequently pondered questions he had previously overlooked, reflecting on the meaning and direction of his life, contemplating future plans and areas in need of refinement. Lost in thought, he sometimes succumbed to a peculiar melancholy. reminiscent of the dream of Zhuang Zhou as a butterfly, experiencing a profound sense of disorientation. One day, as Moyan rested his head on the table, contemplating the dichotomy between reality and illusion, the harshness of reality versus the dreamlike nature of ideals. A gentle voice interrupted from above. "Excuse me, how much for these books? The prices are on the back. Do the math yourself. Place the money in the adjacent drawer." "Thank you," Moyan mumbled, still dazed. A soft chuckle escaped the other party. "Mr. Evans, are you not worried someone might take the books without paying?" Moyan looked up to see a girl with black hair and eyes standing before him. Her skin was as delicate and fair as the finest jade. Her dark eyes shimmering like autumn waters, poised elegantly, her smile subtle. An astonishingly beautiful Asian girl. "Zhang Xiao?" Moyan instinctively called out in Mandarin. "You know me?" "Wait, did you just speak in Mandarin?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. Yes, indeed, Moyan's heart raced, cursing himself for being careless. He had learned a few phrases from an elder acquaintance from China. "Your Mandarin is quite standard, far more than just a few phrases." A Chinese man approached. He was tall and remarkably handsome, though he carried an air of aloofness, which only softened when he looked at Zhang Xiao. "Dad?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed joyously. "This is the Moyan I mentioned. He is quite famous at our school." "Good day, Mr. Zhang. I am Moyan Evans. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Moyan bowed, feeling disheartened as he recalled having said nearly the same thing just days prior. "Hello, Mr. Evans. My daughter often speaks of you and Harry Potter. I believe I am already quite familiar with you. It is truly my honor," Moyan replied with a strained smile. As he noticed Zhang Qiu's father observing him with keen interest, he quickly took the books from Zhang Qiu's hands. "That will be 11 galleons and 5 sickles. Thank you." Mr. Zhang placed the money on the table, took the books, and left, casting a meaningful glance back at him. Moyan swept the coins into the drawer. Feeling increasingly vexed, wondering if he was somehow at odds with the term father, Leia nudged Moyan's neck impatiently, urging him to hurry, for they had been standing there for 10 minutes. King's Cross Station bustled with people. While it was not overly crowded, the absence of trains departing at 11 o'clock except for the Hogwarts Express made the platform relatively spacious. If one were determined to discern a person's features, it would not be overly challenging. That moment, Moyan found himself in such a predicament, as a father and son duo not far in front of him were fixated upon him, as though they were attempting to discern a flower blooming upon his visage. Moyan could only feign disinterest, leaning against the railing, helplessly hoping that the inexplicable fascination of the pair would be diverted by something else. How had Harry been so unfortunate as to have his view obstructed? Only a quarter of an hour remains until 11 o'clock, which means that the Weasley family and Harry could arrive at any moment. He certainly did not wish to witness the heartwarming scene of Harry and that family together, nor did he want to experience the sensation of being trapped outside by Dobby, ultimately compelled to endure the thrill of a reckless ride. However, that father and son continued to fixate on him. Wait, father and son? Moyan suddenly realized that he might have encountered the father of a classmate from Hogwarts. Thus, he maneuvered his small cart to approach the pair, who promptly averted their gazes in a futile attempt to conceal their scrutiny. "May I inquire why you two have been staring at me?" Moyan's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed anger. "My apologies." The boy scratched his tousled hair, his demeanor bearing some resemblance to Harry's, causing Moyan's expression to soften involuntarily. I don't know about platform 9 3/4. The slender boy gestured with his thin arms. That moment, his father interjected. "Excuse me, do you know about platform 9 3/4? "Oh, a new student at Hogwarts?" Moyan observed the slight boy, contrasting him with his portly father, wondering what sort of mistreatment this family might be inflicting upon the child. "Are you unsure how to reach the platform?" "Yes." The boy nodded eagerly, and his father exhaled in relief. "Follow me, then." "Are you a Muggle?" Moyan asked as he noticed the boy's father intending to accompany them. "Muggle?" The pair looked taken aback. "Those who cannot perform magic." "Muggles cannot enter platform 9 3/4, Moyan elucidated. The father and son hastily exchanged heartfelt farewells. Moyan discerned that perhaps the father did not mistreat his son due to his extraordinary abilities. Their relationship appeared quite amicable. "By the way, I am Colin Creevey. What is your name?" Moyan withdrew his gaze from the group of red-haired individuals appearing in the distance and regarded the boy thoughtfully. "Moyan Evans." The platform was as chaotic as ever. Moyan directly dragged his suitcase to the end of the train and settled into an empty carriage, pulling out a book on magical theory to read. "Hi, may I sit here?" Suddenly, the carriage door swung open, and Moyan, vexed, realized he had forgotten to lock it. A pair of identical redheads peered in. Both parties were momentarily startled. "No." Moyan's words were cut short as the twins dragged their suitcases inside, disregarding him. "Hey, Moyan, why be so stingy?" one of the twins remarked. "After all, we are all classmates." Moyan understood that opposing them now would be futile, so he merely pursed his lips and maintained a frosty expression as they intruded upon his space. Shoving his suitcase aside to accommodate their own bundles, "Hi, I'm Fred. I'm Fred. And he George. I don't have time for your little guess who I am games." Moyan replied impatiently, yet he noticed that when he glanced into the distance, the twin who claimed to be Fred had slightly longer eyebrows. Moyan indignantly thought, despite being twins, how could this pair resemble one another to such an infuriating degree, while he could find no similarities with Harry whatsoever? "Oh, poor Moyan," Fred sighed. "Has your sense of humor become as ephemeral as clouds in the sky over just one summer? Or worse, burnt to ashes, leaving only dust?" George added, "Tio, this day, I still remember how creative those inventions were. Yet today, we must deliver eulogies for them. As laughter flows freely at the revelry they brought, they perish lamentably, leaving traces of tears upon the vibrant red carpet. We mourn here, yet words cannot convey our sorrow." "Enough." Moyan could no longer contain his irritation, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "Perhaps you long to experience the sensation of becoming a canary once more?" Moyan, George, sitting across from him, said earnestly. "We may be disappointed by some individuals, but we cannot despair of society and the world. Our bodies may vanish, but our spirits must not falter." Fred solemnly echoed, "So, for the greater cause of mischief, let us rally," the twins proclaimed in unison. Moyan's lips twitched as he reached for his wand. George suddenly turned to Fred and said, "Perhaps to express our sincerity in collaboration, we should do something?" Fred stroked his chin. "What if we swap Harry's wand for a fake one that only transforms into underwear? Would that satisfy you, Moyan?" In a fit of rage, Moyan replied with irony, "Swap out Harry's wand. Yes, yes, and it turns into women's underwear. How about that?" Moyan, "Very well, let us collaborate joyfully." Moyan smiled faintly, extending his hand to shake with Fred and George. The twins exchanged a knowing glance. "Moyan, those words you used at the end of last semester," he began, but abruptly fell silent, stiff as a stone. George beside him mirrored his state, both of them with only their eyes darting around. "Fossil powder, enjoy yourselves," Moyan declared with a mock smile, finally allowing himself the piece to read. However, his hopes for tranquility were soon shattered. How did these two end up here? What's going on? Draco pushed the door open. "Ignore them," Moyan said, "just a minor lesson." Draco cautiously sidestepped George's outstretched arm, and Moyan noticed him smirking at the twins, whose faces deepened to a shade of crimson. "Moyan, Potter and Weasley seem to have missed the train. I just saw that mudblood searching for them everywhere. Are they coming this way?" Moyan inquired. "No, she was just called back by a classmate." "Why aren't you worried?" Draco asked incredulously. "Why should I be worried?" Moyan blinked, wearing a perplexed expression. "Potter did not board the train," Draco stressed. "You just said that," Moyan reminded him. Harry Potter did not board the train." Draco enunciated deliberately. "I mean it that I don't disbelieve you. Draco, I know you said Potter didn't board. Perhaps he missed the train. If you're truly worried, why not go look for him yourself?" "Why should I be worried?" Draco hastily countered, then noticed something amiss. "Did you just call him Potter?" "Yes." Moyan continued to feign innocence. Moyan Evans. Draco finally lost his patience and shouted, "Draco, if Potter didn't board the train, what can I do about it? Should I hop on my broom and go find him?" Moyan finally dropped the pretense, closing his book to face him. "Besides, he's right. I'm a Slytherin. And he's a Gryffindor." Draco fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "That's fine." He looked at Moyan and abruptly changed the subject. "My father spoke harshly that day. Don't take it to heart. He always speaks that way. It's all right. My own demeanor isn't exactly pleasant either." Moyan shrugged indifferently. "You are you. He is he. That if you're not upset by my attitude, I certainly want to be upset by his." At that moment, a vendor with a dimpled smile pushed open their compartment door, Kids, would you like to buy some snacks? Moyan and Draco approached, purchasing a heap of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ice pops, chocolate frogs, and other treats. I've never tried these, Draco remarked. What flavor do you think this is? Moyan picked up a brown bean. Probably chocolate flavored, I suppose. Draco leaned in for a closer look. But I once had a clay-flavored one in this color that I sincerely hope it's the former, Moyan muttered, cautiously taking a small bite. It tastes like dark chocolate ice cream pie. Then, Moyan began sampling each flavor of the every flavor beans. Discovering tastes like heir, strawberry, red chili, wool, and wrapping paper, Draco always made a guess beforehand, often suggesting some revolting names like booger flavor, worm flavor, zebra saliva flavor, and slug flavor. Fortunately, none of which were correct. Moyan deliberately released 2 chocolate frogs. Watching with keen interest as they hopped about the compartment, wagering with Draco on how long they could leap, but as the night gradually descended, the mountains and woods outside the carriage grew increasingly indistinct. And Moyan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, stifling a small yawn behind his hand that a voice echoed in the carriage. We shall arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the compartment. It will be collected and delivered to the school in due course. Draco was the first to rise, bidding farewell as he, a second-year Gryffindor, was tasked with assisting the prefect in maintaining order among the second-year students. His primary duty was to ensure that the more distracted members of the group, such as Goyle and Crabbe, found their places and to remind, or perhaps threaten, them about the important matters to consider as the new term commenced. How does it feel? Moyan asked, observing the twins who had been petrified for several hours, taking satisfaction in their frozen expressions. Do not provoke me further. Moyan leaned in toward the duo. Warning, or it will not merely be a matter of being petrified for a few hours. He divided the remaining Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into 2 portions, along with the antidote, and stuffed them into the twins' mouths before turning to exit the compartment. The Hogwarts platform appeared dark and diminutive, with a biting wind swirling about as a dim lamp flickered above the students' heads. Moyan found it perplexing, given that Hogwarts had constructed such a grand castle. Why was the platform designed to look so pitiful? Was it intended to create a stark contrast in the minds of the first years between the small platform and the magnificent castle? First-year students, gather here, a booming voice called out, and Moyan overheard some newcomers exclaim in awe, wow, he is really tall. Moyan watched as the first years, a mix of excitement and trepidation, trailed after Hagrid's towering figure. Feeling a tinge of regret that they would never experience the sensation of gliding across the lake in a small boat, watching the majestic castle on the cliff draw ever closer. Following the direction of another group of students, Moyan stepped onto a muddy path, where he spotted at least 100 carriages waiting. Between the wheels stood some fearsome-looking creatures, resembling horses, yet bearing the appearance of some sort of reptile. Emaciated with skin tightly clinging to their gaunt frames, each bone distinctly visible that a pair of wings, seemingly crafted from black leather, protruded from their sides, and their small white eyes gleamed in the darkness. Moyan suddenly worried whether his own eyes might appear similar. Though these creatures looked intimidating, they were surprisingly quiet and gentle, always retreating discreetly when students approached or attempted to grasp at the void. Perhaps due to the color of their irises, Moyan felt he could discern a faint sadness within their gaze. What are you looking at, Moyan? Draco approached him, following his line of sight, but naturally saw nothing. Nothing, Moyan replied. Finished with your duties as a Gryffindor? Moyan, do not mock me with that. Draco rubbed his forehead. I truly wish to inquire of the sorting hat how it was that Goyle and Crabbe were placed in Slytherin. They should have been sorted into Hufflepuff. Slytherin is not Ravenclaw. It does not judge based on intellect. What then? Family lineage. That is all they have to show for themselves? Draco scoffed. Are they not your friends? Moyan asked, puzzled by the disparaging remarks. Friends? Do they deserve such a title? Draco retorted disdainfully. They are merely lackeys. Moyan fell silent. He suddenly recalled that the reason Wormtail betrayed his father was likely due to a similar attitude from James Potter, contemptuous, scornful, indifferent, and transient, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Yet, whether Draco or James Potter, neither could truly disregard their companions. Otherwise, Draco would not frequently tutor Goyle and Crabbe or share his sweets and other belongings with them. His father would not have entrusted their families' lives to Peter Pettigrew. Regrettably, their everyday demeanor was often hurtful, rendering what they termed friendship into something perceived as cheap and one-sided. However, it was an undeniable fact that Peter's actions led to the ruin of their family. Had he not been the one to suffer such a fate, perhaps he might have sought to excuse the traitor. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. He had caused his parents' demise, unjustly imprisoned Sirius in Azkaban. And every misfortune he and Harry faced had commenced with his betrayal if he knowingly allowed the traitor to escape, permitting Harry's godfather to be shackled in a home he despised and mocked as a coward by enemies and children alike. He would never forgive himself. Moyan pressed on the storage ring on his finger, where he had recreated a marauder's map with the aid of his father's notes. Even though Ron's rat had remained in the dormitory all year and he had not seen it, he was confident that with the help of the map, he would find an opportunity to catch the rodent. "I will not let you escape, Peter Pettigrew." The carriage passed through a magnificent iron gate, flanked by stone pillars adorned with a pair of winged golden pigs. The castle towers gradually loomed closer, finally swaying to a halt. Moyan and Draco disembarked together. The throng moved through the great oak doors, entering a cavernous entrance hall illuminated by orange-yellow torches. The grand marble staircase ascended to the upper level, leading into the great hall. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, and 4 long tables awaited their students. Several professors were already seated at the staff table, yet Moyan noted that Professor Snape was absent, while the flamboyantly dressed Gilderoy Lockhart sat beside the towering Hagrid, displaying a grin that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. As Moyan intended to take his previous seat, Draco suddenly pulled him back, reminding him that they were now second-year students, and thus he settled into a second-year position. The long table was adorned with gleaming golden utensils, yet all were conspicuously empty. After a brief wait, the diminutive Professor Flitwick led the first years into the hall. The newcomers appeared quite small, shivering from the cold and anxiety. They whispered among themselves, curiously surveying their new school as they cautiously approached the raised platform beneath the watchful gaze of the much taller upperclassmen. "Look at these first years," Draco sneered. "We were undoubtedly far superior to them back in our day. Then I must have been far inferior to them," Moyan thought glumly, recalling how he had just emerged from the flu network in a torrential downpour. Covered in soot, mud, and rainwater, looking like a drowned rat, he truly had no grounds to mock the first years. "At least they are clean and presentable," Moyan muttered, though Draco sitting beside him did not catch the remark. Professor Flitwick placed a 4-legged stool and an exceedingly dirty, tattered sorting hat before the first years, who stared intently at the hat, as did the others. Then, the sorting hat split open, its voice rasping like a frayed string instrument. "Since long ago. Over 1,000 years. Close your ears," Moyan murmured, casting a spell to shield his ears. If there was one aspect of missing the sorting ceremony that he could count as fortunate, it was that he had not had to endure that dreadful song. It was only when he saw a student step forward to don the sorting hat that Moyan lifted the spell. The Colin Creevey he had seen at the station was indeed sorted into Gryffindor. The befuddled Luna Lovegood made the same mistake as Neville, forgetting to remove the hat as she descended from the platform, her gaze clearly lost in a dream during her sorting. Ginny's signature red hair was immediately recognized by her brothers among the students who were already quite familiar with her. As soon as she entered the great hall, Moyan overheard nearby whispers. "Another Weasley. I hear she is the youngest girl, a disgrace among pure-blood families." Draco scrutinized Ginny for a moment before turning to Moyan and asking, "Which brother do you think her robes were handed down from?" Moyan looked at Ginny. Her robes bore several patches, cleverly stitched, but still distinguishable by their differing colors. The girl was awkwardly attempting to cover a few of the patches with her hands. Yet it was evident that she was not succeeding. "I do not expect to have an owl, but I hope my mother will consider making me a new set of robes, seeing as I am a girl." A troubled voice emerged from the depths of memory, carrying the soft, lilting tones characteristic of a 10-year-old girl. "Draco, mocking others' families is hardly commendable," said Moyan. "While poverty cannot be deemed a form of wealth, it certainly does not equate to disgrace." The sorting hat, as expected, called out the name of Ginny's house. Gryffindor. The red-haired girl beamed with delight, her small face glowing as she trembled with excitement, making her way to the Gryffindor table, where the cheers were particularly exuberant. The twins took turns embracing their little sister. Then Moyan noticed Professor Snape entering through a side door, exchanging a few words with Professor McGonagall before they both departed. Professor Lockhart, overhearing their conversation, began to speak to Hagrid beside him with a look of guilt, while Hagrid appeared distinctly agitated. Moyan speculated whether Lockhart was foolish enough to believe that Harry's late arrival, which had garnered so much attention, was a result of his own charm. He licked his lips and lowered his gaze, as if suddenly captivated by the mysterious allure of the plate before him. Completely disregarding the ongoing sorting ceremony and Dumbledore's speech, it was not until a feast of food appeared before him, an unexpected roasted chicken leg nearly brushing his nose, that he lifted his head in astonishment. "Hey, where did Dumbledore go?" Blaise suddenly inquired. Moyan turned to see Dumbledore's figure hurriedly disappearing behind the side door. "Let us eat," he said, setting an example by picking up his cutlery, though he felt little appetite. "Your appetite, last year like a quail, this year like a sparrow," a cold voice remarked beside him. "Barrow," Moyan exclaimed, astonished at his presence. "Are you joking?" "It is a fact." Moyan noticed Barrow seemingly glaring at him, only to be struck by a realization. He then observed Draco shifting over a seat to allow Barrow to sit. With several seats vacated on Draco's left, the same was true across the table. It appeared that this year's Slytherin freshmen were far fewer than anticipated, while the Gryffindor table was more crowded than ever. "Are the new students all in Gryffindor?" Moyan furrowed his brow. "Perhaps about a third." Blaise replied. "The tale of the boy who lived once more vanquishing the Dark Lord has inspired the newcomers to flock to Gryffindor. The quality of this year's freshmen is not particularly high," Draco remarked, leaning in. "Edmund is quite worried." It seemed speaking through Barrow made him uncomfortable. He sat back down immediately after finishing his sentence. Due to Barrow's presence, Moyan could not discern Edmund's expression, but he noticed Wendy across the table frowning at a few newcomers who were gorging themselves, clearly indicating that this year there were quite a few Goyle and Crabbe among them. As dessert was served, several professors returned one after another, after the last strawberry pudding vanished from the plate. Dumbledore proposed singing the school song and informed everyone that it was time to retire for the night. They passed through a hidden door in the wall and returned to the dormitory, only to find that besides their names, the signs on the doors indicated they were in their second year. After a long day, the occupants of the dormitory were nearly asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. Yet, lying in bed, Moyan stared at the silver-green curtains above him, deep in thought for quite some time. When hundreds of owls flew into the great hall, Moyan was reluctantly sipping a bowl of porridge, the smell of pickled fish and smoked meat making it somewhat difficult to swallow, prompting him to pass it all to Raphael. The Draco's mother had once again sent him a large package of sweets, and nearly every newcomer had received supplies from home. Goyle received a packet of diet pills, which he subsequently tossed to Crabbe, who then threw it to Blaise, who passed it to Moyan, only for it to be snatched away by Draco and thrown back to Goyle. "Drink it yourself," Draco commanded fiercely. Goyle grimaced. "Draco, this potion makes you completely lose your appetite." "I refuse to drink it." "Not even a little?" Draco asked. Goyle nodded emphatically. "Yes, yes. I throw up as soon as I eat." Draco pondered for a moment and said, "Then next time at mealtime, find somewhere else to sit. Don't join us." Goyle stared vacantly at him, looking utterly dazed, while Crabbe hurriedly shoved the diet pills into his hands. "If they expel you for stealing a car, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised." Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from the Gryffindor table, shaking dust from the ceiling. Raphael leapt up in fright, knocking over a glass of pumpkin juice, which flew away angrily, unable to tolerate the sticky substance on its wings. "If I catch you, you'll be in for it. I doubt you've ever thought about how your parents would worry if they found out the car was missing." Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed, amplified at least 100-fold, howling through the air. The plates and spoons on the table rattled, and the echoing sounds from the stone walls were deafening. Moyan stared, dumbfounded, at the fork on his plate, which seemed to be enjoying the clattering noise, feeling the full force of Mrs. Weasley's wrath for the first time. Compared to this, his teacher's occasional outbursts were mere gentle breezes. Moyan lowered his head, sincerely sympathizing with Mr. Weasley. "I received a letter from Dumbledore last night. I suspect your father will be utterly ashamed. We never taught you to behave this way. You and Harry should have been killed. It's a disgrace to the family. Your father is under inquiry at work. This is all you're doing. If you dare take another misstep, we shall bring you home immediately." The Gryffindor table. Harry tightly covered his ears, pretending not to hear the booming voice that echoed throughout the hall, while Ron slumped in his chair, curling up so only half his red forehead was visible. After Mrs. Weasley's tirade ended, the red envelope spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes. Moyan rubbed his ears, feeling as if his head was still buzzing. Laughter erupted among several students. and the hall was soon abuzz with chatter. Did Potter and Weasley really drive themselves here yesterday? He must think his reputation is not loud enough and needs to keep people's interest piqued, Draco mocked, glancing at Goyle and Crabbe, who exchanged looks with Moyan, noting he bore no displeasure, and they burst into laughter. Mr. Weasley seems to work in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, specifically searching for these items. But he himself is the greatest abuser of Muggle objects. The Weasley family is in for trouble, Blaise remarked. Indeed, Draco scoffed, eyeing the shamefaced Ron. This summer, he was still conducting surprise inspections. He should be the first to arrest himself. Their first class was Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson, where Moyan was the first to transform a beetle into a six-pointed emerald cufflink, earning Slytherin 10 points. You seem different today, Draco observed after class. Weren't you always the last to finish? Since we can't rely on this year's first years, we must strive ourselves, Moyan replied. It's strange for me to earn points for Slytherin. A bit. Indeed, Draco admitted, but it's commendable. Where are you off to? The second-year history of magic classroom is this way, he added, waving his hand in farewell. Well, what's so great about Professor Bin's class? I'm off to the library. Be sure to tell me about the homework when you get back. All right. Moyan lost track of time while reading in the library, only realizing he was hungry when Draco came to find him. Just as they approached the entrance hall, they heard a pleading voice. Could your friend help me out with a photo? I'll stand next to you, and then you can sign it? Signing photos? Are you distributing signed photos, Potter? Draco immediately began to mock when he saw the boy was addressing Harry. Everyone, line up. Harry Potter is handing out his signed photos. No, I'm not, Harry retorted angrily, clenching his fists. Shut up, Malfoy. Moyan lazily leaned against the wall, observing the farce unfold. Colin Creevey was doing his utmost to defend Harry, but each of his attempts only made Harry more embarrassed. Ron waved his poorly wrapped wand, angrily shouting threats at Draco. What are you doing? What's going on? Gilderoy Lockhart strode over, his emerald green robes billowing behind him, who was handing out signed photos, as the attention of the crowd was captivated by the splendid flower peacock. Moyan discreetly drew his wand and cast a spell on Harry, a sly smile gracing his lips. It was only to be expected that it would be you. Here we are again, Harry. Upon spotting Harry, Lockhart eagerly placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, expressing his delight at the prospect of taking a double portrait with Colin Creevey. Moyan returned his wand to its place and beckoned Draco to join him for a meal. By the way, Moyan, did you happen to check the notice in the common room this morning? On their way back to the dormitory after lunch, Draco suddenly inquired. Yes, what's the matter? There's a Quidditch tryout this afternoon. Will you be participating? Quidditch? Moyan paused in surprise, then chuckled. His father was an exceptional seeker. He wondered if he had inherited any talent in that regard. However, since Draco was already the seeker for Slytherin, pursuing the same position would inevitably lead to conflict. Perhaps it would be wiser to explore other roles. Perhaps as a keeper? He had been a keeper during his university days, though that was an entirely different domain. Yet it could still be considered experience. The weather in the afternoon was splendid, with warm sunlight and a gentle breeze. Upon reaching the Quidditch pitch, they found it brimming with Slytherin students. Nearly all years from 1st to 7th had turned out. Many first-year newcomers hadn't even had their flying lessons yet they nervously awaited by the pitch, clutching borrowed brooms. As Moyan passed by, he overheard a blond boy asking a nearby chubby boy with brownish gold hair, "Can you repeat the flying techniques? I think I've forgotten them again." Could these newcomers truly manage? Moyan gazed incredulously at Draco, wondering why Flint was so anxious. Many of them hadn't even laid their hands on a broom yet. There was no choice. Edmund approached them, stating, "Gryffindor has Potter. His skills are among the best I've seen since I started school. With some formal training, he could easily join any national team after graduation. If we want to win the Quidditch Cup, we must train intensively. But isn't this a bit too hasty?" Moyan pointed behind him, where a girl stared fearfully at her broom, as if it might suddenly leap up and bite her. Trembling, she asked, "Can this broom really fly? It won't just throw me off, will it? I mean, we haven't learned much magic yet, have we? Hadn't they ridden brooms at home? Draco, didn't you all fly around on brooms since childhood?" Draco cleared his throat awkwardly. Edmund chuckled. "Moyan, they're all just boasting. We rarely got to ride brooms at home. The skies are too perilous, and children can't control their direction, making them easy prey for ill-tempered brooms. Young wizards typically only ride toy brooms, or get to fly once or twice a year under the watchful eyes of their elders. Besides, with the existence of flu powder, brooms are rather useless outside of Quidditch matches. So, that story about your escape from a helicopter was false too? Moyan glanced at Draco, who was now tinged with a hint of pink, and shook his head with a laugh. These newcomers couldn't even control their direction in the air. One could hardly expect them to play a game that moment. Blaze stood behind Moyan, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. Draco had taken to being with Moyan, often finding himself in a pitiful state of trailing behind. Thus, they would have to let them fly a lap first to assess their potential. Edmund frowned. Since the end of last term, his brow had been perpetually furrowed, a deep furrow forming between his brows. Flint hoped to find a talent as gifted as Potter among them, but it seemed that was an unrealistic expectation that A.S. anticipated. The initial selection was a disaster for the first-year students. 2 of them shouted for over 10 minutes without managing to summon their brooms, while only a third of the group wobbled a mere 10 feet off the ground. Among them, 2 became too nervous and crashed to the ground, while 1 shot straight up into the sky, only to be thrown off by his broom. But fortunately, Edmund cast a spell just in time to cushion his fall. In total, only 2 flew decently, and even that was merely satisfactory. They had clearly practiced at home. Flint shouted incessantly, even cursing, until his voice grew hoarse. Not a single first year was selected. Flint, in despair, clutched his head and pounded his chest. Students from second year and above had mostly already participated in selections. Another attempt now would only yield marginal improvements. This year, Slytherin's team had 2 vacant positions, 1 beater and 1 chaser. However, all positions were open for newcomers. Since last year's first-year selection began, the responsibility for selecting Quidditch players shifted to the captains. Consequently, this year's selection was particularly chaotic, with more participants than ever before. Flint, after exhausting his voice, finally remembered to project himself more loudly. The selection began with seekers, but Flint let out a desperate sigh as soon as the candidates took the field. The applicants for the seeker position were mostly robust giants. One resembling a significantly larger Goyle, whose broom trembled beneath him. He attempted to accelerate, but the brand new broom veered to the left. After being dismissed, he complained loudly that the broom was faulty, claiming his father had bought him a counterfeit product. However, everyone else believed it was his own weight that rendered the poor broom ineffective. The beater selection was a calamity. The bludgers went out of control 4 times, wreaking havoc on the field and injuring several students. 17 were knocked off their brooms and hastily sent to the infirmary, 6 with broken arms, 3 with broken legs, and 1 with a broken nose. Flint himself lost 2 teeth, yet he was quite pleased that it was a bludger struck by a third-year boy named Warren Idaho. This boy may not have had skill, but he excelled at cheating, adeptly using his body to collide with others while remaining undetected. A significant portion of the injuries on the field were directly attributable to him. The selection for chasers was the most protracted, extending over 2 hours. In the interim, Moyan and Draco took a dinner break, returning to find it nearly impossible to squeeze back in. Finally, as night began to descend, the keeper selection commenced. The number of spectators peaked, with not a single person opting to return to their homework or chat in the common room. Everyone braved the cold to witness the final selection. Moyan's decision to try out for Quidditch was merely a whim, and he had yet to prepare his broom. Draco lent him his Nimbus 2000 up prior to this. Moyan had only ridden the school's public lesson brooms, which were in such disrepair that they belonged in a museum, and he trembled with fear at the thought of taking to the skies. Draco had suggested he familiarize himself first, but the pitch was gradually filling with participants. Though riding brooms was not prohibited elsewhere, Moyan found it too absurd and resolutely declined. With Flint's whistle, the group of aspiring keepers took to the air simultaneously. There were only 2 goals. The candidates were divided into 2 groups, with Moyan being the last of the second group, granting him ample time to circle the pitch. When Moyan mounted the broom, he experienced for the first time the exhilarating rush of freedom coursing through his veins. The night wind tousled his hair, his clothes rustled in the breeze, and the refreshing chill penetrated his skin to the core of his being that he felt as though he had melded with the darkness around him. He tugged at the broomstick and ascended higher than anyone else before pausing. Looking down, the crowd below appeared somewhat blurred. He was at least 100 feet above, and the stars overhead seemed within reach. Yet, Moyan felt no fear. He sensed that this darkness was him, this sky was him. He was the wind, he was the fish, he was the wisps of cloud floating in the air, he was the bird destined to soar. For the first time since his rebirth into this world, he truly felt the freedom of his body and heart. For the first time, he completely embraced his own self. What of Voldemort? What of Dumbledore? What of Horcruxes? What of war? Harry had vanquished all foes in ignorance. There was no reason he, equipped with far more knowledge and resources than Harry had ever possessed, should meet with defeat in the unseen heights. A smile, far from benevolent, crept upon Moyan's lips, his silver eyes shimmering against the night sky, defiant, proud, and reckless. Moyan Evans. Below, Flint's voice rang out. Moyan dove down, perfectly landing before the left goalpost, skillfully kicking away the quaffle that Adrian had tossed his way. Focus, Adrian. Have you not eaten? He asked with a hearty laugh. Ever since Moyan made a remarkable debut during the Quidditch tryouts, every time he encountered a member of Slytherin on the way, he would receive a couple of pats on the shoulder or be obliged to listen to some encouraging words with a forced smile. As the speakers were usually upperclassmen, refusal was not an option. Go for it. Moyan, defeat Gryffindor. Everyone said the same thing. After a long day, Moyan complained to Draco with a grimace, my shoulders are sore. With Gryffindor holding 3 training sessions each week, Slytherin had decided to hold 4. Plus a full morning of practice on Saturday. When Moyan received the training schedule, he regretted it completely. He had merely wished to experience the thrill of flying and reminisce about his university days. Not to bury his entire week of leisure within it. But you still have 3 evenings left to rest each week, don't you? Flint pointed to his schedule. And we have the whole weekend off. Just 1 morning of training, and you still have the entire morning, 2 afternoons, and the evenings free. There's ample time. Am I not supposed to do my homework? Moyan continued to argue. Moyan, your homework only takes half an hour to an hour. Right? Just a little time after dinner will suffice. Draco said through gritted teeth that it was evident who had betrayed him, as only 3 Gryffindors and Draco had ever worked on homework together. Thus, for an entire week, Draco bore the burden of 2 unremovable black circles under his eyes, lacking the courage to confront Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Moyan had to spend 4 evenings, which could have been spent in the library or common room with a book, in the cold, dark air, desperately intercepting every rogue bludger that dared to pass him by. And thus he felt no sympathy for Draco's tarnished image. Soon, Friday arrived, a day they would attend potions class together with Gryffindor. Moyan, as usual, arrived early at the potions classroom, synchronizing with Professor Snape to prepare the potion ingredients needed for the lesson. By now, Moyan was capable of handling some more advanced materials. Yet he still lacked patience. Sometimes he would abandon half-finished tasks or lose interest midway. During such moments, Professor Snape would take over and finish the remaining work himself. Only on rare occasions would Moyan find the process intriguing enough to complete everything. Disgusting substances like slug slime or rem saliva were quickly set aside after a brief handling, and he would ensure to wash his hands thoroughly several times afterward. Moyan had always been aware of the leniency and concern Professor Snape showed him. Yet he had never paid attention to the disdainful glances Snape cast at Harry, which only fueled his dislike for the man. Although he recognized that Snape's ultimate actions were commendable, he found his everyday behavior lacking. Particularly, the vindictive nature of targeting the son of an enemy only deepened Moyan's disdain. So, while he occasionally contemplated approaching Snape in a moment of impulse, he would typically make a conscious effort to ignore him. However, upon realizing how strikingly similar he was to his mother, Moyan suddenly felt a strong desire to understand what kind of gaze Professor Snape cast upon him. Could it be due to his mother's transference? Moyan felt a wave of nausea. He resolved that if this greasy old bat dared to covet him due to his resemblance to his mother, he would surely teach him an unforgettable lesson. Thus, while slicing apple leaves, Moyan furtively glanced at Professor Snape. He was momentarily taken aback. Snape maintained his usual icy demeanor, yet there was an absence of the usual repelling aura. Instead, it evoked a sense of. Moyan tilted his head, attempting to conjure a somewhat vague term from his mind. Calmness. Not the vast, profound calm of the sea, nor the expansive, lofty calm of the sky, but something akin to air. Yes, just like air. Imperceptible, intangible, colorless and odorless, encompassing everything. Moyan blinked, feeling a wave of shame wash over him for his previous thoughts, a light pink hue gradually creeping up to his ears. Harry entered, squinting, and accidentally bumped into a chair, producing a loud clatter. Upon noticing this, Moyan frowned. The spell's effect seemed much stronger than during his own testing. Was it because Harry was naturally nearsighted? The pairing of the Gryffindor trio astonished those unaware that Harry Potter was standing next to Hermione Granger. While Ron Weasley was paired with Neville Longbottom, it was widely known that despite Snape's constant attempts to undermine Potter in potions class, Harry's potion-making skills ranked among the best in Gryffindor, with only the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger being his equal. Thus, he had always been partnered with the less adept Weasley, while Granger teamed with the clumsy Longbottom to minimize the risk of losing points in potions. Now, with Granger and Potter together and Weasley with Longbottom, had Gryffindor's hourglass finally shattered under the weight of their rubies? Then, everyone was further astonished as the highly talented Harry Potter required Hermione's reminders for every single action. And even then, he often made mistakes. He could confuse lizard skin with apple leaves and twice extended the stirring rod beyond the cauldron's rim. This scenario was so shocking that even the bewildered Professor Snape failed to react in time, missing several opportunities to deduct points. Miss Granger, speaking without permission in class, 5 points from Gryffindor. As Hermione reminded Harry once more to stir, Snape glided over, standing before their table to observe their concoction. Harry shot Snape an angry glare, his focus askew, and cautiously dipped the stirring rod into the cauldron, barely touching the surface of the liquid before stirring clockwise. Potter, without anyone to remind you, can you not even perform the most basic operations? 2 points from Gryffindor. Snape stood with crossed arms in front of Harry, clicking his lips mockingly. Last year's results led me to believe you might not have inherited your father's clumsiness and foolishness. But it seems I was utterly mistaken. How did you manage to achieve such results in my class last year, while making such elementary errors? Harry bit his lip, remaining silent, his hands trembling as he slowly followed the steps to brew the potion. He did not once glance at the blackboard, clearly having memorized all the steps. This was something Moyan had repeatedly insisted upon, yet Harry had always found excuses to shirk it. He detested tedious studying, especially loathed rote learning. If the material pertained to potions, that loathing doubled. He was attempting to meet the standards, and judging by his movements, it seemed he was, yet inexplicable errors persisted. He weighed the ingredients incorrectly, nearly placed his hand in the flame while igniting, and spilled half the materials outside the cauldron. Snape stood before him, coldly mocking, shaking his head at the various mistakes, ultimately deducting points from Gryffindor without mercy. Hermione risked point deductions to remind him twice, costing them a total of 20 points. Harry's face flushed crimson, his lips nearly bleeding from his own biting, tears welling in his eyes. Moyan, with a grim expression, tore the lizard skin in half, while Draco glanced at him, deciding against reminding him that it should be chopped finely. Finally, just as Harry was about to toss the wrong ingredients into the cauldron once more, a cold hand grasped his wrist. Damn it. What is wrong with you? It was Moyan's voice, laced with barely concealed anger. Moyan was fully aware of what was afflicting Harry, as it was the very spell he had cast. Yet his anger was genuine. He was enraged at himself for not having considered the consequences when casting that spell. Moyan, Harry exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that familiar voice, momentarily forgetting they were in class. Nearly on the verge of tears, over the summer, he had penned dozens of letters to Moyan, attempting to explain himself. Upon returning to school, he had arranged several meetings, but Moyan had ignored him completely. Now, as despair loomed, he caught a glimmer of hope once again. This moment, he even began to express gratitude for the sudden calamity. Harry excitedly glanced at Moyan, his face a blur, yet the vivid shade of red, unmistakably Moyan's unique hue, shone brilliantly, starkly contrasting with Ron and the others. Then, all of Harry's grievances, worries, fears, and sorrows surged forth. Moyan, I feel like I am going blind. Observing the tear-filled yet somewhat unfocused green eyes before him, Moyan sighed, his tone unconsciously softening. Professor, may I escort him to the infirmary? Moyan inquired, yet his gaze conveyed to Professor Snape. Should you refuse, I shall still take him away. Professor Snape glared at him with pursed lips for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Moyan packed his bag, and, noticing that Harry nearly toppled his cauldron while packing, he begrudgingly tidied up Harry's belongings as well, and then pulled him out. He remained oblivious to the silence that enveloped the classroom the moment he grasped Harry's hand. Draco glaring angrily at the two, while Professor Snape's expression was inscrutable. He also failed to notice the soft, synchronized gasps of surprise as they departed, nor the way the onlookers held their breaths. In the corridor, Harry tossed his bag over his shoulder and grasped Moyan's arm, saying, "Moyan, there's no need to go to the infirmary that I visited just a couple of days ago, and Madame Pomfrey had no idea what was going on. It seems my eyes have returned to their state before I took the potion you gave me. How about I offer you another vial of potion?" Moyan feigned inquiry, fully aware that Harry would decline. "What if I called you Potter?" Harry shuddered. "Moyan, what did you just call me?" "Isn't it obvious?" Potter, the look of hurt immediately crossed Harry's face. "Moyan, you still refuse to forgive me. I truly spoke out of turn last time." "I realize that now," Moyan coldly replied. "I received your letter and understand why you said what you did. However, I have always believed that words spoken in the heat of the moment often reveal the darkest and most genuine thoughts of one's heart. I am not," and Moyan raised his voice to interrupt Harry's impending defense. "I think you are quite right that I am Slytherin, and you are Gryffindor. We each have our own houses and friends. From the moment we entered Hogwarts, our houses became our homes that I cannot forsake my true family, who have always tolerated my faults and endured shame for it. Just because of you." Harry's lips quivered, rendering him speechless, despair welling up in his green eyes. Moyan, steeling himself, cast out one final, icy remark. "You have your life, and I have my path. We were never meant to be friends. It was my mistake to force our connection. Henceforth, let us remain indifferent to one another." Harry stood there, utterly stunned. As Moyan turned, he noticed the students from both houses who had finished class, all standing there in a state of shock. "You all should return to your friends," he said, pressing down on the hand that gripped his shoulder tightly, sensing the resistance and tremor, then easily pried the boy's fingers away. "Why be so final? You left him no room for hope," Draco remarked. Moyan glanced at Draco, who was forcing a semblance of concern while nearly grinning from ear to ear, and chose not to reply. Harry, I'm sorry that I never intended to hurt you. I was just scared. I wanted to protect myself. I cannot bear the thought of being rejected and loathed once more. So this time, I preemptively refused. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Raphael." Moyan extended his arm, and the brown owl descended, gently flapping its wings, stirring the strands of hair on Moyan's shoulder. Moyan produced the glasses he had prepared earlier and handed them to Raphael. "Raphael, take this to Harry and place it beside his pillow. Go at midnight and ensure no one sees you, not even Harry. Understand?" Raphael took the glasses and soared away. Moyan leaned against the windowsill, watching Raphael shrink into a tiny black dot in the distance. Feeling an indescribable mix of emotions, the Slytherin common room was peculiar. It was built beneath the lake, often dark and damp, yet outside their windows lay an endless sky, as if they were suspended high above. Even the owls flying in and out seemed no different from those at a high tower, prompting Moyan to lament his own lack of knowledge countless times. The following day marked the first weekend since school began. Moyan had intended to sleep in as per usual, but was abruptly dragged from his bed by Draco early in the morning. "What is going on, Draco?" Moyan mumbled, yawning. "That you'll find out once we reach the Great Hall," Draco said mysteriously. The Great Hall was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals dining, suggesting that most were still indulging in sleep. However, Moyan noticed that the Slytherin Quidditch team was present, all looking somewhat perplexed. Only Flint was exuberantly exclaiming, "Since we're all awake, let us head out for practice." He had learned from Madame Hooch a couple of days earlier that Gryffindor had reserved the pitch, forcing Slytherin's practice time to be moved to Sunday. But now, at such an early hour, the lazy Gryffindors would surely still be asleep, allowing Slytherin to seize the opportunity for a brief practice session. Oh, no. The group collectively slumped over the table in despair. Throughout the past 5 days, aside from the first night spent selecting a keeper, they had trained every evening, and they had grown utterly weary of the word practice. Beater Derek feigned a fierce demeanor as he addressed Draco. "Draco, you'd better have something important, or else." He cracked his knuckles ominously. Draco blinked. "Just wait a little longer. The owls will be here soon." When a long line of owls, each carrying elongated packages, soared in, everyone's mouths fell agape in astonishment. And all discontent vanished. Flint's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be. Beater Bull's tongue getting tied. Fly, 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 sweep the skies. In the Quidditch pitch, it was always the more sinister that prevailed, and ID was now stuttering, his last words lingering on the edge of sweep. 7 brand new brooms, the Firebolt 2001, were dropped by the owls, and the 7 official players, Keeper Moyan, Seekers Draco, Chasers Flint, Warrington, Montague, Beaters Derek, Bull, with Moyan and Montague being the new additions this year. And ID, as a substitute due to technical issues, stood together, catching the packages the owls released. Moyan tore away the brown paper wrapping to reveal the pristine broom, its tail emblazoned with golden letters, Firebolt 2001. Good heavens, it's the latest Firebolt 2001. Gasps of admiration erupted, and ID, enviously reaching for Bull's broom, was swiftly rebuffed. Even students at the other long tables glanced over enviously. Hey, what are we waiting for? Let us go fly, Warrington suggested. Exactly. ID chimed in loudly, eager for a chance to ride the new broom. Let us head out for practice right now. But wasn't the pitch already booked by Gryffindor? Bull furrowed his brow. The long table fell silent. For to possess such magnificent brooms, yet be unable to flaunt or experience them, was a torment for these fervent Quidditch enthusiasts. However, there was one exception. Moyan yawned and declared, since we can't practice, let us disperse. I'm going back to sleep for a bit. Wait, Flint called after him, while the others regarded Moyan with the gaze one might reserve for an extraterrestrial being. Flint hesitated, gritted his teeth, and remarked, I'll go find Professor Snape and request a special note. Moyan, you're coming with me. Moyan was reluctant. Why should I go? Can't you just ask yourself? Draco yanked him up. You going guarantees it LL be approved. Come on. Who says? Professor Snape favors us the most. He LL approve anyone. Moyan turned and earnestly told Draco, attempting to initiate a marathon debate, but Flint grasped his collar from behind and pulled him along. Hurry up. Otherwise, once the Gryffindors arrive at the pitch, we won't be able to drive them away. Perhaps further conflicts may arise, delaying our training time. Slytherin is practicing on the Quidditch pitch. What's the excuse? Professor Snape, having set aside the assignments he was grading, interlocked his fingers and regarded them with an unwavering gaze, directly inquiring, does our recent acquisition of 7 Nimbus 2001 broomsticks count? Moyan asked, somewhat petulantly. Flint quickly interjected, we are training the new keeper. Moyan Evans. Professor Moyan felt increasingly disheartened that he recalled that some incident had occurred during the competition for the pitch, yet the specifics eluded him. After all, such mundane details of everyday life had not attained a life or death significance. Not every occurrence warranted the expenditure of his precious brain cells to remember. However, it had never crossed Moyan's mind to actively incite the development of this conflict. 7 new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks. Snape seemed oblivious to Flint's remark and asked, where did they come from? The Malfoy family purchased them. Flint responded promptly that MY.G appears to invest an inordinate amount of thought into these external possessions. Snape remarked with an arched brow. Indeed, Moyan mentally cursed Draco. That rascal had been a source of trouble for him lately. Flint, unable to discern whether Professor Snape held any dissatisfaction, quickly lowered his head, adopting an even more respectful demeanor, fearful that inciting Snape's ire would result in a denial of permission. After admonishing his protege, Snape swiftly tore off a piece of parchment and wrote, I, Professor Snape, in light of the necessity to train a new keeper, hereby grant Slytherin permission to practice on the Quidditch pitch today. Off you go. I do not wish to rely solely on the chance of Potter not being on the field to win the Quidditch Cup this year. He bestowed a smile of encouragement upon the two. Although it appeared that he had not worn such an expressive countenance in quite some time, rendering his features more ghastly under the strain of his stiff muscles, although they arrived at the Quidditch pitch quite early. The Gryffindor team had already commenced their training. Moyan noticed the slight figure of Colin Creevey hurrying toward them, camera in hand. Upon seeing them approach, the Gryffindor players immediately dashed down like arrows. Wood, having descended too rapidly, stumbled slightly. Nonetheless, he ignored this and shouted at Flint. Flint, this is our training time. I reserved the pitch 3 days ago, that we are conducting special training, and you are not permitted to watch. Harry, Fred, and George trailed behind him, their hair tousled and faces smeared with dirt, evidently having risen much earlier than their Slytherin counterparts. Although dark circles adorned their eyes, this did not hinder them from glaring fiercely at the Slytherin team. Harry had donned new glasses, and Moyan speculated on what he must have thought upon discovering them on his bedside. Perhaps he had guessed they were from him, yet it seemed more probable that he believed they were a gesture of care from Professor Dumbledore. Unfortunately, Angelina Johnson, such a lovely girl, now appeared rather matronly. However, It seemed that Gryffindor had always excelled at disregarding the gender and appearance of the girls around them, and Moyan absently listened as the two teams began to argue. Slytherin proudly showcased their new brooms, while the Gryffindors turned pale with indignation. Although, to some extent, this quarrel served as a pretext for him, Moyan lazily leaned against Draco, pretending not to hear a thing. Suddenly, he heard a clicking sound nearby, and with a cold smirk, he flicked his wand, causing Colin's camera to explode with a loud bang that a cloud of ash and debris instantly covered Colin's small face. The bickering parties fell silent. Moyan. Colin's expression shifted from joy to shock upon spotting Moyan and his wand, then transformed into anger, ultimately freezing into confusion. Moyan regarded him coldly. Since you are unaware of the concepts of respecting others' rights to their image and privacy, allow me to offer you a lesson. Remember this lesson well. Little one. Colin wailed and ran off, clutching his precious camera. How outrageous! Apologize. How could you destroy his camera? The Gryffindors surged toward him in fury, while the Slytherins brandished their wands in response. Moyan, I cannot believe you would stoop to such an act. Hermione and Ron rushed over, having witnessed the unfolding events. The brown-haired girl looked at Moyan in disbelief, her expression one of sorrow. This is not your place to speak. Mudblood. Draco sneered. How dare you say that? The Gryffindors charged forward, and the Slytherins did not hesitate to cast spells that a flurry of lights flashed. And two Gryffindors fell to the ground, followed by a deafening crash as Ron was struck in the stomach by his own spell, toppling backward to land on the grass. The Gryffindors rushed to his side. Fred drew his wand to lift the petrification on Angelina and George. Ron, are you all right? Hermione cried out. Ron opened his mouth to speak, but could not utter a word. He coughed violently, and several slimy creatures tumbled from his mouth, landing on his thigh. Ha! The Slytherin team erupted in laughter. Flint bent over, doubled with mirth. Bull clutched his sides, laughing uncontrollably. Draco lay on the ground, pounding the grass with both hands, and Ede's laughter was sharp and piercing, echoing unpleasantly. Even Moyan could not help but chuckle, but Ron's predicament was undeniably comedic. Ultimately, Harry and Hermione escorted Ron to the infirmary, while the remaining Gryffindors, disheartened by Snape's note and the recent comedic scene, exchanged a few parting jabs before leaving. So was the incident of Ron's snotty worms as he soared into the sky. Missouri. Yin finally recalled what had transpired that Saturday morning, albeit somewhat belatedly. It seemed that in the coming days, if he spotted Ron in the Great Hall, it would indeed be rather nauseating. Perhaps he should dine in the kitchens instead. Moyan drifted upward leisurely, contemplating the details of his future life. Ron's snotty worm affliction indeed persisted for quite some time. Over a month later, one or two worms still occasionally emerged from his mouth. Initially, those slimy little things fell onto his clothes, his desk, and even his plate almost every moment. Moyan could not fathom how the Gryffindors adapted to this situation so swiftly. Aside from the initial day when they were grossed out, everyone quickly chose to ignore it. Hermione and Harry even bravely sat beside him, though they had to change plates several times during each meal. Remarkably, they still consumed as much food as they had before. Now Slytherin had assigned special scouts for this situation. They either waited until Ron had finished eating before entering the Great Hall, or they arrived early to dine. Upon spotting that red-headed figure, they would promptly grab a few pieces of bread and turn to leave. Fred and George soon discovered this pattern and deliberately dispatched their younger brother to pretend he had already eaten, then waited until the Slytherins were nearly finished before returning to the table to eat. Ron, true to form, managed to expel two worms into his plate just before being discovered by the Slytherins, leaving them all looking quite queasy. If there was any joy for Ron during the time of the snotty worms, this was undoubtedly one of the greatest. Thus, he reveled in it endlessly. Everything had been splendid. Slytherin seized every opportunity to mock Weasley's foolishness, while Weasley, aided by all the Gryffindors, engaged in guerrilla tactics against the Slytherins until one day, weary of the noisy kitchen and feeling too lazy to cook, Moyan, encouraged by the scouting system, ventured into the Great Hall. Upon spotting the red-haired figure leisurely enjoying ice cream at the Slytherin table, Fred sensed something amiss. He hastened forward, intending to seize George and sneak Ron, who had just been escorted in, back out. But he was too late. Dining in the hall certainly had its atmosphere. Moyan savored a spoonful of chocolate orange ice cream, squinting his eyes in thought. Then he opened his eyes, only to behold a throng of tightly clustered Gryffindors parting to reveal Ron within Moyan's complexion instantly paled. Although Ron had yet to expel any slugs, the mere sight of him involuntarily conjured images of that scene in Moyan's mind. Especially upon noticing the long, glistening trails upon Ron's person, which set his stomach churning violently. He was compelled to summon his inner strength to suppress the urge to vomit at the Slytherin table. For if he were to succumb, he would no longer be able to dine there. However, the sight of Ron, delightfully devouring his meal across the table, ignited a fire of indignation within Moyan. Very well, Ron Weasley'd. Moyan wiped the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to maintain composure as he stood and walked away. As he passed the Gryffindor table, the twins leapt up, and despite their growling stomachs, they resolutely refused to touch any food on the table. In the ensuing days, Ron appeared to be on the verge of regurgitating his own intestines, with a continuous stream of slugs emerging from both his mouth and even his nose. He could scarcely eat, let alone speak, and thus took residence in Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Yet Madame Pomfrey insisted this was a positive occurrence, as the discomfort would dissipate in a few days, allowing the spell's effects to wane. And he would no longer sporadically expel slugs. Consequently, she declined to provide any further treatment, permitting Ron to endure this arduous period in his sickbed, with the weekly Quidditch practices, an increasing load of homework, and various endeavors to carve out time for research. The days gradually drew closer to Halloween. Rain had fallen incessantly for several days, leaving everyone drenched and muddied after each training session. Yet the joy of successfully mastering the disillusionment charm kept Moyan's spirits high, even leading him to inadvertently agree to attend nearly headless Nick's death day party. By the time he realized what he had committed to, it was too late, as Nick excitedly announced his intention to retrieve a letter from the headless hunt and dashed away. Moyan trudged despondently down the corridor. Since the altercation at the Quidditch pitch, Harry had not uttered a word to him nor attempted to offer any explanations. Initially, this had been Moyan's desire, to distance himself from Harry, but now, having achieved that, he felt a twinge of sadness. Just as he rounded a corner, an exuberant shout erupted behind him. "Filthy ghost! Don't run. This time I shall catch you." It was then that Moyan noticed a trail of muddy footprints left in his wake. The flushed face of Filch came rushing towards him, with Mrs. Norris nimbly following. Upon seeing Moyan, both the man and his feline companion wilted. "My apologies, Filch," Moyan said, brandishing his wand to clear the mess from the floor. "No harm done," Filch replied enviously, eyeing Moyan's wand. "A few days ago, some third years smeared frog brains on the ceiling by number 5, and I had to clean it up all morning. I thought those little brats were at it again. Is that so?" Moyan inquired. "You could enlist the house elves to clean it up, and you have caught a cold?" Moyan observed, noting that Filch was wrapped in a worn blanket, his head covered with a checkered cloth, and his nose was a shade of crimson. "Indeed," Filch replied, producing a handkerchief to blow his nose. "This blasted weather. You ought to take care of yourself," Moyan remarked. Grimacing at the dreadful sound, he then retrieved a ring from around his neck, having discovered that wearing it on his hand drew excessive attention and proved cumbersome while wielding a wand or brewing potions. Producing a vial of cold remedy he had concocted under Professor Snape's guidance a couple of days prior, which was more effective than that provided by the infirmary. "Thank you," Filch sneezed in gratitude, prompting Moyan to bid farewell hastily. "Moyan, why are you dressed so warmly?" Draco queried, observing Moyan's layering of garments with a puzzled expression. "To attend the party," Moyan replied sullenly. "Moyan, Dumbledore merely invited a skeleton dance troupe to perform, not a host of ghosts to waltz with us." "It isn't that cold," Blaise chuckled. "I know," Moyan retorted sharply. He was acutely aware that the great hall had been adorned with live bats, and Hagrid's enormous pumpkins could comfortably seat 3, all transformed into grand lanterns. But what did it matter? He would have preferred to remain oblivious. Knowing only served to fuel his frustration. "Moyan, you are attending the Halloween feast, aren't you?" Draco suddenly asked, and Moyan found him increasingly astute. "Absolutely not," Moyan declared, as he began to stow away all the candies in his cabinet. "I promised Sir Nicholas I would attend his death day party." "Sir Nicholas? The Gryffindor ghost? You must be mad. Attending a ghost party?" Blaise and Draco exclaimed in unison. Even Goyle and Crabbe, struggling to find their necks for tying their bow ties, glanced over in astonishment. "Moyan, this cannot be true. You accepted an invitation from a Gryffindor ghost?" A death day party? Why would a ghost celebrate the day of their demise? Moyan, ghosts are quite cold. Goyle interjected. Enough, I am well aware of that. Moyan replied with disdain, raising an eyebrow. Did I regret it myself? All right. Can't you all just be quiet for a moment and prepare your own things? At last. The others complied with his wishes and fell silent. Yet Moyan's temper did not improve in the least. He slammed his cabinet shut, grabbed his wand, and strode out briskly, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Clang! The four of them recoiled in surprise. Why is he so angry? Goyle whispered. He merely stated a fact. It doesn't seem to be because of us. Blaise mused, stroking his chin as he formulated a theory. Draco, Crabbe suddenly called out. What is it? Draco replied impatiently. Nicholas is the Gryffindor ghost. I know. Even the boy who lived could be invited. Draco's expression darkened immediately. Once outside the dormitory door, Moyan rubbed his face. Dispelling the feigned anger he had been projecting, he had noticed that the Slytherin lot had grown increasingly curious about his movements and seemed to relish meddling in his affairs. Thus, he resolved to find an opportunity to create some distance, lest his personal space and time be significantly encroached upon. Although the opportunity was not ideal, it would suffice. He could no longer endure the sensation of being constantly monitored. Then he spotted nearly headless Nick gliding past and called out. Nick! Nick turned to regard him, his eyes still vacant. You are attending Nick's death day party, right? Moyan inquired. I am as well. Let us go together. I am not quite sure of the way. You should attend the school's Halloween feast. Nick replied. The living ought not to venture into a ghost's party, but I have already promised, though I regretted it afterward. Then go back. Nick spoke coldly. I will inform Sir Nicholas that it was I who prevented your attendance. No, Nick, I promised I would go. Moyan surveyed the elongated, deep black candles lining the walls. The eerie blue flames were peculiar. Nick, are these candles made by ghosts? No, it will be very cold. Moyan took a moment to comprehend that Nick was referring to the chilliness of the death day party. With each step they took downward, the temperature dropped. It matters not. Look at how warmly I am dressed. There will be nothing to eat. I have brought candies. The music is played with chainsaws. Living ears cannot withstand it. Indeed, he could already hear a sound reminiscent of countless nails scraping against a massive blackboard. Would it be terribly rude to listen with earplugs at the party? My dear friends, welcome, Nick exclaimed, standing by a door draped in black and purple curtains. He doffed his feathered hat and bowed to them, allowing them entry. Inside the house, hundreds of pale, translucent figures floated in the dance hall, waltzing to the horrific and spine-chilling music beneath the shadowed platform. A symphony orchestra fervently operated 30 chainsaws. The chandelier above, shaped like branches, emitted a bluish glow. Their exhaled breaths transformed into mist, as if one had stepped into a refrigeration unit. At the far end of the room stood a long table draped with a purplish-black cloth. A large, decaying fish lay upon a silver platter, while a cake, charred as if it were coal, rested on a tray nearby, accompanied by a dish of rotting animal livers, a sizable piece of cheese crawling with green mold, and an enormous, tombstone-shaped gray cake, upon which the words inscribed in tar read, Mr. Nicholas Demies Popington died on October 31, 1492. Died on Halloween. What a curious coincidence, or perhaps not. Moyan mused as he regarded the date on the cake. He then recalled that his own parents had also passed away on this very day, rendering the situation rather unamusing. Moyan patted his somewhat cold cheeks, and, with a hint of resignation, said to Barrow, It's quite all right. Barrow, I can manage on my own. You needn't accompany me so closely. Barrow shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. Moyan could only let out an exaggerated sigh, although the music played by the ghosts was discordant and the food entirely inedible. He still held a keen interest in conversing with them. Each ghost harbored a lengthy tale, and more importantly, they hailed from various corners of the nation. Some drifted through places they had once roamed, making them quite worldly. The fact that these spirits could claim acquaintance with Count Nicholas, who had been deceased for 5 centuries and seldom strayed from Hogwarts, attested to their strength within the ghostly realm. Each possessed unique methods to sustain their souls or minimize the expenditure of their powers, and Moyan was eager to exchange knowledge on this matter, especially since Charles could not last much longer. The last time Moyan sought Charles for a chat, he noticed that one of Charles's hands had completely vanished. He knew Charles could not wait for him for 10 years, although Charles faced this predicament with calmness. Moyan still felt a pang of sadness, hoping to assist him. Yet, Glancing at Barrow beside him, he sighed deeply once more. Having finally acquired the opportunity to meet numerous ghosts, he found that Barrow's unwavering presence deterred any spirit from approaching him. Even Nick hurried over to greet him before swiftly departing. Observing Moyan's exaggerated lamentations, Helena Ravenclaw floated over to elucidate. Moyan, not every ghost is as amiable as those at Hogwarts. Many harbor animosity towards the living. And it was rather reckless of Nick to invite you children here. Should you be passed through by a few ghosts, you might find yourselves unwell for an extended period. Helena, the ghost of Ravenclaw, was a stunning beauty with hair cascading to her waist, exuding an air of haughtiness. Upon seeing Helena approach, Barrow immediately drifted a few steps back, averting his gaze. You children? Moyan echoed Helena's words. Who else has arrived? Have Harry and the others come? Harry Potter and his companions, including the fat friar from Hufflepuff, had indeed arrived. Miss Green, I have already instructed Peeves to watch over those children. However, I believe they would prefer not to be under such scrutiny. Hello, I am Kenro. What is your name? Kenro suddenly emerged from the side. Moyan Evans, Moyan replied, then asked the fat friar, why has everyone come? With Barrow here, I will be fine. You should send one or two of you to check on Harry and the others. Do not worry, Moyan. With Peeves around, none would dare approach them, the fat friar reassured. Indeed, we have full confidence in Barrow's strength. It is merely that many of the ghosts outside are rather rude, lacking decorum, and filled with malice. We feel quite uncomfortable in their presence. It is far better to remain with you. You do not enjoy being among the ghosts. Moyan found this notion rather novel. Yes, the malevolence within their souls can influence us, rendering us irritable. Ghosts do not possess the same ease of self-control that the living do. Hello, I am Kenro. What is your name? Moyan Evans. But does Sir Nicholas not understand this? He was once a count. Helena remarked, he constantly reminisces about his former glory while alive, seeking to create a lively atmosphere, thus engaging in such thoughtless acts. That moment, a mournful wail erupted from the vicinity of the long table, engulfing the entire hall in sorrowful sound. Moyan turned to see Peeves trailing after moaning Myrtle, pelting her with peanuts while shouting, Filthy ghost! Filthy ghost! Peeves! Moyan called out loudly. Peeves immediately dropped the peanuts and vanished with a whoosh. He had once attempted to prank Moyan, but not only had Moyan turned the tables on him, but the bloodstained Barrow had also sought him out afterward. Consequently, Peeves now regarded Moyan as equally fearsome as Barrow. Moaning Myrtle wailed as she approached Moyan, lamenting about the disparaging remarks made by Hermione and others, and how detestable Peeves was. Moyan could only offer her a headache-inducing consolation, deeply regretting his decision to engage with such a ghost. Fortunately, at that moment, Nick arrived beside Harry and his friends, allowing Moyan to breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing Peeves irresponsibly flee, and he patiently engaged in conversation with moaning Myrtle. Some matters, although he was already aware of, required a formality, such as inquiring about how Myrtle had met her demise. Suddenly, the orchestra ceased playing, and the sound of hunting horns filled the air, prompting every ghost to quieten. Their expressions alight with anticipation. 12 ghostly horses burst into the chamber, each ridden by a headless horseman. The crowd erupted into frenzied applause. Moyan observed the towering ghost leading the charge, using his own head as a means of entertainment. While making unamusing jests at Nick, who retained his head upon his shoulders, he incredulously asked Barrow, Is losing one's head a matter of pride among ghosts? Certainly. It can serve as a ball to kick when boredom strikes. Barrow replied coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Moyan gaped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Moaning Myrtle finally noticed the blood-stained Barrow beside Moyan, shrieking before swiftly gliding away. Barrow, are you joking? The fat friar exclaimed, staring at Barrow in disbelief. Barrow's face became stiff, but Moyan suspected that, had he possessed color, it would be evident that he was blushing. Those are merely foolish jesters, Helena remarked, casting a curious glance at Barrow. Harry Potter and his friends have departed. I shall escort you back. Barrow ignored them, lowering his head to speak to Moyan. Moyan hesitated for a moment. Moyan, you seem quite fascinated by these ghosts, Barrow bluntly pointed out. Moyan sighed. Charles, you are aware of him, right? Barrow and Helena nodded, while the fat friar remarked, I only encountered him shortly after I became a ghost. Did he not dissipate? No, he is still here. He simply cannot be seen even by ghosts. Hello, I am Kenra. What is your name? Moyan Evans. I believe he is on the verge of dissipating. and I hope to discover methods to assist him. These ghosts have wandered for years. Perhaps they have heard something. That is impossible, Moyan. Their reason has long since returned to Merlin. I must be mad to have invited these beings here. Nick floated over, lamenting, yet no one paid him any heed. Moyan, they would not know. Helena stated, the prolonged years of solitude have evaporated their wisdom. When I was a child, Charles held me. I wished to help him, but it is exceedingly difficult. Difficult? Moyan's eyes brightened with surprise. Does that mean there is a way? Please tell me. My mother once conducted research on the soul, and even more so after I became a ghost. To my knowledge, there exists only one thing that can stabilize a ghost's soul, the legendary Tears of Inaris. Tears of Inaris? Moyan had never heard of such a thing. Inaris was once a princess of the merfolk, who fell in love with a human. She even implored a great wizard to help her transform her fishtail into legs. Yet her unattractive appearance led to her rejection. Heartbroken, Inaris plunged into the sea, but without her fishtail, she could not survive in the water, ultimately drowning. Helena recounted a poignant legend in a rather dry manner. The tale was even known in the Muggle world. The Little Mermaid. Moyan comprehended. But what exactly are the Tears of Inaris? The tears left by Inalis before her demise encapsulated the entirety of a mermaid's love. Hatred, sorrow, and magic. Helena remarked, my mother once rendered great assistance to the merfolk, which enabled her to procure the last tear of Inalis. Now used on me, is there none left? Not even a single one. Moyan could scarcely bear the thought of having glimpsed hope only to be met with utter despair. Merlin had once snatched 3 tears from the mermaids. It was uncertain if any remained. Moyan perked up. So what does Inalis' tear look like? Hi, I am Kinro. What is your name? Why does he only inquire of me? Perhaps it is because you are the only one who would respond. Helena smiled gently. The tear of Inalis resembles a blue droplet, within which dwells a tiny, weeping mermaid. Return now. Moyan, Barrow urged once more. When Helena was near, he felt utterly stiff. It was rather amusing for a wandering ghost to experience such a sensation. Upon reaching the upper levels, they chanced upon a crowd dispersing, all engaged in animated discussions. There is a legendary hidden chamber in Slytherin. I shall borrow the history of Hogwarts tomorrow. It should contain an account. They say there is a monster in the chamber. Harry Potter? How infuriating. Why did Mrs. Norris not perish? The snippets of conversation that reached Moyan's ears indicated he was nearing Slytherin. After uttering the password, honor, Moyan stepped into the Slytherin common room, which was bustling with life akin to a market. He was about to instinctively ask Draco a question when he noticed him engaged in discussion with Edmund. Wendy and graders from various years, with no one else around. A meeting of the officials. Moyan shrugged and seized the opportunity to inquire of Goyle, who happened to be passing by. What is happening? Goyle, slow to respond, finally replied, I am uncertain. Moyan rolled his eyes, exasperated by the lack of exciting news he had anticipated. After a lengthy pause, Goyle continued, Mrs. Norris was found hanging on the wall. Filch claims Potter killed her, while Dumbledore asserts she was petrified. There are writings on the wall, warning that the chamber has been opened, and the heir of the enemy must be cautious. Draco mentioned that the next target would be Granger. They have all gone to Professor Lockhart's office. Though Goyle's words were somewhat jumbled, Moyan grasped the situation. It seemed to align with what he already knew. And there is a ghost, shrouded in darkness and smoke. What? Moyan exclaimed in astonishment. Goyle regarded him quizzically before elaborating. A ghost, rumored to be called the Weeping Peach. Peach. The Weeping Peach Blossom? Indeed. Moyan. Do you know her? Moyan grimaced, taken aback by the notion that the Peach Blossom had been petrified. Well, it was not surprising, given that the basilisk had once traversed her doorstep. But the crux of the matter was that she had originally not been subjected to such a fate. Was it altered by him? What had been changed? Originally, Peeves would mock the Peach Blossom, who would then flee in tears, only to then sit on the toilet contemplating suicide, only to remember she was already dead, oblivious to the events at her doorstep. Now, under Moyan's comfort, she felt at ease, merely startled by Barrow's ghostly presence, yet curious to witness the ensuing commotion. Moyan shook his head, secretly grateful that the Peach Blossom had long since passed, in the subsequent time. The school buzzed with discussions surrounding the Halloween attack. Everyone was both anxious and exhilarated by the mysterious petrification incident. The Slytherin Common Room held meetings almost daily attended by prefects and graders from various years. Days later, Moyan observed that no one in Slytherin ventured out alone, regardless of the task at hand. Even a trip to the restroom required at least 3 or 4 companions. Why must it be this way? I have no personal space left. Moyan could no longer contain his frustration and vented at Draco, who had been following him as he was about to retrieve a book. The surrounding individuals sighed in exasperation. Moyan, you forgot to check the common room notices, Blaise remarked. Moyan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Following the Halloween incident, Edmund conducted a thorough investigation of the Slytherin students that on that fateful day, the majority were in the Great Hall. Except for 13 individuals. You attended nearly headless Nick's Death Day party, as Barrow has confirmed, and you were in his company the entire time. Then there were third years Agatha Moon and Tony Arell, who claimed to be on a date, though no one could verify that. The same went for fifth year's Harold Puff, Delara Burrell, Daffy Pallock, sixth year Nettie Mand, and seventh year Matt Okami. Additionally, 2 others were in the infirmary. While 3 claimed to be studying in their dormitory, yet none had any corroborating witnesses. So, Edmund suspects the heir of Slytherin is among them, Moyan inquired. Edmund was remarkably swift, seemingly faster than Dumbledore had anticipated. Of course, perhaps that old man did not wish to incite suspicion among the students, or perhaps he intended to challenge Harry. Quite plausible. Thus, Edmund mandated that all Slytherin students must act collectively, never straying too far from the group's sight. What if the heir of Slytherin refrained from action due to the watchful eyes of their classmates? Moyan pondered aloud. Extracting his assignments to check what remained undone, he preferred to sit with everyone and complete his work rather than feel surveilled. Impossible, Draco asserted confidently that as long as he is the heir of Slytherin, he will inevitably seek to reopen the chamber. It is his duty to eradicate those of unworthy blood. He will not cease simply because of his peers' watchfulness. What if he targeted those nearby? Moyan questioned. Surely not. Crabbe appeared startled by the possibility. Slytherin should not be his target, Blaise interjected. Yet Slytherin also harbors those of mixed blood, Moyan countered, suddenly realizing he might also be considered of mixed blood. The others exhaled collectively in relief. Moyan, even if a tainted bloodline merges, it remains unworthy of residing in the noble Slytherin. Its eradication is only just, Draco declared. Even if it were a classmate you interact with daily? Moyan's quill halted on the parchment. Draco, what if I too were of mixed blood? That is impossible, Draco exclaimed, leaping from his seat in shock, drawing the piercing gaze of Madame Hooch and the curiosity of several others. Draco promptly sat down, whispering urgently, You claim both your parents are wizards. It appeared he wished to retract the words that had escaped Moyan's lips, that I also mentioned it was merely a rumor. Moyan retorted, locking eyes with him. Moreover, does having both parents as wizards guarantee pure blood? What if both were wizards born of Muggle lineage? Moyan, Draco bit his lip. Do you possess knowledge regarding your lineage? The other 3, having been drawn into their conversation, held their breath in trepidation. That I do not know, but it is quite possible, is it not? Moyan replied coolly. Given the current prevalence of Muggle-born wizards, it would not be surprising if my parents were among them. Or perhaps one of them was. His final statement seemed to alleviate Draco significantly. It is unlikely both are. At most, one could be. Does that still count as pure? Moyan was astonished. Did you not say Potter was also of mixed blood? His parents were both wizards, were they not? His father hailed from a rather ancient pure blood family, correct? Draco suddenly appeared flustered. Blaise quietly interjected, In truth, Potter could be considered pure blood. However, the wizarding community's definitions of pure blood and mixed blood are not so uniform. Hence, any assertion could be deemed accurate. Furthermore, Moyan noted as he perceived Draco's embarrassment linger, You all require a target for your attacks, do you not? A few chuckles erupted among them. The discussion drew to a close. Moyan refrained from asking Draco, What if I truly were of mixed blood? What if I were Muggle-born? Such questions arise. Since one's birth is immutable, why subject them to an impossible test of a friendship that is already tenuous? Meanwhile, the other 4 dare not even contemplate the possibility that Moyan might not be a pure blood. The incident in the chamber has left many feeling anxious, especially as the number of Muggle-born students at the school has been steadily increasing in recent years. Yet, one individual remains buoyant and optimistic, seemingly impervious to discouragement. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. During his first lesson, Blaise whispered derisively to them, I heard he brought a creature from Cornwall, claiming it to be the most malicious and terrifying thing in existence. Only to be expelled from the classroom when the creature caused utter chaos. What did I say? Draco scoffed, reclining with an air of superiority. He is utterly useless. You never said that, Blaise pointed out with a serious tone. Perhaps Lockhart himself was intimidated by the disastrous outcome with the creature, for in the first defense against the dark arts class for Slytherin, he brought nothing menacing, only a personal survey to bewilder them. Moyan and the others scribbled a few haphazard answers and still scored highly. After a lengthy period of self-aggrandizement, Lockhart seemed to grasp that merely enchanting middle-aged women with his words would not galvanize the students' enthusiasm. Thus, he recently favored performing plays in class. Since the Slytherin students often regarded him with unabashed disdain, Lockhart would invariably recruit the Ravenclaw girls to play roles. These girls would typically blush and gaze at Professor Lockhart with starry-eyed admiration. However, today, for the first time, his request was met with refusal. I decline. Professor, the girl stated coldly, I am here to study defense against the dark arts, not to hear fanciful tales, nor to endure trivial and dull theatrical performances. Lockhart appeared momentarily taken aback by such bluntness, yet merely 2 seconds later, he composed his face into an appropriate expression. Moyan surmised that he had likely encountered such situations numerous times, thus accumulating considerable experience, making his performances astonishingly professional. I understand that you children who have grown up in school often do not believe how perilous the outside world can be. But fear not. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Merlin Award, honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Wizarding Defense Against the Dark Arts, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, shall provide you with ample insights in this regard. He flicked his hair back and smiled proudly amidst a chorus of low gasps. Of course, children, do not fear. I shall not overwhelm you with too many terrifying truths. We shall merely scratch the surface. He winked. Yet the girl remained icy, her gaze having shifted to the book in her hands. That it was a tome Moyan had never seen before, its spine adorned with mysterious silver patterns entwined together. Her name is Elon Sparrow, Blaise whispered to Moyan, who had been intently observing the girl. His information network was always so astute that Moyan sometimes suspected he had antennas embedded in his ears, constantly receiving various tidbits of gossip. It was said she possessed a rather aloof demeanor, difficult to approach. Indeed, she was quite indifferent, having taken defense against the dark arts with Ravenclaw for over a year. It was Moyan's first encounter with such a person. She hails from the Sparrow family? Draco, having eavesdropped, leaned in. Is the Sparrow family renowned? Moyan inquired, although he had once given Harry a directory of contemporary notable wizards. He himself had always been too lazy to peruse such material, preferring to delve into spell books or potion recipes. The Sparrow family, well, rather unique. Blaise hesitated before finally conjuring a descriptor. Their lineage has consistently belonged to Ravenclaw, which is quite rare. You know, a family may be so reckless as to become a Gryffindor clan, or so noble that they all enter Slytherin, but a purely Ravenclaw family is seldom seen. After all, it is challenging to ensure each generation is equally intelligent. The Sparrow family is precisely that kind of family, and for this reason alone, they are quite famous in the wizarding community. Furthermore, it is said that over 30% of the most renowned discoveries and inventions today involve the Sparrow family, yet they remain discreet, often attributing their achievements to others. Their hidden prowess is formidable. Even during the reign of the Dark Lord, the Sparrow family managed to remain unscathed. Before I came to study here, my father warned me against provoking certain families, and the Sparrows are among them. After stating the facts, Blaise abruptly shifted the topic, draping an arm around Moyan's shoulder and grinning. So, do not set your sights on her, Moyan. This Ravenclaw is not to be trifled with. Who is setting sights on her? Moyan shot him an exasperated glare. I merely wish to know where she acquired that book. You certainly do not find it in the library's restricted section. Blaise noted that it must be from the Ravenclaw library. Draco interjected. Ravenclaw possesses their own library, reputed to be significantly larger than the school's, filled with numerous notes and unfinished research from predecessors. If that is the case, Ravenclaw's academic performance should be the best, Moyan pondered aloud. Yet they do not seem to excel in the spotlight. Intelligent individuals are often timid, Moyan, Draco remarked with a hint of disdain. With us Slytherins and those muscle-headed Gryffindors around, how dare these Ravenclaws steal the limelight? Only members of the Sparrow family can afford to be brazen. The rest remained subdued. Moyan nodded thoughtfully, his mind drifting to the Ravenclaw library. If he wished to visit, it should not be overly difficult. He recalled that the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room lacked a doorknob or keyhole. Merely a sizable, aged piece of wood and a bronze eagle-shaped knocker. Moreover, entry required no password, only the ability to answer a riddle correctly. As the bell rang, Lockhart began to exit. Your homework is to compose a poem about my triumph over a banshee. The best written piece will earn a signed copy of Gilderoy Lockhart's remarkable adventures. The class gathered their belongings, preparing to leave, when Moyan suddenly caught a whiff of a faint rose scent. The girl from the Sparrow family approached them. Her skin was alabaster, and her long, raven hair cascaded into a thick braid over her right shoulder. She possessed strikingly beautiful, light blue eyes, with long, dark lashes that framed her icy gaze. Superficiality breeds arrogance. Ignorance fosters fearlessness, she said coolly. For us Ravenclaws, the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of the world's mysteries is what truly matters, not the so-called cowardice. Please remember this. As she turned to leave, she added, we have always scorned the folly of those who measure wisdom by rigid grades. See? I told you the Sparrows are insufferably arrogant, Draco remarked after a moment of stunned silence. Moyan was left speechless. As another Saturday dawned, an air of tension enveloped the entire Slytherin table. Most had forsaken their slumber to occupy their seats. Conversation was sparse, yet their eyes were fixated on the Slytherin players, rendering Moyan utterly devoid of appetite, mechanically shoveling food into his mouth without distinguishing between pumpkin juice and orange juice. Today marked the first Quidditch match of the semester and Moyan's inaugural participation. Facing off against Gryffindor. Although the Slytherin team boasted the latest flying broomsticks, Gryffindor's exceptional skills were beyond their reach. Whether it was Harry's innate flying ability, Wood's impenetrable goalkeeping, or the seamless coordination of the twins, they exerted immense pressure on them. Even Gryffindor's least remarkable trio of chasers was on par with Slytherin's finest. Warrington, Flint tirelessly imparted various cheating techniques, despite having repeated them countless times prior. Everyone listened in agony, wishing to bury their ears in their pumpkin juice. Eat more, Moyan, lest you lack strength when you take the field later, Wendy insisted, placing another slice of chestnut cake on Moyan's plate. Wendy, I should be taking digestive aids, not overstuffing myself, Moyan lamented, gazing helplessly at the towering pile of food before him. As the clock approached 11, everyone set off for the pitch. Moyan passed by the Slytherin long table. He felt an unprecedented loathing for the seating arrangements as he walked by. Apart from the first-year students who could only gaze at them with a mixture of admiration and envy, others began to encourage him. Students from the 4th to 7th years felt entitled to admonish him and Draco, the two second-year juniors, as if they were their elders. As a newcomer to the fray, Moyan received considerably more attention than Draco. Go for it, Moyan. Don't be nervous, Moyan. We are all behind you, Moyan. Moyan tightened his lips and walked past with a stern expression. While others assumed he was anxious, he was actually struggling to refrain from cursing these boisterous individuals, especially since they were using exaggerated body language to bolster their exhortations. By the time they finally reached the pitch, it felt as if his shoulders were already bruised. The weather was stifling, with occasional rumbles of thunder, suggesting rain could fall at any moment. Splendid. In the locker room, Flint rallied spirits. Undoubtedly, Gryffindor's battered brooms will suffer greatly. Our brooms are far superior to theirs, and we have undergone rigorous training. So this time, let us extend our hands. Victory shall be ours. Victory shall be ours. The others placed their hands atop his and shouted in unison. All right, let us go. Flint repeated this before every match. As they exited, Draco quietly remarked to Moyan, he always manages to find reasons for our inevitable victory. As they took to the field, Gryffindor met them with a cacophony of jeers, while Slytherin cheered loudly. And the other two houses remained mostly silent. When the Gryffindor players emerged, they received resounding applause. No need to mind. Flint waved his hand dismissively. They will pay dearly in their respective matches, with Madame Hooch's whistle piercing the air. Both teams soared swiftly into the sky. Moyan lingered in front of Slytherin's 3 hoops, witnessing 2 bludgers erupt from the box, hurtling directly towards Harry. Moyan fixated on one bludger, murmuring under his breath, "Stop." Fortunately, the wizarding spell worked on the enchanted objects as well. The bludger halted midair before careening towards the nearest Fred. Moyan wobbled precariously on his broom. Without a wand, he had only attempted a few simple spells, and the exertion from such a distance was more taxing than he had anticipated. Another bludger was approaching. Moyan glanced up at Harry, who narrowly dodged a bludger, his hair becoming even more disheveled. The bludger veered nearby and charged at Harry again. "Stop!" Moyan swayed, nearly losing his grip on the broom. His face darkened. He could hardly fathom the consequences of a fall. "Oh, have you heard? That new Slytherin keeper, the one who made Flint switch to Seeker, actually fainted at the start of the game." Just the thought of it turned Moyan's face a mix of green and red, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Although such an incident hadn't occurred, he resolved to blame it on that Dobby. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped past his ear. The Slytherin keeper was utterly dumbfounded by Johnson's rush. "Gryffindor scores." Lee Jordan's voice echoed faintly from below. "Moyan, what are you doing?" Flint zoomed past him, bellowing, "Recovering my strength," Moyan whispered silently. However, missing the first goal filled him with shame. He tightened his weary grip and looked up at Harry, who still appeared blissfully unaware, searching for the golden snitch. Slowly beginning to hover before the goalposts, Johnson controlled the quaffle. Ouch! She was struck by a bludger. Katie Bell seized the quaffle, darting forward and weaving around a bludger. Slytherin's keeper, Evans, managed to deflect the ball this time, and luck was on his side as Slytherin regained possession. Flint was bumped by either Fred or George Weasley, sending the quaffle back into Gryffindor's hands. Gryffindor's chasers were magnificent, which shouted, "Time out," when they landed. Flint was utterly pleased. "You all did exceptionally well, especially you, Moyan. Although you didn't react quickly at first, your performance afterward was truly remarkable." "Moyan, what's wrong?" Flint inquired, and the excited crowd turned to notice Moyan tightly pursing his lips, his expression pained. Draco hastily grasped his arm. "Moyan, are you hurt?" Moyan shook his head, gesturing for them to gather around. Although the Slytherin players were puzzled, they complied. Moyan covered his mouth, retrieving a small, glimmering object. "Good heavens!" Draco exclaimed, quickly lowering his voice. "The golden snitch? How did you manage that?" Flint asked, seeing the astonished faces around him. Moyan grinned triumphantly. "Now, we control the game. We can dictate how many points we lead by, and when it ends. My word, to catch the golden snitch and then hide it." Derek trembled, his expression more joyful than surprised. "Is it permissible, Flint? If discovered, will the points we scored count?" Boar was the only one maintaining composure. The others, swept up in Moyan's description of the scenario, shot him incredulous glares. "It's all right. Only the Seeker catching the golden snitch counts as the match ending. The rest don't matter." Flint rubbed his hands together, spinning in place. "From now on, our sole objective is to score, continually, relentlessly, widening the gap, and ending this Quidditch match early." All Slytherin players erupted into mischievous laughter. However, it was too obvious for Draco to take the golden snitch from Moyan in front of everyone. Flint said, "Moyan, you should hand the golden snitch to Draco." As Draco reached for it, Moyan quickly withdrew his hand. Smiling bashfully, he pulled out his wand and used a cleansing spell to polish the golden snitch before passing it to Draco. Draco smiled, nonchalantly popping it into his mouth. The rain intensified, and both teams soared back into the sky. Gryffindor's spirits surged, yet Slytherin, confident of victory, maintained a steady pace in the match, with no unruly distractions in their mouths, and after a brief respite on the ground, Moyan evidently performed even better. Apart from the single instance when Katie Bell collided with Morwen while dribbling the ball, there were no other goals that slipped past Gryffindor. When Johnson attempted to execute the same trick again, he was forcefully knocked off his broom by Derek. But Johnson's physique only managed to intimidate Morwen, while the towering Derek could bulldoze through all the Quidditch players present. One anticipated that, just as Slytherin led by a staggering 170 points. Fred's bludger struck Draco squarely in the abdomen while he was engaged in a fierce gaze-off with Harry. A flash of gold suddenly re-emerged amidst the rain, swiftly descending. All players halted to observe as the two Seekers pursued the golden snitch, rapidly plummeting. Though Draco's broom was remarkable, he had one hand pressed against his stomach, significantly hampering his speed. Harry's fingers inched closer to the golden snitch. 2 feet, 1 foot, 8 inches, 5 inches. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the side, tightly grasping the golden snitch. and the ensuing gust nearly dislodged him from his broom, but a silvery green figure swiftly curled into a ball, tumbling towards the ground. Morwen, though no sound was heard, the thud upon landing seemed to echo in their ears. Morwen sprang to his feet, exclaiming loudly, "Draco!" Draco promptly dove down, hastily landing beside Morwen, seizing the golden snitch from his grasp and raising their joined hands, where a pair of golden wings fluttered between their fingers. Instantly, the Slytherin stands erupted into a thunderous cheer. Morwen leaned weakly against Draco. "Draco, I think my right leg is broken." Draco paused, seemingly perplexed by his words, but his next action left Morwen in a state of bemusement. His initial response was to release him, spreading his arms to block the Slytherin teammates rushing forward to embrace them. "Don't touch him. He's injured. His leg is broken," Draco shouted in panic. "You fool. Can't we see for ourselves? Get out of the way." Edmund charged forward, pulling Draco aside. Stumbling, Draco turned to see that Morwen, deprived of his support, had collapsed to the ground, struggling to sit up and offering a wry smile in his direction. In that moment, Draco wished he could bury his head in the earth. The unexpected fall seemed to have exacerbated Morwen's injury. Despite his attempt to adjust his landing position, he had reacted too slowly. Edmund rushed over, appearing to want to help him up, but uncertain of how to proceed. His hand inadvertently brushed against Morwen's leg, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly unable to suppress a cry. Raindrops relentlessly fell upon him, and Morwen sighed, lamenting that while he felt proud of having thwarted numerous Gryffindor goals, this fall had utterly shattered his image. He had never felt so wretched in public. A broken leg. Seated in the muddy ground, drenched by the rain, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, suddenly, the crowd in front of him parted, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. "Don't worry, Morwen, a simple little spell will heal your leg," Lockhart proclaimed, brandishing his wand at Morwen's leg. Just a few seconds. Morwen preemptively drew his wand, flicking it at Lockhart's wand tip. The half-uttered incantation sent Lockhart into a violent tremor from head to toe, launching him away like a ping-pong ball struck with force. "That I'd be a fool to let you heal me," Morwen muttered under his breath, reholstering his wand. The pain of his bones mending would surely be far worse than any injury he had sustained. Lockhart's airborne flight seemed to finally calm the surrounding Slytherins, as Edmund turned to Flint and said, "I'll carry him to the infirmary. You assist me." "What happened? Who attacked Professor Lockhart?" Madame Pomfrey suddenly emerged, supporting the dazed Lockhart as she pushed through the crowd, her hawk-like gaze scanning the Slytherin students. Upon noticing Morwen's injured leg, her expression softened slightly. "Professor, I'm sorry." Morwen leaned against Edmund, on the verge of fainting, beads of cold sweat mingling with rainwater, looking utterly pitiful. "Because Professor Lockhart just said it was simple, I thought I could try a healing spell, but I didn't mean to hit the professor's wand." "You foolish child," Madame Pomfrey's voice was stern. "How could you experiment with magic after sustaining an injury?" "I'm sorry. I thought the most important thing was that my student broke his leg during the match. Not a mishap that caused no harm whatsoever." A deep, silky voice suddenly resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. The Slytherin students parted like boats cutting through water as Professor Snape strode forward. Disregarding the awkwardness of Madame Pomfrey and Professor Lockhart, he bent down and lifted Morwen, swiftly striding towards the infirmary. "At last, someone sensible has arrived." Morwen sighed in relief, but as he relaxed, the pain in his injury surged, prompting an involuntary groan. "Gryffindor's recklessness. I thought my house was Slytherin." Morwen couldn't help but think, if you still recognize that, it means you're somewhat coherent. But doubts clouded his mind, revealing that coherence wasn't quite so clear. Even a blind person could see. If he didn't jump, with a 20-point deficit, Gryffindor could easily catch up. If he did jump, it would be a difference of 320 points. Effectively ending this year's Quidditch match prematurely. The remaining competition was merely a matter of how much the point gap would be. The House Cup was essentially Slytherin's to claim. What could he possibly be dissatisfied with? "I thought you were the head of Slytherin?" Morwen retorted. "Since you are the head of Slytherin, it would suffice not to award a grand special contribution prize to such a significant contributor. Yet you still mock him?" Professor Snape paused, slowly lowering his gaze to Morwen. Morwen met the flicker of anger in the man's eyes. Though intimidating, he didn't hesitate to meet it, even slightly defiantly. In truth, he was quite fearful that Snape might hurl him down, but he knew it was unlikely. But the concern lingered. Perhaps the severe pain in his leg had given him a fear of falling. Snape continued striding forward, holding Morwen. Morwen noticed that whatever magic he had employed caused the raindrops to divert just an inch away from them. After placing Morwen down in the infirmary, Professor Snape immediately departed. Madame Pomfrey examined him, using her wand to realign the misaligned bones, then handed Morwen a potion that smelled of chili pepper to drink. Morwen grimaced, enduring the fiery sensation in his throat, once Professor Snape had left. The Slytherin students flocked to visit him, each enthusiastically praising his final jump and earlier impressive saves. Draco, ashamed for losing the golden snitch, repeatedly apologized to Morwen. His incessant apologies exasperated the others, leading Derek to exclaim, "Draco, if it were me who got hit by a bludger, I'd have released the golden snitch too." But knocking Morwen to the ground was downright foolish. Wendy burst into laughter, tossing her golden hair back. Addressing Morwen, "Morwen, did you offend Draco at some point? Otherwise, why would he seize the opportunity to retaliate?" "I didn't." Morwen protested. "How could I possibly not throw you down?" Draco vehemently shook his head, his incoherent defense prompting laughter from Morwen and the others. Morwen's leg would take 5 hours to heal completely, and by then it would be deep into the night. Therefore, he would spend that night in the infirmary, returning to the Slytherin common room the following day. Edmund instructed Ide and several other lower-year students to fetch some food, seemingly preparing to remain by his bedside until the curfew. Moyan had to exert considerable effort to persuade them to return to the common room to celebrate Slytherin's early victory in the Quidditch Cup. Ultimately, I'd brought him enough provisions to last 5 days in the dead of night. Moyan was abruptly awakened from his slumber, only to hear a cacophony of footsteps drawing nearer to the door. With a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing Professors Dumbledore and Snape, who were carrying a rigid object and placed it upon a hospital bed. Moyan gently cracked open his eyes, catching sight of Professor Dumbledore clad in a long woolen robe and wearing a nightcap, while Professor Snape remained in his customary black attire. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall, draped in a thick woolen nightgown, rushed in, drenched in sweat, followed closely by Madame Pomfrey, who was donning an open cardigan. "What has happened?" she gasped, bending over to inspect the rigid figure. Moyan strained to eavesdrop on their conversation, recalling that it seemed Colin Creevey had been attacked while attempting to see Harry, and that he had narrowly escaped death due to his camera. This time, Harry had emerged unscathed. Colin had no reason to sneak out. And, more importantly, without a camera, could it be that the victim had perished? Another attack, Professor Dumbledore stated, revealing that Snape had discovered him in front of the armor on the 3rd floor during their patrol that night. Moyan heard Madame Pomfrey emit a sound akin to a stifled sob. "Poor soul," she lamented. Moyan was desperate to ascertain the identity of the attacked individual and whether they had indeed died, prompting him to cautiously prop himself up and gaze towards the bed was Professor Lockhart. He had merely been petrified. Connecting this to Dumbledore's earlier remarks, Moyan could vividly imagine the scene. The narcissistic Gilderoy Lockhart patrolling the corridor, casually approaching an armor to admire his own hairstyle or handsome visage, only to meet the gaze of the basilisk. Moyan nearly chuckled, realizing that even narcissism could occasionally save a life. However, his amusement quickly dissipated. He needed Lockhart's dueling club to help him uncover Harry's parcel tongue, and now that Lockhart was petrified, who could possibly host the club? Moyan collapsed back onto the bed, disheartened, recognizing the truth in the saying that plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. As dawn broke, Moyan had successfully developed 2 dark circles around his eyes, but suddenly he burst into laughter, pounding the bed. Fearing that his mirth might attract Madame Pomfrey's attention, he stifled his laughter with his hand. Shaking with amusement, it dawned on him that he had been exceedingly foolish. Having read Harry Potter numerous times in his past life, he was intimately familiar with the plot lines, able to recall many details even 12 years later. This was, of course, partly due to his constant reminiscence since discovering his place in this world. He knew precisely what each character would say or do at any given moment, and he was aware that Harry would ultimately triumph. Thus, he had felt constrained by the narrative, subconsciously believing he had to adhere to it, convinced that following the scripted events was infallible, even occasionally nudging situations to unfold according to the established plot. Yet, Moyan had forgotten that since arriving in this world 12 years ago, everything had changed completely. Even if he did nothing, the butterfly effect would alter many outcomes. Given this, why not take bold action? Why must he wait for Gilderoy Lockhart to host a dueling club to discover Harry's parcel tongue? If he simply released a snake into the corridor, what were the odds that an oblivious Harry would converse with it? Why had he not considered the fact that the crowing of a rooster was fatal to the basilisk? How foolish he was, Moyan chided himself. He then gazed at Professor Lockhart, who remained in a pose as if adjusting his hair, contemplating that without the misfortune of this pivotal character, he might never have had this epiphany. Therefore, thank you, Professor. For the first time, Moyan sincerely referred to Lockhart as Professor, before quickly adding, though this does not alter my disdain for you. Moyan reclined back onto the bed, this time feeling a sense of relief and tranquility, and soon drifted off to sleep that of course, he would need to devise a reasonable method for a snake to appear before Harry, entice him to converse with it, bring a rooster into the Chamber of Secrets, and explain everything to Dumbledore, that cunning old fox. But now that he had a clear direction, he might as well take a nap. When Moyan awoke, he discovered that the light was still dim. Had he slept an entire day, he soon realized that someone had thoughtfully drawn the curtains, preventing the winter sunlight from streaming in. Rising, he swiftly pulled back the curtains, and a flood of light cascaded in, blinding him momentarily. How careless! A familiar voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of previous criticisms he had received under similar circumstances. If this were his past life, he would have likely met his demise countless times in that instant. Moyan inhaled deeply, then exhaled, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. Though this world would plunge into war in 3 years, it was far more comfortable and joyful for Moyan than the peaceful era of his previous life. The future might hold conflict, fear, and even death, but everything remained within manageable limits. He aimed to be the master of his own fate, rather than a pawn manipulated by prophecies that he firmly believed he could achieve more than what was originally destined for him. With this resolve, he decided to take action. Moyan clenched his fist in encouragement, his face radiant with determination, only for it to quickly turn to embarrassment. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach growled. Blushing, Moyan rubbed his belly and glanced around furtively, finding no one else in sight. He sighed in relief, opened the window to let the crisp winter air cool his flushed cheeks, and then noticed a bountiful array of fresh food on the bedside table, his favorite dishes, accompanied by 2 large cups brimming with orange and apple juice. Moyan had a well-known fondness for juice. Wendy had teased him about it, calling him childlike, but he simply could not tolerate the cloying taste of pumpkin juice. After hastily changing into his clothes and freshening up, he settled on the edge of the bed, eating and drinking while retrieving the Marauder's map to scrutinize its contents. Dumbledore remained in his office, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione were in the girls' restroom on the 2nd floor. The Slytherin Gryffindors were congregating once more, and Peter Pettigrew lingered in the Ravenclaw common room, where it appeared numerous individuals were present. It seemed that his hopes of slipping in to read were quite slim. The 5th floor corridor was clear. No one. Moyan folded the Marauder's map, drained the last of his apple juice, tidied up, and stepped outside. That I need a hiding place, I need a hiding place, that I need a hiding place. Moyan repeated this mantra as he paced back and forth between the tapestry depicting the dim-witted Barabbas training gnomes to perform ballet and a life-sized vase. When he finally opened his eyes, he was startled to find a peachwood door adorned with carved lilacs on the wall. He opened the door and stepped inside, his eyes widening in shock. He stood in a room as vast as a cathedral, with tall windows casting arrow-shaped beams of light across the dilapidated space. Thousands of books lay scattered across the floor, various winged slingshots and cumbersome firework launchers littered the ground, along with countless potions, jewels, hats, cloaks, and what appeared to be fragments of dragon eggs, still shimmering with a glow from soft corked bottles, some rusted swords, and a heavy, blood-stained axe. Suddenly, it struck Moyan that it would be utterly foolish to search for merely one Horcrux here. He then realized he needed to carve out more free time to come to the Room of Requirement to organize these items. The measures taken by Slytherin seekers of heirs were proving to be a considerable nuisance. Although this had always been a burden, Moyan had never found the system as irksome as he did now. In the beginning, he had even applauded Edmund for it. How short-sighted. Moyan sighed, bending down to commence a thorough search. Crown, crown, crown. Abruptly, Moyan halted. He was uncertain what exactly a crown entailed, and he had just discovered that there were numerous crown-like objects scattered throughout. If he were to collect each one, who could say whether he would be able to identify the genuine article? Moreover, one must certainly endeavor to discover the elusive time of the monkey year and the horse month. Moyan meticulously recalled every detail regarding the diadem that he could remember. a process that consumed over an hour of his time. He shifted his focus to a grotesque, pockmarked, half-destroyed bust of an ancient wizard, which was placed atop an easily visible chest. He traversed a narrow path amidst an array of contraband items, his keen eyes scrutinizing every decorative object within sight. At last, upon discovering the third narrow pathway, he beheld his objective. The diadem was indeed nearby. Moyan felt his heart race, recognizing an unusual tension within himself. He inhaled deeply several times, managing to somewhat calm his nerves. The last time he sought that ring in the ruins of the Gaunt family, he had also been both anxious and excited at first, ultimately resorting to causing a ruckus at the Riddle Manor before achieving a semblance of calm. After a prolonged search, when he finally unearthed the ring, it felt rather anticlimactic, and his emotions had dulled considerably. This time, however, he had mentally prepared himself for a lengthy pursuit, yet upon entering, he had effortlessly approached his target, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of unreality, as if some conspiracy lurked within these walls. His self-discipline was woefully inadequate. Moyan lamented inwardly, and then began to meticulously search around the half-bust. Before long, he stumbled upon a dim, faded crown that he picked up the crown for inspection, held it aloft to gauge its fit atop the bust, and though he recognized it as the desired item, he found it difficult to believe that such an old and shabby artifact could indeed be the diadem of Lady Ravenclaw. Ultimately, he had to concede that Voldemort's illusions were far beyond the comprehension of a mere novice wizard like himself. In the end, he tucked the crown safely into the ring, taking precautions to keep the Slytherin ring and Ravenclaw diadem at a distance from one another, after thoroughly searching the entire room of requirement. And finding no second half-bust or crown, he reluctantly made his exit. Moyan, where have you been? Draco inquired, frowning as he observed Moyan stepping into the common room. It was then that Moyan became acutely aware of his disheveled appearance. I was exploring the rubbish heap at Hogwarts, he replied, half in jest, only to realize something amiss. Draco, why are you alone? Where are Blaise and the others? Moyan scanned the surroundings, noting that most of the Slytherin students had reverted to their former solitary states. The camaraderie of 4 or 5 individuals having nearly vanished, the heir of Slytherin was absent from Slytherin House. Noticing Moyan's reluctance to elaborate, Draco refrained from pressing further, rubbing his forehead as he said, "Last night, there was yet another attack, but all Slytherin students were under supervision at the time, and no one acted alone. All suspicions have been dispelled." How timely. Moyan nodded, finding such news fortuitous during a time when he desperately needed to act independently. It was akin to having a pillow placed beneath his head just as he was about to doze off. After a prolonged silence, Draco continued, "It is truly a disgrace." "Why?" Moyan asked, puzzled. "Edmund, exercising caution, is conducting checks on the students of the house. Even if nothing is uncovered, that hardly qualifies as disgraceful, does it?" Draco shot him a glare. "Moyan, is there anything more disgraceful than the heir of Slytherin being absent from Slytherin House? The mere thought that he might be a cowardly Ravenclaw or a foolish Hufflepuff is intolerable. You could entertain the notion that he might be a Gryffindor," Moyan suggested kindly, "if imagining him possessing brave courage would make you feel any better." Draco regarded Moyan with a gaze filled with loathing, his lips pressed tightly together, as if uttering a single word would unleash a torrent of curses. Eventually, he sighed and said slowly, "Moyan, do not repeat that sentiment to another soul." He then closed his eyes, sinking wearily into the depths of the sofa. Moyan rubbed his nose, deciding to distance himself from this pure-blooded Slytherin, and opted to take a shower instead. In truth, Draco's reaction was relatively composed. Many Slytherins sat pallidly on the sofas of the common room, either silent or drowning their sorrows in bottles of alcohol, the air thick with the scent of spirits. Indeed, these Slytherins were predominantly from pure-blood families, while those of mixed blood sought refuge in the library or dormitories, with the occasional individual appearing cautiously, skirting along the walls. The joy, glory, and unity that had arisen from the previous day's Quidditch match had dissipated, and what was once celebratory food and drink had transformed into a means of emotional release. Leaving the common room in disarray, Moyan surmised that the house elves had been unable to enter and tidy up, having been forced to contend with students who had remained in the common room since the previous afternoon. Moyan suddenly realized that had any of these individuals overheard his earlier jest, irrespective of the points he had scored in Quidditch, he would likely be ostracized. For the first time, he distinctly recognized the chasm that lay between himself and these Slytherins, who had been indoctrinated with pure-blood ideology from a young age. By Monday morning, news of Gilderoy Lockhart's attack spread throughout the school, with countless girls weeping as they delivered exquisite cards and well wishes to the infirmary. Eventually, Madame Pomfrey was compelled to firmly lock the infirmary's doors, permitting only patients to enter, which led to a sudden surge in incidents during potions class, causing Professor Snape's demeanor to grow increasingly sour, and his criticisms to become ever more scathing. After each class, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff girls emerged, supporting one another as they sobbed. The atmosphere grew heavy with rumors and suspicion, prompting first-year students to travel in groups, seemingly to prevent any possibility of solitary attacks. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to the teachers, the school buzzed with the clandestine trade of protective charms, talismans, and other safety artifacts. Edmund discovered a first-year student stealthily wearing a purple crystal, resulting in the boy being punished to transcribe the history of Hogwarts, particularly the section on Slytherin, 100 times over. For an entire week, this unfortunate boy had to stand at the entrance of the common room, loudly admonishing each individual who entered about his transgressions. Moyan diligently organized the myriad items and concepts, both nefarious and mischievous, within the room of requirement, many of which had long since expired. Yet he could still glean valuable insights from them. Regrettably, he lacked the time to thoroughly investigate each one. However, books never expire. Their contents, though often insidious, undeniably possess considerable power. Moyan even stumbled upon a tome detailing Horcruxes and dark magic, such as cursed fire. While such valuable information was scarce, it was nonetheless significant. Before long, the Christmas season approached, and Professor Snape dutifully collected the names of students remaining at school. Moyan signed his name on the list, and curiously, Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe also opted to stay behind. Yet, Moyan refrained from inquiring about their reasons, instinctively maintaining a distance since that conversation, and it seemed Draco and the others were doing the same. The final potions class of the term focused on crafting a swelling solution. 20 cauldrons were lined up on wooden tables, accompanied by brass rulers and jars filled with potion ingredients. A faint mist enveloped the classroom as Snape paced, arms crossed, lacerating Gryffindor students with sharp sarcasm. His scrutiny of Harry was no less harsh than it was for any other Gryffindor, yet the palpable malice and disdain in his gaze made Moyan deeply uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow as Snape paused to deride the shoddy, lackluster execution of Harry's swelling solution, only to pivot and further humiliate Neville Longbottom. Moyan squinted. Typically, when Snape mocked Harry, he either glared at him with hatred or stirred his potion furiously, as though the stirring rod were Snape himself. Today, however, he exhibited no reaction, or more precisely, appeared distracted. Then, as Snape turned away, Harry suddenly perked up. Hermione shot him a glance, and Harry nodded, quickly bending low behind his cauldron to retrieve a firework from his pocket, which he ignited with a flick of his wand. The firecracker began to emit hissing and crackling sounds. He rose to his feet and hurled something towards Draco's cauldron. The potion exploded, splattering the swollen concoction across the entire classroom, prompting screams from all corners. The areas struck by the potion quickly began to swell. Draco's nose inflated like a balloon. Goyle stumbled about, clutching his eyes. Neville's face ballooned into the size of a winter melon. One of Blaze's arms swelled to a girth greater than his waist, and the lips of Simon Pegany obscured half of his face. Amidst the chaos, Hermione stealthily slipped out the door from the back of the crowd. While Harry watched Draco's misfortune with barely suppressed glee, his green eyes sparkling behind his thin lenses. "Silence! Silence!" Professor Snape bellowed, instructing those affected to come forward for treatment. "If I discover who is responsible for this mischief." A substantial portion of the class surged forward to collect antidotes and anti-swelling potions. Hermione slipped back in, and Moyan noticed Snape casting a dark glance at Hermione, his expression one of fury. The three Gryffindors exchanged glances of triumph over their victory. Moyan sighed softly, realizing that despite his meticulous planning, he dared not underestimate Professor Snape's keen observational skills. How could these three reckless children be so confident? If Snape truly intended to expel Harry, he would not be so relaxed. Then Snape retrieved a charred remnant from Draco's cauldron, threatening expulsion for the perpetrator, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, who feigned bewilderment. Moyan felt impotent. Based on Harry's usual demeanor, he should have been infuriated, struggling to suppress his delight, alongside the anger at Snape's attempt to frame him. It were such an expression of indifference. If Snape were to believe that, he would indeed be a fool. 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. Moyan submitted his potion and was about to exit when Draco blocked his path. Moyan, who did this? Draco fixed his gaze intently into his eyes. Moyan's eyes flickered momentarily. How would I know? A voice inside him screamed. This is an opportunity. Yet another voice vehemently opposed. No, not yet prepared. You know, I know you must know. Draco's eyes sharpened, revealing a hint of resolution. You were right at the back. You must have seen everything. The three Gryffindors busied themselves, striving to appear unaffected as they made their way outside. Snape busied himself at the front, sorting through the potions submitted by students. Due to the earlier incident, very few had turned in their potions that day, yet Snape seemed unable to finish his task, inspecting one vial after another. Seize this opportunity, but how to handle the aftermath? Could there be a better moment? He might not even use that. Time was of the essence. If he missed this chance, would he have to wait for the next? Moyan felt himself in a fierce internal struggle, yet his expression remained as calm as still water. Finally, just as Harry's foot was poised to cross the threshold, his gaze shifted to Moyan. In an instant, Draco understood, his fury igniting as he swiftly drew his wand. Harry Potter! Watch out, Harry! Ron, trailing behind, brandished his wand at Draco. With a thunderous crack, a green light struck Dean Thomas, who flew backward, crashing into two Slytherin students. Toothless! Draco shouted. Harry! Hermione timely pushed Harry aside, only to be hit by the spell herself. Hermione! Harry seethed, drawing his wand toward Draco, flames of fury igniting within. The spell struck Draco in the abdomen, causing him to double over. His face rapidly turning crimson as he fell to the ground, pointing his wand at Harry's leg, forcing out a single word. Tarantaligra! Instantly, Harry's feet began to dance uncontrollably. Neville rushed over to hold him, as Harry trembled. Muttering incoherently, the spell flew over Draco's head, hitting Goyle, who immediately collapsed in laughter, unable to steady his wand. Stupefied, Professor Snape finally arrived at a leisurely pace, causing Harry to cease his frantic dance, Goyle to stop his laughter, and Dean Thomas to remain sprawled on the floor, while Draco, supported by Blaise, covered his face, though his pockmarked visage remained visible. What on earth is happening? Snape asked with malicious glee, the great golden boy of Gryffindor attacking his classmates in class. 50 points from Gryffindor. No, he attacked us first. His spell hit Hermione first, Ron shouted, trying to help Hermione, who was covering her face and softly sobbing, her long teeth drooping down to her chest. The surrounding Slytherins erupted in laughter. Snape glanced coldly at Hermione, remarking, I see no difference. Hermione whimpered and fled, with several girls hastily pursuing her. Ron, enraged, pulled out his wand, but Seamus Finnegan quickly restrained him. In the struggle, Ron's wand snapped in two, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Moyan observed impassively as events spiraled away from his expectations. Indeed, this had been overly reckless. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why was Harry unresponsive? Turning, he found Harry glaring at him with a look of hatred. Moyan was taken aback, his heart clenching painfully. Draco glared at Harry with venomous intensity. He longed to reveal that Harry had thrown the firecracker into his cauldron, yet he knew that if he did, Moyan would never testify on his behalf. Forcing Moyan to point out Potter had already been a stretch. If he sought to expel Potter from Hogwarts, Moyan would undoubtedly not side with him, as his current expression indicated. Yet Draco remained unaware that Moyan's identification of Harry was motivated by ulterior motives. He was solely focused on delivering a severe lesson to Harry Potter. Yet his repertoire of powerful spells was limited. Suddenly, Draco recalled a spell Moyan had inquired about from Blaise a few days prior, though he had yet to master it, with the professor nearby. He knew his godfather would support him. Without further thought, hatred consumed his entire being as Draco swiftly raised his wand and shouted, Serpensortia! The tip of his wand erupted, and a snake, measuring 5 or 6 meters, shot forth, crashing heavily to the ground. As it raised its head, poised to strike, Harry was paralyzed with fear. The crowd recoiled in panic, screams ringing out intermittently. Moyan felt a tightening in his chest. Calm down, Malfoy, Professor Snape drawled lazily. Do not act impulsively. Stay still, Potter, I will handle it. Despite his words, he clearly relished the sight of the Gryffindors in disarray. The Slytherins, though frightened, managed to maintain a facade of composure, mocking the Gryffindors, who lacked such a sense of security. To them, Snape's failure to cast a curse would be seen as a significant act of mercy. Suddenly, Harry pushed past Neville, stepping in front of the snake. Hissing loudly, the snake appeared terrified, coiling submissively on the ground. Its elongated body limp. A hush fell over the crowd. Neville, initially poised to assist Harry, paled and took 2 steps back, while the other Gryffindors quietly retreated. Ron ceased his mournful gaze at his wand, now staring in astonishment at Harry. Professor Snape waved his wand a couple of times, and the snake transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Vanishing, he regarded Harry with an expression of surprise. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Harry, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, a hint of fear creeping onto his face as he quietly retreated a couple of steps. Oblivious to the fact that his movements left those behind him trembling in terror, Moyan felt powerless, realizing that the book he had sent to Harry had likely been skimmed through like a mere novel. He was entirely unaware that speaking to snakes was Salazar Slytherin's most renowned skill. Harry had yet to realize that he had just spoken in a language that was not of human origin. Fortunately, at that moment, Ron came to his senses, gently tugging at Harry's clothing and leading him outside. That a chorus of hisses echoed around them. Moyan, the heir of Slytherin, slung his backpack over his shoulder, disregarding the frightened whispers behind him as he exited the classroom. Those Gryffindors. He walked down the corridor, intending to sit by the lake for a while, in need of a tranquil place to ponder deeply. He had acted impulsively. By tomorrow morning, the news of Harry's ability to speak parcel tongue would spread throughout the school, and everyone would view him as the heir of Slytherin. There was no way to resolve this. Would he have to wait until Hermione was attacked? No. Last time, Colin Creevey, who was supposed to be petrified, had turned into Professor Lockhart. It was unlikely that Hermione would be assaulted again. Relying on the probability of a single event was not something Moyan would resort to. Therefore, he must hasten the search for the Chamber of Secrets. If Harry were to personally slay the basilisk within the chamber, those forgetful Gryffindors, who idolized individual heroism, would undoubtedly restore him to his former status as a hero. What crucial clues had he yet to uncover? The sounds emanating from the myrtle spider wall were something Harry would not disclose, and neither would he mention the rooster. Moyan gazed distantly at Hagrid's hut. There, a few feathers floated in the air as Hagrid cursed loudly, clutching a stiff rooster. Thankfully, that matter was still proceeding normally. Tonight, he would steal one to keep his protection. After all, it would still be needed when the chamber opened. He could not recklessly rush in. Moyan reclined beneath a willow tree, fatigued and deep in thought. The last few days of this term were proving to be quite arduous for Harry, as all the students would watch him and whisper amongst themselves. Yet, whenever he turned to look or approached, the crowd would scatter like birds. The power he wielded, akin to that of Professor Snape, evidently tormented him, causing him to grow increasingly irritable. Harry Potter had a fierce argument with a mudblood in the Gryffindor common room, said Blaise. Moyan was perplexed as to how Blaise had heard of events that transpired in the Gryffindor common room. The mudblood was terrified and was now hiding in the Hufflepuff common room. Could it be that Harry Potter truly was the heir of Slytherin? It was simply unbelievable. Had the Slytherin bloodline really persisted in a family that had always been Gryffindor? Wendy, carrying a book, approached them and casually snatched a pudding from Goyle's plate. Did you all hear? Harry Potter is speaking parcel tongue? Moyan, being meticulous as always, was asked if he had noticed anything unusual. I do not believe Potter is the heir of Slytherin, Draco interjected. Just look at the company he keeps. The traitor Weasley from a pureblood family and a mud blood. He is clearly someone lacking the proper wizarding ideals. Indeed, if Potter were truly the heir of Slytherin and had opened the chamber, he would not associate with such individuals. Edmund and a boy laden with books approached, the latter of whom spoke up. He wore black-rimmed glasses and appeared quite refined, being none other than 7th-year Gryffindor Mark March. Hey, Mark, how's the revision going? Wendy greeted cheerfully. Terribly, March shook his head, while Goyle and Crabbe quickly vacated their sofa, pulling a chair for themselves beside him. March continued, Thank you, but so much has happened lately that I have been completely unprepared for the end exams. Why can't we say that Potter is the heir of Slytherin? Blaise inquired. He possesses a mysterious lineage and abilities that enabled him to defeat the Dark Lord as a baby. Silencio. March swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at Blaise, but Edmund was quicker. Mark, put your wand down. Edmund commanded. March glared at him, his fair features twisting into a scowl. Yet, After 2 minutes of standoff, he lowered his wand. Returning to a seemingly harmless demeanor, Moyan suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. "The Dark Lord is invincible," he whispered. "He will return one day. Of course." Edmund nodded. "It's just that he has been gone for so long that these younger generations cannot comprehend the Dark Lord's greatness." March nodded, extending his hand towards Moyan. March, 7th year Gryffindor, "Pleased to meet you." Moyan felt a sense of bewilderment, but shook his hand nonetheless. "I know you. Senior, I am Moyan Evans." "You are quite remarkable. I hope we can have more opportunities to engage in conversation," March said meaningfully before turning to leave. "Edmund, why did you bring this lunatic here? What did his last statement mean?" Wendy furrowed her brow, asking only after March's figure had disappeared from view. Moyan recalled Wendy's cheerful expression upon seeing March, realizing that this usually domineering prefect was indeed a character of hidden depths. Yet Draco remained unfazed, clearly accustomed to such encounters. Edmund looked earnestly at Moyan and said, "He knows I am familiar with you, so he requested to meet you." Moyan. "Meet Moyan?" Draco's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "What does he want? Perhaps to assess your qualifications or your stance on the Dark Lord," Edmund explained. March has always been a fervent supporter of the Dark Lord, having first heard of him as a child. His family was once among the Dark Lord's followers, but lacked the privilege of receiving the Dark Mark. Later, they claimed to have been under the influence of the Imperius curse. Draco shifted uncomfortably on the sofa and evaded judgment. "They have been compliant ever since, but March has grown increasingly fanatical. After you and Potter thwarted the Dark Lord's resurrection last year, I warned you to be cautious, particularly of March. However, during that time, he suffered from food poisoning and spent the last part of the term in the infirmary. It is likely that he was pressured by his family, which is why he has remained relatively quiet this year. But March is ever more convinced that the Dark Lord will return. That if that day comes, he will undoubtedly be the first to kneel at the Dark Lord's feet." "What does that have to do with Moyan?" Wendy asked. "It matters greatly," Edmund replied. "Moyan is exceptionally talented, with no background or connections, yet possesses strength that rivals any peer, even surpassing many upperclassmen. March would certainly seek to recruit him for the Dark Lord." "Wasn't the Dark Lord's resurrection thwarted?" Draco questioned in disbelief. "How could March be preparing when no one knows when he will return?" "Indeed," Edmund replied, appearing troubled. "Even if the Dark Lord is absent, he will undoubtedly become a Death Eater immediately after graduation. Although the Death Eaters would not openly acknowledge him." "Edmund, please lift Blaze's enchantment first." Moyan finally spoke, closing his book. "I need to go to the library to look up some information." "Yes, for March. Rest assured, I can handle it myself." Moyan stood and departed. The weather had been cold these past few days, and a snowstorm had swept through the previous night, leaving the corridor outside the common room frigid enough to freeze dripping water. Moyan shivered. His visit to the library was merely a pretext, as he was particularly reluctant to remain among his classmates. Though they cared for him, they were all pure-blood Slytherins, imbued with the pride and ideals that come with noble heritage. Just as Edmund had announced a request for a few to accompany him, Draco had previously declared loudly in the dormitory his desire to assist the heir of Slytherin in purging the school of impure blood. The others had surprisingly echoed his sentiments. They could not accept that Harry was the heir of Slytherin. How amusing would their expressions be if they knew that it was Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family, who had actually opened the chamber? Moyan chuckled coldly, yet soon felt that there was nothing truly worthy of joy, allowing his shoulders to droop as he decided to check the kitchen for something to eat. As he turned a corner, a figure with red hair suddenly collided with him, and he quickly steadied her, realizing it was Ginny. Just as he was about to greet her, the girl did not even glance at him, but swiftly turned and ran away. Moyan squinted at the petite figure hastily moving past, plucking a small white fluff from his clothing. Brushing off his attire, he found no further dirt on himself, but spotted a line of spiders scurrying in the corner. Had the basilisk been nearby? "Attack! Attack! Attack!" The shrill cries of Peeves echoed from afar, piercing the silence of the castle. "Potter! Potter! Silly Potter has turned to stone." In that instant, Moyan froze, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Rendering him utterly immobile, the once quiet corridor erupted into chaos, with a throng of people surging from both sides, frantically rushing towards the opposite end. The space became congested, filled with a cacophony of screams and sobs. Moyan was knocked to the ground by a fifth-year Ravenclaw, jolting him back to reality. "Harry! Harry is still wearing glasses. He bolted in the direction of Peeves' voice that as Moyan rushed forward, he was met with a dimly lit corridor. A chilling breeze gusting through the shattered windows, the torches extinguished. Peeves was still swirling about, gleefully recounting his discovery to Percy, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Yet, there was no sign of Harry. No professors, nor anyone else. Peeves. Moyan shouted. Peeves let out a shriek and immediately shot up to the ceiling. Everyone is petrified. Peeves became rigid in midair, unable to move. Mr. Evans, what brings you here? Percy adjusted his prefect badge. I am currently investigating the sequence of events. Return to your common room. This place is unsafe. Step aside. Moyan brusquely shoved him aside. You would do well to show some respect to a prefect, Percy retorted angrily. I do not appreciate your attitude. Moyan brandished his wand threateningly at Percy's neck. If you dare linger here with your prattle, I shall transform you into a slug, at which point you will no longer require your so-called prefect badge. Why you wouldn't dare? Percy's face paled. The Gryffindors were well aware that it was Moyan who had caused the Weasley twins considerable trouble. I am a prefect. Perhaps the badge will offer you some protection. Moyan scoffed. Care to test that? Percy swallowed hard, his gaze locked onto Moyan's icy silver eyes, involuntarily shivering as he slowly backed away and fled. Moyan turned back to Peeves. Now, answer my questions honestly, and do not attempt to flee. Otherwise, should I catch you, I shall permanently affix you in some vacant chamber within the castle. Do you understand? He deliberately spoke slowly to maintain his composure, enunciating each word clearly, sounding deceptively gentle. However, Peeves appeared even more terrified, his eyes darting about. Moyan lifted the spell, and Peeves obediently remained in place, trembling as he regarded him. What did you see? Moyan paused. What has become of Harry? He is well, Peeves hastily replied. Are you mocking me? Moyan inquired with a slow, simmering rage, gritting his teeth as he pressed. He was attacked. How could he possibly be well? He is better than anyone else. Peeves quivered again. His body is warm and soft. His eyes are closed, devoid of any terror. Moyan closed his eyes, feeling his heart plummet into a bottomless abyss. Is he dead? His voice was hollow, echoing as if from a deep well. No. Peeves painfully extricated the word from his throat. Moyan's volatile magic almost ripped the ghost apart. Yet Peeves dared not flee. Feeling a slight alleviation of pressure, he quickly added, Harry Potter's heartbeat is as strong and steady as any living soul that he merely fainted. Professor Dumbledore took him to his office, after a tense moment. Moyan coughed up blood before he could speak. Fainted. Yes, go to hell. Moyan bellowed, waving his wand, sending Peeves flying like a cannonball, the sound of a collision echoing from afar. He sheathed his wand and trudged towards the headmaster's office, struggling to formulate his thoughts. This all must come to an end. Though he had anticipated the worst, and had even given Harry his glasses, he had never truly believed such a calamity would transpire. Indeed, no more delays. Moyan pressed a hand to his chest, the internal injuries he had painstakingly healed flaring up once more, his turbulent energy taking a while to settle, causing him considerable discomfort. Yet, it was bearable. Moyan halted before an ugly gargoyle. Pumpkin juice, banana boat, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He rattled off over 30 names of candies and beverages, but the gargoyle merely cast him a lazy glance before resuming its slumber. Mr. Evans, what are you doing here? Moyan turned to see Professor Snape striding towards him. Professor, I have some thoughts regarding the monster of the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin that I wish to discuss with the headmaster, Moyan stated. Professor Snape regarded him intently. Lemon drops. The gargoyle rose. The wall split apart, revealing a spiraling staircase leading upward. They ascended, the dizzying heights making their heads spin, until they reached a grand oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a half-eagle. Half-lion. Oh, is that how events transpired? So, Harry, you did not see what attacked you. As they approached the door, Professor Dumbledore's voice resonated from within. Snape gently tapped on the door, which opened silently, and they entered. Inside was a spacious and elegant square room, filled with intriguing sounds. Oddly shaped silver instruments adorned tables with spindle-like legs, swirling and emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters, each exhibiting an air of nobility while attentively listening to the conversations within the office. Behind a massive table with clawed feet rested a tattered sorting hat. Harry cradled a steaming cup of hot chocolate, as did Ron and Hermione. though they were evidently more engrossed in the ongoing conversation. The two leaned forward, eagerly watching Harry, while Ron inadvertently tilted his cup, spilling the rich chocolate onto his robes. Dumbledore sat opposite them, arms resting on the table, fingers intertwined, exuding an aura of tranquility that subtly calmed those who gazed upon him. Professor McGonagall, clad in her signature green robes, sat primly to one side, maintaining her usual stern demeanor, though her lips quivered slightly, betraying a hint of concern and worry in her eyes upon their entrance. Several individuals turned to look. When they recognized Moyan trailing behind Professor Snape, they all paused. Albus, Mr. Evans claims he has some thoughts regarding the Chamber of Secrets to discuss with you, Snape stated stiffly. Mr. Evans, do you have something to convey? Dumbledore inquired with keen interest. Only some conjectures, Professor, Moyan replied, bowing slightly. Perhaps you would allow me to first hear Harry Potter's account, so I may corroborate it with my own hypotheses. In truth, he needed time to organize his thoughts. Very well, if you insist, Dumbledore replied gently. Harry, please continue. Yes, Professor. Harry lowered his gaze, fixated on his cup as the hot chocolate swirled into a dark vortex. I did not see what attacked me. I only perceived something ahead, then everything turned white, and after that, I remember nothing. What were the characteristics of that thing? Harry pondered for a moment. It seemed rather large. Before Dumbledore could respond, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Hagrid rushed in, his eyes wild, a scarf wrapped around his unruly hair, clutching a floppy chicken in his hands. Harry, are you all right? Oh, Merlin, I just left you for a moment. He entered anxiously, feathers scattering everywhere, and upon seeing Harry, he suddenly relaxed, though guilt gnawed at him. If something had happened to you, it would have been my fault. I've already lost Hagrid. I cannot afford to. Hagrid, Dumbledore bellowed, startling everyone, as they had never witnessed him speak with such volume. Hagrid? Who is Hagrid? Harry pressed. He felt a sudden, sharp pang in his heart upon hearing that name. However, he noticed that all the professors were avoiding his gaze. Hagrid appeared even more regretful, and even Professor Snape, who usually took pleasure in making his life difficult, would not meet his eyes. Hermione and Ron were equally perplexed, while Moyan turned his head away, as if he had not heard their conversation. Who is Sue? Harry exclaimed, inexplicably feeling the need to clarify this matter. Harry, please don't ask, Hagrid sobbed, tears welling up in his dark glasses, cascading down his unkempt beard. It's all my fault. If I had known back then. Harry, Dumbledore suddenly raised his voice, interrupting Hagrid. The room fell into an immediate hush as Hagrid inadvertently uttered that familiar yet foreign name. Moyan felt his heart clench as if gripped by an invisible hand. Upon hearing Harry's probing question, Moyan felt a warmth in his eyes and quickly turned away. It turned out that Harry had never known of his existence. He spotted a decrepit and unsightly bird perched on the bird stand behind the door. Its feathers nearly all gone as Moyan watched. Several tail feathers fell away. The bird gazed at him with an expression of profound sorrow, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Fawkes the Phoenix. It was undergoing a rebirth through fire. It seemed it would be of no assistance. Who else could peck out the basilisk's eyes? Perhaps he should prepare a few more roosters. Moyan strained to redirect his thoughts to the impending battle. Attempting to ignore the conversation around him that moment, Fawkes was suddenly engulfed in flames, transforming into a fireball in the blink of an eye. Although he had anticipated this, Moyan could not help but exclaim softly. His voice shattered the silence within the room. Do not worry, Dumbledore reassured. Fawkes is a phoenix. When the time comes, it burns in the flames, only to be reborn from the ashes. You see, in no time. That fireball turned into a pile of ashes. Then, a wrinkled baby bird peeked out from the embers. It was just as unattractive as the old one, struggling to stand. I apologize for presenting it to you in such a state. Dumbledore resumed his calm demeanor. Most of the time, it is quite beautiful, adorned in golden red feathers, a most captivating creature. They can carry heavy burdens. Their tears possess healing properties, and they are exceedingly loyal. I read about it in a book. Hermione chimed in excitedly. The phoenix is a magnificent bird, resplendent in crimson, roughly the size of a swan, with a long, shimmering golden tail and long, golden beak and claws. They typically build their nests in high mountains and can be found in Egypt, India, and China. The lifespan of a phoenix is extraordinarily lengthy due to its ability to regenerate. When its body begins to decay, it plunges into flames, and a new phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix is a gentle creature, having never harmed or consumed herbs. Like the elusive Snidget, it can vanish and reappear at will. The song of a phoenix possesses magical qualities. It is widely believed to bolster the courage of the pure-hearted while instilling fear in the wicked. The tears of a phoenix are known for their potent healing abilities. She recited the book's content as if answering a question in class, and upon noticing the attention of those in the room upon her, she felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet remained transfixed by the little bird that had just emerged from the ashes. In a short while, it managed to steady itself, tentatively flapping its wings, which were devoid of any feathers. Absolutely correct, Miss Granger, an outstanding memory. Dumbledore praised with a smile that I believe I can award Gryffindor 10 points. Hermione's cheeks flushed with excitement. Following Hermione's account, the others also focused intently on the little phoenix striving for independence in the ashes, seemingly forgetting the previous topic altogether. However, Harry clearly did not. He had been startled for a moment when the phoenix ignited, and although he now curiously watched Fawkes, he immediately detected the other's deliberate avoidance. Hagrid, Sue, Harry began, but Dumbledore interrupted once more. This time, even Ron noticed the abnormality to Hagrid's beard was still dripping with water, yet his eyes seemed unwilling to part from Fawkes. Finally, he stammered, Dumbledore, I think I should be going." "Very well, Hagrid," Dumbledore replied. Harry seemed poised to jump up and intervene, but someone beat him to it. "Please wait, Mr. Hagrid," Moyan suddenly interjected. Hagrid stood by the door, seemingly ready to flee at any moment. "I have some questions I wish to ask you." Moyan deliberately spoke ambiguously, satisfied to see the adults tense up, and before Dumbledore could intervene again, he continued, "Regarding the rooster in your possession." Hagrid exhaled in relief, raised a hand to wipe his face, and turned to say, "All right, ask away." He appeared quite at ease, and Moyan felt that as long as he avoided the topic of Sue, he could probably recount even the most embarrassing childhood anecdotes. "No," Harry shouted in anger. "Tell me, what happened with Sue? Why did you cause his death?" Hagrid let out a low, heavy sob, his dark eyes brimming with tears once more. "Harry," Dumbledore's tone held a hint of discontent, then turned somber. "This is a matter from long ago that I do not wish for your persistence to inflict further pain on Hagrid." Harry glanced at Hagrid's nearly shattered expression, then at Dumbledore's unyielding gaze, while Professor McGonagall, having turned her head, fixated on a silver spoon hanging on the wall, and Professor Snape coldly regarded the wall behind him. Harry felt Hermione gently tugging at his sleeve, stiffening his neck. Harry nodded with visible reluctance. All present understood that he would undoubtedly investigate the matter himself after leaving, yet none could stop him. Deep down, Moyan wished to reveal his identity to Harry, but if Harry were to learn of Sue's circumstances, he would inevitably believe Sue was dead, which would only serve to increase his suffering unnecessarily. That small, yearning voice within him had to be momentarily ignored. "Hagrid, is the rooster in your possession dead from illness?" Moyan picked up the question he had failed to ask earlier. "No, it wasn't ill. It was killed, neither by a fox nor a weasel." Hagrid shook his head, seeming to rouse himself. "That I truly do not understand why anyone would want to kill a rooster. They pose no threat, do they? Yet this is the second time this semester. Just a few days ago, one went missing." Moyan felt a twinge of guilt. "By the way, Headmaster," Hagrid turned to Dumbledore, "I hope to cast a protective spell near the chicken coop. Is that permissible?" "Of course, Hagrid." Dumbledore gestured for Moyan to continue with his inquiries. "Thank you, Headmaster," Hagrid mumbled, his voice still nasal. "So, when did the last incident occur?" Moyan lowered his head to glance at the lethargic rooster. "How long ago did it happen?" "The last incident was on Halloween. I went to attend the feast, and when I returned, one of the roosters was already dead," Hagrid replied. The previously puzzled onlookers immediately recalled that this was precisely when the first attack had taken place. The rooster had gone missing just days prior. This time, probably only about half an hour ago. So, how many roosters remain in the coop? Moyan gritted his teeth. He had not even inquired about when the rooster had gone missing. Yet the large man had volunteered the information. 23, Hagrid recalled after a moment. "And the roosters? Only 2 remain. Please ensure the remaining roosters are well protected." Moyan pondered before saying, "Perhaps we will need them soon." Seeing that Dumbledore showed no inclination to object, Hagrid replied, "Very well." He stood for a moment longer, observing that Moyan had no further questions and was deep in thought, before bidding farewell to Dumbledore and hastily exiting. Entirely oblivious to the fact that he had just obeyed Moyan's directive, Moyan estimated that the pretense had lasted long enough, feigning awakening from his contemplation to address Dumbledore. "Professor, may I allow him to see the still morose Harry? It seems his spirits have lifted somewhat. Potter, would you care to share your discoveries?" Harry abruptly looked up, ready to retort, but Dumbledore was already smiling, saying, "Very well, that I have concluded my remarks." Harry spoke in a rather brusque tone. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, have you observed anything?" Dumbledore inquired. "No, nothing," Hermione replied, somewhat awkwardly. "We were, having a disagreement at the time." Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted before Harry, rendering everything invisible. It took some time for my eyes to adjust. And then I saw Harry sprawled on the ground, with nothing else in sight. Ron suddenly said, "I think I saw a glimmer." Everyone turned to look at him. Ron shrank back slightly. I didn't see the attacker. I only noticed that the white light seemed to emanate from Harry's glasses. "Glasses?" came the chorus of inquiries. "Harry, may I see your glasses?" Dumbledore asked. "Sure." Harry glanced around in confusion and then removed his new glasses, handing them to Professor Dumbledore, whose green eyes immediately narrowed into slits. Dumbledore examined the glasses for a moment, then pointed his wand at them, the tip emitting a variety of enchanting lights. But his expression grew increasingly astonished, and the faces of Professors Snape and McGonagall also changed. "Remarkable, simply remarkable," Dumbledore exclaimed in awe. "A brilliant design, a perfect synergy. Wouldn't you agree, Severus?" "Indeed," Professor Snape replied softly, his words measured and heavy. "Extraordinary." "I apologize, Professor." Harry fidgeted in his chair, feeling uneasy. "What is wrong with these glasses?" "There is nothing to be concerned about, Harry. The only issue is that these glasses are far superior to ordinary ones," Dumbledore explained. "Far superior?" Harry squinted at the very glasses he had been wearing for days. "They allow for clearer vision? Or can they transform into a fairy?" "Neither," Dumbledore clarified. "These are glasses that automatically protect the wearer in times of peril." He handed the glasses back to Harry for him to wear, revealing 5 protective charms inscribed on the lenses and 36 runes carved into the frame. These runes and charms work in concert to generate a mirror-like shield that deflects impending danger back at the source. Moreover, the enchantments embedded within ensure that these glasses will remain effective for 3 years. Ron and Hermione gazed in awe at the seemingly ordinary glasses. "Harry, where did you acquire these glasses?" Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes fixed intently on him. Harry looked around at everyone, who awaited his response. "I don't know, Professor." He admitted that I found them on my bedside one morning after waking up. I thought Professor McGonagall had given them to me. Ron nodded in affirmation. "It seems you may have a very good friend," Dumbledore remarked at that moment. Moyan felt several gazes sweep over him, but his expression remained unchanged, still deep in thought. "And, Professor," Harry continued, "these glasses shouldn't be that remarkable. The last time I encountered Malfoy." He glanced at Professor Snape, but didn't finish his thought. Moyan suddenly recalled that last time, Hermione had seemingly been struck by a tooth-crushing curse. He glanced at her now and indeed saw that the clever girl had taken the opportunity to shrink her teeth. Perhaps the glasses deemed your previous spells to be rather simplistic, akin to children's play. Dumbledore chuckled, "But true threats would trigger its response, like this recent attack. You were merely stunned by the magical backlash from the mirror, not petrified. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley were also shielded." Harry grimaced slightly at Dumbledore's remark about their childish antics, but suddenly turned pale. "What is wrong, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Thank Merlin." Harry trembled from head to toe, clearly frightened. "It's fortunate that I was the one in front. If it had been Ron or Hermione," the two of them shivered simultaneously, their faces paling as well. "Yes, fortunate indeed," Dumbledore confirmed. "Harry, do you have anything else to add?" Harry hesitated, a look of reluctance on his face. He glanced at his friends beside him. Ron was curiously awaiting more, while Hermione nodded encouragingly. "Sometimes, I can hear a voice, a very strange voice." Harry summoned his courage. "I heard it in the corridor, saying it wanted to kill, tear apart, and mention blood. It sounds murderous." But Ron and Hermione didn't hear it, nor did Professor Lockhart. "Each time I hear that voice, an attack follows shortly after. Is that all?" Dumbledore gently inquired. "Nothing else." Harry thought for a moment before replying. "No, Professor." "Very well." Dumbledore turned to Moyan. "Mr. Evans, may we discuss your hypothesis now?" "Of course, Professor." Moyan mimicked Dumbledore's calm tone. "I am now fairly certain that the creature left behind by Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets which is now being unleashed to attack students, is a basilisk. A basilisk. The three Gryffindors exclaimed in confusion, while the adults grew solemn. The basilisk is a colossal serpent. Its scales a dazzling green, capable of reaching lengths of 50 feet. The male possesses a single vibrant red feather atop its head. Its fangs are exceptionally venomous, but its most perilous attack is its deadly gaze. Anyone who meets its eyes is instantly killed. Moyan explained to the three Gryffindors. Its lifespan is extraordinarily long. With sufficient sustenance, it can live for hundreds of years. The first documented basilisk, the Vilherpo, lived for nearly 900 years. The basilisk hatches from the egg of a serpent that has been incubated by a toad. It is the natural enemy of spiders, yet the crowing of a rooster is lethal to it. Hagrid's rooster has been killed, Ron exclaimed. The crow of a rooster is deadly. This must have been the work of Slytherin's heir. And the spiders in the castle are crawling out in hordes. They must know the basilisk is nearby. That's also why I'm the only one who can hear the voice. It's a snake, and I can speak parcel tongue, Harry said, his expression serious. Then Ron raised a question. The basilisk's gaze is deadly, yet no one has died yet, because no one has directly looked into its eyes. Hermione reasoned confidently. Moaning Myrtle must have seen its reflection in water, or glimpsed it through the weeping willow. Myrtle is already dead and cannot die a second time. And Professor Lockhart, Suddenly, her eyes lit up. It must have been the armor. Professor Lockhart must have seen it through the reflection of the armor. Harry had initially only seen the creature's body, but later his view was obstructed by the mirror created by his glasses. We too. Right. It must be that way. Ron's jaw nearly dropped. But how can the basilisk move so freely within the castle? Harry pondered, furrowing his brow. A 1,000-year-old serpent must be enormous. Why has no one ever seen it? The three Gryffindors huddled together, struggling to solve the riddle. Suddenly, Hermione seized Harry's arm with such force that it made him wince in pain. It's the plumbing. The castle is riddled with pipes within the walls. So, Harry, you can hear it but not see it. The basilisk moves through the pipes and emerges when it senses blood. In that case, if we place roosters all around the castle, the heir of Slytherin wouldn't dare unleash the basilisk anymore. If the basilisk reappears, it would be killed by the rooster's crow, Harry declared, his voice rising. The three exchanged glances, exhilarated, barely able to believe it all. It took a moment for them to remember they were still in Dumbledore's office. Looking up to find everyone watching them with keen interest, they all flushed, lowering their heads. Professor, Hermione looked at Dumbledore, her voice timid. Dumbledore gently applauded, an impressive deduction. Miss Granger, I believe I should extend my apologies to Gryffindor. Indeed, Snape said coldly that I assumed this was a conclusion drawn by a Slytherin student. Of course. Dumbledore nodded repeatedly. I shall award Slytherin 50 points. However, Miss Granger has deduced the basilisk's location, which must be taken into account. Professor McGonagall tightened her shawl. I believe this is a significant breakthrough. Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. 50 points to Gryffindor. Snape's countenance suddenly darkened. I thought that maybe Moyan could touch his nose and perhaps deduce the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. They all gazed at him in astonishment. The pipes, Moyan stated. The basilisk moves through the pipes, and the most accessible entry points are the bathroom and the lavatory. Furthermore, there is a location where a girl perished 50 years ago when the chamber was last opened. 50 years later, it has once again become the site of an attack. Hermione clutched her chest tightly, nearly gasping for breath at its moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Indeed, given the castle's vastness, the fact that a lavatory could be so favored by a basilisk suggests it is highly likely to be the entrance to the chamber. Moyan nodded. What I wish to know, Dumbledore scrutinized his face, is how you came to know that no teacher would ever inform students about the chamber being opened 50 years ago, resulting in the death of a female student, Moyan. Ever since I learned that the chamber had been opened before, I sought out information regarding the previous incident, Moyan replied, although no teacher mentioned it. The ghosts in the castle were more than willing to recount the events of that year. I also learned that the girl who died back then was Myrtle, coincidentally, just before Myrtle was attacked. I had seen her at the Count Nicholas's death day party and had curiously inquired about her demise. She told me herself that just before her death, she saw a pair of large yellow eyes. Before that, she had been crying in the lavatory, and later she heard a strange sound, a boy's voice. She opened the door to let him leave, and then she perished. She would tell you such things? Ron asked incredulously, finding it strange that someone would publicize the details of their own death. Why not? Moyan countered. In fact, Myrtle seemed rather proud of the manner of her death. He tilted his head, pondering for a moment before finally arriving at a fitting adjective. Proud, proud. Ron nearly leaped to his feet. Yes, Moyan looked at him quizzically. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you attend the Death Day party as well? That headless Hunt fellow was quite pleased about his lost head, even mocking Sir Nicholas for it. By the way, why did you speak ill of Myrtle that day? You really hurt her feelings. Moyan's reproach caused the three to lower their heads in shame, particularly Hermione, who, despite her strong sense of justice, could not tolerate Myrtle's neurotic behavior, and the disparaging remarks that day were primarily hers. I don't like her either, Moyan said, lifting his chin slightly with a self-satisfied expression, while inwardly thinking, but I can act better than you. Competing for points with me, merely leaving you feeling guilty, is quite lenient. Therefore, we should prepare ourselves and head to Myrtle's lavatory. Moyan declared that it would be splendid if we could entice Dumbledore to confront the basilisk. Perhaps I am mistaken, but if there is even a 1% chance, we ought to give it a try. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Dumbledore? I believe the child has a valid point, Dumbledore replied. Professor McGonagall, who had been silent for quite some time, stated, the sooner we resolve the basilisk issue in the chamber, the safer the students will be. If another incident occurs, we may not be so fortunate as to avoid any fatalities. The school could very well be closed. However, there remains one question, Dumbledore continued. Who opened the chamber? And how did they do it? If Myrtle's words are to be believed, the second point is quite apparent. Professor Snape remarked, he heard a boy speaking in a strange voice. As one of Salazar Slytherin's marks. Parcel tongue is evidently the key to opening the chamber. Snape shot Harry a malicious grin, his black glasses glinting ominously. I didn't. Harry shouted in anger, unable to believe he was being suspected even while he himself had been attacked. We were all attacked, Ron shouted back furiously. Would Harry really be mad enough to attack himself? Hermione and I were right beside him. He had no opportunity to unleash the basilisk. Of course, brother. I know you would never release that monster, even if given the chance. Finally, he turned to Harry, as Harry glared at him fiercely for his second statement. Moyan's pupils dilated suddenly. None of you were harmed. Snape's smile widened even further. Even Potter merely fainted for a brief moment. Not even half an hour. Compared to Professor Lockhart, who still lies in the infirmary, I think the difference is quite evident. Personally, I think, Professor McGonagall declared before the three Gryffindors could leap up like frenzied cats, that it is a matter for celebration that Mr. Potter was neither killed nor lying in the infirmary awaiting the maturation of mandrakes due to this attack, rather than being subjected to blame and suspicion. She trembled slightly as she spoke, clearly infuriated. Unless proven guilty, he remains innocent. Severus, Dumbledore asserted firmly that I told you this over a month ago, and I stand by it now. There is no direct evidence to prove that Harry is the heir of Slytherin who opened the chamber. Snape appeared exceedingly angry, his voice rising sharply. Opening the chamber requires parcel tongue. Surely there cannot be another individual in this school with such a capability? Nothing is impossible, Severus. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, having endured too much in such a short time and feeling quite fatigued. Harry hesitated before speaking. To find the heir of Slytherin. I have a thought. Speak, child, Dumbledore said gently. Myrtle's lavatory is the entrance to the chamber. If the basilisk is to be released, we must go to Myrtle's lavatory. Hermione stated, no one usually goes there. Professor Dumbledore could set up an alarm spell there. Once someone enters, it would be instantly detected, and then we could capture the heir of Slytherin. No, Harry, Hermione said, since Myrtle was petrified. People have been entering and exiting the lavatory. Just yesterday, I even saw Ginny go there. Hermione gently shook her head at the two worried boys, who both visibly relaxed. Moyan speculated that they were likely still secretly brewing Polyjuice potion in that lavatory. And what if the lavatory is not the entrance to the chamber? Professor McGonagall suggested. We should first attempt to see if we can open Slytherin's chamber. If we can kill the basilisk and set an alarm spell within the chamber. If not, we should search for the location of the chamber anew. Moyan opened his mouth, then closed it again. Dumbledore nodded gently, but did not speak. He noticed Moyan's hesitation and inquired, Mr. Evans, is there something you wish to add? Moyan hesitated for a moment. Ginny Weasley. Just prior to Potter's attack, I encountered a suspicious individual. He heard his voice echoing in the room and saw everyone displaying astonished expressions. Their emotions oscillated between surprise and shock, but this day was the most pronounced. That person bumped into me, leaving a feather from a chicken on my clothing. Moreover, That individual appeared pale and quite distressed. Who was it? A vivid image of Harry clad in the same green sweater produced by the Weasley brothers, joyfully running into the hall, flashed in Moyan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. Weasley, I have never been a good person. If you provoke me, you will pay the price. Cold, mocking silver eyes turned toward Ron. The red-haired boy was still bewildered, while the girl beside him seethed with anger. You're talking nonsense. Ron would never. He has always been with us. The other two boys quickly caught on, and Ron looked at the professors in panic, unable to articulate a word, just as Harry was about to spring up. He heard Moyan's voice. I did not say it was him. Miss Granger is being overly sensitive. Then why are you looking at me? Ron asked, irate. Though it isn't you, it is not entirely irrelevant. Moyan muttered, his head lowered, leaving everyone unable to see his face, only catching a glimpse of a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. It was a red-haired girl. Silence. After 5 seconds of stillness, a deafening roar erupted, the voices of 3 Gryffindors arguing, nearly threatening to lift the roof off Dumbledore's office. Each individual was shouting at the top of their lungs, resulting in an utter inability to discern what anyone was saying. It was as if tangible anger was being directed towards the Slytherin boy standing in the center of the room. He remained upright, as tall and proud as a pine tree, his back straightened with pride, only slightly bowing his head as he toyed with the wand he had drawn at some point. It seemed he was entirely oblivious to the cacophony of furious shouts surrounding him. Silence, Dumbledore commanded. For the first time devoid of his usual smile or gentle gaze, he turned to Morwen and inquired, Are you certain, Mr. Evans? I have stated that Ginny is merely a suspect. Perhaps she merely encountered something near Hagrid's hut. Morwen replied with a soft laugh that sent an involuntary chill down the spines of those present. Rather than squabbling here, should we not summon her for questioning? That would clarify everything. Minerva, Dumbledore addressed Professor McGonagall, his demeanor still calm behind the half-moon spectacles. Please bring Miss Weasley. Headmaster, Miss Weasley cannot be the one. She has always been a well-behaved and timid child, Professor McGonagall retorted. Indeed, yet we must eliminate any suspicion. Dumbledore nodded, maintaining his resolution. Morwen found a chair and seated himself, accepting Dumbledore's offer of strawberry juice, though he merely held it in his hands, silent for a long moment. The entire office fell into a profound hush. The red juice swirled gently in the transparent glass, the slender, pale fingers grasping it reflecting a delicate pink hue. The sudden fury dissipated in an instant, and as calmness and reason reclaimed his thoughts, Morwen began to regret his momentary impulsiveness. What sin had Ginny committed? Although he felt that this young girl's adoration of a legendary figure bordered on capriciousness and naivety, his first impression of her had been quite favorable, innocent, somewhat shy, and tinged with sadness, feeling inferior due to her family's poverty yet still filled with affection for them. Despite the teasing from her brothers that occasionally troubled her, there was always a genuine love underlying her complaints. He should not have sacrificed her for the sake of his fleeting jealousy. Furthermore, Dumbledore and Professor Snape had been observing him all along. He harbored many secrets, a fact known to both parties. Their leniency towards him stemmed largely from his loyalty to Gryffindor, especially towards Harry, because he had consistently taken a firm stance on this side. They were less hostile towards him. But what would happen after this? With Voldemort's cunning and power, had he not achieved nothing during his time at school precisely due to Dumbledore's surveillance? Even the Chamber of Secrets left behind by Slytherin had only been opened once, resulting in the death of an inconsequential girl before it was abandoned. Perhaps Voldemort had never even had the opportunity to unearth any treasures left behind by Slytherin, which was insignificant. What truly mattered was that if he were to be monitored by the old fox and the double agent in the future, he would be rendered utterly impotent. If Dumbledore were to discover his past, would Hagrid not have already disclosed it? If Dumbledore were to learn how the children at Neil had revered him, understanding the lengths to which an 11-year-old had gone to imprison his guardian, would he not regard him with a vigilance 100-fold greater than he currently did? Moreover, young Voldemort had merely considered thievery a hobby, occasionally punishing the children who dared oppose him. While Morwen was a professional, Morwen began to slowly rotate the cup, pondering how to remedy his momentary lapse in judgment, when Professor McGonagall entered with Ginny. The silence in the room had lingered for quite some time. Morwen was deep in thought, Professor Snape remained cold and inscrutable, and Dumbledore was focused on his fingers as the 3 Gryffindors sat nervously, exchanging encouraging glances. Only the small phoenix on the shelf flapped its wings energetically, a fine layer of down beginning to coat its body. and it was already able to waddle about. It would likely take just another hour or two before it could fly. Ginny timidly peeked in first. Upon spotting Harry, her eyes sparkled, but as she noticed the stillness of the room, her complexion paled. Observing the trembling girl as she stepped inside, Dumbledore conjured a chair for her to sit between Ron and Hermione. "Please take a seat, Miss Weasley. Would you care for a glass of pumpkin juice?" "No, thank you, Professor." Ginny took her seat, appearing somewhat reassured, yet the gazes of those around her made her fidget, subtly retreating behind Ron. "So, a pile of cockroaches." Dumbledore produced a plate of candies that scuttled like cockroaches, and Moyan silently thanked Dumbledore for not having time to showcase his hospitality when they arrived. "No, thank you, Professor." Ginny glanced at the cockroach pile, struggling to suppress her revulsion. "Not eating? What a shame." Dumbledore seemed poised to promote his beloved sweets to others, but Professor Snape intervened just in time to save everyone's appetite. "Dumbledore," he said coldly. Dumbledore sighed, then turned his attention to the visibly more anxious Ginny, speaking slowly. "Listen to me, Miss Weasley. We have some questions that require your answers. Please ensure your honesty, if you would." Ginny trembled inexplicably. "Miss Weasley, the entire school has recently been engulfed in the panic caused by the heir of Slytherin." Ginny's face grew even paler, nearly devoid of color. "Moaning Myrtle, Mrs. Norris, Professor Lockhart, they are all still in the infirmary. Just recently, even Harry fell victim to an attack." Ginny gasped, covering her mouth, emitting a low whimper. Her body swayed precariously in the chair, her expression one of despair. Except for Ron, who assumed she was worried for Harry, the others sensed something was amiss. "If you possess any knowledge regarding the heir of Slytherin or any other suspicious occurrences, please be candid with us." Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet steady, but Ginny appeared nearly paralyzed with fear. I don't know." Ginny's eyes were brimming with tears, her lips trembling, her hands clutching her knees incessantly. "Professor," Ron interjected, unable to contain himself, "she knows nothing. Our family has no Slytherin blood. How could Ginny possibly be the one to open the chamber? I've lived with her for 11 years and have never seen her speak to a snake." "Let her go back, Professor. Ginny is innocent." The mention of opening the chamber. Ginny flinched, large tears rolling down her cheeks as she bit her lip in silence. "Ginny," Morwen suddenly spoke, adding the final straw. "Why did you strangle Hagrid's rooster?" Ginny's entire body jolted, fear flashing in her eyes as she looked at Morwen, before collapsing back into her chair. I don't know. I know nothing." Ginny broke down, covering her face and sobbing, barely able to articulate complete sentences. Ron was about to speak, but Hermione pulled him back. "My robes are covered in feathers. I don't know where they came from. I don't remember what I did on Halloween. Everyone says Moaning Myrtle and Mrs. Norris were attacked, but my front is stained with paint. Each time an attack occurs, I don't know what I did. I can't recall where I've been. I'm so scared." The girl's intermittent cries echoed in the office, transparent droplets slipping through her fingers. "The time for performance has arrived, Morwen," he muttered to himself, then approached Ginny. "What do you intend to do?" Ron leapt forward, spreading his arms to shield Ginny, glaring at Morwen as he shouted, "Even if it were Ginny, it is Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall who will decide what to do. Step aside." If it were confirmed that Ginny Weasley opened the chamber, her wand would be snapped. She would be expelled from Hogwarts, or even imprisoned in Azkaban. Morwen stepped closer. "Do you wish for that to happen?" "This is all your fault." Ron attempted to shove him aside, but Morwen seized his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain as if his arm had been broken. "Stop," Hermione cried, her voice trembling. But the two boys paid her no heed. "Weren't you fervently seeking the identity of Slytherin's heir? Weren't you eager to apprehend the culprit behind the opening of the chamber?" Morwen's gaze was icy as he regarded Ron. "What? Upon discovering it was your sister, do you wish to shift all the blame onto me? Stand aside." With a swift wave of his hand, Ron was sent sprawling to the side. Stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance, "Mr. Weasley, please remain calm." Professor McGonagall interjected before Ron could draw his wand. Moyan paid no heed to the expressions and movements of those around him, repeatedly whispering to himself as he crouched down, "I care for her. I care for her. I care for her." Ginny, he grasped one of Ginny's hands resting on her lap, feeling her shiver slightly, yet she did not withdraw. "Ginny, do you still recognize me?" Ginny was sobbing so heavily that she could barely catch her breath, while Hermione gently patted her back. After a moment of sniffling, Ginny nodded. "Moyan, will I be sent to Azkaban? Perhaps not." A brief silence enveloped the group. Finally, Ginny lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes locking onto his gentle, serene silver ones, reminiscent of a year and a half prior. Ginny, have you come into contact with anything peculiar lately? Something that captivated you at first glance, perhaps of mysterious origin, remarkably useful, or inexplicably alluring? Ginny appeared taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes widened gradually. There is one. What is it? A black diary. I found it in a book my mother gave me about 50 years ago. It was blank, but when I wrote in it, it would respond to me. Ron rushed in, shouting, Ginny, how could you use such a suspicious object? Ginny trembled again. Moyan delivered a sharp elbow jab, causing Ron to clutch his stomach and retreat with a grunt. Who is he, Ginny? Riddled, he said his name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Moyan struggled to suppress his urge to glance at Dumbledore's expression. Where's that diary? Can we examine it? Moyan asked. In my backpack. Ginny attempted to open her bag, but her fingers trembled incessantly. Hermione quickly assisted her in retrieving a black notebook from within. Is it really problematic? Ginny inquired as she handed the diary to Moyan. Oh, you have a fondness for it? Moyan flipped through it, reluctantly adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he passed it to Dumbledore. Yes. Ginny's eyes followed the diary as it moved to Dumbledore's desk. Riddle is my best friend. No one understands me like he does. She seemed so consumed by worry that she momentarily forgot her own predicament. Moyan believed her concern was less about Riddle and more about whether the secrets penned within the diary would be exposed. For this young girl, the embarrassment of having her thoughts unveiled outweighed all else, as she remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Ginny, this is likely a dark magical artifact, Moyan asserted. It may very well have lured you into opening the Chamber of Secrets and attacking your classmates. If we can prove this, you will be safe. Otherwise, you may face imprisonment in Azkaban. Ginny's face, which had regained some color, paled once more. Rest assured, Ginny. Hermione embraced her fiercely, casting a fierce glare at Moyan for intimidating Ginny at such a moment. We all know you are innocent. With Professor Dumbledore here, we shall all be fine. Moyan shrugged and leisurely sipped his strawberry juice. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see the small phoenix struggling to grip his shoulder, its shiny black eyes turning to scrutinize him. With only a few wispy feathers adorning its head, still as ugly as ever, Moyan murmured, examining the little phoenix for a moment. Abruptly, he felt a sharp pain in his ear. Glancing over, he discovered that the homely little bird had jumped up to peck his earlobe and was now clutching his robe with its tiny claws, flapping its wings in a show of bravado. Upon touching his ear, he found it was bleeding, and furious, he grabbed the small phoenix, contemplating how to scold it fiercely. However, recalling Dumbledore's presence, he merely snorted and tossed it into Hermione's arms. Hermione fumbled to catch the small phoenix, quickly attempting to soothe the agitated fox, who was now desperately trying to escape her grasp, emitting a melodious chirp. Professor, this diary is indeed a dark magical artifact, correct? Ron inquired eagerly, noticing Dumbledore's elongated nose finally lift. He was displeased that Hermione had momentarily set aside the most crucial matter to tend to a small bird, albeit a phoenix. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed that in fact, it belongs to Voldemort. The Dark Lord? Voldemort. Only Harry, like Dumbledore, dared to utter Voldemort's name. The others shivered at the sound. Moyan attempted to feign surprise, though he was taken aback by Dumbledore's candid revelation. The old fox had always favored discretion, hence his momentary pause. A glimmer of light flashed across the crescent-shaped lens. Perhaps Mr. Evans has already deduced the true owner of the diary. Yes? Dumbledore suggested. Indeed, Professor, Moyan replied with a smile. Yet internally he remained wary of the old fox's astuteness. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he traced golden letters in the air with his wand, rearranging them until they reformed a sentence. I am Voldemort, Harry murmured. Merely a simple spelling game, Moyan said with a humble smile. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded in approval. Few are aware that Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I was his teacher. He was arguably the most brilliant student in the history of Hogwarts. The three Gryffindors were visibly astonished by this revelation. What became of him later? Harry asked. After leaving school, he vanished. Dumbledore remarked with a hint of nostalgia that he immersed himself in the dark arts, associating with the most nefarious wizards. And by the time he transformed into Voldemort, scarcely a trace of his former appearance remained. Almost no one would associate Voldemort with that once brilliant boy, Professor Ginny. Hermione asked with concern. I believe Miss Weasley has learned enough from this incident. Dumbledore replied gently, It has been a harrowing experience for her, and no further punishment is necessary. Many adult wizards, far older than she, have also fallen victim to Voldemort's deceptions. Minerva, he turned to Professor McGonagall. Could you please head to the kitchen and have them prepare some food? They have endured quite a lot today, and could use a hearty meal followed by a good night's sleep. Certainly, Professor McGonagall agreed readily, then opened the door and exited. Severus, could you seek out Hagrid? We need to prepare more roosters, Dumbledore instructed the quietly standing Professor Snape. Only then did the assembly realize they had nearly forgotten the professor. An unthinkable oversight in the past. Snape's black eye swept over the group, causing several to feel as though they were under an X-ray. Of course, Ron had no idea what an X-ray was. And the Gryffindors instinctively shrank back, staring at their shoelaces. Moyan laughed nonchalantly, and as Snape turned to leave, he asked Dumbledore, Professor, how many points can I earn for Slytherin? For your keen observation and astute mind. Slytherin receives 100 points, Dumbledore replied with a wink. The black robe billowed as Snape departed through the door. Dumbledore gazed at them with a kind smile. All right, children, calm yourselves. Everything will soon come to a close. And it is all thanks to your efforts. Suddenly recalling something, he added, oh, perhaps we need a more comfortable setting. With a swift flick of his wand, everyone felt the ground beneath them vanish, and they gasped. Only to realize they had not fallen, but rather that the previous armchairs had transformed into soft sofas adorned with cushions shaped like teddy bears and bunnies. The table also elongated and lowered to accommodate their heights. Soon, the table was laden with the same golden cutlery found in the Great Hall, and within moments, it was overflowing with delectable food. Harry and Ron immediately began to feast, while Hermione, Ginny, and Moyan, although striving to maintain their composure, were nonetheless taking food at a pace considerably faster than usual. Once Harry finished the last remnants of pudding on his plate, the dishes and utensils abruptly vanished. Leaving the group languidly sprawled on the sofa, reluctant to move, their bellies pleasantly round. Moyan was certain he had never consumed so much in his life. After the meal, everyone's spirits lifted significantly. Even Ginny wore a smile, though they all felt quite fatigued. All right, it's time to return, Dumbledore remarked. A good night's sleep will surely invigorate you. Professor, Harry interjected hastily, can we participate in the battle against the basilisk? I mean, is there anything we can do? His face radiated eagerness, clearly filled with zeal for the impending conflict, and utterly unafraid. The best assistance you can provide is to take good care of yourselves. Dumbledore replied, the battle is the responsibility of adult wizards. A millennia-old basilisk is not something you students, who have only been learning for 2 years, can handle, Harry. Harry responded with a sullen nod, instantly appearing crestfallen. Professor, perhaps you cannot deny our request to fight. Moyan suddenly interjected, prompting Harry and Ron to look at him with excitement. Opening the Chamber of Secrets likely requires proof of being Slytherin's heir. Moyan explained, the most direct way is through parcel tongue. Without the manipulation of the diary, Miss Weasley cannot speak the serpent's tongue, and certainly, others cannot either. Only Potter can. Therefore, if the chamber is to be opened, Potter is essential. Furthermore, the best option at present is to seize the opportunity to slay the basilisk, Harry exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Ron felt disheartened, while Hermione gazed at Harry with concern, evidently disapproving of his reckless venture. Yet ultimately refraining from voicing her objections. If Potter can participate, then so can we. Moreover, it is not certain that we cannot offer assistance, Moyan continued. Ron gazed at him with renewed hope. The value of Mr. Weasley remains to be seen, Ron glared. But if I can join in, perhaps I will uncover something hidden. Moyan smiled proudly. That is my specialty. Dumbledore regarded them thoughtfully. The impassioned Harry sat up straight on the sofa, eager to exhibit his fighting spirit. In contrast, the composed Moyan reclined lazily against the back of the sofa, his gaze confident yet relaxed. Ron breathed rapidly, his eyes flickering between anticipation and trepidation, ultimately allowing hope to prevail. Hermione's gaze bore the resolute determination often seen in Professor McGonagall, her expression calm. Ginny clutched her distended stomach, seemingly reminded of the time she was manipulated by the diary. Her face pale. Very well, Dumbledore finally declared. You may go. Of course, the first-year students should remain in their dormitories. Noticing Ginny's pallor, he added, Ginny. Ginny hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Moyan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his subsequent performance had somewhat restored Dumbledore's trust. By the time they left Dumbledore's office, it was nearly midnight, prompting Dumbledore to request Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, who were on night duty, to escort them back. After bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Moyan returned to the dormitory, feeling utterly exhausted and devoid of energy to contemplate anything, thus collapsing into bed without even changing his clothes. Within mere seconds of resting his head on the pillow, he was wholly enveloped in slumber, after 3 days of anxious anticipation, during which the fluctuations in Slytherin and Gryffindor's scores had sparked much speculation and doubt. Yet the parties involved unanimously decided to remain silent until the basilisk was vanquished. They finally received a note. Come to the second-floor girls' restroom. Harry's note notably added, don't forget your glasses. They hurried to the entrance of Myrtle's restroom, only to find the entire second-floor corridor sealed off. Upon Moyan's arrival, he overheard Ron telling Hermione, Seamus bet me there must be a 3-headed dog here again. I told him it might be a sphinx. Before long, Dumbledore arrived, with Fawkes soaring overhead. Moyan marveled at how, within just 3 days, Fawkes had grown to the size of an ordinary hen, the long tail feathers shimmering golden behind him. The now magnificent bird seemed to regard Moyan with a peculiar intensity, causing him to step back warily. Fawkes disdainfully exhaled a puff of breath, tilting his head to glance at Dumbledore, before lowering his head to preen the feathers on his chest. Accompanying Dumbledore were Hagrid, holding a large cage, Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick. Dumbledore nodded to Harry, saying, let's go, Harry. Harry stepped into the restroom first, preparing to inspect the area, but Professor McGonagall halted him. Oh, Harry, you didn't think we teachers have done nothing over the past 3 days, did you? She gestured towards a faucet that appeared identical to all the others, made of copper and seemingly new, despite being in a restroom that had not been used for a long time. Harry leaned closer and discovered a minuscule snake engraved on one side of the faucet. He attempted to turn it, but failed. Say something, Harry, Hermione reminded him, in parcel tongue. Harry fixed his gaze on the little snake, which appeared to be holding its breath. Then he emitted a strange hissing sound. Instantly, the faucet was enveloped in a brilliant white light and began to rotate, subsequently revealing a tunnel wide enough for a person to slide through. Fawkes flapped his wings and flew inside first. Just as Harry prepared to follow, he was pulled back by Professor Flitwick. Children, his voice retained its usual cheerful tone, you are not here to charge ahead into battle. No, we are, Harry insisted. Professor Flitwick chuckled, stepping into the tunnel, quickly vanishing from sight. After what felt like a long wait, during which everyone began to worry, a burst of green light erupted from the tunnel, scattering into tiny points of light that disappeared into the air. All right, we should go as well, Dumbledore stated. Following him in succession were Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid, Moyan, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. All sliding down the tunnel, Professor McGonagall remained outside, both to prepare for their return and to prevent curious students from intruding. Twisting, spinning, and then straightening, they slid down the tunnel, occasionally catching glimpses of many other side passages in the darkness, none of which were as grand as theirs. The group would occasionally collide with the tunnel walls at the bends, and Hermione's startled cries had not been heard since the beginning. Moyan kept his mouth tightly shut, fearing he might be sick. From the smoothness of their descent, it was evident how slimy the tunnel walls were, and he could still detect a foul odor. Moyan struggled not to imagine how filthy the tunnel must be. Yet the more he tried, the more nauseous he became. Suddenly, the tunnel leveled out, followed by a series of dull thuds as they landed. Moyan shot out from the tunnel's end, landing on the damp stone floor. He quickly sprang to his feet, casting several cleaning charms on himself, yet still felt uncomfortably grimy. They found themselves in an underground passage, ample enough for most to walk upright, though Hagrid had to stoop. The ground was wet, littered with the remains of small creatures, which crunched underfoot, sending chills down their spines. The silence here was so profound that even the boisterous Hagrid subconsciously quieted his breathing. Cautiously, they proceeded down the underground passage, with Fawkes flying ahead, emitting a clear, melodious call each time they turned a corner, prompting the others to follow. What is that? Ron suddenly rasped, pointing at a large, contorted shape in the shadows, which appeared exceedingly ominous. Do not worry, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore reassured. Fawkes indicates that it is safe. As they approached for a closer look, Professor Flitwick gasped. Stepping back 2 paces, it was a massive serpent skin, vibrant green, with intricately woven patterns. Extraordinarily beautiful. It lay curled up, hollow within, yet still taller than Professor Flitwick, resting upon the floor of the underground passage, measuring at least 20 feet in length. Hagrid gazed in fascination at the creature, reaching out to touch it, exclaiming, "Isn't it beautiful?" No one responded. Oh dear, Ron sighed weakly, gripping Harry's shoulders tightly to steady himself. his knees buckling. "Let us proceed," Dumbledore urged. They navigated around the massive serpent skin and continued onward. The passage twisted and turned until, at last, a solid wall loomed before them. The wall was adorned with carvings of two serpents entwined, their eyes set with glimmering, enormous emeralds. Harry stepped forward, intently fixated on the lifelike eyes. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a low, faint hiss, and the wall cracked open, the serpents parting in unison. The wall slid aside smoothly, revealing a vast stone chamber before them. This chamber was expansive and dimly lit. Moyan searched the enclosed space meticulously, yet could not discern the source of light within. Towering stone columns were entwined with numerous sculpted serpents, ascending until they vanished into the darkness, leaving one to wonder if their height obscured them or if it was the black ceiling that concealed them. The serpents carved upon the columns possessed hollow eyes, yet standing before them evoked an eerie sensation of being watched. The chamber was exceedingly spacious, causing each step taken by the group to resonate with a muffled echo. Hermione clutched Ron's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. Ron's complexion remained pallid throughout. Fawkes, with his golden-red plumage, fluttered at the forefront, offering a fragile sense of security as they passed the final pair of columns. A statue, equal in height to the chamber, came into view. The statue stood against the back wall, its enormous face appearing ancient, wrinkled like that of a monkey, with sparse, long whiskers that drooped to the ground. Moyan felt his lips twitch involuntarily. Was this truly Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House? This gaunt, wrinkled, elderly figure? Throughout the ages, the four founders of Hogwarts had become legendary figures not only within the school, but throughout the wizarding world. Whenever Moyan envisioned them, he pictured Godric Gryffindor, handsome and bold, with a radiant smile; Rowena Ravenclaw, beautiful and poised, with a serene, wistful demeanor; Helga Hufflepuff, kindly and sincere, perhaps somewhat endearing; and Salazar Slytherin, strikingly proud, aloof, and self-important. But this old man? Did he not understand the concept of embellishment when commissioning his statue? Moyan felt deeply disheartened. If he could, he would have preferred not to gaze upon this statue at all, yet with the basilisk still confined within. He had no choice but to feign diligent observation, ultimately required to report his findings. Salazar Slytherin's magic was indeed remarkably intricate. Everyone understood that the key lay within this statue, yet no one could unravel the clues. Harry stood before the statue, hissing numerous sentences of varying lengths, while Dumbledore employed multiple detection spells, but the statue remained unresponsive. After a lengthy period of fruitless searching, impatience began to set in among the group. With Ron even daring to climb atop the statue's head, Moyan maliciously entertained the thought of what might transpire if the statue were to suddenly open its mouth, causing Ron to plummet into a confrontation with the basilisk. Praise Salazar Slytherin, Potter, or request him to speak, Moyan suggested after a considerable time. By this point, Ron had shifted his attention from Slytherin's head to a badge affixed to his chest. Harry complied with the suggestion. Moments later, the giant face of the Slytherin statue began to move, its mouth widening until a vast, gaping black hole emerged. Something within seemed to writhe, rapidly ascending from the depths. Ron, pale as a ghost, froze atop the statue's shoulder, precariously perched as he peered down. A moment of loosened grip would send him plummeting from 30 feet high. Before Hermione could utter a gasp, Dumbledore had already caught him and safely set him upon the smooth floor. Yet, Ron, weak-kneed, sank to the ground in a kneeling position. "Come here, children." Moyan was about to check on Harry when a large hand grasped his shoulder, pulling him aside. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid brought Ron, Harry, and Hermione over. He hoisted them up, assisting them in climbing behind the statue's shoulder, where a gap between the statue and the wall allowed for a comfortable fit for the four children. "Stay here," he instructed. "The basilisk's sense of smell is not keen. As long as you remain silent, it will not detect you." Moyan peered outside, no longer able to see Professors Dumbledore, Snape, or Flitwick. "Dumbledore instructed me to tell you, Harry," Hagrid said, as he huffed and puffed while settling onto the other shoulder of the statue. Still clutching his large cage, "Put on your glasses, and once the basilisk fully emerges, close the entrance, then sit back down and remain silent. Hey, Evans, retract your head." Moyan made a face at him before settling back. In truth, once the basilisk emerged from Salazar Slytherin's gaping mouth, it would likely descend. How could it possibly look upwards? He cautiously extended his head to observe, finding it relatively safe. Moyan envied Harry, who peered intently below. and let out a silent sigh. He still had several failed pairs of glasses stored within his ring. One in particular was overly sensitive, reacting violently to the slightest push, thus unsuitable for regular wear. However, it would serve as a safeguard now, provided he could retrieve it. Ignoring Hermione and Ron, who anxiously crossed their fingers in prayer, Moyan leaned against the statue, closing his eyes to listen intently to the sounds around him. The ground trembled, as if something heavy had fallen, followed by a rustling sound behind him. The basilisk's coiling body scraping against the statue's mouth, the creature slithered across the floor, producing a hissing sound. "Now, Hagrid," Dumbledore's voice rang out, followed by the sound of countless wings flapping and the frantic clucking of roosters. Fawkes' clear song filled the air as the basilisk, in a panic, collided with the stone columns, sending debris cascading to the ground. Fawkes sang a wondrous melody, while the basilisk emitted a pained howl, its massive tail violently striking against the columns and walls, the sound of crumbling stone resonating in Moyan's ears. Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and Flitwick began casting spells, causing something to explode amidst a cacophony of startled rooster calls. The columns shook under the basilisk's ferocious assault, its hisses sounding increasingly deranged. The ground quaked. Suddenly, Harry cried out as the sound of the basilisk's slithering drew nearer. "Get away from there," Hagrid shouted. The sound of stones crunching underfoot echoed ominously. Moyan's eyes flew open. He grasped Harry and leaped outward, inadvertently kicking Ron and Hermione as they all tumbled through the gap. Falling toward the floor. Mid-air, an unexpected buoyancy slowed their descent. Aside from the painful impact, none of the four were seriously harmed. A tremendous crash resounded above them as dirt and stone rained down. "Run," Moyan urged, seizing Harry and attempting to flee, but Harry suddenly broke free, reaching for Ron and Hermione. Moyan grabbed his shoulder, deftly flinging him outward and repeating the action with Hermione, finally delivering a powerful kick to Ron, sending him sprawling as a massive shadow descended, accompanied by a terrifying gust of wind from above. Moyan shouted, his wand transforming into a silver blade, piercing the air to strike the basilisk's dagger-like fang. Severing its tongue, black blood gushed forth like a waterfall. The basilisk, deprived of its fang, emitted a bone-chilling roar, a searing pain radiating from Moyan's arm as his vision began to blur. A shadow loomed once more overhead. From a distance, a long, high-pitched rooster's crow echoed. "Da-da, is it morning?" Moyan thought hazily that a colossal object crashed down beside him, debris pelting his face, yet he felt no pain. Instead, his body grew increasingly weak, his strength slipping away, a precious essence seemingly dissipating from within. What was it? Moyan pondered in a daze, unable to discern the answer. Yet deep down, he was acutely aware of the profound significance that object held for him, compelling him to instinctively strive to reclaim the sensation of time slipping away like a relentless tide. "No, don't go. Please don't leave me," he murmured in desperate supplication, though no sound escaped his lips. His body betrayed his consciousness, collaborating with that entity to extract itself from his innermost being. Bones, organs, limbs, muscles, skin, hair, and even every pore were in the throes of loss. Pain too departed from him. The black ceiling above seemed to descend ominously, pressing down upon him. Suddenly, a cool sensation emanated from his arm, gradually spreading throughout his body, awakening his consciousness and clarifying his vision. He heard Harry's panicked voice calling out, "Moyan, Moyan, are you all right?" The tears of the phoenix possess healing properties. Dumbledore's voice echoed. The serpent's venom would soon be countered, and he would awaken in no time. "I am awake," Moyan mumbled, blinking as clarity returned. Harry, Ron, and Hermione knelt beside him, gazing at him with concern. Dumbledore stood behind them, offering a kind smile. Hagrid loomed nearby, his mouth agape in astonishment. Professor Snape lingered by a stone pillar, clutching a rooster, and Fawkes nestled against his injured arm, the toxin now purged, the wound fully healed. Yet Fawkes remained by his side. Professor Flitwick stood on his other side. Before him lay the massive, heavy head of the basilisk, as thick as an oak trunk, adorned with smooth scales and deep green patterns. Where its eyes should have been, there was only a bloody mess, black serpent blood oozing across the ground, while Professor Flitwick waved his wand to dispel it, preventing it from seeping onto Moyan. The sight of him awakening and speaking brought a collective sigh of relief from the group. Moyan smiled, yet his mind raced with calculations on how to procure a basilisk fang under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. If possible, he sought to amass a fortune within this Slytherin chamber. He could not believe that Salazar Slytherin had bequeathed nothing but a monster to his descendants. With that thought, a gentle and sincere smile graced Moyan's face. "All right," he said, pushing aside Harry's supportive hand, bracing himself to sit up. That I am fine now. No need. Suddenly, his hand went limp, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. The venom has just been neutralized. You will need a moment before you can muster any strength, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Moyan managed a feeble smile in return, acutely aware that his body was not on par with that of a normal person. Logically, once the venom was purged, he should have regained full mobility, yet he felt as though all his efforts had come to naught. The smile faded from Moyan's face. He attempted to circulate his internal energy, but found his dantian empty. Devoid of anything. Unyielding, Moyan tried once more, yet still found nothing. His complexion drained of color. Moyan, what is wrong? Moyan shook his head, refocusing his gaze, tugging at the muscles of his face to produce a smile as he softly replied. I am fine. He pushed himself off the ground, swayed momentarily, but quickly steadied himself. Turning towards the basilisk's head, he aimed to retrieve his wand from its jaws, only to discover his hands devoid of strength. Don't touch that, Mr. Evans, Professor Flitwick's timely voice interjected, prompting Moyan to retract his hand, ensuring no one noticed his weakness. Why, Professor? Moyan inquired, a hint of bewilderment lacing his tone. It has been saturated with the basilisk's venom. My child, Flitwick waved his wand, and a silver object sprang forth from the basilisk's maw, floating in midair, drawing the curious gazes of Harry and the others, who leaned in to inspect the blood-stained instrument. Had you grasped it moments ago, you would have been poisoned anew. But that is my wand, Professor, Moyan protested, a subtle plea underlying his words that I cannot be without it. Rest assured, Mr. Evans, Dumbledore reassured him with a smile. Once the venom clinging to it is expelled, you shall be able to wield it once more. Very well, Moyan said, diverting his gaze from the wand to the basilisk's head. The massive diamond-shaped skull lay feebly upon the ground, a segment of its pink tongue dangling out, its elongated fangs glinting coldly. Moyan studied the basilisk's most lethal weapon for a moment before turning to Dumbledore and asking, Professor, may I keep a few of the fangs? As compensation for the harm it inflicted upon me. The basilisk's fangs were exceedingly venomous, certainly not something a 12-year-old should regard as a mere trinket. Yet, Dumbledore replied, of course. Moyan beamed with delight, regardless of Dumbledore's reasoning. He was relieved not to have to fabricate another lie. He simply lacked the energy to concoct a perfect excuse. Professor, Ron stammered, his face reddening as he eyed the fangs. Absolutely not, Mr. Weasley, Professor Snape scoffed as he approached, prompting Moyan to realize just how disheveled Snape appeared. His greasy hair was a tangle, his complexion pale, his garments tattered, and he bore numerous bloodstains and smudges on his face and body. Though his wounds were not visible now, it was evident he had sustained significant injuries. The rooster lay discarded at his feet, yet remnants of feathers clung to his garments. The basilisk's fangs are highly toxic. Mr. Evans possesses excellent potion knowledge and ample practical experience. Thus he can handle them with ease. He cast a disdainful glance at Ron, causing the red-haired boy's face to flush with embarrassment. As long as you manage not to blow up my cauldron in class. That would be a great victory. That I'm not Neville, Ron retorted, his face ablaze. Compared to Longbottom, Snape let out a sound akin to wood scraping against wood. Weasley, I had hoped for a modicum of ambition from you. This has proven to be a monumental error. He conjured several large glass vials, crystal containers, and various other receptacles, and after filling half the vials with basilisk fangs, he eagerly began collecting everything from the serpent. Fangs, skin, eyes, the shattered ones, flesh, and bones. Moyan watched enviously as Snape also gathered the basilisk's gallbladder, marveling at its potential value. In any lore, the gallbladder was deemed a prized possession, perhaps even beneficial for his injuries. Yet, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, Moyan dismissed it. While the gallbladder was indeed valuable, it primarily served physical purposes. His body felt remarkably healthy at present, but after testing his luck, Moyan discovered that not only had his years of cultivated internal energy vanished, but his meridians had also shriveled. Not to mention, the fragile meridians might not withstand a substance as potent as the gallbladder, and even the faintest circulation of internal energy caused him excruciating pain. Moreover, in China, meridians were akin to legendary concepts. Only those who practiced diligently for years could sense their existence. In this magical Western world, people lacked even the theoretical framework for such ideas. How could he hope to heal? Moyan felt a bitter taste in his mouth and a prickling sensation in his eyes as he turned to gaze upon the towering stone statue of Salazar Slytherin, no longer observing the professors bustling around the basilisk. Snape had already enlisted Flitwick and Hagrid to assist him in gathering materials, even appropriating the large wooden chest Hagrid had used for the rooster, which Dumbledore had magically enlarged to accommodate its contents. Suddenly, Moyan's gaze sharpened. The circular emblem hung from Salazar Slytherin's chest, entwined by a small gray serpent, strikingly similar to the basilisk. The serpent's eyes were two diminutive yellow gems, radiating a faint luminescence as though alive. Fixated upon them, unable to resist, Moyan approached, scrutinizing those eyes closely. Climbing onto the statue's shoulder, he leaned in and noticed that the tiny emblem, along with the surrounding robe and facial features, cleverly formed an echo chamber. He calculated that if someone spoke from a position beneath the statue, the sound would reach the center of the emblem perfectly. Furthermore, he was convinced that Salazar Slytherin had cast additional spells to prevent sounds from other areas from reaching this spot. Moyan moved to the position he had estimated, realizing it was precisely where a youth of average height would kneel to speak. That old pervert, Moyan thought to himself, then pondered whether this might be the reason Salazar Slytherin had sculpted himself to appear so ancient. After all, it was difficult to inspire reverence for such an unattractive old man, let alone compel someone to kneel. Only those utterly devoid of hope or recklessly fervent individuals would kneel before an ancestor lost to the sands of time, clinging to the faintest glimmer of possibility. What, then, would they utter? Moyan pondered for a moment before beckoning Harry. Come here. He guided Harry to the designated spot, and though Harry found it peculiar, he did not object. Moyan assessed the height and suggested, I believe you may need to sit down. What exactly are we doing, Moyan? Harry inquired with a smile. Settling onto the ground as instructed, Moyan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Harry had not offered him a smile in the past 2 months, and their exchanges had been limited to quarrels stemming from Draco and Ron's disputes. Moreover, Harry now referred to him as Moyan, whereas previously he had used you or commands. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Speak in parcel tongue, perhaps something like I beseech you. Noble Salazar Slytherin, grant me strength, Moyan suggested. Harry frowned, expressing his disdain. I have no Slytherin blood, and Salazar is not my ancestor. After a moment's thought, he snorted. Besides, I do not consider him noble. Moyan regarded Harry with a narrow-eyed expression that seemed to say, who are you trying to deceive? It was not until the young Gryffindor, vexed, attempted to rise from the ground that Moyan chuckled and pressed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. That I know. I merely need you to utter such words, that is all, Moyan clarified. Request something from Salazar Slytherin. Try several times. Harry finally settled down in silence. He stared at the serpent lying to one side for a while, then emitted a hissing sound. The first attempt garnered no response. On the second, he bowed his head in contemplation and uttered a brief phrase. Suddenly, they witnessed the circular emblem begin to rotate, and the statue lifted its head. Taking a couple of steps forward before coming to a halt, the dark opening appeared behind it. My goodness. What is that? Professor Flitwick shrieked, having drawn the attention of others with the commotion. That I believe we must venture inside to investigate, Dumbledore declared. Fawkes had already flown in. The others followed suit, and soon, a chorus of gasps emanated from behind Salazar Slytherin, predominantly from Hermione, Ron, and Professor Flitwick, while Hagrid's heavy breathing had not ceased since entering. Yet, Moyan and Harry remained, one standing and the other sitting outside the door. Initially, Moyan had coveted Slytherin's treasure, but now he felt an unexpected sense of calm. Having lost his inner strength equated to losing his greatest advantage in contending with the denizens of the magical world, leaving Moyan feeling somewhat despondent. In his former state, even with Dumbledore present, he could have stealthily pilfered a couple of useful items, but now, having suddenly lost his sustaining power, he felt weak and fatigued after just a few steps. The treasure lay before him, yet he could not touch it. It was better not to look at all. What did you just say? He asked. That I beseech you, O King of Hogwarts, Harry replied with a grin. Moyan nodded, realizing he was indeed a peculiar individual driven by a desire for power and control. Moyan, Harry's hesitant voice suddenly broke the silence. What, can you forgive me? Harry gazed up at him. Are we still friends? Moyan lowered his gaze, silently studying Harry's face. Though the room was dimly lit, those emerald-like eyes seemed to radiate light, shimmering with sincerity, innocence, and earnestness. Moyan suddenly recalled their first meeting, when this boy timidly stood at the entrance of Diagon Alley, clad in ill-fitting, tattered clothing that only emphasized his frail frame. Yet he bore a smile brighter than the sun, shy, curious, and excited, aside from the oversized, worn garments and his unusual slenderness. It was impossible to discern the hardships life had thrust upon him. Even now, he had grown to nearly Moyan's height and had faced life-threatening perils twice. Yet his eyes remained as pure and kind as ever, untouched by the world's grime. This brother of mine is indeed a remarkable individual. Moyan sighed softly. During these days, had unexpressed jealousy and anger. The complexities of adult reasoning and the mundane trials of school life obscured his vision. Very well, he finally said, settling down cross-legged and offering a slight smile. Excited, Harry beamed, yet found himself at a loss for words. Thus, Moyan prompted him to recount the recent battle, questioning how it had come to a point where he had to fight so fiercely despite being fully prepared. Harry launched into an animated narrative. As soon as the basilisk emerged, he had shut the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and upon hearing the noise, the creature turned back. Dumbledore had commanded Hagrid to release the roosters. 100 roosters flew forth from their boxes. Seemingly endless, however, their clucking had a minimal impact on the basilisk. Though frightened, it suffered little harm. Fawkes had swooped in, pecking at the basilisk's eyes, causing its dark blood to splatter everywhere. Several professors unleashed dazzling spells, some gliding off the creature, while others elicited agonized roars from it. Professor Snape had been struck by the basilisk's tail, crashing against a stone pillar before collapsing limply to the ground, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Harry. The basilisk had heard this and inexplicably abandoned its assault on the professors to focus solely on them. Then you pushed us aside, severing the basilisk's fang, but your arm was cut in the process. Just as its head was about to crush you, Professor Snape used lumos on a rooster, and upon hearing its crow, the basilisk perished. Harry looked at Moyan with guilt. Thank goodness Fawkes' tears can heal. Otherwise, you would have died. This is all my fault. Moyan. If I hadn't made that sudden noise, Professor Snape would have perished. Shaking his head to dispel the encroaching dizziness, Moyan grasped Harry's trembling hand, smiling as he reassured him. But now, we are both alive. How long until I awaken? At most, 2 minutes. Madame Pomfrey, you have already stated that 12 times. No. In fact, it has been 5 times, with 2 mentions of 5 minutes, 4 of 10 minutes, and once of half an hour. Thank you for that reminder. Miss Granger. Moyan abruptly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a bed in the infirmary, surrounded by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, with Madame Pomfrey present as well. Draco sat at the far end of the room, legs crossed, perusing the Daily Prophet. Moyan. Upon seeing him awake, Harry rushed over. How do you feel? What happened? Moyan rubbed his forehead, perplexed as to how he had ended up in the infirmary. Do you remember what you last did? Madame Pomfrey inquired. Moyan mused, shrugging. I was speaking with Harry. He suggested we check the Chamber of Secrets. And then, he turned to Harry. What happened next? How did I end up here? Everyone exhaled in relief. You fainted. Moyan, Harry explained. It was completely unexpected. Even Dumbledore was baffled. You have been in a deep sleep since we brought you back. It's been 3 days. 3 days, Moyan thought. No wonder I feel so famished. Yes, 3 days, Ron chimed in. The term has ended, and everyone has gone home. Everyone knows what transpired in the Chamber of Secrets. Moyan, you are famous. Famous? That's hardly good news for me. Moyan scoffed, pushing Ron's face away as he struggled to sit up. And when did I permit you to invade my personal space, Weasley? He assumed this impulsive, thoughtless Weasley would erupt in anger. Yet to his surprise, Ron merely chuckled. Moyan. Ron suddenly became serious. I want to thank you. You saved my life. Of course, Harry and Hermione too, but they can thank themselves. I mean, can I be your friend? He extended his hand. Moyan regarded the seemingly steady yet trembling hand, noting the thin sheen of sweat on Ron's nose, despite his feigned seriousness. It was evident to Moyan how much apprehension and reluctance lay beneath the surface. It seemed he had been coerced into this by Harry and Hermione. So, because I saved your life, you wish to be my friend? Moyan chuckled derisively. Ron Weasley, are you expressing gratitude or seeking revenge against me? Moyan. Before Moyan could finish his words, Harry let out a loud exclamation. Ron's smile faltered, yet Hermione remained closely behind him, whispering something, her hand still suspended in the air. Very well. Moyan glanced at Harry's expectant expression and reluctantly extended his hand, only to briefly touch Ron's fingertips before withdrawing, as if it were a deadly virus. Ron's lips curled slightly downward, seemingly on the verge of a scoff, but he managed to suppress it. Hermione abruptly pushed him aside. About to speak, when Madame Pomfrey interrupted them. She approached, holding a cup of a potion that emitted a foul odor, causing Moyan to recoil. It was time for him to take his medicine. Madame Pomfrey shooed Harry and Hermione aside, then fixed Moyan with an unyielding gaze that compelled him to drink the concoction, which smelled like a ghastly mix of unprocessed fish and wool. Harry, who had shared a similar experience, cast a sympathetic glance at him before looking at the resolute Madame Pomfrey, and, lacking in loyalty, withdrew his neck to diminish his presence. Moyan understood that reasoning or pleading with this lady would be futile. With a grimace, he accepted the cup, shut his eyes, and gulped it down, covering his mouth to endure the taste. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Madame Pomfrey smiled and produced a citrus-flavored hard candy, which Moyan eagerly accepted and placed in his mouth, his contorted face easing slightly. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and you, Draco, you have all lingered long enough. He is awake now. You may all return, Madame Pomfrey declared. Please, let us stay a little longer, Harry pleaded. He has just woken up, and we have barely exchanged a few words. You will have ample time to converse in the future. Madame Pomfrey remained unmoved. Now, off you go, children. Perhaps he will rejoin you by afternoon. Reluctantly, the others made their exit. Moyan. See you in the Slytherin common room this afternoon. Draco called back just before leaving, not waiting for Moyan's response and ignoring Ron's provocation. Very well, Moyan. Madame Pomfrey instructed him that in 5 minutes, the potion's effects will take hold. Pay close attention to any abnormalities in your body and report them to me. Understood? We still need to conduct a thorough examination to determine the true cause of your 3-day coma. Is that truly necessary, Madame Pomfrey? Moyan replied helplessly, although he was uncertain about the precise reason for his unconsciousness. He could surmise it was due to the snake venom, perhaps exacerbated by the aftermath of Phoenix tears. It was disheartening to know the cause yet be unable to disclose it, all while enduring various bothersome examinations and distasteful potions for the sake of others' inquiries. Absolutely not, Madame Pomfrey asserted firmly. There was once a wizard named Rosat who, after an inexplicable fainting spell, neglected a complete examination. 2 months later, he discovered a juvenile devil's snare growing on his back, nearly suffocating him. Moyan sighed, watching Madame Pomfrey's quills swiftly record notes, sincerely wishing for her potion brewing skills to advance rapidly, transforming in an instant from a slug to a fire lizard, at the very least improving the flavor. By the time Moyan returned to the Slytherin common room, it was already past 7 in the evening. However, as soon as he entered, he spotted Draco lounging on the best sofa in front of the fireplace, sipping from a mug of butterbeer, with an empty bottle and a half-full one before him. Draco reeked of alcohol. Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol, Moyan remarked, reaching for the cup in Draco's hand. Draco allowed him to take it, staring blankly at Moyan. What is it? Moyan frowned, sensing something was amiss with Draco. Moyan. Draco hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. You should check the notice. Moyan cast him a puzzled glance and turned to the farthest corner of the common room, where a faint scent of blood compelled him to cover his nose and mouth. This was precisely why he never glanced at notices. The odor was a severe torment to his sensitive nose, rumored to have originated from a dark period when Hogwarts allowed corporal punishment, with students subjected to punishment here every afternoon, leaving behind a lingering scent of blood for centuries. With dark brown stains still visible in the corners, the contents of the notice left Moyan momentarily stunned. Slytherin head boy Edmund, Wendy, and all grade graders hereby announce: 1. Moyan Evans is hereby deprived of the qualification to be selected as a grader during his time at school. Should he be chosen as head boy or president of the male student council, the entire Slytherin house will not recognize his honors or titles and will disregard all his commands. 2. Moyan Evans is hereby nominally expelled from Slytherin House. This order takes effect immediately. Below were the signatures of Edmund, Wendy, and all graders, with Draco's name at the end. Additionally, there was a second notice. Moyan Evans is hereby expelled from the Slytherin Quidditch team. Marcus Flint. After reading, Moyan strolled back, hands behind his back, observing Draco once again.